Huaian traversed through the annals of ancient dynasties, finding himself as the scion of a once noble but now fallen family. While escorting his sister to the capital to study martial arts, he caught the eye of the most beautiful woman in the capital, Consort Wan, who arranged for him to be placed in the Xichong, becoming a eunuch. Fortunately, thanks to Consort Wan's interventions, he was spared from castration. Unfortunately, as an unparalleled beauty, he became a mere tool for Wan's whims, subjected to her relentless exploitation. One fateful day, overwhelmed by the burden, Huaian attempted to slip away from the palace, only to be caught red-handed by Consort Wan. "Little Anzi, I have made my intentions clear," she declared. "From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I was smitten. If you dare refuse me, I will." "Say that again." In the imperial city, petals rained down like a beautiful storm as the consort, with cheeks aglow and sparkling eyes, confronted him. At that moment, the divine selection system was activated. Option 1. Decisively refuse. Reward: Jinshan Qinggong, Heavenly Tier Supreme. Option 2. Bravely accept. Reward: Kueihuabadian, a revised version of an immortal martial arts manual, Heavenly Tier Supreme. Martial Emperor's Divine Eyes. This option is absurd. Huaian gritted his teeth and decisively chose option A. That night, the powerful and influential head of the Xichong made a grand entrance into the world. Chapter 1. Thank you for the invitation. I am in the harem, just getting off the embroidery bed. In the Daxia Imperial City, at the Fenghuan Palace, within the consort chambers, Huaian mused, time stands still in the deep palace. It is once again the season of spring rains. Gazing out at the continuous drizzle, he felt a mix of melancholy and sorrow within his heart. He was not of this world. Having traversed from Blue Star, he was born into a decaying martial arts family in the south, the Yujia of Jinling. At the age of 15, he accompanied his extraordinarily talented sister, Yulinga, to take the imperial martial arts examination, only to be ambushed by a group of mountain bandits, nearly losing his life. Yet, fortune often lies within misfortune. It was during this encounter with Consort Wan that the nightmare of his next 5 years began. The audacious Consort Wan had taken an immediate liking to him, forcibly bringing him into the palace in front of his young sister and making him a eunuch. Fortunately, with Consort Wan's machinations, he was spared from castration. However, the misfortune was that, unscathed, he became a coveted plaything in the palace, treated as a mere object for the whims of the most beautiful woman in the capital. Such moral decay was appalling. If I continue to indulge this woman, disaster is inevitable, he thought. If the emperor were to discover that one of his consorts is being attended to by a fake eunuch, I would fear for my life 1,000 times over. I must sneak out of the palace tonight. I shall bid farewell to this decadent and absurd life. Huaian resolved silently. Oh dear, my little darling, what are you pondering? A sultry voice interrupted his thoughts. That moment, a pair of delicate, snow-white hands adorned with precious jewels wrapped around his waist like a jade serpent. Your Highness, little Anzi is completely a loss, isn't he? Huaian wriggled free from her embrace, forcing a smile as he turned to face her. Upon a luxurious embroidered bed lay a woman adorned with a phoenix crown, her skin radiant and her beauty striking, lazily reclining. She wore a semi-transparent golden nightgown, accentuating her ample bosom, and the hem of her dress barely grazed her hips, revealing long, elegantly crossed legs enveloped in flesh-colored silk stockings. Little Anzi, just stay still. Let me admire you, Consort Wan said, her hand resting on her cheek as she gazed at the exquisitely handsome youth, murmuring in admiration, "Ah, my." Little Anzi's smile is truly captivating, so innocent, with a touch of wild beauty. Your Highness overpraises me. Noticing the increasing allure in her gaze, Huaian quickly changed the subject. Your Highness, how about I give you a massage? No need, little Anzi. Today, I do not require your service. I simply wish to speak from the heart. A rare seriousness graced Wan's otherwise enchanting face. She slowly sat up, lifting one of her pristine legs, her toes pointing down as she tapped lightly on the boy's knee. Come closer. Are you afraid I might devour you? Indeed I am, Huaian blurted out. You. Wan furrowed her brows in irritation. Humph. Little Anzi, I have tolerated you for far too long. With my beauty, countless men yearn to behold me. And even if I were to favor you, it would be your fortune. Besides, you are a man, there is no loss for you. Having spent considerable time in the palace, Huaian had learned to read the room and immediately feigned an obedient demeanor. I misspoke. Please forgive me, Your Highness. My thoughts are always with you, Your Highness. As a man of stature, Huaian truly did not wish to demean himself in this charade of a eunuch. Yet, within the confines of the deep palace, he was bound by circumstances. In this life, due to childhood injuries, even with his sister's assistance, he had barely managed to cultivate his body, now merely reaching the initial stage of the 9th grade. Compared to the skilled guards of the inner palace, the Shichong and the Jinui, he was hardly a match for even the third-rate ruffians of the martial world. Reflecting on his situation, Huaian sighed inwardly. Ah, how thoughtful of you to always keep me in mind. Little Anzi, you are quite the charmer. Tell me, each time I summon you, are you not hesitant and cautious? Wan's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, her lips pouting adorably, her cheeks slightly puffed. As her frustration grew, she playfully lifted the hem of her skirt, raising her beautiful legs and playfully stomping on Huaian's back. Bang, bang, bang. As the beauty's delicate foot playfully kicked him, Huaian gritted his teeth, remaining still. After a moment, perhaps fatigued from kicking or seeing him remain silent, one could not help but ask, why? Why are you not speaking? Did I hurt you? Huaian endeavored to feign sincerity. This entire exchange was steeped in emotion, devoid of pretense. In this treacherous palace, filled with intricacies and cunning individuals, had he not honed his eloquence and ability to adapt, he might long since have met an untimely demise. As expected, upon hearing his words, Wan's expression shifted from stormy to serene, her voice softening. All right, my little darling, you may rise. Yes, your highness. Huaian stood. Little Anzi, tell me, why are you so obedient to me? Wan's enchanting eyes twinkled as she inquired. Huaian pondered for a moment before responding. Because your highness treats me well. Well, TSK, TSK. Wan Jinner licked her lips, her gaze sultry. There is still much more to be done. With a playful laugh, she extended her delicate arms, pulling the handsome youth into her embrace. Your highness, please. I no longer wish to continue like this. This is a twisted affection. Huaian ultimately voiced his heartfelt plea. Little Anzi, you. Upon hearing this, Wan Jinner paused, the fiery spark in her eyes dimming rapidly. In the end, her captivating, peach blossom-like eyes appeared slightly reddened. Is she crying? Could it be that such a cold-hearted woman, skilled in manipulating hearts, is capable of tears? Huaian was taken aback. Even with his eloquence, he found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, a soft, melancholic voice emerged. Little Anzi, do you truly feel that way? Do you believe that the affection I have shown you over these years is merely manipulation and trampling? Wan Guifei covered her face with both hands, obscuring her expression, yet it was not difficult to discern the choking sobs in her voice. Your Highness, that is certainly not what I meant. Huaian hurriedly replied. It is simply that you are a precious jewel, personally bestowed the title of imperial noble consort by the current emperor of the Xia. Since the disappearance of Empress Mingwei, you have evidently ascended to the rank of matriarch of the harem. Such a prestigious and exalted status should serve as a beacon for the realm. How can you associate with someone as lowly as me, a mere eunuch? Ahem. Enough with this nonsense. Wan Guifei scoffed, her beautiful feet firmly planted on the floor, her legs together, hands on her hips, regaining her former commanding and aloof demeanor. Listen closely, Xiao Anzi. What I am about to say is sincere, and you shall remain silent until I have finished, understood? Yes. Wan Guifei slightly bent her tall figure, gently caressing the handsome face of her young lover, her enchanting eyes glistening with affection, her tone surprisingly tender. Do you know, Xiao Anzi? In the past, I did not believe in the concept of love at first sight, but on that day when I first saw you caring for your sister outside Huaian City, my heart stirred for the first time to ate tea that time. I was already a woman of the deep palace, yet you were a spirited young man that I, too, was once conflicted, but that feeling was so intense and irresistible that, as you can see, I took you away with me, allowing you to accompany me until now. Today, I must tell you something important. As she spoke, Wan Guifei leaned in closer, lowering her voice. 2 years prior to my entering the palace, the emperor began practicing an evil art, and according to my calculations, he must not have any contact with women for at least the next 5 years. In other words, the emperor has never touched me. My first time was given to you, you little rascal. Wan Jinner covered her flushed cheeks, but could not help but utter the words. Is your highness speaking the truth? This cannot be a jest. Huaian, who had maintained silence until now, could no longer contain himself upon hearing this. Behave, let me finish the most important sentence, all right? Wan Guifei reached out her delicate hand, cradling the young man's face. At this moment, her mature countenance flushed with a hint of youthful shyness. Xiao Anzi, listen. I truly like you. Faced with such a bold and fervent confession, Huaian was taken aback. In the next moment, an even more shocking voice echoed in his mind. Bing, congratulations. You have bound the divine choice system. You have triggered a route selection. Route 1. Decisively refuse. Reward. Golden Cicada Escape Technique Heavenly Tier Supreme. Route 2. Courageously accept. Reward. Sunflower Scripture Immortal Martial Version. Heavenly Tier Supreme. Martial Emperor Divine Eye. 5 years of cultivation. As he gazed at the golden text options that appeared out of nowhere in his mind, Huaian gradually comprehended everything. 10 years, traversing this vast and mysterious world of immortal martial arts, fraught with peril, yet being unable to cultivate martial arts, living in constant trepidation as if walking on thin ice. He had endured such a life for a full decade. Now the golden finger that belonged to him, the transmigrator, had finally arrived. He had to consider whether this would be his only opportunity in this lifetime. After carefully examining the two options without a hint of hesitation, Huaian made his final decision. After all, he was not a true eunuch that a real man should charge forward without restraint. He took a deep breath, gazing at the slightly parted, luscious lips of the noble consort, which seemed to yearn for something, and the exquisite legs beneath her golden phoenix skirt, which were continuously caressing that eye. In that instant, he steeled his heart. He directly advanced. Your Majesty, forgive me. This is the last time. Chapter 2. A day in the 8th rank. That night, a torrential rain suddenly poured over the imperial capital. Raindrops struck the glazed tiles of the palace, producing a crisp pat-pat-pat sound. The downpour persisted throughout the night. At dawn, are you drenched in sweat, little rascal? Wan Guifei embraced her lover from behind, her delicate feet pinning him down firmly. Seeing that he was about to be forcefully restrained again, Huaian quickly smiled and said, Your Highness, it's dawn, let us call it a night. Xiao Anzi needs some rest. According to the system's prompt, all rewards required manual activation. He did not wish to continue living such a weakling's life for another day. Humph, little rascal, just a short while, and you wish to slip away? Wan Zhin'er frowned, looking resentful. Then, she kicked aside the golden silk quilt bestowed by the emperor, raised a beautiful leg high, removed the sheer silk stockings, and gently wrapped them around her lover's neck. That do not attempt to run. You, young man, are in the prime of your youth. How can you be so useless? Ah, yes, your Highness is right. Xiao Anzi is useless. Xiao Anzi is a coward. Huaian found it difficult to argue, allowing her to restrain him with the stockings. As long as they were not stuffed in his mouth, he could endure this level of humiliation. Seeing her young lover's obstinate attitude, Wan Guifei was even more infuriated and kicked him hard in the backside again. Huaian did not dodge or avoid, allowing her to vent her frustrations. Xiao Anzi, must you drive me to the brink of despair for your own amusement? Wan Guifei's eyes were reddened as she said, Last night, I confessed my feelings to you, and you clearly accepted with composure. Why do you continue to resist me, as you always have? Do you see me as that am I truly so unworthy in your eyes? After all these years, have you felt not a trace of my affection for you? Look at me. Look into my eyes. I refuse to believe you see nothing. By the end of her words, her voice was already choked with emotion, and a single tear slipped down her cheek. Humans are not wood or stone. Huaian felt a flicker of emotion. Though Wan Guifei had forcibly brought him to the palace initially over the years, this most beautiful woman in Xia, despite her peculiarities and treating him as a tool for venting, had not treated him poorly overall. She had used her connections within the Western Bureau to ensure his safety and had frequently rewarded him with gold, silver, and jewels, which need not be elaborated upon. What moved him most was that last month, he had learned that Wan Guifei had secretly used her influence to pardon the crimes of the Yu family's ancestors and lifted the ban on martial arts against the Yu family, allowing his sister, far away in the south, to practice freely without relying on the court. Of course, most importantly, he had followed Wan Guifei into the palace since he was 15, and it had been 5 years since then. After 5 years of companionship, he and Wan Guifei had witnessed each other's growth. Though lacking in martial prowess, he had relied on his intellect and eloquence to become a mid-level official in the Western Bureau. In a sense, their relationship over the years could be described as mutually supportive. Forget it, regardless of whether her confession is genuine or not. Since I have decided to leave, I should leave her with a pleasant memory. For the first time in his life, Huaian took the initiative to embrace her slender waist, saying, "Your Highness, please do not cry. I am genuinely pained." "You're pained? What nonsense! Do you know why I care for you so much? Because you're the person I trust most in this palace. Yet, the one whom I regard as family has, over the years, kept his distance from me like I am a plague. You little rascal, I will beat you." "Boo-hoo-hoo." Wan Zhen'er wept profusely, her delicate fists incessantly pounding against the chest of the one before her. At that moment, the noble and proud demeanor she exhibited in front of others had vanished, revealing instead a charmingly petulant wife nestled in her husband's embrace. "Enough, Your Highness." Xiao Anzi acknowledges his mistake. Huaian clenches fists, his muscles taut. "To atone for my sins, allow Xiao Anzi to take you on another adventure." The Grand Consort Wan was taken aback, her sobs pausing as her tear filled. Enchanting eyes gazed blankly at the youthful figure before her. In the next instant, a flicker of understanding seemed to dawn upon her. Her alluring crimson lips curved slightly upward. "Xiao Anzi, you truly know your place." After this exchange, and successfully soothing the Grand Consort, he had already ascended to a mid-level role in the Western Bureau, residing in his own independent quarters in the rear courtyard. Furthermore, aside from the lowest-ranking eunuchs who were compelled to share communal shelters, those in higher tiers, such as head eunuchs and administrative officials, were particularly mindful of their personal privacy. They were the type who would rather not have anyone stand beside them even while using the restroom. Thus, there was little fear of prying eyes next door. After simply shutting the doors and windows, Huaian sat cross-legged on his bed, invoking the system interface as per its guidance through sheer willpower. Name: Huaian. Age: 20. Identity: mid-level eunuch of the Western Bureau, junior head cultivation. 9th grade body refinement, lower realm in the current world. The martial arts grading system from lowest to highest. 9th grade body refinement, 8th grade meridian opening, 7th grade true condensation, 6th grade postnatal. 5th grade innate, 4th grade celestial phenomenon referred to as master. 3rd grade star plucking supreme grandmaster. 2nd grade ascending saint, 1st grade. Celestial being, super grade unknown. Each grade is further divided into lower, middle, upper, and extreme realms. Martial arts, Guiyuan Tana technique unknown grade. A family heirloom of the Yu clan, currently at level 3. Bile Yin Lion Claw technique high yellow grade martial art. Inherited from the commander of the Western Bureau, Jiang Wunyan, currently at level 2, with a total of 10. Levels item inventory. 5 years of cultivation pending loading. Kuehua Classic Enhanced Edition. Martial Emperor's Divine I Innate Talent, pending loading. Ding. Detected unlaunched rewards in the item inventory. Would the host like to load them all at once? Hurry up. Huaian eagerly rubbed his hands together. Ding. Implanting reward. 5 years of cultivation. Please wait. In an instant, Huaian felt an intense warmth coursing through his muscles as torrents of fiery, rejuvenating energy surged into his meridians, creating an exquisite cycle within his limbs and bones. Simultaneously, due to the remarkable increase in physical strength, a powerful stimulus sent waves of white illusions through his consciousness. Uncertain of how much time had passed, a golden screen appeared in his mind. Ding. 5 years of cultivation successfully implanted. Your martial arts cultivation has risen from 9th grade body refinement lower realm to 8th grade meridian opening extreme realm. Due to the enhancement of physical strength, your damaged body refining meridians have been automatically restored. Chapter 3. After a decade of fortune confined in a well, one ascends to the azure clouds in a single morning. Has he truly reached the 8th rank? Or is he at the pinnacle of perfection? Huaian could hardly contain his astonishment. In this life, his comprehension of martial arts was exceptional. With merely a cursory glance at any technique, he gained profound insights. However, the deficiencies in his meridians hindered his ability to expand his chi, leading to a stagnation in his cultivation. As his father once remarked, given his flawed physique, even if he devoted 30 years to arduous training, reaching the 9th rank of body refinement would be the utmost limit he could aspire to. To his amazement, in an instant, not only were his meridians perfectly restored, but he also ascended to the 8th rank in a heartbeat. It felt surreal. Once a martial artist attains the 8th rank, the flow of inner power from the dantian through the 8 extraordinary meridians becomes seamless, akin to rivers converging into the sea, unendingly continuous. With each move, His muscles infused with inner strength doubled his physical prowess, exponentially increasing his lethality. This marks one of the most significant milestones among the 9 ranks. To enter the 8th rank in a single day felt like a dream. Such a tangible enhancement of the physical body must be one of the most exhilarating sensations in the world. Huaian clenched his fists, reveling in the transformative power coursing through him, his heart overflowing with uncontainable joy. If this reward for cultivation is this explosive, what marvels might the enhanced version of the Kuei Hua Bao Dian bring? Huaian felt an intense premonition. After a decade of fortune confined in a well, one ascends to the azure clouds in a single morning. Today, the trajectory of his life in this existence would be irrevocably altered. With a thought, he activated his storage space. Above him, a shimmering ancient tome floated, emblazoned with the 4 characters Kuei Hua Bao Dian in archaic script. Whoosh! A line of text appeared beside it. Kuei Hua Bao Dian, Xian Wu version. Contains unparalleled techniques for inner cultivation, formidable and ruthless killing moves, and lightning-fast, uncanny body techniques. Note, this martial art is an enhanced version, divided into 10 profound layers. Upon entering the first layer, practitioners automatically generate ultimate Yin energy, with no need for self-castration. Good heavens! Just reading this description makes it seem exponentially more powerful than the original practiced by Dongfang Bubi in the martial arts novels of my previous life. Huaian felt a surge of delight. He had thoroughly studied numerous martial arts masterpieces in his past life, and was well acquainted with many of their legendary techniques. In truth, in the original text, this Kuei Hua Bao Dian was not merely a bizarre martial art that relied solely on a needle to inflict harm as depicted in many adaptations. It was, in fact, a comprehensive martial arts classic that harmonized both internal and external cultivation, encompassing the path of qi refinement, sword techniques, needle techniques, and body techniques among many profound martial arts. In the original narrative, the low-level martial artist Dongfang Bubi achieved supremacy in the world with an incomplete Kuei Hua Bao Dian. Now, with this perfect, enhanced version of the technique in my grasp, what heights might I reach in the future? As Huaian pondered, his anticipation grew, and he directed his thoughts. Load Kuei Hua Bao Dian. Ding! Loading Kuei Hua Bao Dian, Xian Wu version. Please wait. As the prompt sounded, an esoteric inner cultivation method transformed into twinkling spiritual lights and projected into his mind. The path of qi cultivation lies in guiding thoughts. The vast void separates the pure from the impure, and humanity's cultivation of qi involves refining the ethereal and dispelling the turbid. Qi is the master of life, and form is the manifestation of the body. Though obscure and lengthy, each word bore a profound meaning, imbued with ineffable mysteries. Under the system's guidance, Huaian diligently comprehended it all. The essence of each technique was automatically deciphered into diagrams of moves and needle positions, flowing into the depths of his consciousness. In an instant, as if enlightenment had struck him, he bypassed the introductory phase of qi cultivation and advanced to the second layer of the tome. Now, he had already mastered 18 lethal needle techniques, 2 supreme sword techniques, and an extraordinarily wondrous method of qi cultivation. Furthermore, during his comprehension, Huaian discovered that this Xian Wu version of the Kuei Hua Bao Dian was even more versatile than he had imagined. It not only encompassed methods for internal cultivation and formidable killing techniques, but also intricate acupuncture healing techniques, and even hints of celestial arts. This truly was an unparalleled divine skill that encompassed all. One day, even if I ascend to the first rank of the celestial being realm, this technique will not only remain relevant, but will possess even greater power. Huaian's gaze burned with intensity. Just as he was about to follow the system's illustrations to grasp the next layer, he noticed that the prompts in his mind had completely vanished. Ding! System loading complete. Note, this loading successfully guided the host to master the second layer of the technique. The remaining profundities require the host's dedicated cultivation and personal advancement. So that's how it is. This is quite good. My father often said that the path of martial arts lies in accumulation over time. One must personally experience each cultivation process to achieve great success. Too much at once is unwise. Now that I have entered the 8th rank, there is ample time ahead. Huaian comfortably stretched. By now, it was already the hour of the rabbit. The faint morning light streamed through the window, illuminating the room with clarity. At this moment, if any acquaintances were nearby, they would surely sense that the already handsome visage of Yu Gongong had taken on an added allure of delicate, sinister charm. At first glance, he resembled a deity of the underworld, evoking both reverence and fear. That imposing aura starkly contrasted with the humble and amiable demeanor of the previous Yu Gongong. Indeed, the Kuei Hua Bao Dian, after all, is a profound martial art born of the celestial realm, embodying the yin and yang. The practitioner's appearance undergoes subtle changes, and with deeper cultivation, it can purify the bloodline and preserve youthful beauty. Now that I have entered the Kuei Hua Bao Dian, I shall prepare to tidy up and make my exit. Yu Huaian straightened up, ready to pack his belongings. Yu Dangtu, are you inside? Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Xiao Anzi? Yu Huaian paused slightly, cleared his throat, and called out, "Come in." Creak. The wooden door swung open, revealing one of his few subordinates and most loyal aide, Xiao Anzi. "What brings you here?" Yu Huaian inquired nonchalantly. "Yu Dangtu, Lu Gongong has returned." Xiao Anzi exclaimed excitedly. Lu Gongong? Wasn't he sent by Jiang Changgong to handle the corruption at Honglu Temple? Why is he back now? Yu Huaiyan furrowed his brow, sensing that matters were far from simple. The Lu Gongong mentioned by Xiao Anzi, fully named Lu Quanfeng, was one of the 8 chief heads of the Xichang. Over 70 years old, with extraordinary martial prowess, said to have reached the 5th rank, and was one of the few innate experts among the 8 tigers of the Xichang. He was also Yu Huaiyan's direct superior. This little one is not sure. It seems he was in a hurry, panting as he spoke. Lu Gongong asked me to relay a message to Yu Dangtu, instructing you to meet him immediately in the treasure room at the back mountain. Moreover, he also said, what else did he say? Xiao Anzi hesitated, then, confirming that there was no one around, leaned close to Yu Huaiyan's ear and whispered. He said he knows some of your secrets, Yu Gongong, and if you do not wish to provoke trouble, you should go see him at once. Understood. Yu Huaiyan nodded nonchalantly, but inwardly, he began to ponder. What secrets could he possibly have? Chapter 4. The Martial Emperor's Divine Pupil. Facing the meeting with a single blade. Ah, Lu Gongong comes with ill intent. To meet or not to meet? Huaiyan weighed his options in his heart. Just then, a chime echoed. Ding. You have triggered the divine option. Option 1. Attend the meeting alone and uncover the entire truth. Reward. Millennium, 4th grade spiritual herb, Hanyu Bedwan, a secret treasure of the ancient tomb sect, crafted from top-grade cold jade found in the extreme north. Prolonged use can enhance the cultivation speed by 15, offering a 30 power boost to Ice-type and Yin-type martial arts. Blood Bodhi 2. Option 2. Urgent Retreat. Reward. Xuanwu Turtle Shell, yellow-grade low-quality armor. Could this also trigger? Huaiyan quickly focused on the textual information in his mind. To be fair, disregarding the rewards, he genuinely preferred option 2. After all, he had survived in the palace all these years by relying on a cautious approach. If he could preserve his life and acquire a yellow-grade armor for free, it would be incredibly advantageous. However, upon deeper reflection, he realized that today's events were far from simple. Firstly, he knew Lu Qiuanfeng's character all too well. This old eunuch was shrewd and experienced, and if he had not been completely certain, he would never have leaked any information. Thus, when he claimed to possess evidence that could lead to the annihilation of Huaiyan's family, it was certainly not baseless. No, if this old eunuch discovered my secret of being a false eunuch and reported it to the Emperor, in a fit of rage, might investigate thoroughly. I could escape, but it would likely bring disaster upon my father and sister in Jinling. As a man, how could I be so irresponsible? In an instant, Huaiyan resolved himself, or rather, he found he had no path of retreat. Ahead lay a den of dragons and tigers, and he must venture forth. Xiao Anzi, you go ahead and report to Lu Gongong. Just tell him I will arrive shortly. Moreover, Huaiyan said earnestly, this is a private matter between Lu Gongong and me. You must not let it slip. Rest assured, Huaiyan. Xiao Anzi's lips are sealed. Xiao Anzi nodded in understanding. After watching his subordinate leave, Huaiyan closed the door once more. The reason he did not head over immediately was that there was one last reward in his storage space that he had yet to claim. Indeed, since he had decided to attend the meeting alone, he must prepare thoroughly. With a thought, he opened the system's storage space. At the far end of the space floated a pair of radiant orbs, resembling 2 miniature suns, radiating a brilliant golden light. As Huaiyan focused on the surface of the orbs, A line of golden text gradually appeared. Martial Emperor S. Divine Eye, one of the most potent innate endowments of the myriad martial realms, containing various wonders. As one's cultivation improves, this endowment progressively grants powerful innate effects and has a chance to hatch the formidable reincarnation eye technique. Effect 1. Passive attribute can detect the true energy and martial techniques of all warriors in the world. Effect 2. Passive attribute. Those who possess the Martial Emperor S. Divine Eye automatically gain supreme martial comprehension in the current world, enabling them to perceive flaws and deficiencies in martial arts at a glance, thus creating perfect techniques. This innate endowment seems quite promising. The Martial Emperor's Eye technique? It's akin to the world of Xianwu's Sharingan. Huaian felt a surge of excitement. He had no time to waste and immediately commanded, "Load the Martial Emperor S. Divine Eye." Ding. Loading the Martial Emperor S. Divine Eye. Innate endowment for the host. Please wait. Note, during the loading process, the system has concealed the host's aura. No one can pry into it. So please rest assured. With a thunderous sound that seemed to resonate from the depths of his soul, Huaian experienced a moment of dazzling white light in his mind, and scenes began to unfold vividly before his eyes. Mountains and seas, cloud palaces, purgatories, ice fields, and the river of the underworld, countless grand phenomena intertwined. In a daze, he felt as though he truly transformed into the legendary human martial emperor, treading the earth, gazing upon the stars, swimming through the profound universe. Amidst the vast multitude of beings and resplendent galaxies, everything was within reach. Moments later, as the system signaled the completion of the implantation, Huaian endured the searing pain and opened his eyes. At this moment, had anyone been nearby, they would have been astonished by the radiant brilliance and fiery martial glow emanating from his eyes. It was as if a blazing sun illuminated all the darkness of the world. Huaian carefully sensed the changes in his eyes, cautiously wielding the power of his newfound vision. In the next instant, the world before him transformed entirely. He could perceive the adjacent Lu Gonggong, who had just stepped into the 8th grade opening meridian's realm, joyfully demonstrating the soul-rending eagle claw, bouncing with glee. The young Li, recently sold to the Shichong after completing his body tempering, gazed at his empty trousers with a look filled with sorrow. In the side hall of the front courtyard, the chief eunuch Neo Gonggong was intimately engaged with his partner, Mei Zhang Mama, applying makeup in front of the mirror. As scenes from outside his immediate view projected clearly into his eyes, Huaian gradually comprehended the divine effects of the Martial Emperor S. Divine Eye. In summary, as long as one possessed martial cultivation, he could lock onto their aura through their energy, rendering their movements completely transparent. Excellent. With this ability, before meeting Lu Gonggong, I should be able to discern from his aura whether he harbors ill intentions towards me. With this thought, Huaian felt slightly more at ease. Finally, calming his emotions, he suddenly pushed open the door. On a low slope behind the Western Factory stood a sinister earthen house, known as the fabled treasure room. It was a place specifically designated for the eunuchs to store their severed organs of promotion. Every festival, many eunuchs would come here to nostalgically recall their former male vigor. Yet, Huaian had never visited. As a normal man, he found it rather unsettling. As Huaian approached the entrance of the treasure room, he heard the hoarse and aged voice of Lu Quanfeng, the head of the Western Factory, echoing from within. "Xiao Anzi, you've come? Why not come in?" Goodness. As expected of the only 5th grade innate master among the 8 tigers of the Western Factory, such keen insight. "Yes, Gonggong," Huaian replied, choosing not to enter immediately, but instead using his true essence to activate the Martial Emperor S. Divine Eye to probe inside. In an instant, his eyes widened in shock. He clearly perceived that Lu Quanfeng within was severely injured, with his meridians cracking and his cultivation having plummeted to the 6th grade acquired realm. At this moment, the old eunuch was curled up in a corner, gazing mournfully toward the door. Upon witnessing this, Huaian felt slightly reassured amidst his confusion. Lu Quanfeng's grievous injuries meant that if necessary, he could seize the opportunity to silence him. "Lu Gonggong, you have treated me well, and Xiao Anzi does not wish to meet you with a blade drawn. However, you often instruct me, to survive in this imperial city, one must be decisive in dealings and seize the initiative. If someone harbors malicious intentions towards me, I must first eliminate their voice. If you truly possess some leverage over me, attempting to coerce me for your own ends, then, for the sake of my family, I must take decisive action, thought Huaian, inhaling deeply as he pushed open the wooden door. At the very moment he entered, a voice, eerie and unsettling, akin to that of a restless spirit, echoed, "Xiao Anzi, do you truly fear not death?" A chill ran down Huaian's spine, and he instinctively drew from his sleeve the embroidered silver needle that accompanied the illustrious Huaian. Should danger arise, he was prepared to seal the foe's throat with a swift strike. Chapter 5. Rainy night with a blade, not an umbrella. What do you mean, Gong? Xiao Anzi feigned confusion, as Huaian managed a wry smile. At that moment, he stepped into the heart of the grand hall, where crimson beams were ensnared with nearly invisible threads, crisscrossing like a spider's web. Upon closer inspection, each thread bore a palm-sized embroidered pouch, each adorned with a bamboo tag inscribed with celestial and terrestrial sequences. These pouches contained the treasures of the eunuchs, and the higher their rank, the closer their pouches dangled to the hall's center. Naturally, the most prized possession at the heart of the hall belonged to Jiang Wenyan, the head of the Xichang. "Xiao Anzi, you have been with the Gong for some years now, have you not?" Came the rasping, sinister voice of Lu Quanfeng from the shadows. "Since my days of cleansing, it has been 4 years and 8 months that I have served in the Xichang," Huaian replied, retrieving a candle from the desk. Casting its flickering light toward Lu Quanfeng, the flame danced, revealing a pallid, wrinkled face. The elderly eunuch before him was disheveled, neglecting to wear his ceremonial cap, his wild white hair concealing half of his visage, resembling a specter from a desolate grave. Goodness, is this elderly eunuch masquerading as Wang Zuxian at this late hour? Huaian felt a surge of trepidation. One hand concealed behind him, he pinched the embroidered silver needle, simultaneously channeling the true essence of the Huaian in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. Although he had just entered the 8th rank of the Kaimage realm, the unparalleled might of the Huaian could easily surpass a severely injured 6th rank martial artist. As he remained on high alert, Lu Chuanfeng's eerie laughter pierced the air. "Ah, Xiao Anzi, you certainly remember well. Now, let me inquire once more. Do you know where your treasure hangs?" A tightening sensation gripped Huaian's heart. Eunuchs had always regarded their treasures as their spiritual anchors. Many of them, even on the brink of death, could not recall their own surnames but remembered their treasure serial numbers. However, Huaian was an ordinary man. During an incident orchestrated by Wan Guifei, he had been randomly selected from the dungeons, a flower thief standing in for his own cleansing. Thus, he had indeed forgotten the location of that unfortunate soul's treasure and its serial number. Lu Chuanfeng's seemingly innocuous inquiry hinted that he might be aware of Huaian's secret as a faux eunuch. What should he do next? Silence the threat, or? Huaian inhaled deeply. At that moment, a weak, hoarse sigh reached his ears. "Alas, Xiao Anzi, Gong cannot survive much longer." "What troubles you, Gong?" As Lu Chuanfeng's tone lost some of its hostility, Huaian hesitated before stepping closer. "Today, Gong was attending to matters at the Honglu Temple when I was ambushed by the Black Rakshasa, Shui Gang, one of the 4 fiends of the Danshan. I exerted every ounce of strength to repel him, but I endured 3 strikes of his great black heaven palm. My innards are shattered. Death is inevitable. Alas, one grows old and becomes useless. In my youth, even facing an adversary, I could have flayed that scoundrel alive." Lu Quanfeng spoke with feeble determination, coughing up fresh blood in his despair. Huaian concentrated, using the martial emperor's divine eye to assess his injuries. It was indeed as Lu Quanfeng had described. His organs and meridians lay shattered, his true energy in disarray, and he would not last much longer. Reflecting on the years, despite Lu Chuanfeng's ruthless exterior, he had shown considerable care for his own, acting as a benevolent elder. Huaian eased his guard slightly. "Gong, please do not be agitated. Allow me to help you sit and rest." He approached and supported the frail, crumpled figure of the old eunuch against the wall. "Xiao Anzi, do you know what Gong has valued most in his life?" Lu Quanfeng raised his murky, sorrowful gaze toward the vibrant youth before him. "Gong, throughout your life, you have proven yourself formidable, establishing a formidable reputation in the Xichang, diligently honing your martial skills for decades, standing at the pinnacle among the 8 tigers of the Xichang, second only to the Gong himself. Surely, you must care for your own renown?" "No, Lu Quanfeng replied with a bitter smile, coughing up more blood, his voice growing weaker. Xiao Anzi, for those of us without children, even if we achieve great fame and fortune, what does it matter? Let me tell you, what I cherish most is family. Family? Indeed, all of you my subordinates, including you, Xiao Anzi, are my family. Tears welled in Lu Chuanfeng's eyes as he spoke with a quivering voice. Having entered the palace young, I understand the hardships you all face. Who would choose to become a rootless being, neither man nor woman? If not for the harshness of the world, we are all wretched souls. Over the years, I have strived to secure my position in the Xichong to better care for you children. Alas, today I depart, and none will protect you. You must be doubly cautious from now on, understand? With the last of his strength, he grasped Yu Huaiyan's hand. Xiao Anzi, among all my young eunuchs, you possess the weakest martial skills, yet I hold the highest regard for you. You have a keen mind and remain calm, fit for great endeavors. But why are you so foolish? As he spoke, Lu Chuanfeng's emotions surged, and another spout of blood erupted. Gong, please rest and do not exert yourself. Yu Huaiyan urged. Xiao Anzi, Lu Quanfeng raised his blood-stained face. The night I passed by the Fengwan Hall, did you encounter the man embracing Wan Guifei in her courtyard? Before Gong departs, I wish to hear a single truth from you. His voice trembled, tinged with urgency. After a prolonged hesitation, Yu Huaiyan finally nodded. Alas, child, do you know that within the palace, masters abound? Beyond our Xichong spies, there are also those from the Dongchong, the Jinyui, and even the hidden agents of the Qianbu. That garden is an open area, accessible from all sides. If spotted by outsiders, you would meet a gruesome end. Do you understand? Lu Quanfeng lamented, his heart heavy. Alas, Yu Huaiyan sighed helplessly. All of this chaos stemmed from Wan Guifei's recklessness, claiming that since she sought thrill, she ought to pursue it to the end. He was equally trapped in this predicament. Gong, it was my folly, and I shall never repeat it, given the dire circumstances. Yu Huaiyan chose not to argue, but to humbly accept his error. Xiao Anzi, those who rely on beauty to entice others, how long can they expect to thrive? One day, as your youth fades and your beauty wanes, with the temperament of Wan Guifei, you will surely be cast aside like a discarded shoe, and perhaps even face death to silence you. Or if your affair is exposed, given her true identity, the emperor would spare her. He would only unleash his wrath upon you. Do you understand? Lu Quanf spoke earnestly. The true identity of Wan Guifei? Yu Huaiyan seized upon the essence of the matter and inquired further. Master, aside from being the daughter of the Duke of Liang, does Wan Guifei possess another identity? Enough. It was a slip of the tongue on my part. Knowing this could lead to your demise. The palace conceals countless secrets, each one a hidden dagger, ready to strike. Lu Quanf sighed heavily and retrieved a sheepskin scroll from his bosom. Xiao Anzi, within this scroll lies the location of a treasure, a fortune accumulated over a lifetime. Before entering the palace, I had a wife, but after extensive searching, she has vanished without a trace. I bequeath these riches to you, though not vast. They will suffice for your comfort in the years to come. Take this and flee the imperial city tonight, away from Wan Guifei. Heed my counsel. The palace is fraught with peril, one you cannot navigate. I, on the brink of death, summoned you here to lend you a final hand. Do not let me down, will you? By the end of his words, Lu Quanf's voice had dwindled to a whisper, his murky old eyes devoid of luster, resembling a candle flickering in the wind, about to extinguish. Master, I promise you. Though thoughts of escape already lingered in Yu Huaiyan's mind, he clenched his teeth and acquiesced. Good. You are indeed a person of merit. Lu Quanf's pallid lips curled into a faint smile. Then he gazed into the void. In his final moment, his gaze turned piercingly fierce. You treacherous beast Shui Gang. You lack martial virtue, launching a covert attack. I shall merely depart to the underworld to await you. When you arrive, I will ensure your soul is drawn out and your fire ignited as a lantern in the heavens, never to reincarnate, thus quenching my hatred. As he let out a final lament, his body became rigid, unable to move. The formidable figure of the West Factory had departed this world. His aged eyes, bloodshot and wide open, appeared as if he could not close them, even in death. Yu Huaiyan stepped forward and gently shut his eyes. Forgive me, master, for I have deceived you in two matters. First, Xiao Anzi is no longer the Xiao Anzi of yesteryear. Second, I have no intention of leaving just yet. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. I swear to avenge you against the East Factory. Huaian tucked away the sheepskin scroll and bowed several times before the corpse. He then turned to leave. At that moment, thunder rumbled ominously in the distance. Brilliant flashes of lightning sliced through the sky. At the dim entrance of the grand hall, a silhouette emerged akin to a reaper of souls. Huaian's eyes glimmered like torches as he gazed at the torrential downpour above. On this rainy night, one does not carry an umbrella. Tonight is a night for bloodshed. Chapter 6. A needle is sufficient for murder. The thunder roared outside, and the rain poured heavily. Huaian first gathered a pile of thatch and dry firewood to cover Lu Quanf's corpse. Then, while preparing an embroidered silver needle, he quietly awaited the nightfall. Once night descended, it would be the moment when Shuaigang's head would roll. A man of honor born into this world seeks clarity of purpose and the satisfaction of vengeance. Lu Quanf had treated him well, even considering him until his last breath. If he failed to avenge him, a mental block would ensue, hindering his pursuit of a higher realm in martial arts. Moreover, having interacted with Shuaigang multiple times, he understood his weaknesses intimately. This task would not prove difficult. That night, as the cold moon hung high and the stars twinkled densely, at the end of a dark alley in the southern district of Yuhuafang in the outer city, there stood an opulent courtyard, surrounded by towering trees and high walls. It formed an impenetrable fortress, inaccessible to ordinary folk. From a distance, it resembled a haunted mansion. This was the secret hideout of Hailuka Shuaigang, one of the four evildoers of East Factory. In stark contrast to the desolation outside, the spacious inner courtyard was filled with 7 or 8 men clad in black shirts and brown boots, merrily gathering around a hot pot, laughter echoing through the air. Ha ha ha! With that old fool Lu Quanf dead, the remaining 7 tigers of the West Factory are mere chickens, and the head of the West Factory, Jiang Wu, has become a coward in recent years. If we topple the West Factory, the East Factory will dominate the imperial court and soon stand toe-to-toe with the Qian faction. Indeed, our Lord Shui is truly invincible. During the ambush today, Lu Quanf burned his own meridians, unleashing his full strength, yet he was still captured by Lord Shui. But let's be honest, had we not set the ambush beforehand, we wouldn't have been able to take down this old eunuch. Bah, that old fool has already become a corpse. Why bring him up? Bad luck. The eldest among the East Factory subordinates raised a wine goblet. The other stood up, toasting and drinking deeply. Just as they reveled, a chilling voice interjected, TSK, esteemed gentlemen, what a delightful celebration. Might I have a small cup of that victory wine? The voice was reminiscent of the whisper of death, seemingly emanating from afar, yet resonating close at hand. Who is speaking? The East Factory eunuchs changed countenance, drawing their blades and scanning the surroundings in fear. Yet no figure could be seen. In the next instant, a glimmer of cold light sliced through the night sky, shooting down from above. Splat! A spray of blood erupted into the air. A newly appointed 9th-rank eunuch collapsed to the ground with a thud. Clutching his throat, he succumbed to the fatal wound, dying on the spot. The entire incident transpired in the blink of an eye. Witnessing their companion's grisly demise, the remaining East Factory lackeys huddled together in fear. It was at that moment they noticed a tall, dark-clad figure standing atop the outer wall of the courtyard. Only his piercing eyes were visible, handsome yet sinister, illuminated by the cold moonlight, exuding an air of dread as if he were a harbinger of death. When did this figure appear? He must have been lurking there the whole time. We simply did not notice. Impossible. We are all 8th-rank experts. If he had been hiding, we would have sensed him. Draw your weapons. Let us avenge Lord Wang. The leader of the small ranks, Chun Hong, spat and charged forward, wielding his blade. He was the highest-ranking and most skilled among them, having reached the 7th rank, second only to the head, Shuaigang. With all his might, he struck, instantly boosting the morale of his comrades. Chen Gongong has unleashed his full power. This man is certain to die. Lao Xia, let us join forces and chop this madman into pieces. The group channeled their internal energy and surged forward. Yet, the dark-clad figure remained unmoving, one hand behind his back, the other delicately poised, forming a lotus gesture. Swoosh! Another unmatched gleam of cold light shot forth from his fingertips, severing the surrounding darkness. In the next moment, the chilling light pierced through the protective true energy of the small stall holder, Chen Hong, penetrating his chest cavity. Then, with relentless momentum, it pierced through the throat of the emaciated eunuch behind him. With a mere flick of his finger, he dispatched two formidable opponents. At this point, the remaining members of the Eastern Depot felt their legs weaken, their will to fight utterly extinguished. Is this all the Eastern Depot's prowess amounts to? The man in black let out a cold laugh, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. He leapt forward, akin to a specter, charging into the crowd. His movements were as swift as lightning, his techniques wickedly enchanting as he weaved through the throng, leaping and darting, employing both finger techniques and needle skills. With each pass, an Eastern Depot member would fall lifelessly to the ground. In an instant, only a scant 3 elite members of the Eastern Depot remained. He was far too swift. They simply could not defend against him. What kind of sinister and malevolent martial arts is this? It's as if he were a ghost. This fellow may not be strong in martial arts, but he is a master of hidden weapons. He plays tricks on us. Brothers, be cautious and evade. An Eastern Depot member pointed to a nearby tree stump. They beheld a glint of cold light, a slender object stained with blood, embedded in the tree trunk. The crowd gasped in horror. The so-called hidden weapon turned out to be a mere embroidery needle. Once again, they were struck with shock. What respectable person would use an embroidery needle as a hidden weapon? This is an utterly monstrous individual. TSK. The grand and extraordinary martial arts of the world have been treated as mere trickery by you ignorant fools. For your folly alone, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. The masked man's gaze turned frigid, his steps lunging forward like the Grim Reaper, heading towards the last few remaining individuals. Another flash of cold light passed. 3 more clutched their necks, dying from a needle through the throat, blood and flesh scattering through the air. Xiao, I have a question for you. The masked man let out a cold chuckle as he approached the last quaking middle-aged eunuch. In the next moment, he took off his mask, revealing a handsome yet sinister young face. You Huaian? It's you. Xiao Huai's pupils constricted in shock. You were just at the 9th grade middle realm. When did you master such profound and venomous martial arts? However, he quickly regained his composure and pleaded, You Gong, spare my life. Do you remember? 3 years ago, I treated you to a meal. Stop the nonsense. Shui Gang is not here. Where's he hiding? I have come to summon him on behalf of Lu Gong. Yu Huaiyan's eyes glinted ominously. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace's rear, at the Fengwan Hall, a stunning beauty adorned in luxurious palace garments, with a voluptuous figure, paced back and forth in the center of the hall, seemingly troubled by heavy thoughts. Chunhua, you must hurry to the Western Depot. Be swift. I have a feeling that Xiao Anzi is acting strangely tonight. Yes, your majesty. Chunhua, an unassuming maid, took off with astonishing speed, revealing herself to be a 5th grade innate master. Chapter 7. Blood Revenge and Blood Bodhi Acquired. Returning to the words of the stallholder, today's battle with Lu Quanfeng left Shui Gong with some minor injuries. He is currently recuperating in a private residence in the inner city as Chongrenfei. Xiao Huai confessed everything. Thank you. Yu Huai nodded with satisfaction. Yu Gong, you have now mastered formidable skills. You wouldn't stoop to our level, would you? Xiao Gong ventured cautiously, his face pale. I have a question for you, and you must answer truthfully. Did you participate in the ambush against Lu Gong? Xiao Gong's expression shifted, weighing his options. In response to Yu Gong, I did indeed partake in this matter. However, I only contributed to the planning and did not lay a hand on Lu Gong. You know I am not skilled in martial arts. Have you forgotten? We were once referred to as the shame of the Eastern and Western depots. At this point, the old eunuch sighed. Ah, how unpredictable life is. Now you, Yu Gong, have attained such great fortune and mastered unparalleled skills, while I remain a useless wretch. Enough talk. Yu Huaiyan raised an eyebrow. You may leave. I do not kill honest men. Leave? You truly intend to spare me? Xiao Gong's eyes widened in disbelief. Yu Huaiyan nodded. Thank you, Yu Gong. Your kindness will surely be rewarded with greater opportunities. Perhaps you will even gain the vigor of a man. The chief eunuch Xiao Huai bowed 3 times before sprinting away without a second thought. He had made up his mind. Upon returning, he would certainly report this matter to Factory Chief Lu Jin, ensuring the sudden rise of this young eunuch from the Western Depot was extinguished. However, just as he believed he had escaped, a chill suddenly enveloped the back of his head. He heard the sound of slicing air. In the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in the center of his brow, as if something had pierced through. In his last moments, he saw a glimmering, sharp object stained with blood fly from his forehead. A monster has emerged from the western depot. Our eastern depot is in grave danger. The final thought flickered in his mind as he collapsed heavily to the ground, his soul departing for eternal bliss. I never expected that the second level of the Sunflower Manual could kill from 10 feet away. How formidable it would be if I reached the third level. Huaian felt invigorated, confident in his future martial path. In the inner city, Chongrenfang, as one of the 8 main districts of the imperial capital, is where the wealthy and powerful congregate. Even though it was late at night, Huafeng remained vibrant, bustling with activity and lights. Draped in a black cloak with a straw hat, Huaian navigated through the crowd, swiftly arriving at the grand estate of Shuigang at the end of the market. Shuigang, ranking at the bottom among the 4 devils of the Eastern Depot in terms of experience and martial prowess, had managed to lavishly purchase such an opulent residence in the precious land of Chongrenfang. Clearly, the Eastern Depot, under the leadership of the current factory chief Lu Jin, had thoroughly profited. In contrast to his own factory chief Jiang Wenyan, Huaian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This Jiang factory chief, despite his own incompetence, has imposed strict orders to avoid any entanglements with the Eastern Depot, allowing their arrogance to grow over the years. However, this seemed irrelevant to him now. He had no intention of remaining a fake eunuch for another day, relying on the exquisite agility granted by the Sunflower Manual. Huaian effortlessly evaded the gaze of several household servants and infiltrated the Shui residence. Leaping gracefully, he approached the largest main house. Peering down, he saw 2 drowsy guards at the entrance, undoubtedly indicating that this was where Shuigang resided. Shuigang was a first-rate external martial arts master, skilled in the ancestral art of the Great Black Sky Palm. If it were not for this, it would have been improbable to severely injure the 5th-grade Lu Gonggong even in a surprise attack. While I now possess the Sunflower Manual, my cultivation is still only at the 8th grade, making a direct confrontation inadvisable. My speed is remarkable, yet if struck once by his Great Black Sky Palm, I will be gravely injured. In other words, his internal energy is profound. He can afford countless mistakes, whereas I can only afford one. This time, I must rely on my wits. In an instant, Huaian, having honed the principles of steadiness to perfection, devised numerous strategies to outsmart his opponent. Ultimately, he chose the most efficient method. With a swift motion, he descended from the eaves like a spirit-like swallow, beginning to arrange a deadly formation with a needle and thread in his hand. After completing his preparations, he approached the door and forcefully kicked it open. At that moment, Shuigang was sound asleep on his couch. Hearing the commotion, he sprang up like a startled fish. Who dares to intrude upon our residence? Are they seeking death? Shuigang, known for his volatile temperament, bellowed loudly, swinging his hands in a circular motion to strike at Huaian. The Great Black Sky Palm. He exerted all his strength into this strike, swift and powerful, as a dark mist coalesced in its wake, seemingly capable of devouring everything in its path. However, to his astonishment, the mysterious figure before him, possessing seemingly modest cultivation, evaded the strike as if he were a wraith, and scathed. What manner of movement is this? So bizarre and uncanny? Who are you, and what is your purpose here? Shock flickered in Shuigang's eyes, his voice trembling. Huaian remained silent, raising his hand to execute a Liuhan needle strike. Just as he anticipated, Shuigang, with his wealth of combat experience, instinctively maneuvered, and the needle merely grazed his cheek. Yet, simultaneously, he succeeded. His prey had been successfully provoked. How dare you mar my handsome visage? I shall take your life. Enraged, Shuigang no longer held back, charging at the unexpected visitor like a furious lion, driven by a singular thought, to tear his opponent to shreds. However, the mysterious guest retreated step by step, refusing to engage him directly, only inciting further fury within Shuigang as he pursued relentlessly. Soon, they found themselves entangled in the backyard. Huaian suddenly halted. Why have you stopped running? Come, face me. Shuigang spat menacingly, swinging his hands once more to unleash another Great Black Sky Palm. Lu Gonggong, little Anzi avenges you. Rest in peace. As the terrifying palm wind surged toward him, Huaian did not flinch or evade, instead lifting his gaze to the stars above, murmuring softly. Then, his eyes turned icy, and he raised his right hand, intertwining his fingers and snapping them, triggering the thread. In the next instant, countless glimmers of cold light surged forth from the surrounding stumps. They were none other than embroidered silver needles. Each needle was connected to an almost imperceptible thread. Well, what is this? Surrounded by a multitude of cold lights, Shui Gang was utterly paralyzed with fear. At this moment, he wished to retract his palm force. It was already too late. With a series of piercing sounds, the sharp instruments penetrated his flesh, leaving him riddled with wounds, his meridians rupturing. And he instantly became a figure drenched in blood. Who are you? Who are you? After emitting a series of anguished cries and bleeding from his 7 orifices, Shui Gang pointed at the sky and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host. Route 1 completed. You have received the reward, Blood Bodhi X2. After eliminating Shui Gang under the cover of night, Huaian first disposed of his cloak and hat by the river, ensuring no one was following him, and silently returned to the Xichang. He was well aware that Shui Gang was one of the 4 heads of the Dongchang, symbolizing its authority, and now that he had been assassinated in his own residence, the Dongchang's leader, the powerful eunuch Lu Jin, would not let this matter rest. This incident might even alarm the mysterious Qianbu, potentially reaching the heavens. However, regardless of the consequences, this had no bearing on him anymore. Lu Quanf's deep-seated vendetta had been avenged, and it was time for him to leave the tumultuous capital and reunite with his family. Farewell, Zhenerjia. Huaian gazed toward the brilliantly lit palace city, and an enchanting figure, voluptuous and alluring, unconsciously surfaced in his mind. With this departure, he did not know when he would see her again. If what she said were true, that the emperor shunned women, after his departure, she would likely have to fend for herself. Nevertheless, he was grateful for her care over the past 5 years. Tonight, he would not hold back and would give her a proper farewell. Yes, this will be the last time. Chapter 8. The Summer Emperor. Little Anzi is truly capable. At the 3rd watch of the night, as the thunderstorm abated, the night sky above the imperial city returned to tranquility. Upon returning to the Xichang, Huaian did not attend to Lu Quanf's corpse in the treasure chamber. After all, according to his calculations, other eunuchs from Xichang would come to pay their respects the following day. It would be best for others to discover his body at that time. After burning paper in the room to offer consolation for Lu Quanf, Huaian began to pack his belongings. Just then, a knock resonated from outside. "Yu Dankong, have you returned?" It was his subordinate, Xiao Anzi. "What is it?" Huaian asked while leaning against the door. "The favored consort Wan has sent her personal maid, Mama Chunhua, to the Xichang, claiming she has matters to discuss with you. She is currently in the meeting hall, being received by the head eunuch, Li Gonggong. This is bad news." Huaian felt a tightening in his chest. "Zhenerjia, you truly know how to stir up trouble for me." Indeed, with Shui Gang's death. If the mastermind behind the assassination of Lu Quanf was the Dongchang's supervisor Lu Jin, he would soon suspect the Xichang. Given his own superior Jiang Wenyan's increasingly feeble handling of affairs over the years, he would surely cooperate with the investigation to appease the Dongchang. Now, that Consort Wan had suddenly sent someone to seek him out, he would undoubtedly be interrogated about his whereabouts tonight. Fortunately, in the eyes of outsiders, I am considered the least skilled among the Xichang's small heads. No one would suspect my ability to kill Shui Gang and the other 8th-grade Dongchang lackeys. With this thought, Huaian felt somewhat reassured. Very well, I shall meet Mama Chunhua. In the Xichang's meeting hall, Huaian encountered Consort Wan's personal maid. Normally, he had seen Mama Chunhua countless times, and they were quite familiar with each other. However, this time, he employed his Wu Di Shentong to scrutinize her and discovered that she was, in fact, a 5th-grade innate master. Over the years, she had concealed any trace of martial prowess, undoubtedly having mastered some remarkable skill of concealment. This Chunhua may have been brought over by Consort Wan from her family in the martial-spirited Tianshui County, and it was not surprising that she possessed some martial abilities. Yet, he never expected her to be a 5th-grade master. Her concealment was truly impressive. Suddenly, Huaian recalled Lu Quanf's dying words. Could it be that Zhenerjia has a hidden background? While he pondered this, the maid Chunhua dismissed the others, including Xichang's deputy supervisor, Chindas Ho, and directly addressed Yu Gonggong. "Where did you go tonight? The consort is quite worried about you." "I appreciate the consort's concern," Yu Gonggong replied, maintaining his composure. "As long as you are safe, that is sufficient." Chunhua stepped forward, leading Huaian into the side hall. In a hushed tone, she remarked to Yu Gonggong, I remember the days when I watched you and the Empress grow from acquaintances to such intimate companions. Now, seeing the rift between you two, my heart aches profoundly. The Empress has always been a paragon of beauty, adored by countless admirers, and has never regarded any man with favor, not even the one who stands atop the empire, gazing down upon the mortal realm. Yet you are the only unexpected turn in her life. Whether it was love at first sight or destiny, her feelings for you, Yu Gonggong, are unlikely to waver. Do you know, every time you visit the Fengwan Hall, it is the moment I have seen the Empress happiest. She truly cherishes her little Anzi. Perhaps, as a woman, I can empathize, which is why my eyes are slightly reddened. Yu Huaian was visibly moved. 5 years of companionship and countless deep conversations amidst tempestuous nights had transformed the Fengwan Palace, specifically constructed by the Emperor for Wan Guifei, into his sanctuary. Even the bond between Guan and Bao was profound, yet feelings must not lead to reckless abandon. Noticing Yu Huaian's silence, Chunhua sighed and retrieved a jade pendant engraved with a phoenix entwined with a dragon. This pendant was a gift from you to the Empress, the only present you have bestowed upon her over the years. She has always kept it close, never willing to part with it. You must understand, the Emperor has bestowed many priceless treasures upon her, yet she has disregarded them all. As Chunhua pressed the pendant into Yu Huaian's hand, she continued, "A woman's intuition is rarely mistaken. In recent years, while you have appeared dutiful, your demeanor towards the Empress has grown increasingly perfunctory. She's all too aware of this. Perhaps you cannot fathom how the strong-willed Empress, due to your indifference, has been left heartbroken, even shedding tears on multiple occasions. Today, she entrusted me with this pendant to return to you. Sister Zher, what did she say?" Unable to contain himself, Yu Huaian inquired. Chunhua replied, "The Empress has resolved to let go. If you, Yu Gonggong, are determined to leave the imperial city and distance yourself from her, you may do so at any time. She will arrange for your safe passage back to your home in Jinling." At this point, Chunhua paused before adding, "You may not know, but the Empress is aware of your family ties. Not only has she leveraged her connections to lift the martial prohibition on your family, but she has also secretly sent numerous treasures and rare medicinal herbs to the Yu family over the years. Truly, she regards your family as her own." Upon hearing this, Yu Huaian fell into silence for a long while before making a final decision. "Please return this pendant to the Empress and convey to her that my heart still holds her." Indeed, though he remained skeptical of whether Wan Guifei, a master of political maneuvering, could genuinely love someone, the emotions swirling within him rendered such doubts insignificant. A man must repay enmities and gratitude alike. Even if this woman viewed him as a mere pawn and her words were laced with insincerity, the deeds she had performed for his family were undeniably real. In the imperial palace, at Fengwan Hall, Wan Guifei lay upon her embroidered bed, unable to find solace. Dressed in a golden phoenix skirt, her figure strikingly graceful, she bit her lip in anxiety. Surely, upon receiving the pendant and hearing Chunhua's words, he must be overjoyed. Perhaps he is now packing his belongings, preparing to abandon me. With a sigh, she resolved, if he truly is that kind of man, then he is not worthy of my constant thoughts. It is best to let him go and allow absence to cleanse my heart. Clenching her delicate fists, she muttered to herself. Yet, despite her efforts to reassure herself, a part of her silently prayed for something more. Suddenly, an excited voice from outside broke her reverie. "Your Highness, Yu Gonggong has returned the pendant." "Xiao Anzi," Wan Guifei exclaimed, her heart swelling with joy. "I did not dote on you in vain." Her graceful hands brushed her face as she, now in her mature years, beamed like a young girl, her legs fluttering in delight. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she lamented, "Oh, you little rascal, you have caused me such distress. Now that you have made your choice, why do you not come and comfort me tonight?" She pouted, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. Just then, as Chunhua handed over the pendant, an announcement rang out, "His Majesty has arrived." Wan Guifei's expression shifted dramatically, and she quickly composed herself, adopting an air of regal authority. What brings the Summer Emperor to Fengwan Palace at this late hour? Could it be that he has mastered the forbidden technique ahead of schedule? A wave of unease washed over her. She was acutely aware that if the Summer Emperor had indeed perfected that technique, it would mean he could lift the 10-year vow of celibacy and revert to a normal man. If that old sorcerer dares to lay a finger on me, I shall reveal my true colors and fight to the bitter end. Her fists tightened, her eyes glinting with venomous resolve. Simultaneously, memories of her moments with her beloved flooded her mind, solidifying her determination. "My beloved consort, I have come to see you." The jovial voice of the Summer Emperor echoed from beyond the chamber. Wan Guifei straightened her attire, striving to maintain a cool demeanor before stepping out to greet him. Upon entering the main hall, she was met by a formidable figure clad in a dragon robe. A man of robust stature with a square jaw and an imposing presence. None other than the Emperor, Su Wudao, with whom she shared a nominal marital bond. To her surprise, behind him stood a beautiful young girl, around 15 or 16 years old, dressed in a golden royal gown with a floral crown atop her head. This girl possessed almond-shaped eyes and a delicate face, her skin as pale as snow, a true beauty despite her youth. Even Wan Guifei, known as the most beautiful woman in the empire, felt a stir of admiration. If I am not mistaken, this must be the Emperor's youngest daughter, the fourth princess. Su Qingyin. A shiver ran down her spine. She recalled that the Summer Emperor had a son and 3 daughters, all born of the missing Empress, Nalan Mingwe. While she was not familiar with the others, Su Qingqing left a lasting impression on her. 2 years prior to her arrangement for her beloved Huaian to enter the palace, she had first appointed him to serve as a guard at the fourth princess's residence. Under the guise of discretion, by night, he would stealthily visit Fengwan Hall, where they would indulge in each other's company, sharing romantic evenings. However, as time passed, Yu Huaiyan confided in her that the fourth princess seemed to have developed a dependency on him. To avoid any potential scandals, he requested permission to leave the palace. Ultimately, she could not refuse, and thus allowed him to take on external duties at the West Factory. In truth, she felt little concern. The fact that her beloved attracted the admiration of other beautiful women only served to highlight her discerning taste. As long as she maintained control, sharing this gentle and attentive young man with a throng of beauties was not out of the question. The thought of such enticing scenarios was undeniably romantic. My heavens! What absurd notions am I entertaining? I am a dignified sovereign. Wan Zhen'er hastily dismissed her fanciful thoughts. Then, she forced a polite smile and gracefully approached, saying, "I truly did not anticipate your Majesty's late-night arrival. Please forgive my tardiness." "Oh, it matters not," the Emperor replied. "My beloved, after a brief absence, you appear even more radiant than before." As Wan Guifei approached, the usually stern countenance of Emperor Xia transformed into a warm smile. This Wan Guifei is indeed a cunning vixen. Even when mother was alive, as the revered empress, she never experienced such tenderness from father. The fourth princess, Su Qingqing, furrowed her brow slightly. "Your Majesty is overly generous in your praise. It is you who exudes an unparalleled majesty." Wan Guifei smiled officially and deliberately moved closer to Emperor Xia. Strangely enough, upon noticing his consort's proximity, the Emperor flinched as if startled and took a step back, maintaining his distance. Observing this scene, the palace maids in the hall, including Su Qingqing, were filled with astonishment. They were unaware that the ambitious and martial-minded Yuan Tai Emperor had cultivated a forbidden royal technique, the Jiuyang Long Shengong, which strictly prohibited any release of yang energy or contact with femininity until he reached the 9th level. Furthermore, the more alluring a woman, the greater the need to keep her at bay. Otherwise, he risked losing his progress, his cultivation, or even worse, becoming unbalanced and perishing. On the other side, witnessing the Emperor's reaction, Wan Guifei's anxious heart finally found relief. Her smile blossomed even more brightly. "Your Majesty, I was unaware of your late-night visit. Is there something on your mind?" It is nothing of great significance." Emperor Xia chuckled awkwardly, glancing at his shy daughter beside him. "My daughter has been persistently requesting that I allow a certain young eunuch named Yu Huaiyan, who has captured her heart, to reside in the princess's residence. However, I have heard from the West Factory that this person serves you in Fengwan Hall." Before he could finish, Wan Guifei, with a playful smile, interjected, "Your Majesty's intention is clear. You wish for me to hand over this young eunuch to the fourth princess, correct?" With that, her captivating gaze turned toward the blushing Su Qingqing. Under the scrutiny of such an enchanting beauty, Su Qingqing's cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her head. "Indeed, it is merely a young eunuch," Emperor Xia chuckled again. "Coincidentally, in a few days, it will be the fourth princess's birthday, and I had promised to grant her a request. Now that she has suddenly asked for this young eunuch, as her father, I cannot refuse." With a faint sigh, he added, I hope my beloved consort can understand and allow me to bestow this Yu Gonggong upon Qingqing. Haha, how kind of your Majesty to personally address such a trivial matter. I shall gladly comply. Wan Guifei's eyes twinkled with mischief, and her stunning visage became even more alluring. However, I have a small suggestion that I wonder if your Majesty would consider. A condition? Upon hearing this, both Emperor Xia and his daughter exchanged glances, their hearts sinking. Wan Guifei smoothly continued. In my view, since both the princess and I recognize Yu Gonggong's talents, why not appoint him a position in the Inner Palace's administrative office, granting him the freedom to assist in attending to the harem and the various princesses? Wouldn't that be splendid? Oh, how wonderful! Su Qingqing exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. Yet Emperor Xia narrowed his eyes with suspicion. After a moment of contemplation, he clapped his hands in amusement. It seems this Yu Gonggong is quite capable to receive such recognition from my beloved consort and daughter. Very well, if my consort holds him in such high regard, I shall immediately instruct Huaian of the West Factory to arrange for him to enter the palace. Indeed, Yu Gonggong possesses remarkable abilities. He will surely attend to the needs of the esteemed consorts and princesses comfortably. Wan Guifei agreed with a radiant smile. Little Anzi, let's see where you go from here. Seizing the moment when Emperor Xia turned away, Wan Jinner narrowed her phoenix eyes, licked her lips, and could not resist caressing her long, slender, snow-white legs. 3 miles outside the imperial city, in the dormitory of the West Factory, Huaian suddenly awoke from his dream, drenched in sweat and feeling weak in the knees. How strange! Typically, his dreams involve his sister and father. Yet tonight he dreamt of Wan Guifei. And such an absurd dream at that. Not only had he unprecedentedly wandered through the back garden, but he had also dared to appear before the emperor in such a manner. Chapter 9. The White Moonlight and the Vermilion Mole. Awakened by the bizarre dream of Wan Guifei, Huaian decided against sleeping further. Lying on the cold jade bed, he closed his eyes in concentration and began to review the system's instruction manual. While it was called manual, its essence could be distilled into a single phrase. Any positive interaction between the host and the current world, location, characters, treasures, spiritual entities, and malevolent influences has the potential to trigger divine-level choices. How should one interpret the term positive interaction? By what criteria does the system determine what is positive? Huaian furrowed his brow. Ding. Host's inquiry detected, providing clarification. Broadly speaking, any interaction that benefits your growth can be classified as a positive interaction. Cultivation, combat, friendships, romance, promotions, or even discoveries in daily life. The system's explanation automatically surfaced in his mind, clearing his thoughts. In essence, as long as he continued to live methodically, cultivate, and fulfill his responsibilities, many events in his life could potentially trigger divine-level options. With this realization, Huaian felt even more exhilarated. He had already savored the sweetness of this system. The revenge incident involving Eunuch Lu alone had rewarded him with the cold jade bed and the blood bodhi, 2 treasures. Moreover, Wan Guifei's confession had directly set him on the path to success. If this continued, triggering more divine options could lead to considerable advancement within 3 years. In a sense, Wan Jinner truly was his fortunate star. Had it not been for her unexpected confession that activated the system, he would have likely lived as a disgraceful figure in this life. Well, one must be grateful. With the decision to remain, he resolved to visit Fenghuan Palace more frequently to repay Sister Jinner properly. In that instant, Huaian firmly established his forthcoming path to remain in the imperial city, to accomplish great deeds, and to bring his father and sister to the capital to enjoy a life of comfort. Xiao Anzi, have you been resting? At that moment, a gentle voice like flowing water came from outside. This voice was remarkably familiar. Is that Qingqing? How did she find her way here? Huaian's heart trembled. Indeed, this girl is one of the 3 stunningly beautiful princesses under the reign of Emperor Yuan Tai, the little princess Su Qingqing. Memories of the past flooded his mind. At the age of 15, he had just been brought into the palace by the favored Consort Wan. To keep things discreet, he was first assigned to serve at the residence of the 4th princess. This arrangement lasted for 3 years. During that time, he was filled with wariness towards Consort Wan and sought to establish a foothold in the palace by seeking another patron. Consequently, he often devised ways to amuse this lonely little princess, employing everything from tales of past lives to heartwarming anecdotes and humorous quips. Over these 3 years, With his modern emotional intelligence and insights, he brought laughter and joy to the little girl each day. Simultaneously, the trauma of being abducted by Consort Wan and uprooted from his homeland was significantly healed by the kindness and purity of this little princess. Setting aside the distorted affection from Consort Wan, Princess Qingqing was the only one in the entire palace who genuinely cared for him, despite her own impressive martial arts talents. She never ridiculed him for being a novice still in the process of refining his body. Instead, she frequently brought back basic martial arts manuals and superior elixirs from the Royal Sacred Martial Institute to help him step into the realm of martial arts. Over these 3 years, with the meticulous help of this little princess, Huaian transformed from a mere novice in body refinement to an entry-level martial artist at the 9th rank. Given his inherently flawed meridian constitution, this was nothing short of a miraculous achievement, earning him the admiration of his superior, Lu Chuanfu. In truth, only Huaian understood that there was no such thing as a martial miracle. It was merely the selfless love created by a pure-hearted little angel who exhausted all her efforts. If Consort Wan was an indelible birthmark in his life, then this princess named Su Qingqing was Huaian's white moonlight. Over the course of 3 years, they shared moments under the stars on the back mountain of the princess's residence, practiced martial arts together, and occasionally exchanged light-hearted gossip about the eunuchs and palace maids, which brought them immense joy. However, it soon became apparent to Huaian that something was amiss. The little princess's feelings for him gradually evolved from admiration to attachment, even bordering on romantic affection. Realizing this, Huaian began to actively avoid her, spending days hiding in the West Factory dormitory and refusing to meet her. It was not out of cowardice. After all, spending leisurely days with a pure-hearted girl during the day, while having to return to the Fenghuan Palace at night for frenzied tasks, was a heavy psychological burden to bear. Additionally, the identity of a faux eunuch was a significant reason for Huaian's decision to distance himself from her. When I asked Consort Wan to send me back to the West Factory, I left a letter for Qingqing filled with numerous reasons, pleading with her not to seek me out. Over the past 2 years, Qingqing had indeed not come looking for me, but unexpectedly, today she arrived at the West Factory, seeking me. At this moment, Huaian felt both puzzled and conflicted. To be fair, after 2 years apart, he also longed to open the door and comfort her as an older brother, just as he had in the past, inquire about her martial arts progress, and share the good news of his advancement to the 8th rank, just like the days when they were inseparable. Yet, he knew he could not do that. He was acutely aware that if Consort Wan were to see him in such a perilous royal arena, he would not survive with his current strength. One need only recall a certain sword enthusiast from an anime in his past life, whose grave was overgrown with grass. Huaian suppressed his emotions and remained silent. Knock, knock, knock. The gentle knocking of the girl echoed in his ears again. Xiao Anzi, I know you're inside. I understand that you may have your reasons for not wanting to see me. Rest assured, 2 years have passed, and I have grown up. I will no longer cling to you. Would you please open the door? I truly miss you. The girl's voice was soft and clear, tinged with a hint of sobbing. Inside the room, Huaian felt a lump in his heart, finding it difficult to make a decision. Just then, Ding, you have triggered a divine choice. Option 1. Open the door and embrace the girl tenderly. Reward. Storm Pear Blossom Needle Set. Earth-grade medium treasure, guaranteed to draw blood. Ominous if returned empty. A weapon for emergencies. Option 2. Remain silent and endure. Reward. Great returning pill. A unique secret medicine from Jin Tan Si. Can slightly increase martial power and raise the limit of true energy. Looking at the system panel before him, Huaian took a deep breath. He had always detested indecisiveness. In just a second, he followed his heart and made his choice. Chapter 10. If Consort Wan can, so can I. Huaian opened the door to find a petite girl in a golden palace gown, with flowing cloud-style hair and an anxious demeanor standing at the threshold. It was the 4th princess of the great Xia, Su Qingqing, whom he had not seen for 2 years. Uncertain of how long she had been standing outside, the little princess's gown was completely soaked with rain, and her delicate oval face was mixed with rain and tears, streaming down as she trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, they faced each other. Outside, the cold moon was silent, and the moonlight poured in, as if everything around them had frozen. After 2 years apart, there should have been so much to say, yet neither knew where to begin. After a few seconds of silence, seeing the girl tremble even more violently. Huaian stepped forward and enveloped her small frame in his arms, then activated the profound inner strength of the sunflower scripture to warm her. Ah, Xiao Anzi, you. Su Qingqing's cheeks flushed crimson, her tender lips exhaling like orchids, as if wanting to say something. Huaian assumed the girl was shy and gently said, I apologize. Your Highness, I was worried you would catch a chill. No, that's not what I meant. Seeing his apologetic expression, Su Qingqing quickly shook her head, covering her blushing face. You are Xiao Anzi, my dear friend. You can hold me as long as you want. But, for some reason, your body feels much sturdier than before, and it's a bit painful. So that was it. Huaian, realizing this, took a step back. It was then that he noticed the soaked front of Su Qingqing's dress, revealing something round and ample, rising and falling with her heartbeat. At such a young age, her soft little body bore a resemblance to the figure of Consort Wan. Childhood beauty? Indeed, 2 years had passed. She had grown up, and so had he. Huaian felt a wave of emotions rise within him. As the saying goes, do not view what is inappropriate. He quickly shifted his gaze elsewhere. What joke? She was like his younger sister Yuling, a delicate young girl in her prime. He had always regarded her as a younger sister. He absolutely must not harbor even the slightest improper thoughts about her, unless he couldn't help himself. After calming her emotions, Huaian inquired, Your Highness, what brings you out of the palace to seek me? Oh, you little Anzi, can I not come to find you if there is nothing amiss? Perhaps due to the 2 years of separation, there was a hint of awkwardness. Su Qingqing playfully tugged at the young man's hand, only to instinctively let go. Sigh. She sighed softly, her beautiful petal-like lips forming an arch. Anzi, does what you wrote in the letter you left when you departed the palace still hold true? Huaian was momentarily taken aback. Su Qingqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Your letter stated that you left the princess mansion because you were worried about hindering my cultivation progress. You also mentioned that I should obediently practice with the elders at the Zhongwu Institute, and that you would return to serve me once I broke through to the 9th rank. Because of your letter, I have refrained from visiting you over these 2 years, instead pestering my 2 elder sisters for extra lessons to aid my training. Hard work pays off. Now, I have already reached the 8th rank. Huaian looked astonished. Earlier, he had curiously activated his martial arts divine pupil, and was surprised to find that this girl had broken through 3 minor realms in just 2 short years. Of course, Su Qingqing stuck out her tongue, displaying a hint of pride. Thus, I have now become a semi-master of the inner palace, and it is time to assist you, Anzi, in breaking through to the 9th rank as well. At this moment, her cat-like eyes sparkled mischievously. Surely you do not wish to remain a mere tale in the Xichang. Laughed at by the other young eunuchs? Huaian chuckled. Perhaps that no longer matters. Su Qingqing was confused, then resolutely seized the young man's arm. Anzi, I will not hear of it. You promise me. Kulme, return with me to the princess mansion. Xiao Miao and the others miss you dearly. All right. Huaian pondered for a moment before nodding. Ding, you have successfully completed Choice 1. You have received the reward, Stormy Pear Blossom Needle. To the north of the inner imperial city, at the 4th princess mansion, Sacred Beast Mountain. The clouds churned, auspicious energies twirled, and multicolored rays of light stretched across the horizon. From the mountain stream, the occasional cries of spiritual beasts echoed. It was hard to believe that such a paradise existed within this mundane martial world, had Huaian not witnessed it with his own eyes. Unbeknownst to him, it had been nearly a year since he last visited this place. Huaian gazed at the mountain peak, sighing. How dare you say that? Sukinin Botev. Her small face showing displeasure. Ever since you left my residence, you rarely enter the palace, and when you do, you always rush to see Wan Guifei. I can hardly find you. I apologize, but I had no choice, Huaian replied with a bitter smile. Do not make that face, it is unseemly. Su Qingqing made a funny face, then called out to the mountain stream, Meow, come out. This big bad Anzi has finally come to see you. A clear and melodious voice echoed through the valley. In an instant, a massive beastly silhouette dove from the vast cloud sea, landing before the two. This creature, resembling an owl, was entirely snow-white, its body exhibiting a perfect streamlined form, akin to an upscale version of an owl. It was the highly intelligent lion-eagle beast. Oh dear, Miaojiang, it has been a year. Come here for a cuddle. Huaian waved his hand. The lion-eagle beast emitted a series of adorable sounds. hopping excitedly to Huaian, its round head rubbing against his hand. Such a good boy. Huaian affectionately patted its little head, feeling a rare sense of comfort. After 5 years in this cold-hearted royal city, only in Su Qingqing's presence did he experience a genuine warmth. To him, these spiritual beasts were far more trustworthy than people. "Oh my, you have grown plump, little fellow." A smile crept onto Huaian's lips. Meow. The lion-eagle beast emitted a shy sound, retreating behind Su Qingqing. "Look at you. Do not call others fat." Su Qingqing glanced at the lion-eagle beast's round belly, muttering to herself, "All right, Anzi is right. You should indeed lose some weight." Meow meow. The lion-eagle beast cooed in a spoiled manner before pretending to fall asleep on the ground, feigning ignorance. Ha ha ha. Watching this scene, the two could not help but laugh heartily, as if they had returned to the days of 5 years prior. "To be honest, fourth prince, I envy you," Huaian remarked pensively. "Huh? What do you envy about me?" Su Qingqing's eyes widened. "I envy that amidst the relentless struggles within the palace, the princess can still maintain a pure and innocent heart." Huaian spoke sincerely. Having spent time with Wang Guifei, he increasingly felt that Su Qingqing was akin to a sacred and radiant moonlight. Compared to her scheming second elder sister and eldest brother, she appeared all the more innocent. "What?" Su Qingqing looked at him with a dazed expression. "I do not quite understand." "You do not need to understand. It is just fine as it is." "Ah, I am quite fatigued these past few days. Resting amidst these spiritual mountains is indeed pleasant." Huaian smiled and casually reclined on a nearby stone. In truth, the moment he was taken away from the Xichong by Su Qingqing, he had resolved to stay in the princess mansion for a few days, waiting for the events of last night to settle before returning. While he was deep in thought, a sudden scream from the girl nearby interrupted him. Huaian rushed over, only to find Su Qingqing sitting by the riverbank with one bare foot, her shoe swept away by the current. Using the swift movements from the sunflower manual, Huaian darted across the water surface, retrieving the little phoenix-patterned shoe in an instant. "Oh my, Anzi, your martial skills have improved tremendously," Su Qingqing exclaimed in astonishment. Huaian preferred not to elaborate, handing the shoe back. "Please wear it. Your Highness, do not catch a chill." "I will not." Su Qingqing seemed to recall something, her delicate face turning crimson as she lowered her head. "I want you to put it on for me. That is rather inconvenient. Men and women should maintain a certain distance." Huaian shook his head. You simply do not want to." Su Qingqing pouted, her voice barely above a whisper. "That day when I visited Wang Guifei, I clearly saw you holding her foot." Upon uttering this, her face flushed even deeper as she pouted. "Regardless, I want it. Why can she, but I cannot? What on earth? Was she jealous?" Huaian was momentarily taken aback, observing the disappointment in the young girl's eyes. He sighed softly and approached her. "Your Highness, please raise your foot." "Oh." Su Qingqing's face was flushed with embarrassment as she hid behind her long hair, then lifted her delicate, snowy foot. Huaian paused for a moment. As an art student in his previous life, he had an appreciation for the aesthetics of form. This leg was long and fair, with delicate skin, rivaling that of Wang Guifei. The only difference was that Su Qingqing's calf curves were fuller, possessing a hint of baby fat. Most importantly, her petite feet, with a delicate rosy hue, appeared tender and exquisite, resembling crescent moons, evoking an irresistible desire to admire them. "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a girl's feet before?" Su Ying murmured, "Herchexflushit." For reasons unknown, being observed at that moment made her feel a tinge of shyness. "It's nothing." Huaian gently grasped Su Qingqing's ankle, guiding her jade-like foot into her shoe. "That's more like it. Why should I be without what Consort Wan has? I am quite pleased." Su Qingqing beamed with joy, radiating bliss. The simplicity of a child's happiness was truly refreshing. However, Huaian felt a silent turmoil within. If what she had, everyone else also possessed, then it would certainly spell disaster. A minimum of 3 years imprisonment, with the highest penalty being death. While he was lost in thought, a voice echoed from below the cliff, reporting to Her Highness the Princess. "The head of the Xichong, Jiang, has summoned Eunuch Yu back to the Xichong for a meeting." Upon hearing this, Huaian's heart sank. Why would Jiang Wenyan suddenly summon me, a mere nobody, when there are nearly 100 subordinates in the Xichong? And Eunuch Lu has 8 under him? Is it related to Eunuch Lu, or perhaps an inquiry into the death of Shuaigang? Just as an ominous premonition engulfed him, The divine selection system activated without delay. Chapter 11. Consolation for the Consort Wan. Proceed to the Xichong and meet Jiang Wenyan. Reward: Yuchong's sword, an ancient divine weapon. A fearsome sword for slaying monarchs, infused with sinister energy, with a 15 power boost to the Yin-based sword techniques. Route 2. Hide in the princess's residence to avoid the storm. Jingshi skill, a mid-tier profound technique, capable of regulating internal energy and slightly accelerating its flow. Gazing at the options in his mind, the typically decisive Huaian found himself momentarily indecisive. To be fair, for safety reasons, he inclined towards Route 2. As long as Su Qingqing intervened, insisting on keeping him in the princess's residence, Jiang Wenyan, as a subordinate, would naturally refrain from objection. However, compared to the lackluster reward of Route 2, he was far more tempted by the reward of Route 1. The Yuchong's sword. Having recently comprehended the second level of the Kuai-Kuei, he was in urgent need of a suitable weapon to wield the intricate sword techniques within. Indeed, the Kuai-Kuei was never merely an obscure martial art relying solely on needle techniques and hidden weapons. It contained sword techniques that were both cunning and fierce, an unparalleled treasure for crossing boundaries and achieving unexpected victories. In his previous life, Yu Buchuan managed to dominate the martial world merely by utilizing the Bixie sword technique derived from the manual. Yet now, he possessed the complete Yin Kuaijianju. Your Highness, as you can see, the head of the Xichong urgently summons me, and I must return for a while. Yu Huaian tentatively glanced at the visibly disheartened royal girl beside him. Su Qingqing bit her lip, her small face pouting with grievance. But you promised me, once I step into the 8th rank of martial arts, you would return to serve me. Are you trying to go back on your word? No. Yu Huaiyan pondered for a moment and replied, once I finish matters at the Xichong, I will certainly return to the palace and accompany the princess if given the chance. You know, as an external monitor, entering the palace is quite troublesome. Not troublesome. You can freely enter and exit the palace soon. Su Qingqing's eyes twinkled with mischief as she exclaimed, Ha, little Anzi, you should hurry back. I know why Eunuch Jiang summoned you. He might have great news to share. Huh? Yu Huaiyan was bewildered, pondering the meaning behind her words. Hee. Su Qingqing playfully stuck out her tongue. Hurry back. You'll find out when you arrive. Goodbye. I won't disturb you any longer. Meow meow. Off we go. With a wave of her small hand, the plump lion-eagle beast obediently landed beside her, and she mounted it, soaring towards the canyon. At the Xichong's main hall, little Anzi greets the head of the Xichong. After 5 years of service, it was Yu Huaiyan's first time meeting the venerable head of the Xichong, who was over 80 years old. Clad in a golden python robe adorned with beasts, with white brows and a deep, imposing visage, he stood at an impressive height of nearly 9 feet, exuding an overwhelming aura akin to a towering wall. Yet, what struck Yu Huaiyan even more than Jiang Wenyan's imposing presence was something else entirely. Just moments ago, he cautiously activated the martial emperor's divine eye to probe Jiang Wenyan's energy. He discovered that although this man possessed formidable internal energy, his breathing was heavy and labored, subtly laced with an invisible grayish-white aura. Although he was uncertain about the nature of this grayish-white aura, Yu Huaiyan, recalling the encyclopedic texts he had perused while working at the Kangong Pavilion, could roughly deduce that it was a form of chronic respiratory toxin, somewhat akin to the poison used by the southern shamans. Jiang Gongong is known for his strong and domineering nature, having always clashed with Lu Jin of the Eastern Factory. Yet in recent years, he has inexplicably become meek and accommodating towards them. Could be due to this poisoning? Yu Huaiyan mused inwardly. At that moment, the venerable head of the Xichong spoke solemnly. You are the youngest official under Lu Quanfeng, known as Little Anzi, correct? Indeed, it is I, Yu Huaiyan bowed respectfully. Ah, indeed a talented and promising youth, Jiang Wenyan remarked, his piercing gaze appraising the young eunuch before him. No wonder Lu Gongong held you in such high regard during his lifetime. At this remark, Yu Huaiyan's heart jolted. He feigned alarm. During his lifetime? Does this imply that eunuch Lu has? Indeed, Jiang Wenyan's white brows furrowed, his expression somber. The Lu Gongong, who always looked after you, was found dead in the treasure chamber early this morning. Eunuch Lu was in good health just days ago. How could he suddenly? Yu Huaiyan lamented. Could it be that he was harmed by ill-intentioned individuals? Yes. Jiang Wenyan slowly closed his eyes, looking somewhat dejected. Those wretched scoundrels from the Eastern Factory show no pretense anymore. Are you implying that it was the Eastern Factory's doing? Yu Huaian feigned ignorance, seeking clarification. Jiang Wenyan replied slowly. I examined Lu Chuanfeng's body thoroughly. There were no external wounds. He was killed by a powerful palm strike that shattered his internal organs. I suspect it was the work of Shui Gang from the Eastern Factory, employing his notorious Great Black Heaven Palm. What? Yu Huaiyan feigned astonishment, gritting his teeth. This Eastern Factory is too tyrannical. I implore the head to seek justice for Eunuch Lu. And how do you propose I do that? Jiang Wenyan shook his head in despair. Shui Gang's Great Black Heaven Palm crushes the organs from a distance, leaving no external marks. Without eyewitnesses, not even the Qianbu divine captors under the emperor can uncover the truth. Yu Huaiyan contemplated for a moment and suggested, since the head suspects it was the Eastern Factory's doing, why not seize an opportunity to capture Shui Gang and force him to confess through torture? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenyan's expression darkened, and he coldly admonished little Anzi, do you understand what you are suggesting? Forgive my ignorance. Yu Huaiyan hurriedly responded, seeking to appease him. Enough, my child. Jiang Wenyan waved his hand dismissively, saying, you were nurtured by Gong Lu, and while I can understand your desire for vengeance, you must realize that within the imperial court, one is often powerless. Many matters cannot simply be dictated by our wishes. The Eastern Factory has persistently suppressed our Western Factory in recent years. Do you think His Majesty is oblivious to all this? Huaiyan's heart sank at this implication. Was the Emperor leaning more towards the Eastern Factory? Enough. Knowing too much may not bode well for you, Jiang Wenyan sighed. Continuing, however, I can assure you that even if the Western Factory ceases to exist one day, I will do my utmost to protect you little eunuchs from harm. This is the only assistance I can offer you. Upon hearing this, Huaiyan, who considered himself half of the Western Factory, felt a tumult of emotions. Just then, Ha Chila, one of the 8 tigers of the Western Factory, burst in with a report, reporting to the factory chief. Deputy Chief of the Eastern Factory, Gong Wu, has arrived. He is currently in the inner courtyard. Lu Quanfeng is dead, and while we have yet to settle scores with the Eastern Factory, they have come knocking first. At these words, Jiang Wenyan's white brows raised, and an unprecedented fury ignited on his formidable face. Factory Chief, it seems there has been great upheaval in the Eastern Factory, Ha Chila stammered. Last night, one of the 4 fiends of the Eastern Factory, Black Tiger Shui Gang, along with several of his subordinates, were murdered in cold blood. The Eastern Factory is in chaos. And even Gong Lu Jin, who is outside procuring spiritual herbs for His Majesty, has rushed back to the capital. What? Jiang Wenyan's towering figure trembled. Staggering back a few steps, Huaiyan buried his head, yet a surge of inexplicable excitement welled up within him. It suddenly dawned on him why some criminals would return to the scene of their crimes incognito after committing their misdeeds. It was purely for the thrill of it. After a moment of calm, Jiang Wenyan said solemnly, Ha Chila, let that Gong Wu wait for me in the conference hall. I have some matters to discuss with Xiao Anzi. Yes, Factory Chief. Ha Chila complied, casting a bewildered glance at Huaiyan as he exited. Gong, since the Eastern Factory has come knocking, we must not delay, Huaiyan began, but Jiang Wenyan, with a solemn expression, took out a roll of brocade and jade edict, saying, Xiao Anzi, receive the decree. Huaiyan was momentarily stunned before bowing his head. This servant receives the decree, Jiang Wenyan recited, by the mandate of heaven. The Emperor decrees. Huaiyan, who has served the princess and the noble consort with distinction, has brought great comfort to my heart. Therefore, I hereby promote him to the position of Chief Overseer of the Inner Palace, ranking as a 6th rank official, to enjoy equal status with the Western Factory. And he shall enter the palace forthwith without delay. Thus it is decreed. Huaiyan's mind buzzed with disbelief. Chief Overseer of the Inner Palace? Did this dog of an emperor think his hat was not lofty enough? After all, the Inner Palace was not solely home to the insatiable Wan Guifei, but also to Shu Fei, Chun Fei, and a newly arrived Kagairan, a mere 17-year-old from Faxian Island. Suddenly, he felt his legs grow weak. Moreover, he vividly recalled Su Qingqing's last smile. It dawned on him with an epiphany. This was a grand conspiracy orchestrated by Wan Guifei and the 4th princess, forcibly elevating him, a mere pretender, into the Inner Palace. A moment later, under the weighty gaze of his factory chief, He gritted his teeth and stepped forward to receive the edict, saying, "This servant humbly thanks the grace of heaven." "Good," Jiang Wunya nodded. "Xiao Anzi, it is rare for someone of noble status to support you. You shall enter the palace immediately and not keep the noble consort and princess waiting. As for Lu Gonggong's matters and the grievances between the eastern and western factories, those are not concerns for someone of your standing. Forget them." With that, he strode away with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. In the southeastern corner of the imperial palace, between the Guozijian and the Dezuan, stood a grand and elegant pavilion, the western corner archway. It was the place where generations of Xia emperors and empresses had shared their romantic nights. Outsiders were forbidden entry, save for one exception, the favored Wan Guifei. Wan Zhen'er, Huaian gazed up at the towering dome of the pavilion, taking a deep breath. Since he would be residing in the imperial palace henceforth, he must have a serious discussion with this woman, making his stance abundantly clear. He could not allow her to act with impunity. Even if they were to engage in such matters, it must be done discreetly. He steeled his resolve. "Gonggong, please enter. The noble consort has been waiting for you for quite some time." Upon Yuan's arrival, several personal maidens hurried forward to greet him. "Understood. You may withdraw." Yuan dismissed the attendants, then, with a single leap, ascended the eaves like a solitary wild goose, swiftly climbing to the highest balcony. What greeted his eyes was an opulent chamber adorned with intricate carvings and paintings. Colorful dragon and phoenix lanterns hung from the beams, creating a brilliant glow. As he stepped into the inner chamber, he saw a stunning woman, her hair styled in a round bun, draped in a sheer white veil, reclining gracefully on an embroidered couch, propping her head with one hand. Her long legs were elegantly crossed, bare of shoes, revealing her delicate and fair feet. Truly, a woman chosen by the Xia Emperor at first glance. "My darling, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for so long," Wan Guifei said, letting a strand of hair fall to her ear, exposing her fair earlobes, exuding a myriad of charms. "Ah, the noble consort has gone to whisper sweet nothings to his Majesty, forcing me into the position of chief overseer of the inner palace. Do you think I would dare to refuse?" Yuan replied, somewhat exasperated. "Umph, you used to call me sister in private. Now you suddenly turn formal and call me noble consort." Wan Guifei feigned displeasure. "Here is a royal place of utmost respect. All must be approached with caution, so please be mindful, noble consort," Yuan said coolly. He had come with a clear purpose tonight, to teach Wan Guifei a lesson and no longer indulge her whims. "What a royal status. I still come and go as I please," Wan Guifei said, taking graceful steps towards him, smiling alluringly. "Xiao Anzi, do you know? This chamber is where the emperors and empresses of the great Xia have resided. Do you not find it thrilling?" Upon hearing this, Yuan felt goosebumps rise on his skin. At this moment, he wished he could utter a famous line from his past life. "How lewd. Noble consort, if this continues, problems will surely arise." Yuan gritted his teeth, declaring, "If you persist in this manner, I shall take my leave. All right, my little darling. It is rare for us to meet in such a place. Let us not jest any longer." Wan Guifei pulled Yuan to the dragon couch and then extended a beautiful foot towards him, her toes pointing downward, resting just before him. "Come, as per our usual custom, give this palace a leg massage." "I refuse." Yuan feigned indifference. "This servant is not a plaything of the noble consort." "What is wrong with you tonight?" Wan Guifei frowned slightly. "Come here." "I shall not." "Oh, you little rascal, still so proud." "It is not pride. This concerns my dignity." Huaian erupted with an overwhelming aura, his voice infused with genuine energy, striking fear into the heart. "Unless you plead with me." "Huaian, today marks the 5th anniversary of our acquaintance. Do you understand?" The esteemed Consort Wan, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears, rushed toward him, embracing her beloved from behind. "Enough. I care not for trivial matters," she declared, wiping her tears. "In any case, you must remain here to accompany me." "Very well," Huaian replied with pride. "But you must beseech me." Consort Wan was taken aback, feeling an unfamiliarity in the young man before her, who was no longer the humble figure she once knew. However, as Huaian descended the staircase, she bit her lip and implored, "I beg you." "Beg whom?" Huaian raised an eyebrow. "You, of course." "I am but the cherished darling of Sister HNR. "So be it. Tonight, you reign supreme. Is that acceptable?" In the boudoir, the crimson curtains hung low, and the fragrance of rouge filled the air. Huaian summoned his internal energy, his muscles tensing as he began to expel the snake venom from Consort Wan. Please lie still, Your Highness. Little one shall transmit his power to you. Well then, should you not thank me? Huh? Thank you. Huaian, feeling the urgency, channeled the purest essence of the Ku who beat Ndo, continuously infusing it into Wanzi's NRS body, striving to suppress the toxicity. The venom of the serpent was potent and treacherous. If not swiftly cleansed with internal force, dire consequences would ensue. The Emperor has arrived. Just then, the voice of the Chief Eunuch, Chun Di Fu, echoed from downstairs. Huaian's heart sank as he prepared to withdraw, but Consort Wan's alluring voice rang out, "Fear not. My dear brother, just like this. My beloved, are you within?" The Emperor's voice called from outside. Huaian felt a jolt of apprehension. Yet, Wanzichnar clung to him tightly, unwilling to let go. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Trouble was imminent. At that moment of dread, the divine choice system activated once more, presenting unprecedented options. Chapter 12. Aiding the consort in detoxification. The Emperor's ambitions. You have triggered a divine selection. Option 1. Maintain interaction with Wan Zhnr. Reward. MYD ing TNZH, a mid-tier martial art of the Earth grade from the Southern Demon Sect, which significantly enhances the strength of the middle finger, yielding incredible finesse against high-level female martial artists. Option 2. Intensify interaction with Wan Zhnr and exhaust all internal energy at once. Reward. YF ing J ing CHL Enmi OSH, a mid-tier internal skill of the Earth grade, origin unknown, capable of temporarily fortifying critical areas of the body, yielding formidable power and invulnerability. What absurd options are these? Is there truly a difference? Is this even a legitimate system? Gazing at the text panel appearing in his mind, Huaian, already drenched in sweat and overwhelmed with internal energy, felt suffocated, nearly losing consciousness. He understood Wan Consort's temperament well. Given her nature, she would not easily forgive him if the snake venom was not thoroughly cleansed. Should the Emperor burst in unexpectedly, his life might very well be forfeit. As he had anticipated, Wanzichnar remained calm, boldly lifting the curtain and revealing her exquisite, flushed face as she smiled. "Your Majesty, I am changing. Please wait outside for a moment." "Very well, my beloved. I shall wait." The Emperor's voice resonated with tranquility. Huaian was astonished. Was this normal marital interaction, without any semblance of decorum? Thus, it seemed that Wan Consort spoke the truth. The Emperor, Su Wudao, had indeed cultivated some royal dark arts, rendering him unable to approach any woman at this moment. So be it. Your Highness, remember this. This is little Anne's final act of devotion to accompany your whims. Perceiving that the Emperor would not intrude immediately, Huaian gritted his teeth and resolutely intensified his efforts. He held his breath, concentrating fully as he channeled his internal energy, directing it through his fingertips and pushing through critical acupoints such as TNZHing, TNT, and Ling X, attempting to expel the residual toxins in one fell swoop. You can do it. Yes, just like that. Little one, it feels so much better now. What should you call me? Speak. For reasons unknown, in that moment, Huaian was swept away by a fervor that clouded his judgment, entirely unlike his usual cautious demeanor. Good husband, Consort Wan's charming eyes glimmered, her luscious lips slightly pouting as she spoke in a voice as soft as a whisper. Diligence Bizof. After a complete cycle of energy transfer and the acupuncture therapy of the Ku Hu Bi Ndo, the snake venom within Consort Wan was finally dispelled by more than half. Huaian, undeterred, infused his boundless energy into the final remnant of poison within her. In an instant, Wan Zhnr felt a warm current wash over her, cleansing her of all toxicity. She parted her lips slightly, exhaling a long breath of white mist, her supple waist gracefully relaxing against the imperial dragon and phoenix cushions beneath her. Whether it was the removal of stubborn toxins or sheer relaxation, she propped her chin with her hands, her lips curling into a smile as her alluring peach blossom eyes gazed dreamily into the void, as if reminiscing about something delightful. Huaian also exhaled a sigh of relief. This was the prowess of a master healer. He had been reborn, and treating such a degree of poison was no challenge at all. Yet, he had to admit, This was a true win-win situation. By seizing the opportunity to expel the tenacious venom for another, he felt the liberating sensation of releasing his own chaotic internal energy. What a comfort! ZHNR. After a moment, perhaps feeling a bit impatient, the resonant voice of Emperor Su Wudao echoed from outside. My beloved, are you ready? Your Majesty, I shall be done shortly. Consort Wan replied sweetly, leisurely stretching, then gently raising her fair leg to pull up her slightly torn silk stockings to just above her knees. Oh, my beloved, if you do not emerge soon, I fear I shall be unable to resist the urge to breach the door. The Emperor jested from outside. Be obedient, come out now, Huaian said solemnly, or this may be our final meeting. Oh, you little rascal, are you threatening me now? Consort Wan teased, brushing her hair before planting a kiss on her beloved's cheek, taking his hand. Very well, I shall comply with you. The two exited the inner chamber, arriving at the outer hall, where they beheld the Emperor seated majestically upon the dragon throne. As a mere lowly figure in the imperial city, this was Huaian's first encounter with the venerable Emperor Unti. He could not help but acknowledge that this man, in his 50s, exuded a regal demeanor, with hawk-like nose and tiger-like eyes, embodying the essence of sovereign. Most importantly, his aura was exceptionally profound, undoubtedly surpassing the realm of fourth-rank grandmaster. However, the precise level of his cultivation was something Huaian dared not easily probe with the Wudi Shintong. The Su royal family had established their nation through martial prowess, enduring a millennium of heritage. Within the royal ministry's Kangong Pavilion, the vast array of divine arts and supreme techniques was like an ocean, and who could say whether the Emperor Xia had practiced any soul arts capable of counterdetection? Nonetheless, before this sovereign ruler of the empire, he felt no fear. Regardless of the imposing demeanor and regal presence of the emperor, even the favored concubine, who had just been filled with wine, was not immune to his influence. As his thoughts began to drift further, Huaian promptly quelled them and bowed, stating, I, the humble servant Huaian, pay my respects to your majesty. The Emperor Xia, who had been approaching the beloved Wan Guifei with a smile, halted upon hearing this voice. His deep, tiger-like eyes curiously scrutinized the young eunuch before him. You are the young eunuch from the Xichang, whom my princess and cherished concubine hold in such high regard. Ah, with your handsome demeanor and extraordinary poise, you are indeed a remarkable figure. Alas, it is a pity that you are a eunuch. Otherwise, with such admiration from the concubine and the princess, I would have at least conferred upon you an official title. The Emperor Xia spoke with a half-smiling, half-mocking tone, characteristic of a sovereign. Your Majesty is too kind. There is nothing regrettable about it. Precisely because I am a eunuch, I have the opportunity to serve beside the esteemed concubine and have the honor of witnessing your Majesty's majestic countenance. Huaian replied with utmost sincerity. Having served in the imperial city for quite some time, he was well versed in the art of flattery. Of course, what he truly wished to convey was, I possess far more courage than you. You green-haired turtle, even your beloved concubine was nearly moaning. Your Majesty, what brings you to seek this humble servant? Wan Guifei interjected, stepping in between the two as she approached, her demeanor cheerful. Ah, it is this. The Emperor Xia finally shifted his gaze from the young eunuch and spoke earnestly. Next month marks the annual Moon Festival, and I wish to expand the scale of this year's mid-autumn banquet. Therefore, he paused, rubbing his nose, and in a surprisingly humble tone, as befitting a sovereign, he cautiously inquired, I wish to invite your father, the Duke of Liang. I wonder if he would grace us with his presence? Upon hearing this, Huaian felt a heavy weight in his heart. It was clear. It was utterly transparent. He began to comprehend why the Emperor Xia was so compliant with Wan Guifei. This green-haired turtle indeed harbored ambitions. Chapter 13. Dragon Slaying and Fengshan. Does this green-haired turtle aspire to perform a dragon-slaying ritual? Huaian surmised the Emperor Xia's ambitions. Having once served in the archives of the Xichang, he had perused numerous documents during his leisure time, gaining insights into the history of the great Xia and its past rulers. The concept of Fengshan traced back to the founding emperor, Suju, before raising his banner to conquer, was merely a wandering hero, claiming to be the reincarnation of the Moon Palace's Sword Emperor. With his cold moon, 13 swords, he gazed down upon the world. After stabilizing the Central Plains, he further adopted the title of Wangshu Emperor under the name of the Moon Goddess. Influenced by this founding ancestor, reverence for the moon goddess gradually flourished throughout the Great Xia. Every mid-autumn festival, the emperors would lead their ministers in the moon festival ceremony. According to the edicts of the founding emperor, those who achieved significant merit could wield the cold moon divine sword during the ceremony, ascend to the heavens, slay the Chulong beast raised by the spirit beast garden, and offer its blood to the moon goddess to receive her blessings, thus etching their names in history. Whether the blessings of the moon goddess truly existed is a matter for debate. The crucial question remained: who held the authority to determine whether the contemporary emperor qualified for the Fengshan? The answer lay with the hereditary Duke of Liang, who had remained unchallenged since the founding of the dynasty. The inaugural Duke of Liang, Wan Shilin, was a sworn brother of the founding Emperor Suju and had made significant contributions to the establishment of the new dynasty. Due to absolute trust, Suju bestowed upon the Wan family the sacred sword and assigned the Duke of Liang to supervise court affairs, eliminating treacherous officials and assessing the emperor's merits and faults. Of course, the so-called supervision of court affairs was merely a formality. In reality, the power wielded by successive dukes of Liang was primarily to evaluate whether the current emperor possessed the qualifications for dragon slaying and to bestow the cold moon divine sword. If Huaian recalled correctly, since the establishment of the Great Xia, only 3 emperors had successfully achieved the dragon-slaying ritual, each of whom was an unparalleled ruler, renowned for their martial prowess and the prosperity they brought to their reigns. As for the current Emperor Xia, Yuan Tai Emperor Su Wudao, Yu Huaiyan could hardly fathom what warranted such confidence. Was it merely due to the size of his crown? Yuan Tai Emperor was mediocre at best, spending his days either secluded in the cultivation of malevolent arts or indulging in frivolous poetic endeavors, rarely attending to state affairs. Rumors abounded in the palace, suggesting that the disappearance of the 3 princesses' mother, the Mingyue Empress, was somehow linked to the Emperor Xia. Following the Empress's vanishing, the Emperor's mental state had grown increasingly unstable, often wandering alone to a deserted courtyard within the Ministry of Religious Affairs, conversing with an abandoned well, a sight both eerie and unsettling. Such a figure was still lauded by the scholars of the Hanlin Academy as a sage and a celestial martial recluse. This was nothing short of a travesty. Reflecting on this, Yu Huaiyan found himself feeling a tinge of sympathy for the future emperors of the Great Xia. The dragon-slaying ritual had historically been the highest aspiration of the Xia emperors. Should the Yuan Tai emperor succeed in inviting the Duke of Liang and, upon receiving the sword, successfully complete the dragon-slaying ritual, future rulers would only view this as a disgrace. Thus, the matter of Fengshan would conclude here. Gradually, Yu Huaiyan redirected his gaze towards Wang Guifei, who had remained silent. The beauty, who had moments ago been playful and flirtatious, now appeared solemn, her eyes cast down, revealing a serious demeanor rarely seen. Jenner, could it be that you are truly considering assenting to this green-haired turtle? Yu Huaiyan wondered to himself. Meanwhile, the Emperor Xia could no longer contain his impatience. My beloved, what is your stance? Why do you remain silent? I understand your Majesty's intent. Wanjir straightened her posture. Her once soft and alluring peach blossom eyes now turned steely. However, I believe it is premature to discuss the Fengshan. I fear that my father may not acquiesce. Oh, my beloved, what kind of talk is this? The Emperor Xia's countenance darkened slightly, his brows furrowing. The Duke is both a duke and a father-in-law. If there are any grievances he holds against me, he is welcome to voice them. After all, we are family. Why must it come to this? Moreover, as he continued, a hint of a flattering smile graced his lips. The Duke holds you in the highest regard, my beloved. If you could speak a few words on my behalf. Who knows? This matter is my duty. I will do my utmost. Before the Emperor could finish, Wang Guifei interjected nonchalantly. However, my father has his own judgment, and whether he can be persuaded remains uncertain. Fear not. As long as my beloved takes the initiative, I see this as already half accomplished. Upon seeing her nod, the Emperor Xia was overjoyed, clapping his hands and exclaiming, "Excellent! Excellent! If I can successfully perform the Fengshan at this year's Moon Festival, I shall decree you the first empress of all time, showering you with honor and favor. In that case, I must first express my gratitude for your Majesty's generous affections." S voice remained unremarkable. I must say, even a green-haired turtle is still an emperor. S demeanor is rather cold and perfunctory, offering no regard whatsoever. This lack of courtesy astounds Yu Huaiyan. who observes the striking contrast between his presence and her demeanor before the emperor. He witnesses the resolute indifference a woman can exhibit towards a man she does not favor. He silently mourns for the unfortunate soul in this situation. Suddenly, the emperor, with an air of intrigue, remarked, "Ah, you little eunuch, not only are you handsome, but you also possess considerable knowledge and efficiency. It has been a long time since the Western Depot has seen someone of your caliber. Youth is indeed a splendid thing. You remind me of my own vibrant youth, when I was spirited and unparalleled, far surpassing you." The emperor gazes at the young man, who resembles a celestial being, and continues to express his admiration. "However, with a beauty like my beloved concubine by my side, what more could I desire?" Huaian chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. As a man, he could sense the emperor's feelings, perhaps a tinge of jealousy at his own youthful charm, which attracted both the emperor's favored concubine and his young daughter. Yet, the moment he remembered that he, Huaian, was a eunuch, a sense of superiority washed over him. Little did he know, his beloved concubine had wandered through nearly every corner of the palace, apart from the rear garden. "My beloved concubine, it is rare for me to visit your Wan palace. Why don't you take me around for a tour?" The emperor suddenly proposed. "Certainly, your majesty, I had that very intention. Please, follow me," replied with a polite smile. Stepping forward, as she drew closer, the emperor, as if struck by lightning, appeared startled and retreated several steps. "My beloved concubine, you are aware of my practice of the 9-yang dragon god technique. It may not be prudent for us to be too close," he stammered. "I understand," replied with a knowing smile. The emperor chuckled, then turned to the only other person in the hall. "Ah, little Anzi, while my beloved concubine and I stroll through the gardens, you need not accompany us. Attend to your duties." "Your Majesty, my lady," Huaian replied, his heart swelling with joy. He had been longing for an opportunity to escape. Remaining here could lead to unforeseen consequences from its unpredictable nature. Yet, he underestimated the woman who had toyed with him for 5 years. Just as he watched the two of them step out of the threshold, walking behind, suddenly turned her head and playfully winked at him, then deliberately placed her hand on her hip and slowly lifted the hem of her skirt, revealing the ivory flesh of her thigh. Huaian was taken aback. This was too outrageous. Yet, he found himself unable to chastise her. After all, this was a sight that the emperor yearned for, but could never possess, a treasure that belonged solely to him. Huaian. As he sauntered out of the harem, the sun was setting. Huaian went to the internal affairs office to collect his palace attire and insignia, proceeding to his new residence, a solitary house adjacent to the former empress's quarters, Mingyue Palace. This place had seldom been visited since the disappearance of Empress Mingyue, offering him the tranquility he sought. For the time being, apart from his daily visits too, he planned to concentrate on his cultivation and strive to break through to the 7th rank of the. In fact, during his previous encounter with Shuaian, he sensed that the barriers separating him from the 7th rank of the was starting to weaken, and he anticipated a breakthrough soon. As Lu Gonggong had mentioned, the palace was fraught with countless secrets and dangers. No matter how well treated him, she could not always be by his side. Only by growing stronger could he secure his own path. With resolute determination, Huaian tidied his room. As dusk enveloped the imperial city, the sounds of eunuchs announcing the night echoed outside. He secured the doors and windows, retrieving the icy jade bed from his spatial system and placing it on the floor. He then sat cross-legged, palms upward, and began to meditate on from the Huaian manual. At that moment, a voice from outside interrupted him. "Yu Gonggong, the girl you inquired about, Yu Linger, has news." Upon hearing this, Huaian's eyes flew open. "Speak, little pansy. Where is this Yu Linger now?" he asked, lowering his gaze while sipping tea. "In response to your inquiry, the girl is currently in Songzhou, Wuhan County," little pansy replied. "Songzhou? That is over 1,000 miles away from Jinling City. What can my father and Linger be doing there?" Huaian murmured anxiously, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. For the past 5 years, during which it claimed him, he had regularly sent letters home, assuring his family of his safety. Naturally, he never disclosed his current identity in those letters. Each month, he received replies penned by his father. However, this year, their correspondence had suddenly ceased on New Year's Eve. The disguised eunuch he had sent to Jinling could not locate either his father or sister. Their home was abandoned. After some investigation, he learned that his father had sold their estate months ago and taken his beloved youngest daughter, Yu Linger, away to an unknown location. For the past few months, Huaian had been troubled by this news. Now, it seemed they had ventured to the distant Songzhou. At least he had finally found them. As long as Linger and his father were safe, that was enough. Yet he recalled that Linger had reached marriageable age this year in this ancient world. Surely, his father would not arrange for her to be wed in Songzhou? This thought struck him suddenly. Reflecting on childhood memories of his sweet, caring sister, he felt a pang of loss at the thought of her possibly being married. Shouldn't he, as her brother, be happy for her? Shaking off his distraction, he inquired further, "Where exactly are they in Songzhou?" Little Pansy replied, "In response to your inquiry, our informant said they only encountered Yu Linger and did not see Yu Leoi." With a hint of trepidation, he ventured, "Could it be that you are related to them, Yu Gonggong?" "Little Pansy, have we not taught you to speak less and act more in front of those in higher positions?" Yu Huaian responded coldly, "My apologies, Yu Gonggong. It was an indiscretion on my part." Little Pansy quickly bowed his head in contrition, then added, "However, it is worth noting that perhaps at next month's Mid-Autumn Festival, you may see this Linger in the palace." "What do you mean by that? Elaborate." Yu Huaian's expression shifted dramatically. Little Pansy explained, according to our informant, "This Yu Linger is no ordinary person. 6 months ago, she applied to the Imperial Sacred Martial Academy in Songzhou, and during the entrance examination, she dominated her peers, securing first place with her 7th rank mid-level cultivation. Furthermore, at the Academy's Sword Trials of the World competition held earlier this year, she ranked among the top 5, according to the customs of the court. This year's Moon Festival ceremony would see Yu Linger join the other 29 victors at the Imperial Martial Academy for a grand martial arts competition." Upon hearing this, Yu Huaian felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He was elated by his sister's achievements, yet also puzzled. 2 centuries ago, an ancestor of the Yu family defied the imperial martial laws, resulting in the family's prohibition for martial practices and the destruction of their ancestral techniques, leaving only a basic method of breathing exercises, the TNSH. Since then, descendants wishing to pursue martial arts could only enroll in the Imperial Martial Academy. However, 3 years prior, with the assistance of Consort Wan, the Yu family's martial prohibition was abolished. Under such circumstances, if his sister wished to practice martial arts, she could easily join a prestigious sect within the secular martial world or even attend a well-known private dojo. Why must she enroll in the Shengwu Academy? Their father had always disdained the court's interference in the secular martial world, viewing the martial nobles of Shengwu Academy as mere pawns of the imperial regime. Was this truly Linger's intention? In that moment, Yu Huaian understood his sister's motivations. Indeed, her choice to apply to the Shengwu Academy was driven by her desire to reunite with him as soon as possible. After all, he had once playfully written in a letter home that he was currently serving as a covert agent in the residence of a prominent figure in the capital. Unable to extricate himself from that situation, that naive sister must be hoping to shine during the Moon Festival ceremony, garnering the court's favor to rescue her elder brother. Beside him, Xiao Anzi suggested, "UDNGTU, now that we have located Miss Linger, why not request a leave from Consort Wan and visit her in Songzhou?" "That is unnecessary," Yu Huaian replied, shaking his head while gazing with fervor at the gradually clearing sky to the south. "What is cherished in the heart will surely resonate in return. Sooner or later, they would meet again in their finest forms." In the deep of night, the shadows enveloped the realm. The distant sound of the small eunuchs beating the drums gradually faded away. The chilling night breeze, mingled with light rain, swept through the vacant Minghua Palace next door, causing the window frames to creak. If what Xiao Anzi said was true, and Linger secured a place among the top 5 in the Shengwu Academy's sword competition, then a month later, during the Moon Festival ceremony, they would be reunited within the palace. Very well. For the sake of seeing her brother, Linger had worked so diligently. I could not afford to be complacent any longer. With a mind clear and focused, he resolved to attempt breaking through the barrier from the 8th-tier pinnacle to the lower 7th-tier realm tonight. Yu Huaian settled cross-legged on his cold jade bed and retrieved a blood bodhi from his storage space, a treasure known to significantly enhance cultivation speed. The essence of this elixir was remarkably pure, indeed a fortuitous medicinal herb. He scrutinized the blood-red orb in his palm, which resembled the heart of a mythical beast, continuously exuding pure spiritual energy, and after a moment's hesitation, swallowed it whole. With a soft gulp, it melted upon contact. A wave of scorching sweetness flowed down his throat and into his belly. The potent medicinal force surged forth like a tidal wave, spreading through his limbs and bones. In an instant, Huaian felt his acupoints burst open, as if a hidden black hole had formed within his dantian, greedily absorbing every available energy from the heavens and earth. He attentively sensed the changes within his body. Seizing the peak of the internal energy sensation, he activated the internal cultivation method of the Ku Yin, delving into profound meditation. Boom! At that moment, an unparalleled divine consciousness surged forth from the depths of his mind, enveloping a radius of 100 meters and locking onto all surrounding energy signatures. In an instant, leaves stilled, flowers bowed, as if time itself had frozen. 3 hours later, a congratulatory notification from the system echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host! You have successfully broken through to the lower 7th tier realm of NGZHN. Huaian exhaled a breath of white mist, abruptly emerging from his meditation. At this moment, he was drenched in sweat, yet felt no trace of fatigue. He was exhilarated, in a state of euphoria. He opened his attribute panel. Name, Huaian. Age, 20. Identity, mid-level official in the Western Depot, small head. Steward eunuch in the harem, 7th tier, cultivation. Lower 7th tier, and NZH in martial arts. TNSH, unknown tier, ancestral martial arts of the Yu family. Currently at the 3rd layer, B. Elite in SHOG Ing, high tier yellow martial arts, inherited from the Western Depot's Chief Jiang DF. Currently at the 2nd layer, with a total of 10 layers. Ku Bien, immortal martial version, currently at the 2nd layer, storage space. 1,000-year-old melting snow ginseng X1. Balut body ikai, thought it doesn't be below some net out, Jujan swat ikmot, my energy perception is indeed accurate. In a single night, I broke through the barrier and entered NGZHN, gazing at the 3 bold characters of NGZHN on the attribute panel. Huaian felt a surge of elation. Upon entering NGZHN, true energy begins to manifest. Once a martial artist reaches this realm, their internal power automatically transforms into a denser form of true energy, infusing their every move with double the might. At the peak of this realm, one can even release true energy externally to strike foes from afar. Oh, I haven't yet loaded that peculiar YF Ing. Amidst his joy, Huaian suddenly noticed a volume within his storage space, its cover entirely yellow, featuring an illustration of a beautiful woman in a spring palace scene. It reminded him of the thrilling encounter he had with Wan Zhener during the day. It was indeed an exhilarating experience. At that moment, Emperor Xia had stood just behind a door from him. He had been frantically detoxifying. In the end, he had overexerted himself, causing a spill of internal energy that resulted in a rather embarrassing incident. Thankfully, the Emperor had not grown suspicious at that time. From now on, I must take the initiative and never let that woman have her way. Very well. Taking advantage of the blood body's lingering effects, I shall practice this technique now. Its high tier might allow me to achieve significant mastery in a single session. In future confrontations with Consort Wan, I can retaliate and gain more confidence. With this thought in mind, Huaian opened his storage space and silently recited, Load YF Ing J Ing Zhu NL NMSH. Loading YF Ing J Ing Zhu NL NMSH. Please wait. Ding. Congratulations. Your YF Ing J Ing Zhu NL NMSH has been comprehended to the 5th level. Realm power. Flexible and resilient, growing stronger with time. As you wish. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Huaian felt invigorated. He had succeeded, as fragments of unfamiliar techniques were implanted deep within his consciousness. He sensed subtle changes within his physical form. His blood surged, muscles bulging, as if a terrifying primordial force was about to erupt from within. Wait, something feels off. The leap was too great. Advancing 5 levels at once, his body had yet to fully adapt. Oh no, it has started to spiral out of control. My Jiaochan is at my waist. After a stick of incense, Huaian took a cold shower, using the Yu family's ancestral TNSH to calm his mind. The searing sensation in his body finally subsided. However, there was no change. There was no choice but to rely on Wan Zhener. Huaian steeled himself, donned his ceremonial attire, and after grooming his handsome appearance in the copper mirror, he hurriedly set out. At the 4th watch, Yu Huaiyan held a lantern in his right hand and the steward's badge in his left, trembling as he walked through the bone-chilling palace corridors. According to reason, I should now possess the sunflower scripture, with the Xiao Anzi energy residing within me, granting me considerable resistance to the cold. Yet it remains inexplicably frigid. This defies logic. Utterly so. Could it be that the spirit of the Mingyue Empress lingers, casting an oppressive chill over the Mingyue Palace? Yu Huaiyan grumbled under his breath. However, his casual remark kindled a chilling sensation within his heart. He tightened the cloak of the imperial guard around him and lifted his gaze towards the Mingyue Palace. Before him stood the once resplendent and majestic royal palace, now shrouded in the pale, cold light of the moon, resembling a colossal tombstone, lifeless and desolate. He contemplated taking a detour, yet at that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a woman clad in splendid palace attire, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, standing upon the plaque of the Mingyue Palace. The night breeze swept by, causing her hair to brush against her delicate face, obscuring much of her features, rendering her visage unrecognizable. What the hell? In the dead of night, which palace maid is wandering around instead of sleeping? Is this some kind of outdoor adventure? Yu Huaiyan inwardly cursed. Nevertheless, to be fair, he felt no fear. All trepidation stemmed from a lack of strength. With the celestial martial arts version of the sunflower scripture at his disposal, even if he could not prevail, he could certainly utilize his unparalleled agility to escape. Which palace maid fails to grasp the rules? Is it not past curfew? Yu Huaiyan deliberately raised his voice, adopting an affected tone reminiscent of a eunuch. Yet, in the next moment, as his gaze met hers, with eyes like shimmering pools, he froze. He recognized this woman. He had encountered her once at the residence of the Wan Gui Fei. She was indeed the little eunuch warning him, tonight, before the Mingyue Palace. You shall act as if you have never seen me, and do not speak of this to anyone. Understood? The chilling and stern voice echoed in his ears. She was approaching. A jolt of alarm surged through Yu Huaiyan, prompting him to leap back, simultaneously channeling his inner strength and preparing 3 rain pear blossom needles at the ready. How impressive, this little eunuch's agility. In the past, I had only a fleeting glance of you in the palace of Lady Wan, assuming you were merely a decorative facade, yet you possess some skill. The woman gradually stepped forward, the moonlight illuminating her features, revealing a delicate beauty, a young girl with exquisite features and a fragile demeanor. Little Anzi has met with Chi Guerin. Yu Huaiyan weighed his options and bowed slightly in greeting. So your name is Little Anzi. Shin Yuqi chuckled coldly. However, your unflattering name is of no consequence. The warning I just gave you pertains to your very life. Do you comprehend? Fear not, your highness. Little Anzi understands. Yu Huaiyan blurted out, the long night is endless, and having no desire to sleep, I intended to take a stroll around the Mingyue Palace. As fatigue overcame me, I returned to sleep without encountering anyone. Watching the little eunuch's solemn demeanor, Shun Yuqi could not help but burst into laughter, her lips forming an enchanting dimple. Yu Huaiyan opened his mouth, intending to speak, when suddenly, whoosh. You have triggered a divine option. Option 1. Scold the other. Are you laughing at me? Reward. Sansi Hua Gu Dan, a ground-level item, a secret poison from the Bashatang men, essential for home travel and for eliminating enemies. Option 2. Compliment the other. Chi Guerin, your smile is truly beautiful, akin to the blossoms of spring. Reward. None. Are you laughing at me? Yu Huaiyan muttered indistinctly. What did you say? Shin Yuqi inquired, her brows furrowing. I said nothing. Yu Huaiyan feigned innocence. Enough, you little eunuch. You are hardly 2 years my junior, yet you are remarkably mature. Quite rare. Shin Yuqi's beautiful eyes scrutinized the handsome young eunuch before her, murmuring, no wonder Lady Wan favors you so. Chi Guerin, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I do not wish to intrude further. Yu Huaiyan said deliberately, Your Highness, are you not also enjoying a sound sleep in the palace at this very moment? Well said, Shun Yuqi replied with a soft smile, then with a graceful leap. She was already 10 paces away. Truly, as the holy maiden of Nanhai, Feishan Island, her lightness of foot is remarkable. Yu Huaiyan felt a moment of astonishment. However, returning to the matter at hand, what could Chi Guerin possibly be doing, sneaking into the old residence of the Mingyue Empress at such an hour? Alas, it is best to forget it. It is wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble. As Lu Gonggong once said, every secret within the palace is a hidden dagger that strikes unseen. Yu Huaiyan steadied his thoughts and hastened towards the Wan palace. Thanks to that infernal imperial room's regulations, his complexion had turned crimson, and he was nearly transformed into a peculiar being. Ultimately, it was only that woman who could provide him with a sufficient sense of security. The night had faded. Outside the pavilion, the first rays of dawn began to appear. Upon entering his chamber, he found Wan Zhen'er already fast asleep. Truly, a beauty deserving of her title. While others slept, sprawled like corpses, her legs were elegantly extended, her eyes tightly closed, exuding a certain charm. Yu Huaiyan carefully climbed onto the embroidered bed, embodying the essence of a poem, Peepa Xing, as he gently caressed her. "You little imp, how dare you bully your sister? Oh wait, how did you get in?" Wan Zhen'er blushed, beads of sweat glistening on her brow, slowly opening her beautiful eyes, her gaze filled with a mix of resentment and concealed delight. Indeed, her body was honest. She wrapped her delicate hands around herself, and soon, her legs, adorned in flesh-colored silk stockings, spread open, her toes pointed straight, the arch of her foot revealing an alluring curve. Yu Huaiyan instantly felt ensnared by her charm. "Sister Zhen'er," he said softly, "little Anzi missed you dearly tonight." "What?" Wan Zhen'er's exquisite eyes widened in disbelief. This was the first time her little suitor had expressed such tenderness towards her. Chapter 15. The Tenderness of the Empress. The following day, in Wan Palace, as dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden glow upon the embroidered bed. "Your Highness, it is dawn. Little Anzi must take his leave." Yu Huaiyan sat up, planting a gentle kiss on the earlobe of the beauty in his arms. At that moment, her lovely eyes were tightly shut. Her oval face, so smooth and fair, bore alluring crimson lips that slightly pouted, inhaling deeply, presenting a surprisingly adorable appearance. Vastly different from her usual domineering demeanor. Who could have imagined that this noble Gui Fei, who commanded the 6 palaces, would curl up like a kitten in his embrace for half the night? "You cannot run away." Wan Zhen'er rubbed her eyes, drowsily clutching his arm. "Be good. Hold me for a little longer." Yu Huaiyan tenderly caressed her slender, ivory hand, softly replying, "Your Highness, have you forgotten? I am not only a member of the Western Factory now, but also the Chief Eunuch of the Internal Affairs Bureau. I must attend to my duties daily. Surely, you would not want little Anzi to encounter any mishaps on his first day in office, leading to expulsion from the palace? Spare me the lectures." Firmly grasped the arm of her young lover, expressing her displeasure. "With me here, who would dare to drive you away? You heartless scoundrel. You simply do not wish to spend more time with me." As she spoke, her eyes opened wide, filled with utmost grievance. "You shameless youth. You insisted on indulging in peculiarities last night, and I am still feeling the effects." With those words, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Upon hearing her reference to the previous night's escapades, Yu Huaiyan felt a twinge of guilt in his heart. He questioned his own traditional and conservative inclinations. However, it was the overwhelming influence of Yu Fangjing that had driven him to invite Wan Zhen'er to explore new realms together. Reflecting on the previous night, he recalled how, despite his various demands, this imperial concubine had not shown anger. Rather, she had gently cooperated and comforted him like a tender elder sister. Yu Huaiyan felt even more ashamed. He bent down respectfully, lifting one of Wan Zhen'er's long, snow-white legs. For the first time in his life, he sincerely kissed his way from her delicate toes to the soft, creamy inner thigh, and finally, as if struck by some force, the previously angry concubine's beautiful eyes suddenly became hazy. Her ruby lips parted to emit a soft, enchanting moan. "What do you intend to do, you servant?" "I'm still quite upset." She was about to assert her imperial authority and reprimand him. However, upon meeting his warm, clear gaze, the resentment in her heart dissipated significantly. "I'm deeply sorry, Your Highness." Yu Huaiyan earnestly spoke in the gentlest tone of his life. "I admit that last night, it was indeed my fault. Yes, you. It will never happen again." Faced with her lover's sincere apology, Wan Zhen'er was momentarily taken aback. Soon after, her stunning face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head, whispering in a voice as soft as a whisper, "Well, since it has happened once, what harm would there be in another time?" "What?" Yu Huaiyan was left speechless in astonishment. "It's nothing." Realizing she had misspoken, Wan Zhen'er quickly cleared her throat. "I'm no longer angry. Hurry to the Naiwujian to attend to your duties, and do not forget to return to me before dusk. I have recently learned some pastry-making skills and would like to showcase them for you, my little one. Thank you for your kindness, your highness. Seeing her anger dissipate, Huaian felt a surge of joy and proactively suggested, since you are already awake, may I serve you in finishing your makeup before I leave? There's no need. I do not require your assistance today. Wan Zhin'er sat up, playfully lifting her lover's chin. How about I assist you in dressing instead? Huaian. With your sword-like brows and starry eyes, my little Huaian is indeed a rare beauty in history. Wan Zhin'er gazed at the handsome young man in the bronze mirror. Clad in court attire, and a gentle smile graced her lips. With her delicate white hands, she meticulously adjusted his garments, and unable to resist, she pinched his cheek. My little Huaian, do you know this is the first time in my life I have assisted a man in dressing? Your highness's kindness leaves me astonished. Huaian quickly responded. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, Your Highness, may I inquire about a matter? What is it? I have observed that the Qi Gairen maintains a close relationship with you, and I wish to know if there is any connection between her and the missing Mingyue Huangho. Ven Shine a fool Hiaplaus. Why do you suddenly bring up Qi Gairen? Hee, I was merely asking out of curiosity. All right, I can tell you. It's not much of a secret within the palace. Van Xin erstrecht lang uitli. Qi Gairen is, in fact, the niece of the Mingyue Huangho. Now I understand. Huaian nodded thoughtfully. Throughout the history of the Daxia Kingdom, it was common for the royal family to intermarry with prominent martial families. So marrying an aunt or niece was not unprecedented. It now seemed that Qi Gairen's clandestine appearance at Mingyue Palace last night was no coincidence. Perhaps she was seeking clues about her missing aunt. Your Highness, you once mentioned that after the Mingyue Huangho's disappearance, the emperor began to practice dark arts and distanced himself from women. Therefore, Qi Gairen, TSK, you little lecher, are you perhaps infatuated with Qi Gairen? Van Xin scoffed. I was merely asking out of curiosity. Huaian chuckled awkwardly. My little Huaian, listen closely. Wan Zhin'er cupped his handsome face, her expression suddenly turning serious. For many years, I have known that you constantly think about leaving this palace and departing from my side. I have no intention of selfishly keeping you with me for a lifetime. However, I must tell you this. You may one day fall in love with many beautiful and extraordinary young ladies. They may assist you at critical moments. But do not forget. As she spoke, she slowly crouched down, drawing close to the young man's abdomen. Only your Zhin'er Jie can truly support you. My capabilities and hidden strengths exceed your imagination. Do you understand? I understand, he responded. But the words had yet to escape his lips when a shiver coursed through Huaian, leaving him momentarily speechless. She was indeed the foremost figure in extinguishing physical desires. At the third watch, in the Naiwujian's assembly square, hundreds of eunuchs clad in black robes stood in respectful formation. On the elevated platform, the head eunuch, Wang Gonggong, fervently lectured the assembly. Huaian stood at the rear of the crowd, feigning concentration, despite his dual identity as a senior official of the Xichong, which exempted him from routine lectures. He had resolved to endure within the palace until he achieved mastery in martial arts. It was essential to blend in with the surroundings. However, due to the excessive exertion from the previous night and the ensuing ordeal with Wan Guifei that morning, although he stood erect, his eyelids felt heavy, threatening to close in slumber. Suddenly, a voice broke through his lethargy. Are you the Yu Gonggong under Lu Quanfuayuan? Huh. Huaian instinctively replied, blinking awake, only to find a slightly plump middle-aged eunuch approaching him. I am Qiu Huaili, a 7th-rank supervisor from the Naiwujian. It is an honor to meet you, Yu Gonggong. Qiu Gonggong, greetings. What do you wish to convey? Huaian smiled politely. Qiu Gonggong glanced around before pulling him into a corner, speaking in a hushed tone. Yu Gonggong, I'm a close friend of Lu Gonggong from the Xichong. Lu Gonggong held you in high regard during his lifetime, and I do not wish to see you come to harm. Today, I offer you a piece of advice. Please take heed. Huaian raised an eyebrow, about to inquire further, but Qiu Gonggong interjected. Yu Gonggong, the chamber adjacent to yours, the former empress's quarters, Mingyue Palace, is haunted. There is a female ghost. I have seen her with my own eyes. Qiu Huaili swallowed hard and continued. I was the previous owner of the room you currently occupy. Huaian Ding, you have triggered a divine choice. Option 1. Interrupt and refuse further conversation. Reward. Blood drip device 1. a lower-tier hidden weapon capable of severing heads from a distance, killing in an instant. Option 2. Listen attentively. Reward. Hu Xiao Jin Zhong Zhao. A high-grade, earth-level horizontal training technique. The soul of the golden tiger. A roar that shakes the earth, impervious to all methods, inflicting additional true damage to alien creatures. This is truly marvelous. I have always cherished the counsel of others. Ding! You have acquired Hu Xiao Jin Zhong Zhao. As night fell, outside the Mingyue Palace in the imperial harem, before an antiquated dwelling, a group of guards and eunuchs surrounded a young maiden clad in a court gown. This little Anzi, having entered the palace for 2 days, has yet to seek my company. How infuriating! But on another note, does little Anzi truly reside in such a place? Su Qingqing lifted the hem of her gown and, with her delicate legs clad in white silk, entered the room, only to find it stark and barren, with merely a rudimentary bed. She couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Your Highness, this place is too dusty. Would you like to step outside while I have a maidservant tidy up for Master Yu? Suggested the female guard, Chunfeng. No need, Chunfeng. You may take everyone back. I shall manage on my own. Su Qingqing dismissed the attendants and sat upon Yu Huaian's bed. It was hard and coarse, a stark contrast to her luxurious royal bed. Would little Anzi sleep here every night? Su Qingqing's face flushed suddenly, and under an inexplicable impulse, she lay down. What am I doing? Su Qingqing abruptly realized, her face reddening further, and she quickly sat up. It was then that she noticed a figure standing before her, a masked figure clad in black, wielding a blood-red sword. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the palace? Su Qingqing mustered her courage and reprimanded. TSK, little lady, judging by your demeanor, you must be a princess. At the very least? How splendid. We require a hostage. Kindly accompany us. The black-clad figure spoke ominously, gesturing, and several agile silhouettes leapt forth from the darkness. Help! There's an assassin. Su Qingqing cried out. Bold assassin, how dare you invade the forbidden palace? Several female officials immediately surrounded them. We must break through. We must accomplish our task before dawn. We cannot disappoint Master Kai. The leader of the black-clad figures coldly commanded, Linghua, Qiuyue, keep an eye on this young lady. Her status is significant. She is the perfect hostage. Do not harm her. Additionally, send 2 more to seize a young eunuch as our guide. This palace is filled with experts. Remember to select one with poor martial skills. Yes, Master Lung. Meanwhile, Yu Huaian, just emerging from the Naiwujian, felt aches in his back and a splitting headache. Damn it. Had he known that Master Wang's teaching would last an entire day, he would have slipped away earlier. However, today proved somewhat fruitful. Based on the physical description provided by Master Chiu, the female ghost he spoke of must undoubtedly be Qi Guiran. Now the question arises. According to Master Chiu, he had bravely rushed into Mingyue Palace and discovered a ghostly maiden in court attire wielding a hoe, digging in the back. What on earth was Shun Yuqi digging for? From Master Chiu to myself, the adjacent small room has had 2 different occupants, yet she still perseveres in her excavations? Is she seeking happiness? Enough of this. I shall not dwell on it. As long as she does not provoke me, she may dig as she pleases. I shall enjoy my peaceful slumber each night. Speaking of which, listening to Chiu while he brag, I managed to acquire a high-grade, earth-level horizontal training technique. Hu Xiao Jin Zhong Zhao. Today's gains are not insignificant. Yu Huaian yawned and was about to push the door to enter his chamber when his woody divine eyes suddenly sensed 2 suspicious auras. Instantly, he held his breath, concentrating, and stealthily approached the source of the energy. Not far from him, less than 20 meters away, 2 shadowy figures were whispering behind a palace wall. Damn, this Daxiao palace is enormous. I'm getting lost. Indeed, it's far larger than our Yuluo sect. Well, Master Lung instructed us to quickly capture a weak eunuch. I believe he's the one. Agreed. This young eunuch has been standing there in a daze for quite some time. He looks rather foolish and unremarkable, clearly a novice. Such a rare opportunity amidst the skilled fighters of this palace. The 2 reached an agreement. Utilizing their lightness skills, they leaped down from the beams above. Thud! They landed before the weakest young eunuch. Esteemed eunuch, we kindly ask you to accompany us. Resistance means death. One of the black-clad figures threatened fiercely. And where are we going? The young eunuch inquired. Less chatter. You'll know once we arrive, replied another black-clad figure. Understood. Please lead the way, noble warriors. Seeing the eunuch's compliance, the two black-clad figures exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with delight. Our leader is fortunate to have such a cooperative fellow. Something feels off, though, murmured one of them. Oh, we, the twin demons of Luosha, strike fear across Jiangnan. Who wouldn't he be terrified of us? This lad must be on the verge of wedding himself. Indeed, hurry. Once the young princess is reported missing, the palace will be in an uproar. We cannot delay Master Lung's grand scheme. With that, they set aside their reservations, hoisting the young eunuch and hastening forward. Young princess? Su Qingyin. Huaian had initially considered playing with these two bumbling black-clad figures. Upon hearing this, he felt an even greater urgency to intervene. Chapter 16. The Secret Female Investigator. Master Lung, we have captured the guiding eunuch. Just him. Two black-clad figures, one stout and one slender, rushed in, carrying a tall eunuch, excitedly reporting. Well done. The figure referred to as Master Lung stepped forward, lifting the black cloth covering the young eunuch's face to reveal a flawless visage. Little Anzi, from the corner, the young princess, held captive by two female black-clad figures, suddenly exclaimed. Upon seeing this figure, the tears she had been holding back finally streamed down her cheeks. Close your eyes. Ching-ching, be good. Huaian turned to the maiden, softly calling her name for the first time. In the next moment, his expression shifted to one of icy severity. With a swift motion, a short sword, reminiscent of a fish's spine and intricately curved, materialized from thin air, landing firmly in his grasp. Swish, swish, swish. He then wielded the sword with a flurry of movements, the blade dancing like cascading water, both enigmatic and sharp. In an instant, countless blades of light emerged from the void. Blood splattered as the air filled with the scent of iron. Those nearest the black-clad assailants were instantly reduced to mere remnants, their bodies lifeless on the ground. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. This young eunuch's swordplay is remarkably sinister. It's too swift. I cannot discern its trajectory. Such a vicious martial art is even more nefarious than our demonic sect. The remaining black-clad figures exchanged glances, now too fearful to advance another step. Overwhelmed by terror, they turned their gaze to their leader, who had already retreated several paces. Master Lung, what are you doing? Will you not intervene? My heavens! Little Anzi, when did you become so formidable? Su Qingqing slowly opened her eyes, her heart profoundly shaken as she beheld the grim scene of the black-clad figures strewn across the ground. The youth beside her bore no resemblance to the obedient and gentle Xiao Anzi of yore. Under the pallid glow of the moonlight, his countenance appeared both handsome and sinister, akin to a merciless specter of death. Your Highness, come swiftly to my side, Huaian urged, seizing Su Qingqing and vigilantly surveying the remaining black-clad adversaries. Thanks to the precious blood bodhi he ingested the previous night, his prowess had temporarily surged by at least 2 significant realms. Nevertheless, even with this enhancement, the technique he executed from the Kuehua Baodian, the unpredictable exorcising sword technique, had failed to ensnare the leader of the black-clad men. Such a formidable skill. You must not be an ordinary eunuch, are you? Perhaps a master from the eastern or western depot. The black-clad leader, brandishing a bloodied sword, approached with a menacing gaze. In his path, he brutally kicked the corpses of 2 subordinates, cursing, "These wretched fools, even in death, continue to vex me. I instructed you to find the weakest little eunuch. Instead, you brought me this harbinger of doom." In a fit of rage, he plunged his sword into the body of one of his fallen men. Huaian lowered his head, contemplating how to conclude this dire situation. Suddenly, a golden text flickered in his mind. You have triggered a divine-level choice. Choice 1. Engage in direct confrontation and annihilate the black-clad forces. Reward: 24 solar terms divine, Finger 1, heavenly grade, low-tier martial art. Encompassing the mysteries of heaven and earth, and merging the exquisite martial arts created from the 24 solar terms, divided into 24 fingers. Achieving consummation grants the wielder unfathomable might. Choice 2. Protect the princess and escape. Reward: 20 years of cultivation. Choice 3. Abandon the princess and retreat alone. Reward: Heartless Heavenly Book 1, heavenly grade upper tier martial arts tome, containing various minor divine abilities. Upon mastering, one can instantly enter the path of emotionlessness. becoming incapable of feeling emotions for life. Gazing at the options before him, Huaian's heart sank. At this critical juncture, the system had dealt him a trump card. Aside from the initial storyline triggered by the confession of the imperial concubine Wan, this divine-level choice was undoubtedly the most rewarding he had encountered in recent days. Not a single one of these options was trivial. The first choice was immediately dismissed. The black-clad adversary was a genuine, innate master, accompanied by several subordinates. Victory was implausible. The distinction between the second and third choices lay solely in Qingqing. He glanced at the trembling, tearful princess in his arms and made his decision in an instant. Heartlessness? Even if romance could be set aside, the mastery of the fifth level of the Yufeng Jing must not go to waste. Princess, take a deep breath. Xiao Anzi will take you on a sprint that you will never forget. While keeping a wary eye on the black-clad leader, Huaian lowered his voice to speak to the girl in his embrace. His thoughts began to crystallize. Seizing the moment while the black-clad men were daunted by his earlier display of might, he would dash with Su Qingqing beyond the confines of the Mingyue Palace. Indeed, in order to prevent the 16 guarding troops, particularly the 3 postnatal legions, the Yulin Guard, the Jinwu Guard, and the Genie Guard, from staging a revolt, the higher-ups of the Guard had historically been independent, restraining one another and being strictly limited to their respective defensive zones, unable to move freely. By decree of the green-haired tortoise, Emperor Xia, the vicinity around the Mingyue Palace was off-limits to any guards or patrols. Thus, to lead Su Qingqing to safety, they must traverse beyond the Mingyue Palace and reach the vicinity of the Xiaochuan Palace, where noble Lady Qi resided. Why should you fear? The black-clad leader sneered, leisurely twirling his sword. Your swordplay is so inexplicably bizarre that, truthfully, I have no certainty of easily subduing you. You are too modest, Huaian replied, deliberately stalling for time. Did you not evade my strike earlier? Indeed. I was quite inclined to counter, the black-clad leader sighed, a flicker of disheartenment passing through his menacing, narrow eyes. However, your initial sword stance is too peculiar. I cannot discern the flow of your sword intent. Not just me, but I dare say that your style is truly a unique anomaly within the entire Jianghu of Daxia. So, Huaian quietly tightened his grip on Su Qingqing's hand. Setting aside our respective standings, as fellow swordsmen, might we exchange our names before our duel? This was the questioning sword. The black-clad leader, holding his sword with both hands, bowed courteously, his tone surprisingly earnest. Well then, ask your mother. Huaian bellowed, his internal energy bursting forth as he lifted Su Qingqing into a genuine princess carry. With that, he unleashed all his might and fled in desperation. The moonlight scattered along the palace path, illuminating only a series of indistinct shadows. Damn, as a swordsman, I invite him to a fair duel to decide our fates. This man dares to conspire against me. The local eunuchs lack all manners. The black-clad leader spat vehemently, pointing his blood-red sword at the fleeting shadows and shouting, "Pursue! We must not allow this eunuch to escape the Mingyue Palace." The cold wind whipped against Huaian's face, but he remained oblivious. He expended every ounce of strength from his dantian, his eyes closed as he sprinted, the essence of the Kuehua Baodian's movement technique reaching its zenith at this moment. He was certain that during his previous life as a tadpole, he had never exerted himself with such fervor. Xiao Anzi. A soft voice came from the girl in his arms. Princess, do not be afraid. Do you see the pavilion in the center of the lake ahead? That is noble Lady Qi's residence. The Hu Bin Guard is stationed nearby. Once we arrive, we shall be safe. Huaian gritted his teeth. No, I am not afraid, Su Qingqing replied, lifting her head to gaze at the youth's unparalleled, divine-like visage beneath the starry sky, pressing her head against his shoulder. With Xiao Anzi here, I fear nothing. Indeed, Huaian nodded and continued to run. Just then, a chilling voice from behind pierced the air. Little eunuch, look out! Huaian felt a chill run down his spine as a sharp killing intent enveloped him. He turned slightly to glimpse a lethal projectile hurtling toward him. It was unmistakably a returning dragon dart, a common weapon of the Jianghu. Competing with me in hidden weapons? Huaian's brows furrowed as he summoned his true energy, and in an instant, 10 gleaming needles of the violent rain pear blossom shot forth from his fingertips. He poised to counter when, in the next moment, a delicate figure soared over the palace wall and shielded him and Su Qingqing from harm. Who are you? Huaian barely had time to react when a mysterious guest raised a slender arm, and effortlessly deflected the powerful returning dragon dart with a single palm. With a crisp sound, the finely crafted dart shattered into a fine powder. What seemed like an ordinary gesture displayed unfathomable power. This individual must be a legendary figure. A fifth-grade consummate master, a half-step grandmaster? As Huaian discreetly sensed the martial prowess of this mysterious savior, his heart trembled, and he halted his flight. With the moonlight reflected on the nearby lake, he managed to discern the visage of the enigmatic visitor. To his astonishment, it was a woman of exquisite beauty, her figure slender and graceful, with long, delicate legs. Although he could only see her profile from this angle, the elegant curve of her refined nose and the clarity of her autumn-like, shimmering eyes were sufficient to conclude that she was a beauty rivaling the famed Wan Guifei. Most notably, she was clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit that accentuated her waist, hips, and bust, were it not for the ornate Feiyu hat adorned on her head. Signifying her status, Huaian might have believed he had been transported back to a bygone era of cinematic fantasies. What was it called again? The secret female inspector? Qianbu. Shenbusi, Lu Xiao. Little eunuch, step aside. This matter is now under my jurisdiction, the captivating female inspector stated calmly amidst the profound silence. Huaian opened his mouth, intending to speak, but suddenly his mind erupted in a cacophony. Ding! The host has successfully completed Route 2. Protect the princess and escape. You have received a reward. 20 years of cultivation. The cultivation experience package has been stored in the energy orb form within your storage space and can be manually loaded. Chapter 17. Shichong, Huaian, Lu Xiao. The shock Huaian felt upon hearing this name eclipsed even the awe inspired by her stunning beauty and figure. This woman was the second daughter of the renowned Xuan Dao Lu family, one of the four martial arts noble families of the Xiao dynasty. In her early 20s, she had already matched the prowess of Lu Quanfeng, one of the 8 tigers of Xichong, and consistently ranked within the top 5 of the Baixiaoxing, Jianghu, Tianjiao list. Over the years, although Huaian had been in Xichong, he had heard much about her. Now, he finally beheld a real person, only to discover that she was affiliated with Qianbu. Qianbu, as a special institution transcending the 6 ministries, operates with utmost secrecy. It is said that besides Shenbusi, there exists another department. Even the widely known Shenbusi keeps the identities of its members veiled, known only to the high-ranking officials of the court. Thus, Lu Xiao's appearance here is far from coincidental. As Huaian pondered these thoughts, he noticed several figures in black attire had already surrounded them. Lord Lu, be cautious. The leading assassin is a master swordsman. Huaian warned. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Xiao snapped her fingers. In an instant, figures clad in silver-gray brocade surged forth from behind the palace walls, each bearing the official embroidered spring knife, their presence formidable. They were indeed the legendary silver-clad captors. These silver-clad captors are all at least 7th-grade elite fighters. They need not wait for Lu Xiao to intervene to deal with these black-clad assailants. Yet, I am curious about how these assassins managed to infiltrate the palace. Huaian murmured to himself. Suddenly, he remembered that he was still holding Su Qingqing in his arms and was about to hasten away when a golden light flickered in his mind. You have triggered a divine-level choice. Choice 1. Pause to observe a battle between martial arts prodigies. Reward. Bing Xinjing, a top-tier Earth-grade auxiliary technique that stabilizes the mind and grants immunity to all forms of mental interference. Choice 2. Depart with the princess. Reward. 5 increase in inner breath operation speed. How is it that this occurs again? Is there no end to it? Huaian was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood. Indeed, the system manual had explained that any positive interaction with this world, be it practicing martial arts, romance, exploration, or climbing the ranks, could trigger such events. And now, as he was about to witness Lu Xiao's prowess as a near master, in a sense, this also constituted an exploration. Divine-level choice system. Experience list of the mortal realm. Your Highness, we have now escaped danger. Perhaps we should, just as Huaian intended to consult Su Qingqing, she, with tears welling in her eyes, exclaimed with indignation. Xiao Anzi, put me down. Today I demand to know how the Shenbusi conducts its duties. How could such vile assassins breach the palace? Seeing the little princess with her wide, furious eyes, resembling an angry little lion as she glared at Lu Xiao, Huaian initially wished to offer some words of consolation, but ultimately refrained. Indeed, she was a royal princess, and having endured such humiliation tonight, she had every right to seek accountability. Your Highness, please allow me to provide an explanation shortly, Lu Xiao said with a respectful bow, then turning her gaze to the black-clad figures, her expression cold. Seize them all. With that command, she soared into the air like a solitary goose, drawing forth her gleaming blade that appeared as if touched by frost, and struck down upon the leading black-clad figure. This strike, seemingly ordinary, resonated with waves in the air, and a terrifying aura of blade energy coalesced, stretching for several dozen zhang. Boom! The massive blade shadow descended with the might of a collapsing mountain, delivering a heavy blow to the leading black-clad figure. As the blade passed, the resulting shockwave sent the nearby lake water soaring several zhang into the air. My goodness, a 40-meter blade. What kind of otherworldly version of the Huaian 6 techniques is this? Is that you, Feng Shimmy? Witnessing such a magnificent martial spectacle for the first time, Huaian felt a mix of astonishment and exhilaration. His Kuehua Baodian far surpassed any martial art in this world, being a true celestial art. Once he reached profound mastery, the manifestations he could unleash would surely rival those of Lu Xiao. While he was lost in such thoughts, the battle reached its conclusion. The black-clad leader wielding a blood-red sword had his protective chi shattered upon contact, his body cleaved in two by a single strike. Simultaneously, the remaining assailants were swiftly subdued by the silver-clad captors. Ding! Route 1 determination complete. You have gained Bing Xinju 1. Your Highness, now that the leader has been vanquished, let the Shinbusi interrogate the remaining assassins. Shall we return home to rest? After briefly reviewing the details of Bing Xinju, Huaian approached Su Qingqing. Xiao Anzi, you saved me tonight. I will remember this kindness for a lifetime. The 15-year-old princess, her eyes shimmering with resolve, grasped the young man's hand firmly. However, the Shinbusi must provide me with an explanation. How did those assassins get in? Why did they only arrive now? Huaian reflected. This girl is just like me, valuing loyalty and righteousness. No wonder we have resonated so closely over the past few years. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. Very well. I shall act as your voice and inquire with Lord Lu about the details. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Xiao, resembling an alluring inspector, approached with her long legs. I pay my respects to the princess. Lord Lu, Her Highness wishes to know the identities of these assassins, Huaian stated directly. In response to the princess, they are followers of the southern Yuluo demon sect. Their intent is to rescue several elder members imprisoned in the forbidden area known as Xinzhe Talin behind the imperial palace. Completely disregarding the eunuch before her, Lu Xiao turned her gaze directly toward the young princess, revealing that since their arrival in the capital, their informants among the populace had already taken notice. Su Qingqing's face flushed a deep crimson, her curiosity piqued, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Huaian interjected, My Lord Lu. The princess wishes to inquire how this group managed to infiltrate the palace, given that you have long been aware of their movements. Indeed, that is precisely my intent. The young princess's eyes sparkled with excitement as she glanced at her devoted attendant, her bright, feline-like eyes brimming with admiration. I am currently engaged in conversation with the princess. How dare you, a mere fish, interrupt? Lu Xiao raised an eyebrow, her expression tinged with annoyance. This woman's tongue was far too sharp. Huaian, equally vexed, cast a glance at Lu Xiao, whose figure was tightly encased in black attire, and gritted his teeth. I will make you pay for this. What did you say? Lu Xiao furrowed her brows, unable to catch his words. Beside them, Su Qingqing chimed in. Listen carefully. He is the most favored servant of Empress Wan, and my personal attendant. Indeed, she replied, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. He is my dearest friend. I see. Lu Xiao responded noncommittally, her tone cool. Regarding the princess's inquiry, I am unable to disclose all the details. I can only say that during our surveillance of this group, there was a minor oversight, the reasons for which I shall report to His Majesty. You, woman, clearly do not wish to answer me properly. Su Qingqing expressed her dissatisfaction with the response. Her cherubic cheeks puffed out in indignation. Just as the two were at an impasse, a mocking voice broke the tension. My Lord Lu, I fear this is not merely a minor oversight. An insider from the East Factory has emerged. Is this not a matter significant enough to shake the very foundations of the court? Upon hearing this voice, not only did Lu Xiao maintain her composure, But even the silver-clad constables around them were taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment as they turned to locate the source. The speaker was none other than a strikingly handsome and elegantly delicate young eunuch. Lu Xiao raised her clear, beautiful eyes, taking a moment to truly assess this youthful eunuch, who was several years her junior. The sheer beauty of his visage was unparalleled, and even her composed demeanor faltered for a fleeting moment. "May I inquire your name and the location of your service?" "I serve in the Xichong, Huaian." Chapter 18. A gentle tease of Lu Xiao. If you serve in the Xichong, what brings you to the inner palace? Lu Xiao narrowed her eyes, a look of suspicion crossing her features. By the emperor's explicit command. Before Su Qingqing could respond, Yu Huaiyan produced an insignia from his waist, displaying it before the gathered constables. "Very well," Lu Xiao conceded, her voice cold. "Does what you have stated possess any evidence?" "Certainly," Yu Huaiyan replied with calm assurance. "When I led the princess away from danger, I inadvertently caught a glimpse of the black-clad leader's sleeve, which concealed a glazed, double-fish jade token. Such a token can only be worn by those of the rank of East Factory Chief or higher." "Ah, you possess a keen eye, eunuch. Even in the face of peril, you managed to observe the assailant's attire?" Lu Xiao raised an eyebrow, her lips curving in a playful smirk. Meanwhile, the young princess, Su Qingqing, feeling the condescension in his words, clenched her tiny fist and retorted, "Mind your words, woman. If not for Xiao and protecting me with his life, I would have no need for concern." "Your Highness," Yu Huaiyan interjected, maintaining his calm demeanor. In response to my Lord Lu's inquiry, even without seeing that East Factory insignia, we could deduce that these black-clad assassins are indeed linked to the East Factory. "Oh, how can you be so sure?" Lu Xiao's expression shifted slightly. "It is quite simple," Yu Huaiyan asserted, without an insider guiding them. "These cultists would not possess such intimate knowledge of the palace's guard placements, nor could they have fortuitously arrived near the Mingyue Palace, which is unguarded. Just north of Mingyue Palace lies the Xiuquan Palace of noble Consort Qi, where the Huban Guard is stationed, and to the south is Consort Shu's sleeping quarters. Also under the vigilant watch of the Jinyui. These black-clad individuals could not have descended from the heavens. Thus, the truth reveals itself." As he spoke, Yu Huaiyan approached and rummaged through the remnants of the black-clad leader's corpse, discovering a white jade token engraved with a double-fish motif. "I boldly speculate that these black-clad individuals entered through the Taishan Gate, crossed the Jinshui Bridge, and circled around Consort Shu's quarters, guided by a certain Jinyui captain stationed nearby. It is well known that this Jinyui once licked the boots of our Jiang factory, and with Lu Jin's current power, they have become mere hounds of the East Factory. At this juncture, the true mastermind behind the scenes becomes evident. Alas, I wonder if Lu Jin, the head of the East Factory, is aware of this collusion with the cult." Yu Huaiyan feigned sigh, channeling his inner energy to wipe the blood from the token's surface, revealing the ancient script inscribed with the words "Chief Eunuch of the East Factory." Upon this revelation, the silver-clad constables inhaled sharply, casting glances at their superior. Lu Xiao's previously aloof and disdainful countenance now bore traces of astonishment. She scrutinized the handsome young eunuch for several moments before stating, "You, young eunuch, truly possess a discerning eye. Very well, since you have spoken so boldly. I shall provide the princess with clarity today, along with a special gift for you from the East Factory. Bring forth the culprit." With this command from the female silver-clad commander, a figure dressed in East Factory garb, slender and adorned with makeup, was escorted forward. His hands and feet were shackled, and his face and robe were stained with blood, suggesting he had endured considerable torture. "Ah, Eunuch Kai, it truly is you." Yu Huaiyan instantly recognized the individual, who was none other than Kai Bin, one of the 12 chief eunuchs of the East Factory and Lu Jin's adopted son. "You are?" Kai Bin struggled to lift his head, casting a bewildered glance at the young eunuch before him. "Eunuch Kai, you are a significant figure, so naturally. You do not recognize me." Yu Huaiyan politely clasped his hands in greeting. 3 years ago, when you visited Eunuch Lu Chuanfeng's residence, I was fortunate enough to have seen you. There is no need for you two to reminisce." Lu Xiao coldly interrupted their exchange, turning to the young princess and bowing slightly. "Your Highness, our constabulary has followed the clues all the way to uncover the truth tonight." At this point, she cast a complex glance at the previously eloquent young eunuch. Just as Yu Huaiyan has said, Those cult assassins infiltrated the palace disguised as eunuchs with the aid of Kai Bin from the East Factory, and under the protection of Jinui Captain He Ming. They successfully entered the vicinity of Mingyue Palace. Their objective is to traverse the harem and reach the northern Forbidden Ground, the Tianzue Ta Lin, to rescue the elders of their cult. At this, Lu Xiao let out a cold laugh, directing her gaze at the trembling East Factory eunuch Kai Bin. You truly are naive. Even if you manage to infiltrate Tianzue Ta Lin, what then? You can hardly imagine the formidable presence stationed there. She is the most powerful and legendary woman in the history of the royal family. Upon realizing her slip of the tongue, Lu Xiao quickly curtailed her remarks, commanding, take Kai Bin to the Xiao Luo prison and await the emperor's decree. At the mention of Xiao Luo prison, the torturously tormented Grand Eunuch Kai Bin snapped back to lucidity, pleading, Lord Lu, please spare me. I was merely following orders for a fee. I have no connection to the demonic sect. It is their fault for offering me too much. Moreover, I knew that with the presence of the Empress Dowager and the esteemed royal guardians at Tianzue Tower, those demonic cultists were undoubtedly walking to their doom, which is why I facilitated their demise. Lu Xiao wrinkled her brow in disgust before approaching the young princess, cupping her hands in apology. Your Highness, I sincerely apologize for my tardiness, which has caused you distress. I do not accept. This princess does not like you, woman. Suking Potev. Casting a softer gaze towards you, Huaian. Let us return to the palace, Xiao Anzi. Your Highness. Yu Huaian nodded in compliance. As they turned to leave, a hesitant female voice called from behind, please wait, young eunuch. Yu Huaian slightly turned his head to see the goddess-like figure of Lu Xiao regarding him with an awkward expression. Earlier, I was hasty in concluding the case, and my tone was harsh. I hope you can forgive me. Lu Xiao bit her lip. You risked your life to protect the princess tonight, and I shall surely report this great merit to the emperor. A sudden notification interrupted. You have triggered a divine choice. Cold face turn. Reward. 10 fragrant bewitching powder, a high-grade sedative that, if used correctly, can temporarily deprive martial artists below the 7th rank of their inner strength. Polite response. Reward. Demonic desire bewitching incense, a high-grade sedative, also known as the obedience incense, which, when applied correctly, can cause female enemies to temporarily lose their moral integrity and succumb to unbridled ecstasy. Briefly scanning the scene, Yu Huaiyan stepped forward, his handsome visage instantly illuminated by a radiant smile. Lord Lu, you flatter me. To meet someone as beautiful and capable as you is truly a blessing for me. The last person that left me so awestruck was the illustrious Wan Guifei. What did you say about me? Lu Xiao was momentarily taken aback, her exquisite face flushing with a barely perceivable blush. Having served in the divine catcheress office for many years, her subordinates had always feared her like a tiger. She had long regarded herself as a man of iron and blood. This was the first time she had ever heard someone praise her as a peerless beauty. Your words are sincere, and you deserve such praise, Lord Lu. Yu Huaiyan nodded earnestly. Moreover, Lord Lu, he began, wanting to continue, but noticing Su Qingqing's disapproving gaze, he hurriedly followed her. Ding. You have received demonic desire bewitching incense X1. An hour later, in the imperial palace, Golden Throne Hall. A thunderous roar akin to a furious dragon echoed throughout the hall. Lu Jin, I shall surely have you executed for your treachery. Inside the hall, the Emperor's wrath was palpable, saturating the air with a terrifying atmosphere of death. I shall execute you, you worthless dog. If anything happens to Qingqing tonight, the entire East Factory shall perish 1,000 times over. Emperor Xia, Su Wudao, wielded a serrated iron whip, his tiger-like eyes blazing with fury, mercilessly lashing it at the old eunuch kneeling before him. With each crack of the whip, blood splattered forth. Lu Jin, the 4th-rank master of the East Factory, bowed his head and endured, his robes torn and flesh laid bare, not daring to move an inch. After a moment, perhaps tiring from the exertion, Emperor Xia removed his dragon robe and slumped onto the dragon throne, yet his anger remained unabated. Speak, dog. Today I grant you the opportunity to explain. Thank you. Your Majesty. Lu Jin finally rose. I must reiterate, I had no knowledge of Kai Bin's collusion with the demonic sect. That scoundrel acted out of greed and brought calamity to the palace. It has nothing to do with me. Utter nonsense. Kai Bin is your adopted son. Do you think you can extricate yourself from this? For years, your adopted sons, emboldened by your name, have committed heinous acts, amassing wealth and properties throughout the capital. Did you truly believe I was unaware? Look at Jiang Wunyan. Learn from his governance of subordinates. The eunuchs of the West Factory are far more principled than your East Factory. Emperor Xia cursed vehemently, and, in his rage, he seized a vase from the imperial table and hurled it across the room. In that moment, he appeared as a vulgar commoner, entirely devoid of the majestic demeanor he typically possessed. Your Majesty, I may have been somewhat ostentatious in recent years, and many factions in the court view me as a traitor to the nation. I am aware of this. I am willing to accept some blame before you. However, my loyalty to you has never wavered. You should know this better than anyone. Lu Jin's voice trembled, his aged eyes bloodshot. 25 years ago, during the upheaval at the pinnacle of the empire, who stood unwaveringly by your side to help you seize the throne. It was I, Lu Jin, not Jiang Wunyan. My loyalty has always been to the late Prince Rui, now the Emperor of Daxia. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xia's expression faltered, and the flames of rage in his eyes gradually receded. After a prolonged silence, the once furious Emperor of Daxia, now resembling a defeated rooster, wearily waved his hand and softened his tone. Very well, Lu Jin, I have never doubted your loyalty. The path we have walked together is clear to me. This time, I shall grant you the opportunity to conclude the matter with Kai Bin's head. But should there be a next time, Emperor Xia rose, his deep-set tiger eyes once again radiating a chilling intent, do not blame me for being unyielding. Understand. Lu Jin bowed repeatedly upon my return. I will surely discipline my subordinates and rectify the factory's regulations. I will not trouble your Majesty. Enough, you may leave. I must resume my seclusion. Emperor Xia waved his hand, returning to his dragon couch. By the way, your Majesty, Lu Jin showed no intention of departing, hesitating as he began. I previously mentioned the death of Shui Gang from the East Factory. This matter must have been orchestrated by the West Factory. I implore your Majesty to uphold justice for the East Factory. Evidence. Emperor Xia narrowed his eyes, speaking ominously. Lu Jin, do you know that this morning, Jiang Wunyan also came to see me, claiming that a high-ranking eunuch from the West Factory had died, and speculated that the culprit was your East Factory's eunuch Shui? That is impossible. Lu Jin hastily gestured dismissively. How can it be impossible? Emperor Xia scoffed. The East and West Factories have been secretly at odds, dogs biting dogs. That is the truth of the matter, is it not? Lu Jin gritted his teeth, but did not dare to retort. Very well. Emperor Xia sat cross-legged, lost in a meditative slumber. Since both the Dong and Shi factories seek justice, I shall grant your wish. Tomorrow, I will command the Divine Capture Department to collaborate with the Shi factory to thoroughly investigate the case of Shui Gang from the Dong factory. As for the demise of the Grand Eunuch Lu Quanfeng from the Shi factory, I intend to mandate the Zhen EC to join forces with your Dong factory for the investigation. Such a dual approach will inevitably yield some insights, would it not? Suddenly, Emperor Xia opened his eyes, a chilling glint flashing across his gaze. Lu Jin felt a shiver run down his spine, and he instinctively collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, Your Majesty is indeed wise. Get out. The Emperor coldly drew the curtain, but then recalled something and called out, By the way, Chun Di Fu, reward someone on my behalf tomorrow. Whom does your Majesty wish to reward? Inquired the vigilant Grand Eunuch Chun Di Fu, standing in the corner. That little eunuch mentioned by Minister Lu today. What was his name again? Replying to your Majesty, it is Huaian. Have I not heard that name somewhere before? Yes, Chun Di Fu replied. The little eunuch from the Shi factory, summoned by Consort Wan and Princess Qingqing, is indeed he, a talent, a truly capable individual. Suddenly, Emperor Xia recalled the striking young man standing beside his beloved concubine. A cold smile crept upon his lips. What a pity he is a eunuch. To the north of the imperial city, in the residence of the fourth princess, within the inner chamber, a pair of exquisitely beautiful young boy and girl stood closely, one seated and the other standing. Do not be disheartened, your highness. Observing the young princess, who had let her guard down and was weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, Huaian felt a pang of compassion. He knelt down and took her small hand, saying, The fault lies not with us, but with those vile demonic assassins. As royal guards, Chun Feng and the others have died in loyalty to their master, which is a great honor. The court will not neglect their families. Xiao Anzi. Princess Su Qingqing lifted her head, her large eyes, red and swollen from crying, gazing pitifully at the young man as she choked out, "Am I truly so useless? I was just thinking that if it were second sister or third sister, they would surely be able to vanquish those dark-clad assassins without needing Chun Feng and the others to lift a finger." Huaian pondered for a moment, uncertain of how to respond. As for the enigmatic third princess, Su Jinli, let that be aside for now. If it were the valiant second princess, Su Qifeng, she might indeed single-handedly eliminate those demonic assassins. I knew it. As the most trusted youth fell silent, Princess Su Qingqing burst into deeper sorrow. "I am but a small waste of space." Woo-woo. Sigh. Huaian sighed softly, at a loss for words of comfort. At such a moment, perhaps it was better for her to vent her emotions than for him to offer 1,000 empty words. After a while, perhaps exhausted from crying, the young princess ceased her sobbing and hugged her knees, softly stating, "Xiao Anzi, I no longer have Chun Feng and the others. Will you leave me in the future?" "No." This time, even without activating any system options, Huaian spoke without hesitation. "As long as you remain in the palace, no one shall harm the princess." Over the years, this young princess had never acted aloof due to their differing statuses. Instead, she treated him like a brother, caring for him in every way. This bond was something Huaian cherished. I believe you." Su Qingqing nodded, wiping away her tears, her exquisite face still bearing traces of her sorrow, yet managing a faint smile that was tinged with melancholy. Perhaps the atmosphere in the room was too heavy. The pair, usually in perfect sync, now sat in silence. Time passed, and the young princess, head bowed, opened her delicate, fair arms wide, lifting her full bosom which was entirely incongruous with her adorable face. "Xiao Anzi, I need a hug." "Huh?" Huaian was momentarily taken aback. "Whoa, Xiao Anzi," you hesitated. Su Qingqing rubbed her tear-stained eyes, her voice trembling. "You do not care about Qingqing at all, or rather," she pouted, revealing the resentment buried deep within her heart. "If Consort Wan were to ask you, you would surely rush over without a second thought." As she spoke, her large cat-like eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "That is not the case, Your Highness." Huaian earnestly explained, "Your significance to me is entirely different from that of Consort Wan. Then can you cherish me as you do her?" At this point, the young girl's cheeks flushed like ripe apples, and she lowered her head. "Do you like being close to me?" She covered her burning cheeks, but could not bring herself to utter the word "like." After 2 years apart, she was no longer the naive girl she once was. Seeing the young man again awakened a peculiar sentiment within her heart. Of course, it is the same for everyone. Huaian nodded, sitting beside the young girl. "What do you mean by the same for everyone?" Su Qingqing shook her head. "I do not like that phrase. I want you to treat me better. Is that possible?" "Of course." To help the young girl quickly overcome her emotions, Huaian contemplated and responded. Finally, Su Qingqing managed a smile, then Xiao Anzi, "Can you prove it to me?" Huaian's heart jolted, a foreboding feeling washing over him. "Xiao Anzi, lie down." "Huh? Yes." Following her command, Huaian crouched down near the edge of her skirt. In the next moment, he witnessed the young girl, blushing fiercely, lifting her golden skirt. She then raised a slightly chubby, curvaceous white leg, her rounded toes pointed downward, slowly extending toward his face. "Your Highness, what is this?" Having spent considerable time around Consort Wan, Huaian instinctively inquired, "Do you wish for me to massage it?" Upon uttering those words, he instinctively glanced over. Through the thin royal silk, he could distinctly see the delicate and rosy feet of the young girl, akin to pearls, shifting restlessly in response to her anxious heart. "No, that is not it." Perhaps overwhelmed by shyness, Su Qingqing let a strand of hair fall to cover her rosy face and boldly brought her beautiful leg closer to the young man's face. "I want Xiao Anzi." While speaking, her cheeks grew even redder, and her restless little feet moved more vigorously. "Kiss it." "What?" Huaian's eyes widened in shock. Just then, a voice announced from outside the residence, "Consort Wan has arrived." Huaian's body stiffened in an instant. At that moment, the miraculous selection system activated once more. As always, the options were astonishing. Option 1. Agree to the princess's request and kiss her delicate foot. Reward. The royal bedroom wheel technique elevated to its highest realm. Gaining the ultimate skill, retract yang into the abdomen. Option 2. Forcefully refuse. Reward. Mother and child golden cicada, a top-tier Earth-grade spiritual medicine that permanently enhances any cultivation level by 1. Golden letters flashed in his mind. Huaian felt as if 1,000 galloping horses were trampling through his thoughts. Option 1 was something he could barely muster the courage to fulfill. As for Option 2, he is currently endowed with the quintuple enhancement of the Yufeng Jing, his muscular strength unparalleled compared to the past. Even Wang Guifei would wail for her husband to save her. How could such a petite and adorable girl like Su Qingqing handle this? Damn system. The most despicable of creatures. Huaian cursed inwardly. However, he soon calmed himself. Even if he cannot achieve Option 2, he indeed needs the rewards from Option 1. It is not that he places great importance on that peculiar Yufeng Jing, but rather he has caught sight of a remarkable skill it bestows at its highest level. Suiyang Rufu, once mastered, even if Wang Guifei were to expose herself one day, Huaian, could prove his innocence. Just now, a palace maid reported that Wang Guifei has arrived at the entrance of the princess's residence and will be entering shortly. I must make a swift decision. Huaian took a deep breath. He raised his gaze to the delicate, silken feet before him. At this moment, as the cheeks of the imperial little princess flushed increasingly red, her graceful toes also fidgeted restlessly. Xiao Anzi, do you truly not wish to? Do you find this princess unworthy? Su Qingqing pouted, her innocent and charming face rarely exhibiting the imperial demeanor. Humph, today I shall be willful. Why should Wang Guifei bully you while I cannot? Saying this, she bit her lip and brought her jade foot closer to the young man's forehead. Huaian's heart raced wildly. It was evident that she genuinely desired him to kiss her little foot. Goodness, how could she, at such a tender age, be similar to Wan Zhener? As he internally lamented, the princess's delicate, enchanting foot drew nearer, already brushing against his chin. He could even smell the sweet, milky fragrance emanating from the soles of her feet, characteristic of a girl her age. In that instant, Huaian's mind went blank. Your Highness, you are the one who revealed your intentions first. In a heartbeat, Huaian's eyes ignited with fervor, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him. He reached out his hand and grasped her tender, petite foot, plunging forward. Soon, he took complete control, towering over the little princess, whose face was flushed, her beautiful eyes rolling back, seemingly on the verge of losing control. Xiao Anzi, I was merely testing you. Will you stop? It tickles. Qingqing is so ticklish. The little princess's cheeks were fully crimson, covering her mouth, trying her best to suppress her laughter. She was about to muster all her strength to withdraw her jade foot when unexpectedly, the handsome youth, lost in his fervor, not only kissed more passionately, but also gently caressed her calf. The most disconcerting part was, she suddenly felt no ticklishness and moreover, is he giving me a massage? The young girl pouted, exhaling a long breath of white mist, feeling an unprecedented sense of comfort, as if walking on clouds. Your Highness, after the massage concluded, Huaian, while closing his eyes to recuperate, spoke earnestly. The feet harbor numerous crucial acupoints for martial artists. While I was massaging you, I noticed the circulation beneath your foot was slightly obstructed, so I performed a massage for you. Fortunately, the stagnation has now dissipated. As he spoke, he glanced up only to find the young girl had turned her head away, seemingly embarrassed to face him. Ding! Route 1 has been confirmed. Your Yufeng Jing has reached the 9th level, fully completed. You have comprehended the skill Suiyang Rufu. Receiving the rewards from the system, Huaian, however, felt little joy. He knew that what lay ahead was the true, terrifying battlefield. Just as the master and servant in the room were engulfed in awkward silence, a domineering and cold female voice rang out from outside. All of you, get away from this princess. Xiao Anzi, are you inside? Upon hearing that voice, Huaian's scalp tingled. However, just when he thought this night would end in turmoil, the little princess unexpectedly said weakly, Xiao Anzi, you may return with that woman. I do not require your company tonight. Rest assured, I am not angry with you, nor am I afraid to compete with that woman. It is just Su Qingqing lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. I am feeling shy now, unsure of how to face you. Huaian still wished to say something, but bang, the door was forcefully pushed open. At the forefront was the familiar old maid, Chunhua. Following closely was a tall, elegant beauty adorned with a phoenix crown, striding directly towards the two, completely disregarding the small princess beside her. The master of the 6 palaces. The Grand Empress of the Xiao dynasty fixed her beautiful gaze directly upon the young eunuch. Upon seeing that her beloved was unharmed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, her expression bore a hint of melancholy. Xiao Anzi, her words were left unfinished as she noticed the youth gazing at her with an unprecedented tenderness, softly saying, "Your Highness, let us go home." Upon hearing this, Wan was momentarily taken aback, her entire being frozen in place. In that instant, she suddenly felt that no matter what she gave for this man in her life, it seemed worth it. Under the starry night, on the southeastern edge of the imperial capital, at the top of the west corner archway, returning to a familiar place, observing the splendid royal decorations within the room, as well as the new garments once worn by the Xiao Emperor and Empress Mingwei, Huaian felt no trace of fear or hesitation. At this moment, he had only one thought: to make amends to this woman, whom he both loved and hated throughout his life. "Xiao Anzi, why have you been silent all the way? And why have you brought this princess here? Did you not previously scold me for being reckless, fearing that someone would discover us?" Wan frowned slightly. "Your Highness, Xiao Anzi wishes to apologize," Huaian said earnestly. Wan was taken aback, then huffed, "You little rascal, do tell me. How many times do you owe this princess an apology?" "Today," Huaian spoke seriously. "This morning, before going to the Naiwujian for the morning assembly. I promised your Highness that I would return to Fengwan Palace in the evening to savor the pastries you made. But Xiao Anzi misspoke. Not only that, but I also nearly got myself into serious trouble tonight, causing you to worry." Upon hearing this, Wan stood rooted to the spot, her beautiful peach blossom eyes completely frozen. Soon after, her eyes brimmed with glistening tears. "You ungrateful little rascal. Do you know how worried I was for you tonight?" Wan Guifei choked, no longer able to maintain her pride, rushing into her beloved's embrace. While she pounded on the young man's chest, she poured out her grievances. "You rascal. Forgetting our evening appointment is one thing. Do you know how anxious I was when I heard you encountered assassins with that little girl?" She wept and lamented, her voice gradually fading until she could no longer form words, as though she had nestled into the embrace of a youth. Huaian was equally moved. After 5 years of close companionship with Wan Guifei, this was the first time he witnessed this strong-willed, cunning woman reveal such tender femininity. This side of her was something the Summer Emperor, that green-haired turtle, could scarcely imagine in his lifetime. "Your Highness, even Xiao Anzi understands." Huaian gently caressed the tips of the Guifei's hair. It was at this moment that he was astonished to discover her figure was so statuesque that, when donned in those crystal high heels, she nearly matched his own height. Moreover, as they leaned closely together, he could perfectly feel her soft, graceful curves. Truly, she was exquisite, a paragon of beauty. How foolish he had been to once contemplate escaping from this enchanting beauty who had bared her heart to him. Huaian felt an urge to run to the balcony and proclaim to the entire imperial palace that he was a fool. "You little rascal, something seems amiss," Wan said with a playful pout, her beautiful eyes lowered. "It is I who is not quite right. No, as long as your Highness is pleased, Xiao Anzi shall strive to accommodate you from now on," Huaian earnestly declared as he approached the Namu golden silk dragon couch. Picking up 2 garments adorned with luminous pearls and intricately embroidered dragons and phoenixes. These were indeed the robes left behind by the Summer Emperor Su Wudao and Empress Mingwei on the night of their grand wedding at the west corner archway. As he draped the Emperor's dark golden dragon robe over himself, he sincerely invited the utterly captivated Guifei. "Your Highness, you have always adored seeking excitement. Since I have repeatedly declined your previous requests, why not this time?" With that, he stretched out upon the dragon couch, closing his eyes and declaring, "Your Highness, please take the initiative." Upon hearing this, Wan was momentarily stunned. Then, her large, bright, peach blossom-like eyes suddenly sparkled with unprecedented joy. The stars in the night sky twinkled, brightening and dimming in a continuous cycle. "Xiao Anzi, you truly are the most remarkable man I, have encountered in this lifetime. It is unlikely I shall ever meet someone like you again," Wan Guifei said. Her enchanting figure languidly reclined, her lips curling into a smile as she gazed lovingly at the youth who eased her burdens. "To have met your Highness is indeed my fortune." Huaian wiped the sweat from his brow and complimented her, saying, "Your Highness, perhaps we should call a night. I have encountered an assassin tonight and am utterly exhausted, in need of rest." Having soothed Wan Guifei, he was now eager to return to his quarters to absorb the 20 years of cultivation he had just received. Who knows? Perhaps he might encounter that esteemed, noble lady again at Mingyue Palace. Before Wan Guifei could respond, he could hardly contain his excitement as he opened his attribute panel. Name, Yu Huaian, age, 20, identity, middle-ranked official of the Western Factory, minor supervisor. Chief Eunuch from the 7th rank, martial arts, breathing technique, unknown rank, a family inheritance of the Yu family, currently at level 3. 100 refinements, lion's claw technique, upper yellow rank martial art, inherited from Western Factory Governor Jiang Huaian, currently at level 2. Total of 10 levels. Secret technique of the imperial chambers has reached the highest level. Derived secret skill retracting yang into the abdomen, storage space. Millennium melting, snow ginseng. Blood Bodhi 1. 3 corpse bone transformation pill 1. Fish intestine sword, storm pear blossom needle, tiger roaring golden bell shield, ice heart technique, demonic desire enchantment incense. 20 years of cultivation, energy orb. Seeing the supreme mastery of the imperial chambers on the attribute panel, Yu Huaian was overjoyed. Just then, a voice called from downstairs, Guifei. The first prince requests an audience. Huh. Hearing this, Yu Huaian was taken aback. Although he had only met the first prince a few times, he had heard much about him during his time in the Western Factory. The Summer Emperor had 3 daughters and 1 son, all born of Empress Mingyue. The first prince, Su Lai, was exceptionally skilled in martial arts, ranking just below the second princess, Su Chiefeng, among the younger generation of the Daxiao royal family. This individual was known for his erratic and violent temperament, often indulging in flirtations in the capital or insulting court officials. Yet, this first prince treated Wan Guifei, who was merely 2 years his senior, with utmost respect and affection, referring to her as mother. The reason was clear. He understood the power held by Wan Guifei and the might of her father, Duke Liang. Your Highness, the first prince's late-night visit likely signifies an important matter he wishes to discuss with you. It would be prudent. Just as Yu Huaian was about to say more, he was playfully interrupted by Wan Guifei's laughter. Oh, you little rascal, do you truly see yourself as an outsider? Since he, Su Lai, calls me mother, in a sense, you too are his false father. Your Highness, such words. Upon hearing this audacious statement, Yu Huaian's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Surely, I, Yu Huaian, a man of iron blood, cannot become like Lao Ai. All right, I won't jest any longer. Let Su Lai come up. Wan Zhen'er extended her delicate arm, pulling her young lover into her embrace once more, sweetly saying, Oh dear, sister has yet to fully enjoy herself tonight. How about, Your Highness, please do not. Yu Huaian hastily interjected. There must be limits to everything. If the first prince were to see this, the consequences would be dire. No. I shall ensure he does not see anything. Yet he will not dare to enter. This will suffice, Wan Zhen'er said with a teasing smile, gesturing towards the long table draped in red cloth beside them. Yu Huaian paused for a moment, finally grasping her intentions. This is outrageous. She truly intends to defy the heavens. Your Highness, please do not. He implored earnestly. There must be limits to everything. If the first prince were to see this, the consequences would be unthinkable. Just then, the sound of the first prince, Su Lai, ascending the stairs grew increasingly near, resonating ominously. The first prince, Su Lai, possessed the imperial family's ultimate skill, the 8 directions suppression technique, and was known for his remarkable strength, moving with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. At this moment, he was still several floors away from the top-level loft, yet the oppressive sound of his footsteps echoed in Yu Huaian's ears. Your Highness, please do not. Yu Huaian sat beside the imperial desk, his expression filled with helplessness as he gazed at the stunning beauty completely concealed beneath the red cloth. While it was indeed commendable to seek excitement, some actions could only lead to one's doom. Oh, what are you afraid of? Wan Zhen'er peered out from the edge of the red cloth, her face flushed with color. This loft is the private chamber of the Emperor and Empress Mingyue. According to custom, as a son, Su Lai cannot intrude recklessly. But you, my dear, what of you? Wan Guifei smiled, enchanting, her gaze filled with allure. Will you be able to hold yourself back? I can. Yu Huaian gritted his teeth, saying, I only hope your Highness will not take things too far. All right then, you. Dear sister. Wan Zhen'er licked her lips, preparing to continue their playful game of hide-and-seek. Yu Huaian sighed softly, feeling utterly helpless. Moments later. He suddenly felt goosebumps rise all over, unable to shake off the chill that coursed through him, just as his spirit wandered elsewhere. In the upper loft, a respectful voice echoed, "Mother Empress, are you up there?" Huaian felt a sinking sensation in his heart and promptly practiced his breathing technique, striving to maintain a tranquil state of mind. Moments later, a tall and robust young man, adorned with a winged crown and a golden dragon robe, bowed as he ascended the loft with a deferential gait. "I pay my respects to you, mother." The great Prince Su Lai was about to pay his respects when he noticed a handsome young eunuch seated at the rear of the grand hall. "Who is this insolent servant, so ignorant of decorum? How dare you sit here?" Anger flared within Su Lai as he contemplated rushing forward to toss the young eunuch aside like a chick. Yet, he forcibly suppressed his fury. Indeed, while he might act with impunity outside, he knew he must temper his behavior before this formidable young Mother Empress. On the other hand, seeing Su Lai refrain from acting recklessly, Huaian let out a sigh of relief. He straightened up and inquired nonchalantly, "Your Highness, what brings you to seek the Empress? What concern is it of yours, you servant?" Su Lai stood at the entrance, coldly retorting, "I ask you, is my mother inside?" Responding to the great prince's inquiry, Huaian replied, "Your Highness, the Empress is currently bathing, which is why I am stationed outside to prevent any disturbances." Huaian struggled to steady his heartbeat, maintaining an impassive expression. "You deceitful servant must be lying." Su Lai's expression grew increasingly furious. "My mother has always held me in high regard, far more than my two royal sisters. How could she possibly refuse to see me upon my arrival?" With that, he immediately altered his tone, calling out in an excessively flattering manner, "Mother Empress. Mother Empress, are you inside? Little Lai has matters to discuss with you." Goodness, this fellow is utterly insufferable. Observing the portly prince in his 20s referring to himself as Little Lai, Huaian felt a wave of discomfort. Yet soon, that discomfort was overtaken by a sense of ease. Taking a deep breath, Huaian felt as if he were floating on air. Ever since imparting certain advanced techniques from his previous life in the island nations, he had become increasingly adept. Meanwhile, seeing no response from the Empress, Su Lai grew anxious, repeatedly calling out. When silence continued to reign, this imperial air revealed a childlike expression of disappointment and lamented, "Why? Why does Mother Empress not wish to see me? Have I done something wrong?" After hesitating for a moment, he glanced at the small eunuch seated upright in the distance. This time, the once domineering great prince displayed a notable shift in demeanor, adopting a friendly tone. "Little eunuch, is Mother Empress truly bathing inside?" "I wouldn't dare conceal anything from your Highness," Huaian replied, nodding earnestly. Su Lai, now amiable, gently queried, "Given your close service to Mother Empress, I presume you must be quite favored by her?" "It is merely the Empress's misplaced affection," Huaian humbly responded. "Very well," Su Lai chuckled, then inquired, "If I may ask, how long does Mother Empress typically take to bathe?" "I can wait outside." "Well," Huaian sighed, expressing a troubled countenance. How could he possibly respond to Su Lai? He could not reveal, "Your esteemed mother is currently determining her exit based on when I leave." Clearing his throat, he feigned a reminder. "Ah, it appears Mother Empress truly does not wish to see me tonight." Su Lai shook his head in resignation and continued, "Little eunuch, since Mother Empress holds you in such esteem, might you convey a few words on my behalf? Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall not let you down." With that, he retrieved a radiant night pearl from his robe and tossed it onto the imperial table, landing perfectly. "Very well." Acknowledging the situation, Huaian replied accordingly, "Your Highness, please speak. I am listening." He then discreetly tucked away the precious night pearl into his sleeve. Wealth does not return home, like a brocade garment worn in the night. Over the years, he had amassed considerable savings while idling at the Western factory, and he planned to sell the night pearl to return home with his father and sister, enjoying a well-deserved splendor. Seeing the bribe accepted, a smile graced Su Lai's lips as he stated, "I would like you to inform Mother Empress that if she could invite Lord Liang to the palace for next month's moon festival in my name, I would forever cherish her kindness and serve her as my own mother, obeying her every command." Upon hearing this, Huaian couldn't help but chuckle. He understood Su Lai's true intentions. Emperor Yuan Tai, having surpassed 50, had yet to establish an heir. Logically, as the eldest son of Empress Mingyue, Su Lai should be the rightful heir to the throne. However, this young man had failed to uphold his responsibilities, causing turmoil and earning the disdain of the court. In contrast, his second sister, Lord Chief Eunuch, not only possessed martial talents equal to his, but had also earned accolades in the southern frontier. Revered by the border populace as a guardian deity, rumors have long circulated that the Xiao dynasty might soon witness the rise of a female emperor. In such circumstances, Sulai was undoubtedly anxious. Thus, he sought out Wan Guifei, hoping she would invite Lord Liang in his name to fulfill the emperor's wish of slaying the dragon and completing the ritual, thereby winning favor and altering his fate. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall relay the message to the empress. Huaian responded politely with a slight bow. Just then, as if struck by a sudden force, his complexion flushed and he trembled slightly. Little eunuch, are you unwell? Would you like me to take you to the imperial physician? Sulai inquired with feigned concern. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. Huaian exhaled a long breath, feeling a sense of relief. Very well then. I appreciate your service, little eunuch. Sulai returned a bow, cast a reluctant glance towards the inner chamber, and turned to leave. Once the sound of his presence faded, Huaian lightly tapped the table, and a red cloth slowly lifted, revealing a tall, ethereal beauty resembling a water lily emerging from the depths. It was Wan Guifei, who had been playing a game of hide and seek with him. Ah, my dear little Anzi, you certainly did not deceive me. It appears you have indeed mastered some extraordinary technique, Wan Zhin'er teased, playfully tilting his chin. Then, with her alluring lips parting, she extended her vibrant, crimson tongue like that of a siren. Your Highness, Huaian stood in stunned silence, utterly at a loss for words. If the Emperor of Xiao were to witness this, his family would surely face dire consequences. Your Highness, you are, after all, nominally a married woman. Such behavior is quite improper. Huaian sighed deeply, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Humph, you little rascal, are you trying to play the saint before me now? You did not refuse before we began our game of hide and seek. Wan Guifei extended her delicate hand and playfully tugged at her beloved's handsome face. Her expression tinged with displeasure. I had anticipated that after Sulai's departure, you would cherish me tenderly, yet I find myself mistaken. Humph, speak. Do you regard me as a wanton woman in your heart? Huaian nodded slightly, but quickly realized his error and shook his head vigorously. Absolutely not. You little rascal. I could very well kick you to death. Wan Guifei's eyes brimmed with tears from her anger as she raised her beautiful leg and delivered a heavy kick. Huaian, accustomed to her antics, remained steadfast, allowing her to vent her frustrations. You heartless little creature. I do not treat everyone this way. Only you. Do you understand? If, in a few years, the Emperor masters nefarious arts and dares to lay a hand on me, I shall ensure our mutual destruction. As Wan Zhin'er spoke, she suddenly crouched down, her voice choked with emotion. It is precisely because you are the first man I have ever loved that I shall never love another in this lifetime. Therefore, I wish to experience all the joys of the world with my most beloved man. Is there anything wrong with that? By the end of her speech, she covered her face and wept uncontrollably. Huaian found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps she believed her feelings to be true love. Yet such affection seemed exceedingly avant-garde. Very well, Your Highness, it is indeed my fault. In truth, Huaian forced himself to say, I quite enjoy our peculiar games together. Really? Wan Zhin'er's beautiful eyes widened, her expression taking on a touch of youthful innocence. Indeed, it is true. All right. I shall believe you this once. Wan Guifei finally broke into a smile. Now, you must have many questions in your heart, do you not? Indeed. Observing that she was ready to discuss serious matters, Huaian cautiously inquired. Currently, both His Majesty and the First Prince have requested you to invite Duke Liang to attend the Moon Festival. What are your thoughts on this? He quickly added, as a humble servant, if it is inconvenient for you to disclose, please feel free to keep it a secret. Do you think I regard you as an outsider? Wan Zhin'er shot him a glance before taking out her lip balm to touch up her makeup. Let me tell you, even if the Emperor and the First Prince do not ask, my father will certainly attend this year's Moon Festival. Oh, does the Duke acknowledge that the current Emperor is worthy of the Fengshan ceremony? Huaian inquired with curiosity. Wan Guifei smiled without answering, her gaze turning somewhat mysterious. Let me share a secret with you. My father will personally present the Taizu's cold moon divine sword to the Emperor. But the Emperor cannot possibly harm that ancient white chi dragon. Su Wudao is certainly not the true son of destiny. What? Upon hearing this, Huaian was taken aback, his hair standing on end. Alas, I cannot divulge any more, for knowing too much brings greater risks, and I cannot bear that. Wan Guifei smiled mysteriously, poking Yu Huaiyan's prominent nose with her delicate finger. I can only tell you that this matter was revealed to my father by the Mingyu Empress. Furthermore, Your Highness, realizing the increasingly alarming secrets being disclosed, Yu Huaiyan suddenly recalled the warning from Gong Gong Lu and swiftly shifted the topic. Your Highness, the hour is still early. Why not allow me to escort you once more? Huh? This time, it was Wan Guifei who was astonished. You young man, were you not just now? Ah, so you truly have practiced extraordinary arts? Her crimson lips curled into a bewitching arc as she gently pushed Yu Huaiyan onto the dragon bed. You, my dear, are destined to be my generous dawn. In the imperial city, just before dawn, darkness enveloped everything. Exiting the west corner archway, Yu Huaiyan hurriedly carried a lantern towards his residence near Mingyu Palace. The phrase "a heart yearning to return" scarcely encapsulated his current exhilaration. 20 years of cultivation. 2 exceptionally practical, high-grade, Earth-level cultivation methods. Bing Xinju and Hu Xiao Jinzhongzhao were about to be his. In other words, after tonight, his combat prowess would at least multiply tenfold. Before loading the 20 years of cultivation, he decided to consume the Millennium Rongsno Ginseng and the remaining Blood Bodhi to see if he could enhance his abilities further. If only he could leap several realms and break through to the 5th rank. If he could truly transform into an innate master. When he reunited with his sister Ling, she would surely leap for joy. The more Yu Huaiyan contemplated, the more he anticipated. Unconsciously, he activated the unparalleled body technique of Kuehua Baodian, hastening his pace. Soon, he arrived at the palace wall of Mingyu Palace. Just a turn away, and a few hundred meters ahead, lay his independent dwelling. Just as he was about to turn, he suddenly heard a series of faint sounds. Clank, clank, clank. It sounded as though some iron object had heavily struck the ground, creating an eerie atmosphere. There was someone in the back courtyard of Mingyu Palace. This was Yu Huaiyan's first thought. Driven by curiosity, he stepped forward to listen closely. Perhaps the mysterious person inside was becoming anxious. The commotion in the back courtyard grew louder and more frantic. Yes, Xiao Huili had mentioned that after the third watch, strange sounds would emanate from Mingyu Palace. Could it be that Lady Qi was inside? Recalling the beautiful young woman he had encountered that night, a strange impulse coursed through Yu Huaiyan's heart. He truly wished to see what Lady Qi was doing and what secrets lay hidden within the eerie and sinister Mingyu Palace. Never mind. It is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Caution is the best policy. I shall return and pretend I heard nothing. After weighing his options, Yu Huaiyan ultimately decided to disregard it. However, the next moment, a system interface materialized before his eyes. Upon seeing the rewards, he had to admit he was tempted. 22. Lady Qi's secret exposed. You have triggered a divine-level option. Choose one. Investigate Mingyu Palace at night and uncover the source of the strange sounds. Reward. Jinyu Ju Gong Chan, a top-tier heavenly elixir, which, when consumed, will permanently elevate innate talent to the next realm. Choose 2. Pretend nothing has happened. Reward. True Qi Limit 10. Upon approaching Mingyu Palace, I triggered an option. According to the system's interactive mechanism, it seems there is indeed a significant secret worth exploring inside. Yu Huaiyan felt a sinking sensation in his heart as he began to deliberate seriously. Given his usual prudent approach, he naturally leaned towards the second option. Even if Mingyu Palace harbored secrets capable of overturning the entire dynasty, what did it have to do with him? His aspirations were simply to navigate the palace without turbulence until he achieved martial mastery, amass some wealth, and then return home with his sister to enjoy a prosperous life. Yet every time he encountered perilous options, rewards that stirred his heart always appeared, such as the Jinyu Ju Gongchan from option 1. For him, methods like Kuehua Baodian could be gradually comprehended and deduced on his own. The core of a martial artist's inner strength could also be accelerated through diligent training. The most challenging enhancement to acquire, yet one that offers the greatest augmentation of power, is the innate talent bestowed by the system, known as Wu Di Shantong. Although this talent's ocular technique is still in its nascent stage, its current abilities, investigating qi flow and perceiving weaknesses in techniques, have already yielded immense benefits. Previously, he was able to ambush the 6th grade martial artist Shui Gang from the Eastern Factory with his 8th grade prowess, precisely because he utilized Wu Di Shantong to discern the weakest flaw in Shui's protective technique, thereby manipulating a multitude of silver needles to exploit this vulnerability and eliminate him in one fell swoop. The innate talent is deeply intertwined with the strength of one's soul. To elevate it to a higher level, not only must one enhance their cultivation, but also refine their mental state through experience. It is a delicate balance of opportune timing, favorable circumstances, and human harmony. None can be overlooked. Should he miss the opportunity presented by this gene, Yu Gongchan, relying solely on his own training would mean a wait of at least 20 years to refine Wu Di Shun Tong to the next level. By then, he would be a middle-aged man of 40. What use would an invincible ocular technique hold then? Youth is fleeting. One must seize the moment for glory. For invincibility must be grasped early. Is it not but a mere charlatan's trick? He would confront her. In an instant, Huaian felt his mind clear, free from any hindrance. He lingered outside the walls of Mingyu Palace for 2 seconds, confirming that the strange sounds within had not ceased, before darting towards his small dwelling 200 meters away. Having resolved to delve into the tiger's den, he naturally needed to prepare adequately. Would anyone recognize me in this attire? Gazing into the bronze mirror, he found himself garbed in a snug black stealth outfit, which offered him a semblance of comfort. Subsequently, he retrieved the last blood bodhi from his storage space and consumed it to temporarily enhance his strength. In truth, he had initially planned to adopt a more cautious approach, first accumulating 20 years of cultivation and mastering the Xiao Jinzhong Zhao technique before embarking on this adventure. Yet time was of the essence. According to the rules of the divine level options, if he did not reach the Mingyu Palace area and initiate his first choice within the duration of a third of an incense stick, the opportunity would become permanently void. This outfit is rather commendable. All I need now is a mask to conceal my face. Huaian rummaged through his belongings, but found nothing. In a moment of desperation, a thought struck him. He produced a slightly tattered, yet flexible, flesh-colored silk stocking from his pocket, which he had hidden during his first encounter with Wan Gui Fei at the West Corner Arch, fearing that Emperor Xia might discover it. As the hour drew near, the light of dawn waned. Huaian skillfully scaled the outer wall of Mingyu Palace, traversed the front hall, and stealthily made his way into the southeastern courtyard. The incessant sound of shattering continued to grow nearer and nearer, as if it were right before him. It seemed that the individual was indeed within the adjacent courtyard. However, one must wonder, how extraordinary is the qi concealment technique of the qi noble? My Wu Di Shan Tong cannot even catch a hint of qi flow. A sense of dread gripped Huaian. He had a foreboding feeling that tonight he might be embroiled in a significant confrontation with the qi noble. Since he was already here, how could he not proceed? If he truly witnessed the qi noble engaging in some nefarious scheme, he would hold his breath, retreat to the shadows, and quietly slip away. In this manner, he could claim to have fulfilled the task. With this thought in mind, Huaian silently employed the supreme lightness skill Shangui Wu Zong from the Kuei Hua Bao Dian, soaring through the air with the grace of a specter, moving without a sound. In a previous life, a figure named Dongfang Bubi had utilized this very technique to navigate effortlessly amidst the assaults of the 3 formidable masters, Xiang Wentian, Ling Huchong, and Ren Wuxing. After traversing approximately 100 steps through the air, he passed through a grand shadow wall, revealing an unexpectedly enchanting garden. Although the surrounding flora had withered, and the pavilions were shrouded in cobwebs, it was not difficult to imagine the elegance and splendor that once characterized this royal courtyard. Time brings change. The impermanence of the imperial family is indeed heartless. Huaian could not help but reflect. At that moment, the persistent sound of shattering abruptly ceased. Had she discovered me? A jolt of alarm surged through Huaian as he leaped, akin to a spider, and clung to a nearby long corridor. The next moment, he held his breath and strained his gaze. Indeed, he beheld her, the woman in the resplendent blue and white embroidered palace attire, her petite figure unmistakable. The only difference from that evening was that Shun Yuqi now wielded a hoe, her long hair cascading down, beads of sweat glistening on her delicate face, lending her an air of disarray. Before her lay a pit, roughly 10 feet in diameter, appearing to connect to the depths of the earth. Were it not for the ancient world they inhabited, Huaian might have believed that the Qi noble had summoned an excavator. Such a considerable pit could not have been dug in a single day. What on earth was she excavating? Huaian adjusted his vantage point for a clearer view. The moonlight cast a gentle glow upon the nearby lake, creating a soft, luminous reflection. Suddenly, the Qi noble seemed to notice something, tossing aside her hoe, her crimson lips curling into a characteristic dimpled smile. In the next instant, she produced a long red silk ribbon from seemingly nowhere and, channeling her inner strength, hurled it into the pit with considerable force. Moments later, an object, square in shape and shimmering with auspicious light, was ensnared by the ribbon. Huaian's heart raced. He recognized that this object held the ultimate truth. Without a moment's hesitation, he soared to a withered tree behind the Qi noble. Focusing intently, the square treasure bore the inscription, bestowed by heaven, granting longevity and prosperity, written in powerful ancient script. Moreover, inscribed on its side were the words Rui, Wang, Jun in a blood-colored pigment. Could this be the imperial seal? If this were indeed the imperial seal, then what of the one upon Emperor Xiao's desk? The more Huaian pondered, the more his scalp tingled. At that moment, a notification sound resonated in his mind, indicating the completion of the system's objective. Yet he could scarcely pay it any mind. Quietly, he turned to make his escape towards the palace wall, but suddenly, a figure materialized before him. A woman. Who are you? The Qi noble's face turned icy, her beautiful eyes radiating a chilling, murderous intent. With his path obstructed, an encounter was inevitable. Huaian decided to shift to an offensive stance. After preparing himself, he narrowed his eyes and coolly stated, "Your Highness, you surely wouldn't want the Emperor to learn of tonight's secret, would you? Alas, Your Excellency, you speak too highly of me." After tightening the stockings of the esteemed Wan Guifei to ensure they would not easily fall, Huaian smiled and said, "I am merely an inconsequential passerby. If Your Highness does not intend to make things difficult for me tonight, I shall consider this evening as if I never set foot here, nor have I seen anything." "It seems that is not an option." Shen Yuqi's gaze grew increasingly frosty. "From the moment you appeared here tonight, you are destined not to leave Mingyue Palace alive." Upon hearing this, Huaian's expression suddenly turned cold. He discreetly concealed a hand behind his back, clutching 10 rain pear blossom needles. However, after weighing his options, he sought to negotiate one last time. "Ah, Your Highness, you forget countless matters each day. Why not forget this one too? You have already uttered such threatening words. Do you believe I could simply forget?" Shen Yuqi's voice was icy, her eyes even colder. "Your voice and figure are too familiar. I have already deduced who you are. You are Xiao Anzi." Huaian's heart sank. He never expected that the name he had carelessly mentioned that night would still linger in Shen Yuqi's memory. "I appreciate Your Highness's concern," he replied, cupping his hands, about to say something to ease the tension. But the 17-year-old noblewoman before him, with wide eyes, fiercely retorted, "You, a loathsome servant weaving deceit, are not worthy of my attention. I remember you solely because you belong to Wan Yangyang. So, were you sent by Wan Yangyang? Not at all. Then who are you?" "I am but a restless soul, often wandering aimlessly in the night, much like the last time Your Highness encountered me." Noticing the murderous intent in Shen Yuqi's eyes diminish slightly, Huaian earnestly continued, "To be honest, I have no desire to make enemies. The conflicts of royalty or the intrigues of the court hold no interest for me. I am merely a humble worker beneath the imperial city." He spoke these words with a hint of sincerity. If not for the precious golden jade gathering cicada that had fortuitously appeared in his heart, he would never have come to this accursed Mingyue Palace. "Is that so? I do not believe it." Shen Yuqi narrowed her eyes, drawing nearer. An honest little eunuch would never venture into the former empress's residence at such an hour, especially not with your peculiar and rare lightness of foot. "So, what does Your Highness imply?" Huaian narrowed his eyes, and within their depths surged an overwhelming, killing intent. The reason he had refrained from striking earlier was partly due to a sense of compassion, but primarily because he understood that if he were to kill this woman, the palace would inevitably erupt in chaos the following day, and the god-catchers would intervene, leaving him a mere faux eunuch with nowhere to hide. Yet now, with her relentless pressure, he had no choice but to act decisively. Consider this. Earlier, he had even contemplated killing Gonggong Lu. What was a mere noblewoman compared to that? Did I not make myself abundantly clear just now? Shen Yuqi held the imperial seal in one hand while concealing the other behind her back, unknowingly stepping closer. "From a moment you foolishly set foot in Mingyue Palace tonight, you, a lowly servant, shall never see Wan Yang again. Very well, let us fight. Seeing the young noblewoman growing increasingly audacious, Huaian felt a surge of masculine fervor. In the next instant, his inner energy erupted to its peak. With the fish intestine sword in his left hand and the needle position pinched in his right, he lunged toward the petite, delicate figure illuminated by the moonlight. "Humph! You lowly servant, are you eager to meet your end?" Shen Yuqi, initially intending to strike first, found herself taken aback by the speed and wickedness of her opponent's movements, far exceeding her expectations. After barely parrying several of his unparalleled hidden weapons, her sword techniques began to dwindle. At that moment, the seemingly unassuming eunuch, with a glimmering short sword of blue light, launched a fierce thrust from an unbelievable angle. Heavens! Such an unusual sword force exists in this world. Where on earth did this little eunuch learn such diabolical martial arts? Shen Yuqi bit her lip. As the chief saintess of Huaian Island, she had always prided herself on her swordsmanship, effortlessly eclipsing her peers. Yet for the first time, she felt the pressure of an opponent's sword technique. After a moment's deliberation, she wielded her long sword and leapt to the side. Typically proud, she chose to temporarily evade her opponent's sword provocation. However, her adversary was relentless, pursuing her like a vengeful spirit in the night. In the blink of an eye, their figures overlapped at the second position, with no room for avoidance. Their inner energies erupted, and they clashed with all their might. Bang! 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 In an instant, their inner energy surged, and the sword chi filled the air, causing the surrounding withered tree branches to be severed cleanly, cascading down. After exchanging blows for 20 rounds, both found an opportunity and thrust their swords forward, their blades clashing. Clang! A resounding crash echoed as both were lightly wounded by each other's sword chi. Their palms split, and blood splattered forth simultaneously. While defending against his opponent's sword strikes, Huaian pondered how to conclude the battle. This woman was at least of the 5th rank in the innate realm, not inferior to Shun Siyu of the Godcatchers. If not for the blood bodhi he had consumed before arriving, significantly boosting his inner strength, no matter how swift and elusive his swordplay was, she could easily suppress him with her sheer sword force. There was no other option. In this fleeting moment of life and death, if he must resort to unfair means, so be it. It was an unfair crossing of realms. If Buchuan could do it, why couldn't he? Resolutely, Huaian twisted his right hand, spinning the long sword, showering it with sword flowers to deliberately draw his opponent's attention. Meanwhile, his other hand, concealed behind him and gripping 3 rain pear blossom needles, stealthily emerged. Perhaps what your highness said was true. I'm a lowly servant, and a lowly servant, in order to survive, does not require fairness or righteousness. With that, his gaze turned cold, fingers splayed, and the torrent of true energy surged into the silver needles, launching them with lightning speed toward the noblewoman's face. Yet, he saw her suddenly retreat a step, her lovely visage now blankly staring at him, her form resembling a marionette devoid of spirit, motionless. From a distance, she appeared almost adorably dazed. Had she been so frightened as to lose her wits? Huaian was taken aback. Initially intending to pierce her temple, he unconsciously halted his advance. "Xiao Anzi, look at me." The noblewoman before him suddenly smiled sweetly, her eyes sparkling with warmth. "What is this? What's she doing? Speaking so gently and not calling me a lowly servant?" Huaian was utterly bewildered. However, sensing that her murderous intent had receded, he temporarily relaxed. "Now, be obedient and tell me, who is behind you?" Shen Yuqi continued. "I mentioned before that I have no one. I am merely passing through." As Huaian responded while tightly gripping the fish intestine sword, he dared not relax his guard. No. Look into my eyes. You must have many secrets within. It's all right. Tonight, share them all, and I shall reward you." Shen Yuqi tilted her head, smiling sweetly, her eyes curving into beautiful crescents. At this moment, she was entirely different from the fierce and intimidating saintess of before. She resembled a demure and obedient young wife. What on earth was she up to? Huaian felt a strange sense of bewilderment. Indeed, during the dead of night, in an empty, eerie abode, a beautiful maiden clad in blue and white palace attire spoke incomprehensible words, a scene that was truly unnerving. Just as Huaian was about to utter something, his gaze met that of Shen Yuqi. In that fleeting moment, he finally comprehended everything. It became clear that this woman was not pretending to be foolish. She intended to use the unique allure of Nanhai Faxian Island's enchanting eye technique to ensnare his consciousness and extract his secrets. However, what she could never anticipate was that, just before their battle commenced, Huaian had secretly consumed the Jinyu gathering skill cicada that the system had recently rewarded him with. His martial Emperor's Divine Eye had ascended to the second level of profundity, unlocking the third extraordinary power, the Eye of Illusion Breaking. This granted him the ability to dispel all false illusions within his sight indiscriminately and to be immune to all mental interference. Thus, from start to finish, he remained entirely unaffected by her enchantment. It was she who was engrossed in her own act. He thought to himself, how lowly of her. He had assumed his methods were sufficiently despicable, yet this woman was even more shameless. He resolved to return her tactics in kind and teach this wicked woman a lesson. As Shen Yuqi approached him without a hint of caution, Huaian steeled his resolve, retrieving a pouch of demonic desire bewitching powder from a storage space. With a surge of energy, he hurled it toward her face. There was no alternative. He had vowed never to employ such underhanded tactics against a woman. But this noble lady had gone too far. With a sudden gust, the pale pink powder unexpectedly settled on her face, causing Shen Yuqi to momentarily pause, her expression faltering. In the next instant, the allure in her eyes began to fade, replaced by utter docility, gentleness, and a loss of spirit. Her gaze became vacant, yet her lips curled into a tender smile as she knelt obediently before Huaian. Had she truly fallen under a spell? Huaian, feeling skeptical, ventured, "Your Highness." "Who am I?" Shen Yuqi shook her head in confusion. "Am I your lowly servant?" he asked deliberately. She shook her head again. Was the system's effect truly this potent? He probed further. "Now, be a good girl and call me Daddy." A pure smile blossomed on Shen Yuqi's lips, and with a charming dimple, she sweetly replied, "Little Anzi Daddy." To his astonishment, she retained his name in her consciousness, yet completely obeyed his command without hesitation. Huaian was taken aback, feeling conflicted. Should he seize the opportunity to eliminate her and ensure no future threats, or would she remember the events of this night once the effects faded? If she did, she would undoubtedly stop at nothing to silence him. The only course of action he could take was to go to the Emperor and reveal the matter of the imperial seal for his own protection. However, with Emperor Yuan Taisu Wudao's paranoia, should Shen Yuqi be executed, he, too, would likely face dire consequences. After all, the 4 characters Rue Wang Shiji inscribed on the seal were indeed sensationally shocking. After much internal turmoil, Huaian ultimately followed his heart's choice. "Forgive me, Your Highness. Although little Anzi resides in the Western Factory, I have never acted without conscience and have never indiscriminately taken lives. This is truly a last resort. You are indeed a beauty, and should there be a next life, I might begrudgingly take you as my wife and serve you." With a cold glint in his eyes, he grasped the Yuchang sword, preparing to strike down upon her. Yet, at that moment, Shen Yuqi seemed to comprehend his words. Her ruby lips parted slightly as she dreamily called out, "Husband, husband." Hearing this sweet address, the sword he held above her head suddenly lowered. Huaian had always been decisive in matters of life and death. He was no saint. Yet, how could he resist when she called him husband? Wait a moment. Could it be that she was feigning ignorance, knowing that her previous action would leave her vulnerable to his strike? A wave of suspicion washed over him. Just then, a strong night breeze swept in, causing Shen Yuqi's garments to billow, revealing her alluring neckline. An idea sparked in his mind. The women of Nanhai Faxian Island valued chastity above all, especially the saintess. Once she lost her virtue to a man, betrayal would be impossible, lest she defy her master and ancestral teachings. Thus, among the various esteemed sects in the martial world of Daxia, only the saintess of Faxian Island garnered the most favor from the royals. Both noble Lady Qi and Empress Mingwe hailed from this lineage. Very well, let me put her to the test. Huaian approached, crouching down to closely observe the beautiful and gentle maiden. Simultaneously, she gazed back at him with a dazed expression. Her tender, love-struck eyes resembled those of a young girl experiencing her first love, gazing adoringly at her beloved. This was a stark contrast to the proud maiden who had once derided him as a lowly servant. "Your Highness, with this demeanor, you risk offending me." To prevent her from deliberately pretending to be foolish, Huaian resolutely pressed a gentle kiss upon her ruby lips. "Ah, It was indeed too soft. Was this the taste of a blossoming maiden's first kiss? Compared to Genre, it was a unique experience. A jolt of electricity coursed through Huaian. Yet, his cautious nature compelled him to halt. Just then, she unexpectedly initiated a kiss of her own. Not only that, her cheeks flushed with crimson, and she closed her eyes in enjoyment, engaging in a sweet and passionate exchange, even daring to explore further. What an astonishing talent! Had she mastered the art of seduction without guidance? A prodigy, just a year in the palace. And the Summer Emperor had probably never dared to try such a thing with her. As these thoughts filled his mind with delight, guilt also crept in. Forgive me, Your Majesty, for allowing you to be green for a second time. He reprimanded himself internally, taking a step back. At that moment, a bold idea took root in his mind. If he could make her his woman, according to Huaian Island's ancestral teachings, even if she awoke and vocally denounced him as a lowly servant, she could never betray him. Besides killing her, this seemed to be the only viable option left. However, Huaian had always sought to act with integrity. To proceed in such a manner would be far from gentlemanly. After an arduous deliberation, he reached his final decision. Forgive me, Your Highness. Little Anzi wishes to survive, yet does not desire to take a life unjustly. So I can only. Huaian took a deep breath and slowly leaned closer to her. Yet, as he approached, the dazed little saintess smiled and opened her arms, as if welcoming him. He never imagined that he, Huaian, a man of great stature, would one day become a mere puppet controlled by a remote. In a moment of desperation, driven by the considerations of his own future existence, Huaian reluctantly extended his hands and lifted the armor of Chiguerin. Before him lay an exquisite vision, a captivating beauty whose skin was as fair as snow. From this moment forth, the secrets between them would be eternally intertwined. Please open your mouth, he urged softly. My lady, does it taste good? He could hear her soft, murmured approval. Do not turn back, Your Majesty, he reflected, astonished by the surreal nature of the events that had transpired. Just an hour ago, he had engaged in a fierce struggle with this esteemed and cherished lady of the Emperor in his humble abode. What perplexed him further was the undeniable compatibility they had demonstrated during their encounter, a synergy that rivaled even that which he shared with Wan Guifei. In the end, this ethereal maiden, untouched by the world's filth, had even playfully begged him, this lowly eunuch, for more. The sensations were overwhelming, chaotic, and utterly absurd. Huaian rubbed his temples, interrupting his reverie. He crouched down, gazing intently at the girl before him. Her delicate features, adorned with a light touch of makeup, were now glistening with droplets akin to milky honey. These did not appear to be tears, and upon this realization, he felt a pang of guilt. To avoid complications, he had unwittingly mimicked the techniques often employed with Wan Guifei during their critical moment of connection, thereby adding one more sin to his already burdened conscience. If the Emperor were to discover that he had not laid a finger on his two most beloved women, only to have them compromised by a mere servant, the repercussions would be dire. Alas, I merely wished for a peaceful reunion with my family, he sighed, reaching for a warm basin of water to gently cleanse Chiguerin's face. As he wiped away the dirt, her makeup vanished, revealing a pure and unadorned beauty akin to a lotus emerging from the water. She was truly stunning, her charm reminiscent of Langur. Beyond her status as a noble and a saintly figure, she was simply a young maiden stepping timidly into the world. Huaian's heart swelled with affection as he observed her closely. Had fate not intervened, her first experience would have occurred in the resplendent chambers of the Emperor, rather than in this dilapidated wooden dwelling. Although last night's actions were born from necessity, the fact remained that this blossoming girl had lost her innocence to him. Nevertheless, if she awakened without seeking vengeance, he vowed to safeguard her secret for a lifetime. But would she truly let this matter rest? It is well known that once the effects of the aphrodisiac wore off, the individual would recall all that transpired while under its influence. Huaian sighed inwardly, adhering to the principle of comprehensive service. After meticulously cleansing Chiguerin's face, he retrieved a small embroidered handkerchief from his belongings. This exquisite item, known as a Wei Lushur Pa, was specifically designed for use after the Emperor's intimate encounters with the concubines, crafted from soft, skin-friendly materials, and was a rare treasure of the royal family. Since Emperor Yuan Tai had little interest in women, such duties fell to him as a servant for Wan Guifei. Unbeknownst to others, he had set aside several of these handkerchiefs, intending to gift them to his sister, Yulinga, upon her marriage. having witnessed so much. Huaian felt no embarrassment as he parted Qi Gairen's long legs to begin his meticulous task. Following his actions, he heard a soft moan. Ah, had she awakened? Startled, he stepped back, his eyes warily scrutinizing the girl upon the bed. Slowly, Shen Yuqi opened her eyes, only to find herself beneath a shabby ceiling. Whose room was this? She sat up abruptly, and a wave of dizziness crashed over her. In her state of confusion, a pair of long, delicate hands encircled her slender form from behind. Who dares? Shen Yuqi gasped, her heart racing. She attempted to channel her energy to break free, only to find her body weak, her inner strength elusive. Clenching her teeth, she turned her head to confront her captor, but a gentle, melodic voice interrupted her. Do not look back, my lady. Just consider me to be his Majesty. Is it you, Yuval's servant? Upon hearing that familiar voice and feeling the oddly comforting touch, Shen Yuqi's sharp gaze narrowed. In an instant, memories flooded back. The jade seal unearthed in Mingyue Palace, her subsequent intoxication, and the disgrace she suffered at the hands of this insufferable little eunuch. No, he was no eunuch at all, despite her lack of physical experience as the holy maiden of Huaian Island. She had been compelled to study various records on matters of intimacy, learning peculiar techniques. Thus, she could assert that this young and handsome servant was not a eunuch. His physique was far more impressive than that of her elderly nominal husband, Emperor Yuan Tai. As for his skills, how absurd! What was she thinking? This man had not only stalked her, but had also sullied her honor. Shen Yuqi resolved to interrupt her thoughts, her face flushed with indignation and fury. Yet now, she possessed not a shred of strength, leaving her feeling both humiliated and despondent. Such disgrace. Never had she imagined that Shen Yuqi would be overpowered by such a lowly servant. With her lips pressed tightly together, she fought back tears that threatened to spill from her lashes. At that moment, the hand resting on her waist gently brushed against her face, its warmth emanating a soothing energy that wiped away her tears. You! Shen Yuqi's heart raced, and she gritted her teeth, demanding, What do you intend to do? Do not be hasty with your tears, my lady, Huaian replied calmly. I am merely helping you expel the remnants of the drug from your system. In a short while, you will regain your strength. At that time, you may choose to exact your revenge or revisit the events of last night. I will comply with your desires. Furthermore, he added, I wish for you to remember this fact. The man you cherished and tenderly indulged last night is the very same one you now refer to as a lowly servant. Shen Yuqi, filled with jealousy towards Qi Gairen, vowed that one day she would confront this indignity. That should suffice, my lady. Try to channel your energy now, he instructed, settling himself on the other side of the bed, closing his eyes in feigned repose, his demeanor serene and detached. You despicable, shameless, and vile eunuch. I shall kill you. As the meridians within her body began to awaken, Shen Yuqi sat up abruptly, seizing a sword beside her and lunging toward the young eunuch before her. The blade approached his face, yet he remained utterly unmoved, even keeping his eyes closed. You! Shen Yuqi bit her lip, her hand trembling slightly around the hilt. Do you truly believe I would not dare to kill you? It is not that I lack the courage, but rather that I choose not to. Huaian slowly opened his eyes, gazing gently at the girl. The teachings of Huaian Island will not permit its chief saintess to betray or slay the first man of her life. Will they? Upon hearing this, Shen Yuqi's delicate form trembled, and she staggered back a few steps, her voice quivering. How could you, little eunuch, possibly know such things? In the world of martial arts, this is hardly a secret. Huaian replied earnestly. Moreover, within the archives of the Eastern and Western factories, there exists much more astonishing information about the martial world. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yuqi forcibly suppressed the humiliation and anger boiling within her. Gritting her teeth, you could have killed me last night, yet you did not. Why is that? Do you merely wish to converse with me? As she spoke, the intimate scenes from the previous night resurfaced uncontrollably in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush with shame once more. You underestimate me, my lady. Huaian sat upright, calmly stating, To be frank, I did contemplate taking your life to prevent potential retaliation. However, my decision not to act was not due to your beauty. The true reason, my lady, I invite you to ponder. Are you afraid that should I die, the Emperor would investigate and uncover you as the murderer? Shen Yuqi furrowed her brow. Indeed, Huaian replied. My wooden house is closest to Mingyue Palace, making me the prime suspect. with the methods of the divine captor's office. It would not be difficult to uncover some clues. Of course, this is not the entirety of my reasoning. At this point, Huaian's expression turned serious. If I were to truly kill you, my lady, the treasure you unearthed last night would be capable of overturning the dynasty. I would have no idea how to deal with it. A slight misstep could lead to the annihilation of my entire clan. Annihilation of your clan? Shen Yuqi was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly realized, her expression shifting dramatically. Where is my item? Have you hidden it? Rest assured, my lady, I would not dare to touch it. Fearing a mere glance could. Huaian chuckled bitterly, gesturing to the corner. Look, it has already been wrapped for you, my lady. In layers. Please take it at once. Huaian gazed at the exquisite features of the noblewoman, and below her snow-white neck, though not as ample as Wan Guifei's. It was still captivating enough to incite a most unseemly desire to leverage his authority as a saintess. You had best refrain from appearing in the harem. I do not wish to see you, this despicable and lascivious individual, again. Shen Yuqi's eyes glistened with tears as she shot him a resentful glare before hastily approaching to unveil the package in the corner. Upon seeing the contents intact, the corners of her previously downturned mouth finally lifted slightly. Aunt Chi-Chi has not disappointed you. She tightly embraced the items within the package, tears welling in her eyes once more. Huaian observed this with curiosity, albeit merely curiosity. The implications of this item were far too great. He would prefer to remain ignorant of the truth for the entirety of his life. Speak the truth to me. Who ordered you to follow me last night? Was it the Emperor? Shen Yuqi wiped her tears and asked hoarsely. Upon mentioning the Emperor, her voice trembled and her beautiful face paled slightly. If it were truly His Majesty's orders, you would be on the road to the underworld by now, would you not? Huaian replied with a chuckle. Then, Shen Yuqi continued. When you packaged the item, did you see the blood-written characters on it? Hearing this, Huaian's heart sank. Indeed, in his view, the 4 blood-red characters handwritten on the side of the jade seal were far more shocking than the 8 ancient seal characters on the front proclaiming commanded by heaven. Long live the Emperor. The Prince of Ruin slays the Emperor. Who is the Prince of Ruin? The current Emperor, Yuan Tai Huangdi, Su Wudao. So who did he slay? His brother, the late Emperor Ming Jingdi? Recalling the court cases from 25 years ago, he had perused in the Western Factory's archives. Huaian felt a chill in his heart. Forcing himself to sever those thoughts, he answered truthfully, I saw it. You. Shen Yuqi trembled, and after a moment, lowered her voice. So what do you plan to do? Rest assured, my lady. Huaian spoke calmly. I have never lied to a woman in my life, especially to one I have been intimate with. Do not use such vulgar language. Who is your woman? Upon hearing this, Shen Yuqi's beautiful face flushed with anger, and she once again gripped her sword, her murderous intent flaring. However, recalling the precepts of her sect, she ultimately managed to hold back her tears. If it were not for the legacy of my aunt resting upon my shoulders, I would have certainly taken my own life rather than lose my integrity to such a shameless man. My lady, since you have set down your sword, I shall continue. Huaian said, I value loyalty above all else. In my eyes, a night spent as husband and wife constitutes a bond of marriage. Thus, I am willing to guard this secret for you. Shen Yuqi was taken aback by his words, lowering her head for a while before finally speaking softly. Humph, your words sound pleasant. But how long can you keep this secret? If someone were to hold a blade to your throat, would you still be able to keep it? I promise this vow, to protect it with my life. Huaian pronounced each word with clarity and conviction. Shen Yuqi felt a stirring in her heart, suddenly looking up to scrutinize the favored young eunuch of Wan Guifei for the first time. Noticing he was perhaps a year or two her senior, with fair skin and handsome features, he appeared even more beautiful than a woman. Moreover, he exuded an imposing and cold aura with every gesture, coupled with his alluringly sinister visage, resembling a legendary deity of the underworld, evoking both reverence and fear. Observing him, recognizing his essence, an instinct told her that this young man, dressed in eunuch robes yet devoid of any trace of femininity, was certainly extraordinary. You are by no means an ordinary eunuch. What is your true identity? What is your purpose in infiltrating the palace? Shen Yuqi demanded angrily. My lady, if I were you, I would immediately take the items in my possession and leave this place. Huaian replied nonchalantly. In half an hour, the internal affairs personnel will begin their rounds. And you may very well encounter the convoy transporting millet feed for the imperial horses around the next corner. You would not wish to be seen leaving Minghua Palace, would you? Upon hearing this, Shen Yuqi gritted her teeth, glaring at him one last time before walking toward the door. By the way, what is your name? Little Anzi. Your real name? Huaian. Shen Yuqi paused her steps, mulling over the name. After a moment, her almond-shaped eyes widened in realization as she spoke with a touch of melancholy. Very well, Huaian. I shall remember you. I share a close relationship with Lady Wan, and I will keep a watchful eye on you while you serve in her palace. With that, she was about to turn and leave. On a nearby table, a long, flesh-colored silk stocking lay torn in two. Could this possibly belong to Wang Yangyang? Shen Yuqi scrutinized it for a moment, and suddenly, a thought struck her as she gazed at the handsome young man sitting cross-legged in meditation, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. Heavens, you wretched servant, you wouldn't have. Huaian rubbed his nose, remaining silent. So it seems that last night was not our first encounter. You little scoundrel, I despise you. With tears welling in her eyes, Gue Ren-Chi furiously exclaimed before soaring away. Was that expression of hers a hint of jealousy? A stirring sensation coursed through Huaian's heart. For some reason, witnessing Gue Ren-Chi's final expression stirred an intense intuition within him. She was beginning to succumb, both physically and mentally, albeit subtly. Yet, there would come a day when she would willingly return to this small wooden cabin, just like Wang Guifei, eagerly seeking him out. Last night's events were merely a matter of necessity. This woman harbored too many secrets. He must distance himself from her. After calming himself, Huaian resolved to take a cold shower to clear his mind and wash away the lingering scent of Gue Ren-Chi's makeup. If Wang Guifei caught a whiff of her fragrance, it would spell disaster. After a refreshing bath, dawn broke. The soft, golden morning light bathed the cobblestone palace path, reviving the once silent Xia imperial city, infusing it with vitality and vigor. He recalled that he had already arranged with the head eunuch, Wang Gonggong, not to attend the morning audience. Huaian, completely unclothed, luxuriated on the cold jade bed, activating the system panel, loading 20 years of cultivation. The innate realm was explosively enhanced to the 6th grade, and Lu Xiao was visiting. 2 hours later, as noon approached, the blazing sun hung high above the imperial palace, where the distant sounds of ceremonial bells and music heralded the grand assembly. The entire palace bustled with activity. However, none of this concerned the newly appointed head eunuch, Yu Gonggong, who was enjoying his day off. With a sigh of relief, Huaian emerged from his meditative state, exhaling a pure stream of white energy. At that moment, if anyone had been observing, they would have seen this Yu Gonggong with golden brilliance in his eyes, wisps of sacred true energy swirling behind him like mist, embodying countless profound martial principles, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Congratulations, host. 20 years of cultivation has been successfully implanted. Your cultivation has ascended to the 5th grade of the innate realm. You have successfully comprehended the ice heart technique, current 3rd level. Heart as pure as ice. Unperturbed by the collapse of heaven, steadfast amidst change, spirit tranquil and calm. You have successfully grasped the Tiger Roar Golden Bell Shield, current 2nd level. Golden Tiger protecting the body, steel, and iron bones. During your cultivation, you have gained insights, and the original technique Kite Flower Classic has been evolved to the 3rd level of profundity, divine oddities. I never expected that after spending an entire morning. Not only would I load all the system rewards, but I also managed to evolve the Kite Flower Classic to its 3rd level of profundity. It seems my father was right. My innate understanding is indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, even with the system's assistance, it would be impossible to absorb such a vast amount of martial art information into my consciousness all at once. Gazing at the textual prompts in his mind, Huaian was elated. Truly, the tangible strengthening of the body is the most exquisite sensation in this world. It surpasses the joy of sprinting alongside Wang Guifei and Gue Ren-Chi by 100-fold. After all, with every increment of strength gained in this martial world where the strong dominate, he secures another card for survival. What surprised me was that this 20-year cultivation gift pack could elevate my cultivation all at once to the 5th grade, allowing me to swiftly catch up to the likes of Lu Xiao and Gue Ren-Chi, who are among the brightest young talents of this era. It must be said that the two heavenly grade herbs, thousand-year melting snow ginseng and blood bodhi, played a significant role. Come next month's Moon Festival. When Linger sees her once inept brother transformed, she will surely be overjoyed. The more Huaian pondered, the more exhilarated he felt, already envisioning the long-awaited reunion with his sister after 5 years. After a moment of composure, he eagerly opened the attribute panel. Name, Huaian. Age, 20. Identity, middle rank officer of the Xichong. Head eunuch, 7th grade. Cultivation, 5th grade innate realm martial arts. Kite flower classic, 3rd level divine oddities. Breathing techniques, unknown grade. Yu family's traditional martial arts, current 2nd level. 100 refinements lion claw technique, yellow grade. Inherited from Xichong Governor Jiang Wenyan, current 5th level. Total 10 levels. Ice heart technique, 3rd level. Tiger roar golden bell shield, 4th level. House management classic, max level. Derived divine technique. Retract yang into the abdomen. Item inventory, 1 Sansihua Gudan, fish intestine sword, storm pear blossom needle. Although he could sense the significant enhancements to his true energy and physical prowess brought by reaching the innate realm, seeing the unmistakable words 5th grade innate on the system panel filled Huaian's heart with delight once more. This truly is a small but significant happiness. Today's annual Grand Assembly saw many of the palace eunuchs and guards reassigned, making the vicinity of Mingyue Palace even more tranquil, allowing him to enjoy a rare peace. Time to test my current martial prowess in the backyard. Huaian sprang from the bed, only to realize he was completely unclothed. Moreover, due to the rapid surge in his cultivation, his body was in an extraordinarily robust state, as if he could break through the heavens. The full-level house management classic is truly remarkable. Just last night, he had been with Gui Ren-chi, remembering the soft, rosy lips of that 17-year-old noblewoman. Huaian felt a heat rise within him once more. This was not mere lewdness. The art of her charm was simply extraordinary. No wonder the old emperor had chosen her as the chief saintess of Huaian Island at first sight. I wonder if there will be another chance to. No, focus on the task at hand. In the backyard, with a swish, 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 Huaian wielded the fish intestine sword, his eyes blazing, moving like lightning, darting through the air like a specter. As he shifted and maneuvered, a continuous stream of sword shadows transformed into elusive flashes of light, filling the void with the resounding clang of blades. His swordsmanship grew increasingly rapid and intricate, gradually forming a rain of swords in the air. With each cascade of sword rain, a flurry of autumn leaves would follow, swirling into a vortex under the force of the sword wind, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Immersed in the enigmatic and supreme sword path of the Kite Flower Classic, Huaian tirelessly danced for a full half hour before finally pausing, sitting on a broken tree stump to catch his breath. At this moment, though drenched in sweat, he felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. He was still yearning for more. His mind was filled with 3 words: battle, delight. Indeed, once one enters the realm of the extraordinary, divine powers arise naturally. The phenomenon of my sword rain is undoubtedly comparable to Lu Xiao's previous 40-meter-long blade. Moreover, I possess not only swordsmanship, but also the ability to wield the Bishies sword technique, utilizing needle techniques to strike at 100 zhong, thus seizing the advantage. The revised version of the Xianwu Kehuabedian truly deserves its reputation as the supreme martial scripture across the myriad realms. Huaian's heart swelled with satisfaction. He felt confident that if he were to confront Shui Gang, the black tiger of the Eastern Factory, he would not need to set any traps. With a single needle, he could end the duel instantly, without further ado, even when faced with the demonic assassins who infiltrated the palace that night. He was assured that he could protect Su Qingqing while defeating 100 foes. Simultaneously, he understood, well, that for a martial artist, internal strength and external skills complement each other. His swordsmanship had seen such significant enhancement, thanks to his innate warrior status. Reflecting on the superlative reward of 20 years of cultivation, triggered by the need to protect Su Qingqing during the escape, he acknowledged how perilous that night had been. A moment's carelessness could have cost him dearly. Thus, what options would arise the next time he received such a generous gift? Relishing the exhilarating sensation of 2 decades of cultivation flooding into him, Huaian felt a slight itch in his lungs. Never mind, he thought. Since the system's mechanism resembles a list of experiences in the mortal realm, He would let everything flow naturally, allowing fate to take its course. With this mindset, his previously restless heart calmed immediately. He no longer pondered the origins of this peculiar system. He firmly believed that should he one day ascend to a higher realm, all causes and effects would inevitably reveal themselves. For now, all he needed to do was, as a nameless little eunuch, navigate the treacherous yet relatively safe depths of the palace, step by step, toward the pinnacle. After practicing the 12 exquisite martial arts contained within the divine chapter of the Huaian, Huaian engaged in sparring with the shadow. Assessing the strength of the horizontal training technique, Xiao Anzi, the purity was indeed commendable. After an extensive morning of training, his stomach rumbled with hunger. Given that Wan Guifei had a habit of sleeping in, Huaian refrained from disturbing the inner palace and instead donned his black robes and goosefeather hat. Making his way to the dining hall located in the northwest corner of the outer imperial city to dine with his new colleagues. However, as soon as he entered, a group of eunuchs from the Huaian rose promptly, greeting him respectfully. "Greetings, Gong Yu. It is an honor to meet you," they exclaimed. "We have long heard of your unmatched beauty and talent, and now that we see you in person, you truly are extraordinary." Bewildered by the enthusiastic reception, Huaian was taken aback. While he held a position in the Western factory, he was merely a minor official, a mere 7th-rank steward within the Huaian. There was no reason for even the chief eunuch, Wang Ying, to personally greet him. "Gong Yu, congratulations. You have been promoted." Perhaps sensing his confusion, the chief eunuch, Wang Ying, smiled broadly and explained, "During today's South Grand Court Assembly, the heads of the Eastern and Western factories had a heated dispute, and the Emperor surprisingly favored the Western factory this time. Not only did he reprimand Gong Lu, but he also publicly commended you for your unwavering protection of the princess. You have truly brought honor to the Western factory, and I'm sure Jiang Gong is quite pleased." So what does that mean?" Huaian's eyes widened. "What has His Majesty conferred upon me?" "You took leave today, so we did not disturb you," Wang Ying chuckled, patting the shoulder of this young official from the Western factory. "Let me tell you, you have been exceptionally promoted, advancing 4 ranks to become the chief eunuch of the Inner Palace. In the Huaian, aside from me, you are now the second in command." "I see." Huaian feigned a look of astonishment at the unexpected favor from the emperor. However, inwardly he cursed silently. Becoming the chief eunuch of the Inner Palace meant he would have to leave the peaceful residence near the Mingyue Palace, where he had enjoyed solitude, and instead reside permanently within the Inner Palace. It also meant having to face noble consort Qi and Wan Guifei daily. This he could grudgingly endure, as in some sense, they could be considered as women. However, the Inner Palace was filled with a host of beautiful concubines from Emperor Xia's earlier years, all of whom had been tainted by the latter. As a pure-hearted warrior, he had no desire to play the role of a scoundrel. In the Fenghuan Palace, amidst the garden's heart, the pavilion by the lake, Huaian gazed at Wan Guifei, who was gracefully feeding the koi with a gentle smile. At that moment, he felt a slight weakness in his legs. The unrivaled beauty of the capital was adorned in a striking crimson chest-length dress embroidered with phoenix patterns, her fair bosom prominently displayed, while the intentionally short hem of her skirt revealed a pair of snowy, voluptuous legs encased in black silk stockings, radiating dazzling allure under the sun. Were it not for her hair styled in a classical and dignified round bun, revealing a swan-like white neck, Huaian might have thought he had been transported back to a previous life of lavish revelry. "Are you perhaps feeling a twinge of jealousy?" Wan Guifei teased with a charming smile, gracefully approaching and wrapping her arms around his waist. "Rest assured, this attire is worn solely in your presence." Huaian, taken aback, responded, "Your Highness, in broad daylight, in an open garden, if you truly have thoughts in your heart, this may not be the most appropriate place." "What is inappropriate about it?" Wan Guifei arched an elegant eyebrow. "You are now the chief eunuch of the Inner Palace. Without your orders, which eunuch or maid dares to intrude?" Huaian was slightly taken aback. "How does your Highness know about the Emperor's conferral upon me during the Grand Assembly?" "Do you think your sister Zhen'er could replace the Mingyue Empress, commanding the Feng solely based on her family status and beauty?" Wan Guifei gently pinched his cheek, then took his hand, guiding it to her exquisite leg. "Come, Xiao Anzi, feel for yourself." Wan Zhen'er deliberately raised a leg, placing his hand on the silk of her stockings, gently rubbing. How does this new fabric feel? Do I look even more beautiful in it? How does it compare to the previous flesh-colored ones? Her beautiful eyes sparkled, unblinking as she awaited his response, her expression exuding a hint of youthful innocence. Huaian's hand caressed her thigh, and he took a moment to appreciate it artistically. The ethereal black silk woven from otherworldly threads was indeed transparent and supple, alluringly provocative. The gossamer fabric clung to Wan Guifei's slender calves, its curves near perfection. The only flaw was its excessive length, extending up to her thighs, where her ample flesh was slightly squeezed out by the stockings. Overall, it was quite delightful. However, a mere servant, believe that these stockings are slightly longer than necessary. The previous flesh-colored length was indeed more suitable. Huaian answered truthfully, directing his finger toward the slightly fuller thigh of Wan Guifei. "Oomph, you little Anzi." Wan Guifei seemed to grasp the implication, her expression darkening as she pouted her red lips and declared, "I knew it. You're clearly criticizing me for gaining weight." "I truly did not." Huaian quickly shook his head and began to craft praises on the spot. Nevertheless, when a woman is upset, his silver tongue proves utterly ineffective. "Oomph, I do not believe you. You are just upset that I have gained weight. Today, the Emperor has promoted you, and I am genuinely pleased for you, knowing that you love to tease my legs, which is precisely why I had the Ministry of Clothing specially prepare these new stockings for you to celebrate your success and win your favor." Unexpectedly, you little rascal, not only failed to appreciate it, but also disdain me. Kneel in peace. Your sister Zhen'er does not wish to see you today. Wan Guifei covered her cheeks, turning away with a voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. Huaian sighed softly, feeling helpless. Having accompanied Wan Guifei for 5 years, he naturally understood her temperament. In front of others, she was a noble and stunning figure, sharp and cunning as the queen of the harem. Yet before him, at times, she resembled a young girl, more capricious than Su Qingqing. However, as a mere inhabitant, what could he do? He had to coax her. "All right, Zhen'er, it is my fault." Huaian spoke in the gentlest tone, moving closer to Wan Guifei from behind, quietly leaning his head in her skirt and, employing a technique of manipulation, gently lifted one of her beautiful legs clad in black silk. "As long as it pertains to Sister Zhen'er, I adore whatever she wears. Moreover, I can assure Sister Zhen'er that today is the happiest moment for me since entering the palace." Indeed, upon hearing this, Wan Guifei's demeanor softened, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, her enchanting eyes lowering. "Humph, I do not believe it. It matters not whether you believe it, Your Highness." Huaian, using his keen perception, surveyed the surroundings, and upon confirming the absence of suspicious individuals, clenched his teeth and said, "Your Highness, since you specially summoned me here, you must have something in mind. So let me accompany you in this open space to relieve you completely. This time, I assure you, I will not hold back." Wan Guifei. After an engaging conversation, Huaian learned much. Just then, a voice echoed from the outer hall. "Reporting to Your Highness, Lord Liu of the Divine Capture Department requests an audience, stating he bears a royal command to speak with Chief Steward Yu." Upon hearing this, Huaian jolted, his entire being trembling, and the eunuch hat atop his head fell to the ground. At that moment, a pair of delicate hands wrapped around his waist. "You must not go. Today, you belong solely to Sister Zhen'er." How outrageous! And you wish to host a harem hot spring party? Your Highness, please relent. The outside is filled with members of the Divine Capture Department. That Lord Liu, the silver-clad chief, is no fool like the Crown Prince. If she barges in, she will surely uncover something. By then, it will be too late for us to regret. Clutched tightly by Wan Guifei, Huaian could only diligently work to alleviate her snake venom while desperately persuading her. "No, no." It seems as if struck by an internal force, Wan Zhen'er, her enchanting face flushed with intoxication, slightly parted her crimson lips, mumbling, "Little Anzi, how long have you been accompanying me, and yet you wish to sneak away? Oomph. Do not think I am unaware. You little rascal, you have not used your full strength at all, perhaps due to the venom reaching its peak." Her face was as rosy as the dawn, and her voice trembled even more. "Very well, Your Highness, since you have said so, do not blame me for unleashing my skills." Huaian gritted his teeth, exerting all his inner strength, his muscles hardening as if forged from steel. He understood clearly that if he did not employ all his medical knowledge today to cleanse Wang Guifei's body of the venom in one go, this woman would never settle. Yu Huaian sat cross-legged, like a preacher, channeling the purest inner energy into the poison within Wan Zhen'er's abdomen. In order to ensure Wang Guifei cooperated with the massage, for the first time in his life, he boldly grasped her flowing black hair as if holding on to reins. Such an action was likely something even Emperor Xia would never dare to consider. Your Highness, catch. As Yu Huaian tightened his abdomen and regulated his breath, he exhaled a long stream of turbid energy. The snake venom cascaded forth like a waterfall from Wang Guifei's abdomen, continuously seeping out through key acupoints in her meridians. Ha! Ha ha ha! My little Anzi, this time you have finally liberated your sister Zhen'er. With the poison completely flushed out, Wang Guifei's face glowed with heat, her eyes dreamy, as if entranced in a state of bliss. Wait, hold on. Stay with me just a little longer. A smile of happiness graced her lips, and her delicate feet in black silk tightly clutched the young man. However, before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly collapsed, her limbs sprawled on the grass. Alas, my dear sister, I am truly sorry for not allowing you to exert your full strength. As if her soul had been drawn away, Wang Guifei's expression was one of rapture, her speech muddled. Yu Huaian, however, let out a long sigh of relief. Possessing the full mastery of the wheel technique, he originally intended to keep a trump card hidden. This woman is forcing him to reveal his abilities. Consequently, her next request would likely be even more demanding. The more Yu Huaian thought about it, the more his scalp tingled, and he quickly helped Wang Guifei up. Your Highness, since you are satisfied and unscathed, let us hasten to meet Lord Lu of the Divine Capture Department. All right. Wang Guifei shot a sidelong glance at her beloved. Are you not coming to attend to me? Do you wish for me to meet the Divine Capture officials in this state? Very well. Your Highness. From Wan Palace, front hall. Yu Huaian appeared to respectfully assist Wang Guifei as they emerged. He immediately spotted a figure clad in a black, form-fitting outfit, resembling a goddess from an island nation. The female captor, Lu Xiyue, having just expended a significant amount of energy upon seeing her well-defined figure beneath the tight attire, along with a curvaceous rear that even the finest illustrations could not capture, he found himself unable to suppress his desires. Shaking off such thoughts, Yu Huaian spoke. We were just accompanying the esteemed Guifei in the rear courtyard to enjoy the flowers. May I inquire why Lord Lu has intruded upon the harem? I pay my respects to the esteemed Guifei. Lu Xiyue first bowed to the haughty Wang Guifei, then continued, replying to the esteemed Guifei. Recently, there have been 2 homicides at the East and West workshops, causing quite a stir in the capital. Today, at the court assembly, His Majesty specifically commanded our department to thoroughly investigate the death of Grand Eunuch Shuaigang from the East Workshop in conjunction with a senior official from the West Workshop. Upon hearing this, Yu Huaian could not help but frown. What about the death of Lu Quanfeng from the West Workshop? The death of Lu Gonggong from the West Workshop will be jointly investigated by the Zhini Division and officials from the East Workshop. The 2 workshops will alternate in investigating each other's cases. This is also His Majesty's arrangement. Lu Xiyue replied nonchalantly, casting a glance at the handsome young eunuch with whom she had previously crossed paths. Young eunuch, oh no, I should now address you as Chief Steward Yu. Surely your first question should be about the identity of the official from the West Workshop, appointed by Jiang Gonggong. Hearing this, Yu Huaian's heart sank as he prepared to speak. Amidst the conversation, Wang Guifei coldly remarked, could it be that Jiang Chonggong has dispatched the eunuchs from Xichong to investigate the case, and it involves Xiao Anzi? Indeed, Lu Xiyuan replied with a demeanor of calm assurance, as Your Highness suggested during the Grand Court meeting. Jiang Chonggong proposed the very candidate who previously rescued the 4th princess and achieved great merit, General Yu. How could Jiang Chonggong, having met me only once in private, entrust such a matter to someone as inexperienced as I? She pondered. Could it be that he suspects my involvement in Shuaigang's death? Or perhaps he believes that the one responsible for Shuaigang's demise is someone from the Xichong, and thus deliberately sends me, a mere novice in the workplace, to hinder Shenbusi, preventing them from uncovering any clues? At that moment, Wang Guifei interjected, No, I shall not agree. Xiao Anzi is now affiliated with the Naiwujian and holds the position of the chief steward in the inner palace. As for the Xichong, it is merely a nominal title. I can readily replace him and request Jiang Wunyan to appoint someone else. Is that clear enough? Lord Lu? Yes, Your Highness, Lu Xiyuan acknowledged. Upon hearing this, both Lu Xiyuan and Yu Huaian felt a jolt of surprise. Yu Huaian discreetly glanced to the side, where Wan Zhener was seated, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the female divine catcher in the center of the hall. The stark contrast between her cold, commanding presence and the alluring demeanor she had displayed earlier was striking. Yet, despite Wan Guifei's intervention, Yu Huaiyan felt a sense of inner turmoil. To be fair, he would rather sacrifice his own small advantages to accompany Wan Guifei in enjoying the garden and appreciating the chrysanthemums and flowers than to be embroiled in the chaos of investigating a case. However, he was also plagued by unease, for he had personally slain Shui Gang. A man should take responsibility for his actions and see matters through to their conclusion. If this case were to implicate former colleagues, he would indeed feel a heavy burden of guilt. Just as he was wrestling with these thoughts, the long-absent divine choice system activated once more. Choice 1. Investigate under imperial decree. Reward. Tai Shun Zhen 1. A low-grade celestial treasure that encompasses the 5 elements of gold. Wood, water, fire, and earth, possessing immense power and accompanied by formidable acupuncture effects, perfectly compatible with the Shun Yi Pian of the Kuhua Baodian. Choice 2. Remain a bystander and do nothing. Reward. Shirkwan Zhuangyang Wan 10. A mid-grade yellow tier tonic that can regulate the spleen and kidneys, significantly replenishing yang energy. An essential remedy for those in the martial world suffering from kidney deficiency. What a ridiculous option, as a fully leveled eunuch. What use would I have for a tonic meant for the weak? After a cursory glance at the options, Yu Huaiyan made his final decision. Before completely severing ties with the old organization, he would resolve this final matter. Your Highness, imperial orders cannot be defied. I am willing to represent the Shichong and accompany Lord Lu on this journey. Stepping forward with resolve, he bowed with conviction. Xiao Anzi. Wan Guifei bit her lip, wanting to say more. However, upon seeing her beloved's determined expression, she weighed her options and ultimately nodded. Very well. Since you are willing to go, I shall not say more. With that, she cast a cold glance at Lu Xiyuan, Lord Lu. General Yu is a trusted confidant of mine. He is still young and lacks martial prowess. You must take good care of him. Lu Xiyuan paused for a moment, then bowed his head and replied, I will do my utmost. Please rest assured, Your Highness. Sighing softly, Wan Guifei turned her gaze to her young lover. There was a hint of melancholy in her beautiful eyes. Xiao Anzi, come here. I have something to discuss with you. Yes, Your Highness. As they entered the side hall, Yu Huaiyan was about to speak when a pair of delicate, white hands covered his mouth. All right, you need not say anything. Wan Guifei pinched his cheek, a gentle smile gracing her lips, reminiscent of an elder sister's tenderness. I have thought it over. You are now capable of handling matters on your own, and you should have your own opinions. Sister Zhener cannot always bind you. Thus, you need not tell me your thoughts. Since you wish to embark on this journey, there must be your reasons. I only have one request. Wan Guifei raised herself slightly on her toes and whispered in his ear during this expedition to the Shichong. Be cautious in all matters. Before nightfall, ensure your safe return to Fenghuan Palace. I have a feeling that this case has some unusual aspects, and you must trust Sister Zhener's insight and intuition. Promise me you will return safely, all right? Her tone was gentle, and her eyes were slightly moist, reminiscent of a delicate wife awaiting her husband's return. Yu Huaiyan was both surprised and touched by this rare display of tenderness from her, and he quickly responded, yes. Xiao Anzi will certainly do so. Your Highness, no, Sister Zhener. Good. Now that is my cherished little darling, Wan Guifei exclaimed, her demeanor brightening. She affectionately tapped the boy's nose. Go, and return on time before dark. Tonight, Sister Zhener will host a grand hot spring banquet for you at the Heavenly Maiden Pool in the Inner Palace to celebrate your promotion to Chief Steward. All the concubines will be there to congratulate you. A pool party in the Inner Palace? Yu Huaiyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that really necessary? Will the other ladies attend? His first thought was of Qi Guiran. After last night's events, their relationship was fraught with tension. Would she truly celebrate him? Dressed in sheer swimwear? Leave it all to Sister Zhener. Don't worry about it, you little rascal, Wan Guifei said with a smile. Understood. Then, as if recalling something, her gaze dimmed slightly as she sighed. You see, while other ministers in the court hold dear Ming banquets to celebrate their promotions, my Xiao Anzi, having left home early, has no family or friends and is alone with me. Therefore, whatever others have, my Xiao Anzi must have as well. I shall personally host the banquet, and those sisters of mine who would dare not attend. What do you think, Xiao Anzi? She looked at him, her beautiful eyes filled with a blend of dominance and tenderness. Huaian was left speechless, though he had initially parted from his family due to this very woman. Over the years, she had indeed treated him as family. Your Highness. Suddenly, driven by an uncontrollable impulse, Huaian held the waist of the stunning beauty before him, closed his eyes, and poured all his affection into a deep kiss upon her ruby lips. His hand cradled her chin tenderly, while the other ventured into the slightly parted front of her gown, revealing her alluring curves. In a fervor, they followed Lu Xiyuan out of the palace via the Taiwu Gate to board an official carriage pulled by 4 spirited steeds, continuing their journey to the Ministry of Justice. Within the carriage, the two exchanged no words. It was not that Huaian was socially anxious. He could distinctly sense the subtle disdain and aloofness in Lu Xiyuan's gaze. However, he found it quite normal. As a factory guard, he was always at the bottom of the disdain hierarchy, especially since this woman was a prominent figure of the Shenbu Sea. Her invitation for him to assist in the investigation was merely in accordance with the Emperor Xiao's decree. It was likely that in her mind, he was just a quiet tool, a mere witness. Realizing this, Huaian felt a bit more at ease. He reclined on the soft beast fur mat, stealing glances at Lu Xiyu's well-defined curves in her fitted attire. Soon, they arrived at their destination. However, instead of the head clerk of the Ministry of Justice that Lu Xiyu had mentioned, they were met by a slender, young man dressed in a magnificent flying fish robe, adorned with a spring knife at his waist. A member of the Jinyui, perhaps a Thousand household? Huaian recognized the individual and could not fathom why Lu Xiyu would bring a Jinyui along. Manager Yu, allow me to introduce. Lu Xiyu gestured towards the young Jinyui. This is Yu Qingyang from the bees-infused Jingji Wei. The military is involved? Huaian's heart sank. Just then, General Yu approached, clearing his throat and dramatically producing a silver needle from his bosom. Pray, Yu Gonggong, do you recognize this item? Huaian glanced over nonchalantly. It was none other than the embroidered silver needle he had used to kill Shui Gang that fateful day. Did I not retrieve and destroy all of these? How could it be in his possession? Huaian furrowed his brow, sensing that the matter was not as simple as it seemed. At that moment, a flash of golden light appeared. A new set of options emerged before him. Option 1. Admit guilt. Reward. Dragon's Roar Iron Cloth Shirt. A top-tier, earth-level martial art that protects the body with dragon energy, rendering it indestructible. Option 2. Dodge the question. Reward. Spirit Sword Box. A top-tier, earth-level treasure that harbors pure spirit energy, used to nurture divine weapons and enhance their lethality for a millennium. In a fraction of a second, Huaian glanced at the options and calmly replied, General Yu, what are you talking about? I have no knowledge of such trivial matters. However, he took the embroidered needle with feigned seriousness and examined it closely. This appears to be an ordinary embroidery needle. Does it have any connection to the Shui Gang case? Ding. Decision made. Option 2 selected. You have received the reward, Spirit Sword Box, placed in your storage space, paired with the Yu Chang sword. Upon hearing this response, Jinyui Yu Qingyang exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Xiyu, both bearing expressions of subtle intrigue. Manager Yu, you are quite astute, Lu Xiyu remarked. This embroidery needle is the murder weapon. What? This trivial object can kill? Huaian exaggeratedly displayed shock with his handsome features. Such acting would astonish even the most seasoned performers from his past life. Indeed, Lu Xiyu's elegant brows furrowed slightly as she spoke. Before I retrieved you from the palace, I had personnel investigate all the corpses of the deceased from the Dongchang murder case. That night, 9 individuals perished in total, aside from the notorious Black Tiger Shui Gang. 8 were his subordinates and ordinary servants. Curiously, the deaths of Shui Gang's 8 subordinates occurred at a secret location of the Dongchang in the outer imperial city, while Shui Gang himself died in Chongrenfang, 10 miles away. According to the coroner's analysis, the deceased bore signs indicating that the murderer first killed Shui Gang's 8 subordinates before targeting him. I see, Huaian pondered. This killer must harbor a deep-seated grudge against Shui Gonggong from the Dongchang. Otherwise, it would be reckless to cross half the imperial city to eliminate them. Your insight is commendable. Lu Xiyu's captivating eyes narrowed slightly, half smiling. Thus, we first inquire if you know the origins of this embroidery needle. Alas, I truly do not know. Huaian waved his hand dismissively. However, one thing is certain. to use an unremarkable embroidery needle as a weapon. That person's skill in hidden weapons is undoubtedly extraordinary. I suspect this may be related to the renowned martial arts clan from Shujun, the Tongmen. This was indeed a diversion. After saying this, Huaian turned his gaze to the two individuals beside him. Lu Xiu remained indifferent, while the youthful Jinyui, with his oiled hair and painted face, burst into laughter. Little Gong, you certainly have a way with words, Yu Qingyang replied mockingly. Do you know why I am here to assist Lord Lu in the investigation? Hearing the unkind tone, Huaian retorted sarcastically, is it not because your Jinyui has already become a vassal of Dongchang's Lu Gong? He deliberately emphasized the word vassal without uttering the final derogatory term. Watch your words, you little eunuch. Yu Qingyang's face flushed with anger, resembling a red-skinned duck. Do not think that just because you have the favor of the Empress, you can speak so recklessly. General Yu, calm down, Lu Xiu interjected coolly, then turned to the young man favored by the concubine. Yu Gong, this General Yu is the son of the Grand Elder of the Tang men from Shujun. I have enlisted his help in this case for that very reason. The Tang men are well versed in the art of hidden weapons, and this embroidery needle is the only evidence left by the killer. Moreover, based on the injuries on the deceased, they all suffered a fatal blow to the throat from this very needle. All right, I think I understand now. Huaian feigned indifference, yawning before bowing slightly. General Yu, I apologize for my earlier disrespect. Please forgive me. No need for pleasantries. Yu Qingyang waved dismissively. Huaian, seldom one to quibble with such entitled youths, directly inquired of Lu Xiu, since His Majesty has commanded us to investigate this case together. Could you share some details? For instance, where was this embroidery needle discovered? Lu Xiu gazed deeply into him for several moments before slowly responding. To be candid, Yu Gong, the murderer acted with caution and left no traces at the scene. This embroidery needle was found within Shui Gong's abdomen. Within his abdomen, Huaian's heart sank. No wonder he felt something was amiss when retrieving the silver needles. It now appeared that Shui Gang had deliberately swallowed an embroidery needle in his final moments, hoping that his colleagues would avenge him by uncovering the killer. Truly a formidable individual, Huaian gasped, maintaining a composed exterior. So, does this mean that you, Lord Lu, and General Yu believe this matter is related to me? Not exactly, Lu Xiu replied. On the same night, two prominent leaders with considerable martial prowess died in both the East and West factories. These two cases must be intricately connected, and frankly, they cannot be divorced from the long-standing grievances between the East and West factories. His Majesty is aware of this. I am aware of this, and I believe you, Yu Gong, are also aware of it. You make a valid point, but the truth is, I could never commit such an act. Huaian shrugged, while the little bear raised his hands in surrender. Naturally, I believe you. Lsyo lifted an eyebrow, saying, in fact, before meeting with YG and Ying, I had already examined the court's records of the WJ and the martial prowess of all personnel from the XCHing. I found no one proficient in the art of concealed weapons who could effortlessly slay the formidable Su Jiying with but a single embroidered needle. Therefore, it's sufficient that Lord L has faith in me. Huaian interrupted calmly. The time has come. Let us first conduct an on-site investigation before darkness descends. We must return to the harem to attend to the ladies. Following this, Lsyo, along with two companions, shared a carriage, accompanied by a dozen silver-clad captors. As they proceeded towards the initial crime scene located at the secret stash of Su Jiying in the southern district of Waihufeng outside the imperial city. It must be said, this was perhaps the most awkward and uncomfortable journey Huaian had ever experienced. It felt akin to sitting on pins and needles. Originally, sharing a carriage with a cold beauty like Lsyo, even in silence, was a feast for the eyes. However, the presence of General Y brought about an entirely different scenario. This fellow, having cast aside the protection of the Ying family, had secured a position in the J New York WI, yet he acted like an overly emotional young man, spouting various local dialects and flirtations throughout the journey. Initially, Lsyo responded with polite nods, but eventually, she simply closed her eyes to rest, allowing this youth to prattle on with his nauseating declarations. Huaian felt a wave of embarrassment on behalf of this young man, his toes nearly clawing through the palace floor. Noticing his indifference, Ying coughed deliberately and said, Ying, would you mind moving to the back of the carriage? With you here, I and Lord L. cannot truly express ourselves. As for matters of romance, you surely have no interest, do you? Huaian raised an eyebrow, ready to retort. Just then, a whisper echoed in his ears. You have triggered the divine selection system. Stay in the carriage and reprimand General Y. Reward, black jade restoration ointment. A high-grade healing elixir with miraculous effects for bone and sinew repair. Departing in sorrow. Reward, Tynzing, a high-grade lightness skill, as light as a swallow. Steps like a startled swan, commonly seen in the martial world. Oh, I must choose. However, upon reflection, he realized that whichever option he selected would inevitably influence his relationship with LSYO, based on his recent experiences. Interactions with beautiful women maximize the probability of triggering divine options. Therefore, which should he choose? Huaian slightly rose, first glancing at the arrogant Ying, then turning to LSYO, who sat cross-legged, her figure exquisite, resembling a piece of human jade. The cold beauty remained with her eyes closed, seemingly engrossed in meditation, yet a subtle blush adorned her otherwise pale cheeks. This indicated that, while she appeared oblivious, she was actually acutely aware of the dynamics in the carriage and fervently wished to avoid sharing space with Ying. At that moment, just as Huaian was about to make his final decision, a soft, melodious voice, imbued with pure inner strength, reached his ears. Ying, please stay. I owe you a favor. May I? LSYO, changing her attire in front of him, truly resembled a divine being. Wow, such a gentle emphasis. Could this be the voice of LSYO? Huaian's heart trembled, and he raised his gaze. There stood the stunning divine catch. Her cheeks flushed even more, her typically cold demeanor transformed into one of pleading vulnerability as she regarded him with a soft gaze. Clearing his throat, Huaian decisively addressed the increasingly impatient Ying. General Y, it seems to me that you should be the one to leave this place. Have you not noticed that Lord L finds you rather bothersome? Surprised by the directness of this retort, Ying momentarily froze. Then, with a swift motion, he stood, hand gripping the hilt of his embroidered spring knife, veins bulging on his forehead. Ying, do not overstep your bounds. Very well, you are still young. I shall offer you a word of caution. Even if Nying dotes on you, she cannot be by your side at all times. My Ting family of SHJ ranks among the 7 great martial families of the court, holding vast connections in both the martial and imperial realms. You, a mere eunuch, think you can afford to offend me? His words were a blatant threat. LSYO suddenly opened her eyes, a glint of coldness evident within. How audacious! Huaian chuckled disdainfully, clapping his hands. While our family respects the Ting family, to me, General Y seems more akin to a songstress. Ding! Selection completed. You have received the reward, Black Jade Restoration Ointment, now stored in your inventory. The system's reward notification echoed in his mind. Yet, Huaian could hardly focus, for in the next moment, Ying had drawn his gleaming embroidered spring knife, ready to engage him in battle. Lord L, protect me. Huaian, naturally unwilling to resort to the techniques of the Kuhu manual, instead assumed the stance of the NSHOG taught by WNIN, poised to defend himself. Just as a confrontation seemed imminent, an overwhelming and formidable aura enveloped the entire carriage. Then, a chillingly cold voice rang out. General Y, while I greatly appreciate your willingness to assist in the investigation, this Ying is also a designated investigator by His Majesty. Furthermore, I have promised WNIN to protect him well. If you trouble him, you are also troubling me. Do you understand? Her words carried a commanding authority, utterly unapologetic. The once arrogant Ying instantly fell silent. Indeed, among the younger generation of the martial world, few could rival this extraordinary woman. Moreover, her family, the L family, was not in the slightest inferior to the Ting family. Enough of this nonsense. With a flick of his wrist, Ying sheathed his knife, brushing off his attire and raising an eyebrow. Since Lord L would rather accompany a eunuch who merely serves women than trust in my capabilities, then I shall take my leave. You do not need my assistance in this matter. With that, he paid no heed to the 8 horses galloping at full speed, flinging open the carriage curtain and leaping away. Huaian was left dumbfounded. Indeed, the next moment, a cacophony of wailing echoed from outside. That Lord L. Huaian settled back in his seat, glancing at LSYO, who had returned to her meditative state. Why did you do that? General, why might truly help us find clues about the murder weapon? It matters not, LSYO replied coolly. Those who wish to leave cannot be retained. Such is the nature of the world, and there is no need to force it. Indeed, reclining comfortably against the animal hide cushion behind LSYO, with one less light bulb, he could now quietly admire the view. He rested his head upon his hands, his gaze fixated on the divine catch's slender waist and unparalleled curves beneath her black fitted attire. Truly, she embodied the essence of a Valkyrie, her form elongated and firm, exuding a beauty of strength that, when compared to the soft lines of W in GUFI and QGURN, possessed a unique charm. As he pondered this, I am uncertain whether it was a manifestation of his inner desires, but before him, Lu Xiao unexpectedly commenced her performance of the Crazy Horse Show without any prior indication. She elegantly tied her hair into a high ponytail, revealing her delicate and fair neck. Subsequently, she shed the upper portion of her bodysuit, unveiling the snug pink undergarments that clung to her form, along with her pristine white abdominal muscles. By heavens, this martial arts woman is not just fair, but truly magnificent, was Huaian's initial thought. He pinched his thigh to confirm he was not hallucinating and unconsciously drew closer. Lu Xiao's performance continued unabated. With her sculpted long legs slightly together, she unabashedly removed her lower leggings, leaving only a pair of pure white silk underpants. The sight of her beautifully toned and fair legs was boldly displayed. Huaian was convinced he was the only man in the entire capital who had glimpsed the goddess's pristine figure beneath her tight attire. Driven by a peculiar instinct, he held his breath, fearful of making a sound, although he could not fathom the reason for Lu Xiao's audacity. He had a strong premonition that the next phase of her performance might reveal the most primal and innocent aspects of femininity. However, from the lush greenery surrounding them, it was evident she was far from the refreshing demeanor of Qi Guiran, resembling instead the flourishing presence of Wan Guifei. It seemed that all mature women shared such traits. Huaian mused. Just then, a prompt appeared. You have triggered a divine option. Choice 1. Step forward and assist her in dressing. Reward: 30 increase in muscle hardness, permanent enhancement. Choice 2. Continue observing, remain still. Reward: duration of ultimate skill, retracting yang into the abdomen 80. Lord Lu. He broke the silence after a moment as contemplation. We are still here. I am aware that the elder is present. Lu Xiao remained composed, rising to her feet, her bare legs standing gracefully together as she retrieved a bundle from a concealed compartment atop the carriage. With practiced ease, she unwrapped it to reveal a stack of resplendent silver uniforms. Is this the official attire of Lord Lu? Quite impressive, Huaian remarked, surprised. As he had assumed her bodysuit, reminiscent of a search officer from a distant land, was the attire of the divine catcher. Indeed, Lu Xiao replied nonchalantly as she spread out the uniform. The divine catcher's office mandates that officials wear their official attire when conducting investigations. What about the splendid search attire you wore previously? Huaian could not resist asking. Splendid search attire? Lu Xiao raised an eyebrow, realizing that was the concentration garment crafted by my esteemed mother, designed to absorb a degree of true energy impact, safeguarding the body. I see. So, you are one to adhere to regulations. Huaian nodded in approval. Lu Xiao did not respond, but began to don her corset. Just then, a pair of warm hands reached from behind, encircling her slender waist tightly. You gong on you. Lu Xiao frowned slightly, sensing the impertinence yet refraining from immediate retaliation. Do not misunderstand, Lord Lu. Huaian stated earnestly, I have been attending to the ladies in the palace, assisting them with dressing and offering massages. Perhaps you too would like to experience the treatment afforded to them? Ding. Determination completed. Choice 1 selected. Your muscle hardness increased by 30. That is unnecessary. Lu Xiao remarked dismissively, yet lowered her gaze as the young eunuch continued to embrace her, unwilling to release his hold. Moreover, his hands grew increasingly unrestrained, sliding up from her flat abdomen along her defined lines, ultimately gripping her. Despite knowing he was a eunuch, the physical touch elicited an involuntary response. leaving Lu Xiao's lips slightly parted, her cheeks flushed as a soft moan escaped her. My heavens! Did that sultry sound truly come from me? In an instant, her face turned crimson, and just as she prepared to admonish him, she observed the handsome young eunuch growing bolder, employing both hands and even leaning in closer. You Gong. You. Just then, she remembered his eunuch status and momentarily suppressed her anger. Most importantly, this beautiful young eunuch favored by Wan Guifei genuinely possessed remarkable skills in massage. Well then, having solved numerous cases over the years, indulging in some pleasure is not out of the question. What makes those high-born ladies, akin to embroidered pillows, so exceptional? Especially Wan Guifei, with her overbearing presence, it is truly, If they can enjoy such luxuries, why can't I? Lu Xiao, the favored daughter of heaven? The exquisite pleasure coursing through her body stirred thoughts within this normally aloof and ethereal goddess of justice. Suddenly, she crossed her arms, allowing the young eunuch to continue his attentive ministrations. You Gong, are you not yet 20? Did you undergo castration at an early age? She inquired casually. Indeed. Yu Huaian responded, acutely aware of the soft sensations beneath his palms, prompting him to focus even more intently on his craft. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment, convinced he was likely the only man capable of eliciting such soft murmurs from the iron-willed goddess of justice. Ah, how pitiable! Lu Xiao sighed softly, observing the increasing boldness of his hands, which began to venture perilously close. As her vigilance heightened, she prepared to raise her voice in protest, but hesitated once more at the thought of his eunuch identity. What a sad and ridiculous situation. These rootless individuals cannot engage with women directly. Thus they seek psychological solace through serving them. With this thought, Lu Xiao's gaze fell upon the young eunuch, who was diligently working at her thighs, and she could not help but tease, pray tell, Gong, with such adeptness in attending to women. Can you ever comprehend a woman's body as an ordinary man would? Hearing the teasing undertone in her words, Yu Huaiyan looked up to meet her gaze. To his surprise, Lu Xiao wore a playful expression. In the next moment, she unfastened the final piece of armor covering her upper body. With a soft thud, something round and snow-white seemed to break free from its constraints, bouncing forth. I cannot comprehend. I am a eunuch and utterly befuddled. Yu Huaiyan, typically resolute, maintained his gaze for a brief 2 seconds before quickly averting his eyes. That said, Lord Lu, there's a saying in my hometown about extraordinary women like you. Oh, what might that be? Lu Xiao, utterly bare above the waist, flicked her ponytail and looked down at him with a serene yet commanding demeanor, showing no hint of embarrassment. You, my lady, are akin to a goddess. A stunning revelation. The Moonlight Empress? After a bumpy ride, half an hour passed. The convoy of the Shanbu Sea finally reached the first crime scene, located within an abandoned market in the outer city at a secret location of the Dongchang. Lord Lu, we have arrived, Yu Huaiyan gently reminded, retracting his hands from the opponent's abdomen. It was at that moment he noticed that this female constable had fallen asleep under his skilled massage. Observing her delicate features, her beautiful eyes gently closed and her long, curled eyelashes slightly drooping, she appeared unexpectedly gentle and charming. At first glance, she resembled a sweet and lovely girl like Su Qingqing. This woman is the leader of the younger generation of the Lu family. She joined the Shanbu Sea at the tender age of 14 after graduating from the Imperial Academy of Martial Arts. Over the years, she has investigated numerous cases and achieved great success. It is rare for her to have such leisure to rest and take a nap, Yu Huaiyan mused internally. Perhaps it was due to having seen her unclothed form, which inexplicably drew them closer. He found himself feeling a twinge of pity. As he slowly stood up, he realized his body was exceedingly swollen, nearly bursting through the tight-fitting eunuch's robe. Goodness, fortunate that she is asleep. If she had seen me, a grown man, kneading and rubbing her, I would surely be doomed. As Yu Huaiyan was about to recite the Bing Xianju to suppress his distracting thoughts, he suddenly thought of a better method. Shrink. He held his breath, focused his mind, and activated the entirety of the Yu Fong Jing, opening a new hidden acupuncture point in his lower body, controlling it to retract. In just a second, he returned to normal. Imkrisive, mai kun. With a sigh of relief, Yu Huaiyan was about to remind her once more when he saw Lu Xiao slowly open her eyes, looking around in mild surprise. Why has the carriage stopped? Have we arrived? Indeed, Yu Huaiyan nodded. I initially intended to alert Lord Lu, but seeing you asleep so peacefully, I refrained. Lu Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly as she adjusted her official attire and stated seriously, now that we have arrived, let us attend to the matter at hand. With 13 silver-clad constables, a total of 15 individuals traversed through a dark alley, arriving at a secluded bamboo grove. Before them stood a grand mansion, surrounded by towering ancient trees and high walls. After several days' absence, returning to the crime scene he had personally established as an investigator left Yu Huaiyan feeling rather complex emotions. Eunuch Yu, this is the scene of a murder involving Shui Gang's 8 eunuch subordinates from the Dongchang. Shall we enter? Lu Xiao gestured invitingly. Oh, this place is surrounded by high walls, resembling an iron barrel formation. Are we to use lightness skills to enter? My skills are not particularly proficient. Yu Huaiyan pretended to say. No need. Before I came to the palace to fetch Eunuch Yu, I had already dispatched several silver-clad constables to secure the scene. There's a hidden door in the northwest corner that I previously instructed a locksmith to open. We can enter directly, Lu Xiao replied calmly. Just as she finished speaking, 2 leading silver-clad constables suddenly shouted, Lord Lu. Not good. Chen Wu and Duan Ping have been harmed. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao and the constables' expressions changed dramatically, and they immediately leapt forward. What the hell? The murderer is clearly here. Are there also experts? Yu Huaiyan was equally startled and hurried to follow. The hidden door in the northwest corner had been closed again and secured with a massive iron lock. The constables showcased their lightness skills, gracefully descending into the courtyard. Yu Huaiyan refrained from showcasing his remarkable skills, instead climbing carefully from behind. As they arrived beneath the shadow wall of the front courtyard, for male corpses clad in the silver uniforms of the Shunbu Sea, their limbs stiff, lay before them. They were found in various positions, some sitting, some standing, some lying down, with a common characteristic. Not a single visible wound marred their bodies, and both cheeks bore a deep wine-red hue. Had it not been for the livor mortis settling in their elbows and necks, they appeared as though they had merely drunk themselves to sleep. They were poisoned. Lu Xiao stated gravely. She then knelt down, retrieving a crystal-clear silver needle, resembling an ice shard, which she inserted into the skull of one corpse. After a second, examining the vibrant colors that appeared on the needle, she made her final judgment. This is the unique poison Tianqi Zhu from the Wu Du men of the southern frontier. Suddenly, the youngest silver-clad chief of the Great Xia made her conclusion and drew her blade, the Ran Shui Dao, exclaiming, These 5 poisons are in the backyard. I can vaguely smell their foul miasma. Follow me. Yes, my lord. The constables, with expressions grave, unsheathed their long knives and followed their female superior toward the backyard. In the blink of an eye, only a tall, elegant eunuch from the Dongchang remained at the scene. However, unbeknownst to Lu Xiao, Yu Huaiyan had already realized that the murderer of the constables was hiding in the backyard. Upon entering, his Wu Di Shuntong had detected an invisible grayish-white miasma. He had encountered this miasma before. Indeed, it was the chronic poison that had afflicted Jiang Wunyan of the Dongchang. If those hiding in the backyard are indeed the 5 poison masters Lu Xiao mentioned, then is the poison within Jiang Chonggong's body not also related to this group? However, according to the Taizu Wuel, martial artists above the 9th rank must report to the court upon entering the capital, registering in the Wu Ji to facilitate control. The Wu Du men is a demonic sect from the southern frontier. Where do they find the audacity to infiltrate the imperial city? Considering the previous infiltration incident involving assassins from the demonic sect into the palace, could it be that the Wu Du men also colludes with the Dongchang? But the problem is, the perpetrator of the murder is none other than me, Yu Huaiyan. Why would the Dongchang summon the Wu Du men? Yu Huaiyan's mind was in a tangle. At that moment, Lu Xiao's voice suddenly rang out ahead. You need not all come. Just a few of you should stay back and protect Eunuch Yu. We cannot allow him to come to harm under the orders of the Empress Dowager. No need. Lord Lu, I am, after all, a 9th-rank practitioner of the Dongchang. The intense curiosity compelled Yu Huaiyan to rush forward without any system options. The setting sun had vanished, and the night descended. Eerie caws of crows echoed from the backyard. Following the constables with utmost stealth, Yu Huaiyan approached the rear courtyard. How strange. The first time I came to this murder scene, it was not this eerie. He felt an ominous premonition. Just as he was about to concentrate and activate the 3rd layer of his Wu Di Shuntong to investigate his surroundings, He heard Lu Xiao shout loudly from the front, drawing her sword, "Thief, do not run." The group strained their eyes and discovered, not far away on a desolate hill, 5 masked figures of varying heights and builds, clad in black, furtively transporting something in burlap sacks. Upon hearing the female constable's command, the 5 black-clad figures initially trembled, instinctively retreating a few steps while simultaneously shouting, "Withdraw!" But it was too late. The female constable of the Great Xia had already leaped into the fray, delivering a powerful strike. In the midst of the chaos, a towering figure clad in black barked a sharp command and charged toward the most diminutive of his companions, placing himself protectively before the latter. In the next moment, he swung his hands inward, channeling a potent surge of true energy that emanated from his body, forming a series of golden innate protective shields at his sides. He was undeniably a 5th-tier innate master. With a resounding clang, a piercing sound of metal colliding echoed through the air, revealing the innate shield enveloping the black-clad man had developed serpentine cracks. Under the force of such a fierce attack, it appeared he could not withstand for much longer. Simultaneously, the residual force of the blade struck outwards, tearing a gash in the sack resting on one of the black-clad men's shoulders. In an instant, to the astonishment of the court officials, a woman clad in a resplendent yellow brocade palace robe fell from the sack. To be precise, it was a corpse, as the woman was headless and her body had undergone significant decay, exposing ghastly white bones. The expressions of those present, including Lu Xiao, were frozen in shock. Huaian, who had long frequented the palace, discerned the gravitas of the situation. The attire of the deceased was not ordinary. Such a style of Zhai clothing could only be donned by someone of the rank of a royal concubine or higher. Thus, the identity of this woman was revealed to be Su Qingqing's mother, the aunt of Qi Guiran, the missing Mingwei empress. Huaian felt as if his mind had exploded. Concurrently, the options from the divine system emerged unexpectedly. You triggered a divine selection. Choice 1. Strike down any member of the Wudu sect. Reward: Gui Lai Dao Fa Zone Gang, a mid-tier celestial martial art that contains 6 layers of exorcising blade techniques. Mastering it to the utmost allows one to transform into the 9 underworlds and slay malevolent spirits, inflicting immense true damage on aberrant entities. Choice 2. Observe from the sidelines. Reward: Shixiang Fanzan San, a high-tier earth-grade elixir that instantly restores 100 internal energy and mental strength. How bizarre. First, Hu Xiao Jin Zhong Zhao. Then, this Gui Lai Dao Fa, both effective against so-called aberrant entities. Could the tales of demons my father recounted during my childhood be true? Are there truly non-human beings lurking in the depths of the mountains and the bustling markets of this world? While Huaian pondered, 2 silver-clad officials from the Divine Capture Division swiftly positioned themselves before him, declaring, "Lord Huaian, Master Lu has ordered us to protect you. We must retreat. No need. Look at those 5 black-clad men. Can they withstand even a few strikes from Master Lu?" Huaian clicked his tongue as he gazed at the battlefield ahead. The 5 black-clad men were already encircled by the officials of the Divine Capture Division. The foremost towering figure among them bore multiple knife wounds, blood streaming profusely. Thousand-faced centipede, ghost-faced poison toad, diamond scorpion, barefooted gecko, and 100 beauty snake woman. You 5 useless vermin need not hide any longer. Come at me together. I do not exploit numbers against a few. 1 blade per person, and I shall capture you all today. Lu Xiao hovered in midair, holding her Yuan Shui Dao at a slant with a frosty expression and piercing gaze. Upon finishing her declaration, she snapped her fingers, instructing her subordinates. "You go protect Lord Huaian. I shall handle this." Yes, these 5 toxic creatures, the weakest among them, is at least a 5th-tier innate realm. Yet they cannot subdue Lu Xiao, who has reached the peak of the innate realm. There are indeed disparities within the innate realm, Huaian reflected. In truth, he had observed Lu Xiao's battle with the 5 and had mentally placed himself in her shoes. Had Huaian intervened, the weakest among them, the 100 beauty snake woman, would have already succumbed to a single strike, never allowing them the opportunity to form a united front. As his thoughts wandered, the fierce battle reignited. Lu Xiao, wielding her blade with grace, once again dove into the fray against the 5 toxic adversaries. She unleashed her chilling true energy, manifesting an ethereal frost-like membrane around her. allowing her to navigate effortlessly amidst the combined onslaught of the 5 members of the Wudu sect. Her strikes relentless and precise. Each slash targeted their vital points. After just a few exchanges, the leader of the Wudu sect, the thousand-faced centipede, could no longer endure, spewing blood and retreating to the side. The lithe 100-beauty snake woman suffered the loss of an arm in the process. This cold, ice-true energy from the Liu family possesses remarkable prowess. Our poisons cannot even approach her. The thousand-faced centipede realized that their only chance of escape lay in clever tactics. Summoning his remaining strength, he directed his gaze to the sturdy diamond gecko beside him. Brother, do you see that little eunuch over there? He appears unremarkable. Yet he is heavily guarded and greatly valued by this Liu lady, indicating his significant standing. He could very well be the emperor's personal eunuch. Go capture him as leverage. Third brother, fifth sister, keep this lady occupied. With that, he spat out a mouthful of blood and, like a sinuous centipede, swiftly slithered across the ground towards the female official. Meanwhile, the second in command of the Wudu sect, the stout diamond gecko, upon receiving the command, wasted no time. He let out a wild howl and charged toward the young eunuch nearby. Protect Lord Yuan. The silver-clad officials, seasoned veterans of combat, swiftly formed a protective barrier with their weapons, shielding the favored young man of the Empress behind them. However, a thunderous crash resonated as the diamond gecko barreled through, scattering the foremost silver-clad captors like leaves in a storm. Oomph. Do you think this bunch of lackeys can obstruct my indestructible body? Xia Gang, the diamond gecko, sneered coldly before pivoting toward the now unprotected young eunuch. Little eunuch, come here. Your broken body is worth the lives of my brothers. As he closed the distance, a surge of exhilaration coursed through Xia Gang. Yet, just as his iron hands were about to grasp the young man's shoulders, he suddenly froze. Every hair on his body standing on end. The seemingly delicate and unassuming young eunuch before him bore an eerie, malevolent smile. Moreover, an intense killing intent radiated from his eyes. Xia Gang, having navigated the treacherous waters of the underworld for years, had never encountered such a chilling aura. Everything indicated that this boy was not prey, but rather the hunter. In an instant, the seasoned diamond gecko was struck by an ominous premonition. He resolved to withdraw his attack. It was too late. His hands clamped down fiercely on the young man's shoulders. The next moment, a sharp crack echoed. But it was not the young man's shoulder that shattered, but rather the 5 fingers of the diamond gecko. The sudden agony from the severed digits made Xia Gang howl in pain, and as he raised his bloodshot eyes to the young eunuch, he caught a glimpse of a faint golden shield flickering around the boy's shoulders. Just then, a powerful roar akin to that of a tiger reverberated in his ears. Xia Gang's eyes turned crimson, his heart and guts feeling as though they were being torn apart. This is the long-lost Xiaojin Zhongzhao. Do not fret. There is more to unfold. The handsome young eunuch wore an increasingly mischievous smile at the corners of his mouth, his slender, jade-white fingers converging into claws, akin to a lion or tiger pouncing on its prey, descending upon Xia Gang's face with an iron grip. At that moment, Xia Gang had exhausted all his moves, his retreat calculated by his opponent, leaving him with no means of escape. Slap! He scarcely had time to emit a cry of despair. The second in command of the Wudu sect, Xia Gang, had his temple punctured, blood gushing forth like a column, succumbing on the spot. Ding! Judgment complete. Choice 1. You have acquired the Gui Lai Dao Fa Zone Gang. Wow! Is this not the Balian Shizhao Gong passed down by Jiang Chonggong? It is far more formidable than I had imagined. It is entirely unlike a mere yellow-grade, foundational palm technique. Rain Gong Gong's divine skill. We are in awe. The nearby captors of the Divine Capture Division, all ambitious young martial artists, immediately expressed their admiration with faces full of reverence. Meanwhile, on another front, the battle had drawn to a close. Lu Xiao approached with a grave expression, her backdrop comprising 4 fallen corpses. My lord, have you slain all 4 of these poisonous creatures? Her cautious deputy inquired. Lu Xiao shook her head sadly, her beautiful eyes filled with melancholy. These 4 poisonous beings, seeing no way to escape, took their own lives with poison. This signifies that we shall find it exceedingly difficult to ascertain their intentions for tonight. With that, she stepped forward, gazing at the young eunuch who had garnered the favor of Consort Wan, seemingly lacking in martial prowess, never revealing his aura. Then, her gaze shifted to the headless gecko at his feet, its eyes wide open, unblinking in death. Even with her composure, she could not help but take a deep breath. Rain Gong Gong, you must report to Lord Liu. This accursed gecko charged at me without warning, causing me great fright, and I inadvertently struck it. Rain Huaian feigned a look of lingering terror, leaning weakly against the cold beauty's straight shoulder. Amidst the awkward silence, one of the captors seemed to have discovered something. Exclaiming loudly, Lord Liu, Rain Gong Gong, there's a hidden passage here. Indeed, tonight's events are far from simple. My unintentional act of slaying Xie Gang may very well trigger a series of astonishing secrets, akin to the butterfly effect. Gazing at the ruptured sack revealing what appeared to be the corpse of a palace concubine, Rain Huaian's foreboding sense intensified. He could not help but recall Consort Wan's instructions to return safely before his departure. However, if he were to become embroiled in significant matters, could he truly return safely? At that moment, whoosh, you have triggered a divine-level choice. Choice 1. Explore the hidden passage with Liu Xiao. Reward. Current host as complete martial arts realm, essence, realm 1. Choice 2. Take leave and return to the palace to attend the hot spring party. The text of the options had not fully refreshed in his mind. Rain Huaian resolutely made his choice. To hell with the thrilling exploration. I must return to the pool party. I must. Is he truly a eunuch? That Lord Liu. Rain Huaian pondered for a moment before speaking. Earlier, I was startled by that gecko and felt somewhat unwell. Thus, I must return to the palace first. With that, he attempted to slip away. However, a graceful figure flashed past, blocking his path. Goodness, it was only slightly inferior to his Kuehua Baodian in terms of agility. Eunuch, you cannot leave. Liu Xiao extended her palm, obstructing the retreating young eunuch. Why? Rain Huaian raised an eyebrow. Because I require someone with your insights to accompany me into the hidden passage. Liu Xiao waved her hand, dismissing her subordinates, and then lowered her voice. Eunuch, you have long frequented the inner palace, so you must be quite familiar with the attire of the concubines. Can you deduce the identity of this female corpse? She pointed towards the headless female corpse on the ground. If I tell you, will you allow me to leave? Well, that's a different matter. Rain Huaian shook his head and attempted to bypass her. He truly did not wish to attract trouble. Rain Gong Gong. Liu Xiao charged forward again, her usually aloof demeanor now filled with earnestness. I have served in the Divine Capture Division for 8 years, investigating countless peculiar cases. Therefore, please trust my instincts. The convergence of these Wudu sect masters here tonight is no coincidence. The identity of this headless female corpse is anything but ordinary. Perhaps, as events unfold, this case extends far beyond involving mere figures like Xie Gang. It is a shocking conspiracy that could shake the court and be recorded in history. Do you not wish to join me in achieving merit, uncovering the ultimate truth, dispelling the darkness, and restoring clarity to the empire? It is well known that the Eastern and Western factories have been at odds for ages. In recent years, on the court, Liu Jin of the Eastern factory has repeatedly suppressed the Western factory. You, Jiang Chong Gong, have endured humiliation to protect your subordinates. Do you not wish to contribute to the Western factory and, through this case, topple the Eastern factory in one fell swoop? Seeing her opponent's resolve, Liu Xiao grew anxious, pouring forth her entreaties. Yet, the young eunuch, who had just decisively subdued the gecko and remained inscrutable, maintained a calm countenance, unmoved. I apologize, Lord Liu. Rain Huaian shook his head. What you speak of has nothing to do with me. The Western factory is my former employer, that is true, but at present, I am already a servant of the esteemed consort. Then Liu Xiao bit her lip, her cheeks slightly flushed. If I were to cast aside my official capacity and plead with you as an individual, she rarely refrained from using her official title, instead adopting a more humble approach. Rain Huaian paused, looking at the long-legged, graceful female captor before him. Observing her tall and elegant figure, slightly bent, hands clasped, her expression carried a hint of humility. Rain Gong Gong. It is well known in the martial world that the Liu family of Tian Nan believes in repaying debts. Liu Xiao gritted her teeth. Today, as the head's legitimate daughter, I owe you a favor, Rain Gong Gong, and in the future, the Liu family shall repay it tenfold without fail. How shall you repay? Rain Huaian nearly let slip a reckless word. He considered Liu Xiao's sincere demeanor reminiscent of a chivalrous woman. Moreover, If this truly secured a favor from one of the 7 great martial clans of the court, it might indeed prove useful in the future. After pondering for several seconds, he nodded. Very well. I shall accompany Lord Liu on this venture, but I have one condition. What condition? Should there be any danger within the hidden passage, I request that Lord Liu allow me to withdraw first. Agreed. Liu Xiao nodded, glancing back at the headless corpse. So, in your opinion, Rain Gong Gong. This female corpse is Rain Huaian replied, from her elaborate Zhai Yi and the 7-tailed hairpin she wears. Her status must be at least that of a royal concubine or higher. Liu Xiao's delicate face darkened. Could it possibly be the missing? Not necessarily. Rain Huaian shook his head. This divine phoenix, Zhai, it was originally only permitted for the empress to wear, but since the reign of the late Emperor Ming Jing, the palace's clothing supervisory bureau and weaving bureau began to tailor it for the favored concubines. Thus, we cannot definitively ascertain the identity of this female corpse. However, Lord Liu is an adept investigator. You should be able to ascertain the approximate time of her demise from the condition of the skeletal remains, correct? Liu Xiao once again retrieved the icy silver needle, bending down to examine the bones, and stated, the time of death is at least over 10 years ago. That provides us with a rough time frame. Yu Huaiyan supported his chin with his hand and remarked, she should be the imperial consort of the late emperor from the previous dynasty. In the emperor's harem today, apart from Empress Mingwei, most have been in good health for nearly a decade. I concur with your thoughts, my lord. Liu Xiao's expression turned solemn as she gazed at the underground passage, which had been opened up not far away. It seems that to uncover her identity, we must venture into this dark passage. Should we reconsider? Yu Huaiyan rubbed his nose. Why the hesitation? Liu Xiao stood tall, her hand resting on her treasure blade, her beautiful eyes suddenly sparkling with a piercing brilliance. In this world, martial prowess is revered, and the weak are inherently oppressed, desperately needing a just measure to discern right from wrong and protect the common folk. Those who cross the line must be punished. Otherwise, what is the purpose of a court? Thus, from the day I joined the Divine Catcher Division, I vowed to pursue justice relentlessly, willing to risk my life for it. I firmly believe that there exists a singular truth behind every matter. The souls of the wronged must be comforted, and I, Liu Xiao, shall wield my pure heart and my frost blade to cleave through the darkness and behold the light. As she spoke, the Xueman Dao in her hand was unsheathed with a thunderous sound, illuminating the inky night sky with a brilliant and lingering radiance. Yu Huaiyan was deeply moved. He glanced at the tall and spirited female divine catcher beside him, entirely unable to reconcile her with the enchanting figure he had previously encountered in the carriage shed. At the same time, he felt a twinge of shame. After years of navigating the lower echelons of the imperial city, his youthful idealism had long been smoothed into a slick pragmatism. Had anyone else uttered such grandiose words, he would have found them pretentious and juvenile. Yet, from this woman's lips, he found himself inexplicably convinced. Suddenly, he made a final decision. Very well, Lord Liu, I, Yu Huaiyan, shall break my usual prudent conduct and accompany you on this venture. However, this has nothing to do with your family's goodwill. Yu Huaiyan lifted his handsome gaze to meet her bright, shining eyes. Only for your sake. Yu Gonggong. Liu Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. She turned to the tall figure beside her, noting the resolute and imposing expression on his handsome face. At that moment, the night breeze swept through, causing his garments to flutter and his long hair to dance in the wind, adding a touch of heroism. He was no longer the subservient young eunuch who had bowed and catered to Wan Guifei. Liu Xiao unconsciously bit her lip. Her cool and delicate complexion betrayed a hint of blush. She could sense a powerful surge within her heart, long sealed away like a tranquil lake. She did not understand what it was. All she knew was that if she gazed at him any longer, she would think, heavens, I, Liu Xiao, find myself in awe of a eunuch's aura. Or perhaps he truly is a eunuch. She forcefully suppressed her tumultuous thoughts. Her lips slightly parted as she called out, Yu Gonggong. The young man adjusted his hat and formal attire, making his way toward the secret passage. If Lord Liu holds me in esteem, it would be a kindness to call me Yu Xiong outside. It feels more intimate that way. Ding. Route determination complete. You have earned a reward. Full cultivation realm 1. Kuehua Baodian, Bing Xin Zhu, Hu Shao Jinzong Zhao. As per tradition, another chapter before midnight. The next chapter will reveal the cause and effect, then the emotional arc with Lord Liu. I know everyone is eager to see the return to the palace. Tonight, the case concludes, and tomorrow, the protagonist will navigate various nuances upon returning to the palace. The fourth princess will also express her feelings, and other female leads will gradually make their appearances. I humbly request everyone to continue reading and voting. I truly hope this new book does not get eliminated. 33 Lu Xiao is poisoned by charm? Excellent. My favorite chapter. In the dim and narrow corridor, two figures moved forward, one after the other, bending low and feeling their way along the uneven path. Yu Gonggong. No, Yu Xiong. Do you truly not need this official to send someone to protect you? Lu Xiao released her true energy, igniting the torch in her hand to illuminate the handsome face behind her. Yu Huaian replied in a deep voice, Lord Liu, consider this. If that eminent female corpse was transported by the Waduman from here, this secret passage may conceal astonishing secrets. If Lord Liu wishes to eliminate external interference and continue the investigation, the fewer people who know, the better. This official understands this matter well. Lu Xiao nodded slightly. But I worry, Yu Xiong, having spent much time in the inner palace, do you truly not fear the situation? Yu Huaiyan paused slightly, then suddenly realized. Her words served as a reminder. He, a frail young eunuch, should indeed be afraid. With this thought, he quickly wrapped his arm around the slender waist of the female divine catcher, exclaiming, if Lord Liu sees this, I am still quite frightened. He spoke while his hands involuntarily explored upward from her tight, flat abdomen, ultimately gently grasping the snowy peaks, successfully reaching the summit. Lu Xiao, who had been focused on sensing the aura ahead, let out a soft moan involuntarily at this sudden touch. Yu Xiong, the boundaryless contact made Lu Xiao uncomfortable, and her delicate brows furrowed, ready to protest. Yet another thought crossed her mind. Indeed, this young man is a eunuch. Moreover, he is still young and inexperienced, akin to a younger brother, or rather a younger sister. His willingness to assist me boldly compels me to indulge and care for him. With this in mind, Lu Xiao's anger dissipated, and she endeavored to speak in her gentlest tone. If being closer to this official brings you peace, Yu Xiong, it is acceptable. But the modesty of a young woman made it difficult for her to resist placing her hand on his, attempting to shift it away from her chest. However, his palm seemed to possess an irresistible allure, refusing to budge. Very well, let him have his way. Lu Xiao smiled helplessly, then her expression suddenly grew serious. Yu Xiong, stay close. I sense a whiff of blood ahead. All right. Yu Huaiyan clasped his hands, pressing close to the elegant figure's waist, proceeding in tandem. This cool beauty was oblivious that in the carriage shed, when she had shed her final armor to reveal herself, this young lad had deeply admired her elder sister's demeanor. Now, he had finally fulfilled his wish. Additionally, while he regretted that she was not in that alluring black bodysuit, he had also vaguely realized something significant. It is no wonder that those scoundrels from previous lives, the Sea Kings, often took young ladies to haunted houses and escape rooms. It was all for this thrill. No, I mustn't get too close. Although my current abilities allow me to manipulate my presence at will, her figure is so imposing that I genuinely fear. With such thoughts, Yu Huaiyan abruptly stepped back a pace. At that moment, his martial emperor's divine gaze caught a flicker of a martial artist's aura in the darkness ahead. This undoubtedly ignited a sense of vigilance within him. It is crucial to understand that this realm of advanced martial arts is far from the fantastical worlds depicted in online novels. Here, when two individuals meet, they can easily ascertain their strengths by comparing levels. In this world, martial artists, regardless of their schools of thought, possess their own unique methods of concealing their energy. If a martial artist intends to hide their aura, unless the opposing martial artist is significantly superior in rank, it is nearly impossible to gauge the former's internal energy intensity before confrontation. This implies that the martial artist ahead, who is continuously emanating internal energy, is doing so intentionally. Lord Liu, be cautious. There is someone ahead, Yu Huaiyan warned gravely. Upon speaking, a hand that had been resting behind him produced 10 rainstorm pear blossom needles. However, after a moment's contemplation, he ultimately switched to the Yuchong sword. Indeed, I too sense it, Lu Xiao replied, her beautiful eyes widening, her delicate face stern. This person is provoking us. No sooner had she spoken than her officer's boot suddenly collided with something. What is it? Driven by some curious reflex, Huaian swiftly stepped forward, shielding the goddess catcher behind him. Brother Yu, please step back. Lu Xiao gently grasped the young man's palm, pulling him behind her. The hand that had once wielded a knife to execute criminals felt surprisingly soft. Huaian's heart stirred. At that moment, Lu Xiao lowered her torch to the ground and discovered the remains of bones, a multitude of incomplete skeletal remains. These corpses were even more decayed than the female corpse transported by the Wudu sect. There was not a shred of flesh remaining. The only similarity was that, like the headless female corpse, the skeletal remains here were adorned with intricately embroidered court skirts. Now, beside each fragmented skull, gleaming hairpins and ornaments, worn by those who had endured the sands of time, unmistakably revealed their identities. They were all concubines of the imperial harem, the highest ranking among them reaching the level of favored consort, second only to the headless female corpse outside. With a grave expression, Huaian remarked, given the circumstances, I suppose Lord Lu has begun to deduce certain truths. Indeed, Lu Xiao inhaled deeply. The late Emperor Ming Jing's widows met untimely ends here, all of them perishing under mysterious circumstances. The vengeful souls of the inner palace shall finally be vindicated today. My presence here is fate's decree. With that, she drew her exquisite snowman treasure blade, her cold gaze fixed on the suspicious aura ahead as she advanced down the corridor. Where are you going? Huaian quickly seized her arm. Given the present situation, those concealed within are not merely criminals, but at least informed parties. We must confront them. Lu Xiao declared resolutely. Lord Lu, you're being overly naive. Huaian shook his head. What? Lu Xiao's brows furrowed slightly, her expression tinged with displeasure. Are you mocking me, brother Yu? This is a secret den of the Eastern Depot. The corpses of the late Emperor's widows are undoubtedly linked to Lu Jin. However, from my understanding of Lu Jin, even if he is ruthless and domineering, he would never dare to commit such an act of treason without a significant figure backing him. Thus, Huaian took a deep breath, choosing to say no more on the matter. If what you say is true, then there is but one possibility. Lu Xiao bit her lip, her expression one of shock. After a moment's contemplation, she gritted her teeth and said, Your Majesty. Your Majesty what? What does this have to do with our illustrious and divine current emperor? Huaian deliberately guided her thoughts. If Lord Lu wishes for a smooth career in the future, it would be best to forget this matter. Even if you insist on seeking out a mastermind behind the scenes, it would be, well, perhaps a certain prince who is currently idling in Shujun. No sooner had he spoken than a coarse male voice echoed from afar, cursing loudly. Hey, you 5 useless fools. What are you still dawdling about? Lu Gonggong would be better off raising 5 dogs than this bunch of good-for-nothings. Hurry up and bring the master out. Damn it. It's just the right opportunity for me to breathe some fresh air. This cursed place has the worst food, and I no longer have a favored consort to share my bed with. I can't stand another day here. By the way, I heard that His Royal Highness the Rui Wang is not well, and the Emperor has taken 2 new beauties, the stunning Wang Guifei and the exquisite Qi Guiran, both of noble birth, especially Wang Guifei, the daughter of the Duke of Liang. They say her beautiful legs are so mesmerizing that just one glance is enough to leave a person in awe. I wonder when the Emperor will tire of her and send her my way. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. I, old son, would never have such boldness. You 5 fools better keep your mouths shut. Perhaps due to being locked away for too long, the voices within continued to chatter on, their enthusiasm unabated, and their words increasingly lewd. The aura of this villain was thick, and his strength was considerable. Brother Yu, step back. I shall apprehend this rogue, Lu Xiao declared, her face grim as she drew her treasure blade. However, at that moment, she suddenly noticed a tall figure had already outpaced her. Moreover, the cold, murderous aura emanating from him was even more intense than her own. It was none other than the young eunuch who had been shouting in fear earlier, wanting to retreat. Brother Yu, wait. I shall assist you. The 2 figures raced forward, one after the other, towards the corridor. Perhaps the air was becoming thinner, as the light of the torch began to fade. Fortunately, by the dimming glow, they could clearly see they had entered a vast stone chamber, a hidden sanctuary of sorts. Above them hung a massive bell, intricately carved with Buddhist scriptures and mantras. Who are you? Are you sent by Lu Gonggong? The mysterious man's voice trembled in their ears. now filled with alarm. With a swift motion, Huaian directed a surge of yang energy towards Lu Xiao's torch, rekindling its brightness before fixing his gaze on the man before them. To their astonishment, he was a rotund figure with a thick waist and arms, bearing a beard and weighing at least 200 to 300 pounds. His face was brutish, the swollen left cheek marked with a large tattoo. As Huaian and Lu Xiao approached, the hefty figure trembled violently, his elephantine legs shuffling towards the corner of the wall. It was then that they noticed the massive steel chains, glinting menacingly, bound around his ankles, restricting his movements severely. I believe I have an inkling of who you are. Lu Xiao stepped forward cautiously, illuminating her surroundings with a torch as she scrutinized the face of her adversary. You lecherous flower thief. Do you have any idea how many years our Divine Capture Division has pursued you? Are you from the Divine Capture Division? The rotund man's elongated, shadowy eyes suddenly widened, a flicker of malice crossing his features. Fortunately, Lord Lu had the foresight to assist me. In an instant, the man produced a pouch of powder from his robe, propelled by his formidable true energy, and hurled it towards the female divine captor, who stood only a mere distance away. Lord Lu, be careful, Huaian exclaimed, realizing the imminent danger and attempting to pull her aside. However, it was too late. The pale pink powder enveloped Lu Xiao's delicate cheeks and rapidly evaporated, as if it had never existed. Lu Xiao's beautiful eyes widened in shock, and in that final moment, she beheld the strikingly handsome young eunuch embracing her. Simultaneously, she discerned the identity of the toxin that the vile brute had cast upon her. Ha ha ha! This is the demonic woman's frenzy powder specially concocted by the imperial family of YNGDO. Young female divine captor, do not think that even if you are merely an innate being, or even if you attain the 4th grade master level, you can escape this peach blossom calamity. Within 3 hours, if you do not receive the utmost comfort from man, you shall bleed from all 7 orifices and perish. Ha ha ha! The man's expression grew increasingly deranged as he turned to the young eunuch beside him. Oh, dear little eunuch, I forgot to mention that once this divine captor succumbs to the aphrodisiac, she may not be able to resist your incomplete form. Will your frail body withstand it? Ha ha ha! With that, the man's face hardened, and his plump hands, surprisingly nimble, struck the nearby stone wall. With a resounding clap, it seemed he had triggered some hidden mechanism. The grand bell above them came crashing down. In a moment of peril, with no way to evade, Huaian quickly shielded the fainting Lu Xiao, covering her ears to protect her from the sonic impact. A deafening sound reverberated in his ears. When Huaian opened his eyes again, he found himself enveloped in darkness. The gilded bell effectively muting all external noise, creating a secluded realm. In his arms lay the capital's foremost female divine captor, exhaling like orchids and caressing her face while emitting peculiar moans. This situation, in a wild setting within a cave and a hidden chamber, with a stunning beauty under the influence of an aphrodisiac, was almost too classic. Lu Darren, we cannot linger here. Lu Jin from the Eastern Depot may arrive soon to silence us. Steady your mind. I will think of a way to break this bell. Afterwards, we shall find another place to remedy this predicament. Within the dark bell, while Huaian calmed the intoxicated divine captor in his embrace, he examined the bell's internal structure. Fortunately, his extraordinary Wu Di divine eyes allowed him to see everything clearly in the darkness. In an instant, he devised a plan to escape. He would harness the utmost yang energy from the Kuehua Baodian and amplify the sound waves of Huxiao Jinzhongzhou to a certain intensity, causing resonance within the bell to shatter it from the inside. However, this method posed considerable risk. The sound waves would inevitably impact their physical forms during their chaotic reverberations. He possessed the family's breathing techniques and Bingxin Ju, allowing him to easily seal his senses against the sonic onslaught. But what about Lu Xiao? The key to breaking this dilemma now rested in awakening a portion of her consciousness, prompting her to instinctively seal her senses. With that thought, Huaian glanced at the cold beauty in his arms. At this moment, the female divine captor's face was flushed, her beautiful eyes hazy, and her rosy lips parted and closed as she emitted soft, alluring moans. Yuxiong, I feel so hot. I think I'm going to die. Lu Xiao weakly uttered, her cheeks growing ever redder as her delicate hands unconsciously reached toward the young man's abdomen, exploring recklessly. Her ivory fingers roamed from his firm chest down to his solid abdomen, and she even attempted to venture lower. She was unaware of her own intentions. All she knew was that this was the most profound impulse from her innermost depths. If it remained unfulfilled, the burning itch below her dantian would be more torturous than the depths of hell. No, Lu Darren, you cannot. That is, seeing her lose all rationality and about to grasp his true form, Huaian swiftly shifted away. He ultimately did not dare to take that risk. In truth, from the women he had encountered in this lifetime, be it the noble and delicate Wan Guifei, the charming Qi Gairen, or the imperial heiress Su Qingqing, if they were in such a predicament, he would have long since succumbed. Yet Lu Xiao was different. This woman was known for her sternness and integrity. Even if he exhausted himself to rid her of the aphrodisiac, once she regained her senses, what choice would she make regarding him? A mere impersonator. It was truly unpredictable and beyond his control. Just as his mind wrestled with these thoughts, Lu Xiao cupped his face with both hands, closed her eyes, and leaned in to kiss him. Her lips were so soft and luscious, rivaling even Qi Gairen and Wan Guifei. A ripple of surprise coursed through Huaian. In the next moment, the female divine captor in his arms opened her lips, kissing him more fervently, as if she wished to consume him entirely. Ultimately, she even reached out with her soft, tender hands. Is it a snake pattern? With Qi Guifei in the past, and now Lu Xiao. By the way, Wan Guifei was quite skilled on her first time too. Are all the maidens from this otherworldly realm naturally gifted? While Huaian was stunned, he did not dare to be negligent and reciprocated her actions. Amidst their passionate entanglement, he asked with concern, Lu Darren, does this make you feel any better? I don't know. Don't ask. I don't know anything anymore. Yu Xiong, please close your eyes and don't look at me like this. It's just too embarrassing. With an uncontrollable surge of emotion, Lu Xiao pouted her red lips and continuously pecked at the handsome face of the young eunuch before her, like a little bird. From her lips to his forehead, then to his earlobe, she kept showering him with affectionate kisses. Under the enchantment of this beautiful divine captor, Huaian felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, and the remarkable technique of contracting the yang into the abdomen completely lost its effect. This is infuriating. How can I be entangled with a girl under such potent poison? Huaian gritted his teeth. Then, he recalled something. Wait. She just mentioned Senior Brother Nye. Could it be that this Senior Brother Nye is the chief of the Divine Capture Division, Nyezheng? Although he is enigmatic, there have always been rumors in court that he is the adopted son of the illustrious Zhuge Shunhou and is betrothed to Lu Xiao. This was indeed a shocking revelation. After a lengthy period of contemplation, following the likes of Wan Guifei and Qi Gairen, have I once again returned to the role of Chao Zhai? Huaian found himself in a mix of laughter and tears. Is this truly the destiny that awaits me? Alas, everything is merely the choice dictated by the stone gate of fate. In that fleeting moment, driven by the compassionate heart of a male bodhisattva aiming to alleviate suffering, Huaian resolutely plunged his hands into the chest of the other, fervently yet gently providing solace. While inquiring, does this feel more comfortable? You seem to have been struck by some intense stimulus. Lu Xiao suddenly opened her dazed eyes wide, producing sounds of delight. Yes, this is it. This is so much better for me. Just like this. I beg of you. The moment those words escaped her lips, her remaining rationality seemed to catch up, and she hurriedly covered her flushed cheeks, lowering her head. You understand girls so well. Are you truly a eunuch? Upon hearing this, Huaian felt a jolt in his heart, halting his ministrations, and spoke each word deliberately. Of course I am. However, at this moment, I am far more concerned about Lord Lu's condition. He took a deep breath, placing his hands back, gathering his energy to continue providing comfort. Lord Lu, listen to me. If you can regain a fraction of your rationality and focus your mind to seal off your senses, I will have a way to destroy this great bell and help you escape. As for the peculiar poison within you, your mentor, the esteemed Zhuge Shenhao, master of the Divine Capture Division, possesses profound knowledge of medicine and divination. He will undoubtedly be able to save you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xiao's beautiful eyes rolled back, her delicate body convulsed violently, and crimson blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. It seemed that tonight would be particularly challenging for her. It's hot. I feel as though I might perish from the heat. I beg you. In my suffering. In a moment of remaining reason, Lu Xiao drew her frost blade from her waist, fumbling as she extended it toward the young man's hands. Simultaneously, Driven by an inexplicable desire, she spread her long, athletic legs apart, shamefully guiding her hand downward. Heavens, what is she attempting? Witnessing the once cold and regal goddess of capture displaying such a seductive demeanor left Huaian in a state of astonishment, his head beginning to throb. Indeed, she had been lamenting the heat below her dantian. Could it be that this specially concocted potion from the Eastern Isles targeted not the entire bloodstream, but specifically the acupoints surrounding the Zhongji, Chugu, and Huaian? Therefore, I could just address the symptoms locally, assisting her in suppressing the source of the poison, so she might regain a significant portion of her rationality. But how exactly should I proceed? As he observed the goddess of capture on the ground, nearly succumbing to her traditional craft, Huaian felt a stir in his heart. Could it be that I am to become like Tian Xiaoxue? Just then, a notification echoed in his mind. You have triggered a divine-level choice. Option 1. Expose your false eunuch identity to assist the other in completely eliminating the poison. Reward: AO Shou San Tiao Gun, a top-tier Earth-grade treasure, originating from the Western region's Huaian demon sect, approximately 26 inches in length, featuring 3 heads with barbed tips. Effect 1. Against female martial artists of comparable realms, it wields extraordinary power. Effect 2. When used on a female partner, it significantly enhances mutual affection. Option 2. Utilize the third profound meaning of the Kuehua Baodian, the Qi Huang needle method, to attempt to extract the poison using silver needles, thereby restoring her health. Reward: Fang Zhong Mi Shu Tian Ren Wan, a low-grade heavenly text on health preservation, containing unparalleled techniques for pleasing women. Complementing the Earth-grade Yu Fang Jing, and through joint practice, can unlock physical potential, revealing the formidable Zhu Yang Shun Gong. Gazing at the system panel in his mind, albeit belatedly, Huaian took a deep breath, raising Lu Xiao's long legs, his expression serious yet gentle. Xiao, though you are a heroine renowned throughout the capital, what I am about to do is significant. You must truly endure. 35 Needle Method. Lord Lu, I am about to administer the needles. To be frank, while I possess some knowledge of acupuncture, you're my first patient in this lifetime. Should you find it unbearable, Huaian firmly grasped the Tai E divine needle in one hand, while shifting his other arm before Lu Xiao's legs, stating, "You may use this hand as you wish." No sooner had he spoken than the goddess of capture, her head swirling with stars and her mind clouded, seized his arm and pressed it against her. The peculiar sensations from his left hand were overwhelming, but Huaian remained undistracted, focusing intently on administering the needles to Lu Xiao. At that moment, the goddess of capture, her body bare, her legs elegantly positioned, appeared as a radiant figure of luminous jade in the darkness. Yet to Huaian, she was merely a vessel of flesh and blood, connected by sinews. As the ancients said, the physician's heart is that of compassion. Indeed, Huaian's hands transformed into 10 flowing beams of light, threading the needle with precision into Lu Xiao's critical acupoints, such as Dezhu, Jumio, and Tianzhu. With the final needle piercing Huaian, Lu Xiao seemed to regain some consciousness, letting out a soft moan, her long lashes fluttering slightly, and her dazed eyes faintly rekindling the sharpness of her past. Very well. Lord Lu, you must surely be able to hear my words clearly now. Hold on just a moment longer. With this last needle, the residual poison from the Eastern Isles will be completely extracted. Observing the positive response from his first attempt to administer needles, Huaian felt a surge of encouragement, continuing with meticulous precision, his index finger poised and gently pricking the Chung Fu acupoint. Ah! Lu Xiao let out a soft cry, her beautiful eyes closing once more, a hint of pain crossing her delicate features. Meanwhile, Huaian finally noticed a moist sensation at his fingertips. Unable to help himself, he glanced at his hand, only to find that the goddess of capture had completely relinquished her hold on his long, fair fingers. Very well, I shall persevere a little longer. Huaian steadied his resolve, channeling his true energy into the needle, thrusting the Tai E divine needle accurately into the heart of the poison. As the needle pierced through, Lu Xiao's eyes sprang open once more, her cheeks flushed even deeper, and for the first time, she clearly commanded, "You stop. That's enough. Please cease your actions." In the face of the cold beauty's admonition, Huaian remained undeterred, fully exerting himself to rupture the last remnants of the poison. Moments later, amidst a series of coughs, dark purple toxic blood spewed from the mouth of the goddess of capture. Huaian, let out a long sigh of relief. Ding! Selection 2 has been completed. You have received the reward. Fang Zhong, Mi Shu Tian Renwan. All done, Lord Lu. You are now safe. As he spoke, he reclaimed his left arm from Lu Xiao's grasp. To spare her any embarrassment, he deliberately turned his body away, saying, Lord Lu, you have regained your senses and are fully aware of everything that has transpired, so I ask for your understanding. Yes, I understand. After a heart-wrenching recollection, Lu Xiao, now completely alert, nodded with a flushed face. Fortunately, the surrounding darkness kept her shame from reaching its breaking point. Swiftly, she donned her official robes and retreated to a corner, distancing herself from the young man. After a prolonged silence, a myriad of emotions surged into her heart. The Daxiak goddess of justice, who had never shown weakness before others, unexpectedly began to sob softly. Lord Lu truly need not take it too personally. You Huaian, who seldom comforted women, could only tentatively suggest that Eastern beauty's poison is exceedingly potent. Once it seeps into the organs, not even Lord Lu, nor the master of Huaian Island, the third-grade Jiaxing Relmjing Shu Jiushi, would be able to withstand it. Besides, when I administered acupuncture to you, you bravely endured excruciating pain. In my eyes, you're already a paragon of feminine strength in this era. After speaking, he noticed the other party still curled up in the corner, silent. Yu Huaiyan contemplated for a moment and added, if Lord Lu harbors any guilt towards your fiancé, Nie Zheng, then there's even less reason for concern. He shrugged. I am a eunuch, not a man. It is quite common for us to assist the ladies in bathing and changing clothes. No, brother Yu has misunderstood. As if regaining her composure, Lu Xiao's voice returned to its usual calmness. I despise my own carelessness. As the chief constable of the Silver-clad Justice Division, I have been outmaneuvered by that lecherous scoundrel. Had it not been for Brother Yu's presence, I fear I would have. Recalling how I lost control earlier and made various bizarre advances towards this young eunuch. Her cheeks flushed once more, and she felt deep regret. Fear not, even the wisest can err. Yu Huaiyan said earnestly, since Lord Lu is unharmed. It is time for us to venture out and settle accounts with that vile fat man. Indeed, Brother Yu, please wait. I shall attempt to sever this grand bell. As a young lady from a martial arts family, Lu Xiao immediately ceased to dwell on her turmoil and drew forth her Xuanman Dao, focusing her intent on the blade. Wait, Lord Lu. Yu Huaiyan hastily intervened. The interior of this bell is forged from Penglai iron, whose hardness rivals that of a Xuanwu tortoise shell. It cannot be dealt with forcefully. If Lord Lu would trust me once more, please cover your ears. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao was initially taken aback. Then, recalling the young eunuch's prior display of skill in subduing a master of the Five Poisons sect and his extraordinary acupuncture technique, she nodded in agreement. Following his instructions, Lu Xiao sat cross-legged and sealed her senses. Yu Huaiyan also placed his palms on his abdomen, channeling energy into his dantian. In the next moment, he unleashed his full power. A deafening tiger's roar erupted, transforming into tangible waves of golden energy that surged towards the surrounding bell walls. With a resounding boom, Lu Xiao instinctively opened her eyes, only to see a bright light. The torch she had brought was firmly lodged in a crevice of the stone wall. Illuminated by the flames, a massive, tattered-clothed figure, a giant man with tattooed markings on his face, lay sprawled on the ground, devoid of any breath. His face, heavy with flesh, bore wide, bulging eyes, as if he had glimpsed something terrifying in his final moments. Who did this? Lu Xiao's beautiful eyes turned cold as she leaped to the giant's side. After examining the corpse, she spoke coldly. This lecher has only just perished. The murderer could not have gone far. Brother Yu, let us pursue. Wait. This time, Yu Huaiyan decisively restrained her. At this juncture, the truth is already apparent. No, perhaps it can only be considered partially so. However, it is sufficient for us to close the case, Lord Lu. What do you mean by that, Brother Yu? Lu Xiao furrowed her brow. How the late emperor's widows were murdered. Why they appeared in the Eastern Factory's secret passage. Who concealed this fat lecher here and silenced him. So many questions remain unanswered. How can we conclude the case? Sighing, Yu Huaiyan stretched and replied with a hint of exasperation. Lord Lu, do not forget our initial purpose. We were merely tasked by the emperor to investigate the death of the Grand Eunuch, Shuaigang. Now, let me inform you of the case's origin. Shuaigang was killed by this fat lecher. 2 days ago, during a thunderstorm, Gang accidentally discovered a secret passage in the backyard and encountered this fat lecher, uncovering the corpses of the late emperor's widows. It turns out these unfortunate concubines were abducted and murdered by this scoundrel. Thus, Gang, in righteous indignation, engaged in a battle with this lecher, but ultimately fell victim to a hidden silver needle and returned to his residence, only to find it was too late. Huaian narrowed his eyes and continued, Lord Lu, simply report to His Majesty as I have stated. I assure you that not only will His Majesty not harbor any suspicion, but he will also be greatly pleased. At that time, we shall both receive promotions and rewards, and I can restore some prestige for the Western factory. It will benefit us both, an outcome pleasing to all. Brother Yu, Lu Xiao inhaled deeply, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on this enigmatic young man. Do you truly believe that a peaceful resolution is more important than uncovering the truth of this case and allowing the souls of the unjustly slain to find peace? I knew you would say something like that. Huaian smiled wryly and sat cross-legged. Very well, I can't surmise the general situation. In half an hour, I shall elucidate the facts you desire to know. After you have listened, you may choose how to proceed, but please do not involve me. I still need to return to the palace for the hot spring celebration hosted by Wan Yang. The thought of confronting the haughty Qi Guiran again made Huaian's head throb. In the grand palace of Daxia, within Fenghuan Palace, a stunning woman adorned with a phoenix crown and draped in a resplendent red gown, her curves accentuating her beauty, sat at her vanity, delicately applying her makeup. Wang Guifei's alluring lips parted slightly as she inquired of the 20 ladies, including Xu Fei, Chun Fei, Lan Fei, and Li Pin, who had sent palace maids to convey their gratitude for the invitation and promised to attend the Shengxian pool to celebrate with Chief Eunuch Yu. Understood, replied a middle-aged matron respectfully. Ah, I see, Wang Guifei said, and what a Qi Guiran. What has become of her? What is the matter with her? Wan Zhener furrowed her brow. I personally spoke with her this morning. Does this little girl dare to refuse my invitation? The Qingyang said she has not been feeling well lately and fears she cannot enter the water, the middle-aged matron reported. Very well. Inform her that as long as she attends tonight's hot spring banquet, wearing the swimwear I gifted her, she need only watch us frolic with Chief Eunuch Yu without entering the water. As she spoke, Wang Guifei slowly rose, revealing a stunningly alluring swimsuit beneath her robe. Springwan Mama, what do you think of this outfit? Will that little rascal particularly like it? Her expression softened, sparkling with youthful anticipation, as if she were a naive girl. Your beauty knows no bounds, no matter what you wear, Springwan Mama remarked, but I must say in all the years I have watched you grow, I have never seen you dress so meticulously for anyone. I fear His Majesty will never witness you in such a manner. Indeed, is it true that a woman adorns herself for the one she cherishes? Alas, why must you bring up that old man? Wan Zhener furrowed her elegant brows and remarked, I cannot shake the feeling that this incident is rather amiss. Dispatch someone immediately to the crime scene at Dongchang and bring Xiao Anzi back to me. Oh, and do remember to tell him. Saying this, the noble consort playfully stuck out her tongue, covering her exquisitely perfect, round face for his sake. I specially purchased a rather alluring swimsuit from the western regions. In the secret passage of Dongchang, flickering flames illuminated a pair of strikingly beautiful individuals seated close to one another. Very well, Lord Lu, he said. As I mentioned earlier, the ladies of the harem are eagerly awaiting my return to attend to them. Thus, our time is limited. Huaian, with a serious expression, broke the silence. If you have any inquiries regarding tonight's series of events, please feel free to ask. I'm quite forthright, after all. Lu Xiao, with a tranquil gaze, responded non-committally. Are you so confident in yourself, my lord? Do you possess the entire truth, or have you merely concocted a narrative in your mind? Noticing the coldness in the other's tone, Huaian raised an eyebrow. Did you not refer to me as brother you earlier? Why the shift to my lord? Oh, Lu Xiao murmured, burying her blushing cheeks in her knees. You called me Xiao just a moment ago, yet now it has changed to Lord Lu. Her voice was barely audible, yet Huaian caught every word. Moreover, having dealt with Wang Guifei and Su Qingqing for years, he discerned a hint of lingering resentment in her tone. Could it be? After she was affected by the seductive poison, and we share a moment of intimacy, has she truly developed feelings for me? A mere eunuch? The thought startled Huaian, prompting him to swiftly change the subject. Xiao, though we each have our own roles, if it weren't for Gang's case. our paths would likely never have crossed. However, it seems fate has intertwined our destinies in this perilous situation. Therefore, you should trust me, should you not? Lu Xiao continued to gaze at the ground, her voice low and contemplative. If I did not trust you, I would have long since captured the mastermind behind this heinous act. Thank you, Huaian replied. Now, let us delve into the matter at hand. With that, he gestured towards the corpulent corpse on the ground. If I am not mistaken, this individual is none other than the notorious flower thief, Shuzhong Hebi's son Dachuan, who has been wanted by the Divine Capture Division for the past 20 years, is it not? Indeed, that is correct, Lu Xiao affirmed, sitting up straight, her expression grave. 20 years ago, which marks the 5th year of the current emperor's reign, a highly skilled assassin infiltrated the harem and sullied the widow of the late Emperor Mingjing, leaving a trail of devastation, including the brutal deaths of 2 of the late emperor's most favored consorts from the western regions. Perhaps as a fellow woman, when Lu Xiao uttered the words brutally murdered, her expression turned sorrowful, a flicker of compassion gleaming in her eyes. After a pause, she added, had it not been for the timely arrival of the Holy Maiden of Faxian Island, Empress Mingyue, who repelled the assassin, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Unimaginable? Huaian interjected, the headless corpse of a royal consort outside, and the bones within this passage tell us of their inevitable fate, do they not? Are you implying? Lu Xiao's alertness was piqued, a chill creeping into her heart. May I be so bold as to ask, Lord Lu, Huaian continued. When I was working in the archives of the Western Factory, I inadvertently came across records of this shocking case. It mentioned that the Divine Capture Division had once apprehended this individual and knew him to be the infamous Shuzhong Hebi, son Dachuan. Why then did he later escape? Well, Lu Xiao mused, her expression tinged with confusion. The Divine Capture Division officials who pursued this case 20 years ago have all since retired. However, according to the records left behind, while escorting son Dachuan back to the capital, he was attacked by a mysterious 4th-rank master, which allowed him to escape. Indeed, that aligns with the accounts from the archives of the Western Factory, Huaian noted. However, compared to the sparse details in the Divine Capture Division's records, the accounts of son Dachuan's life are far more elaborate. Oh, Lu Xiao expressed her curiosity. Please do share. Huaian recounted, son Dachuan, originally named Xiaochuan Sun Yichong, is the firstborn son of the emperor of the small, overseas nation, Yingtai. He possessed extraordinary physical strength and a bloodthirsty disposition, dominating and oppressing others, making him despised by the people of Yingtai. Following the death of the emperor, a rebellion ensued, and the shogun, Minamoto Yoshitsune, seized power, supporting the young son of the deceased emperor as a new puppet ruler while ordering the execution of the exiled prince, Xiaochuan Sanichang. Faced with a bleak future in his homeland, he, with the assistance of his father's loyal followers, crossed the ocean to the prosperous and flourishing empire of Daxia. Can you guess where he went, Lord Lu? Huaian suddenly posed a question to her. Naturally, he went to the southwestern Shuzhou, where he committed countless atrocities. Lu Xiao replied through gritted teeth. Precisely, Huaian confirmed. So, who was the true power behind Shuzhou at that time? Was it the current emperor? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Xiao stood abruptly. Indeed, Huaian also rose, pointing to the left cheek of the rotund corpse, Lord Lu. Do you see the Hua character tattooed on its face? It was personally ordered by the current emperor, the former Prince Rui. Such secrets exist? The Prince Rui's household once captured this scoundrel? Lu Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet, after I assumed my position in the Divine Capture Division, I sought records of this villain from the Dali Temple and the Ministry of Justice, but found no mention of this. Why would your Western Factory possess such details? How could your intelligence be more comprehensive than that of the 3 divisions combined? This is impossible. The court would never allow it. You are correct. Yet this was the zenith of the Western Factory. Huaian gazed into the distance, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. With 10,000 officials on the payroll, 30,000 covert operatives, intelligence networks spanning the realm, and the P8 Tigers alongside the Jinyui as their underlings, they dominated the Eastern Factory and exerted pressure on the Inner Palace. Even the 2 supreme grandmasters stationed at Yurchinbu would have had to yield. Alas, such heights cannot last forever. We cannot return to those days. Is it truly that formidable? Lu Xiao pondered for a moment before returning to the matter at hand. As you mentioned, if the emperor is not at fault, why did the Prince Rui's household not execute this vile scoundrel when they had him in custody? Ah, this is indeed a perplexing matter, Huaian remarked. The subsequent records in the Western Factory archives do not detail how the Prince Rui's household dealt with this scoundrel. The name Xiao Anzi, son Yicheng, reappears 8 years later when the Prince Rui, who had previously led a life of simplicity, emerged victorious from a turbulent royal conflict and reigned as emperor for 5 years. It was also in this year that the shocking flower theft case occurred in the harem. Huaian paused for a moment, his tones suddenly dropping. "Syo, you are well versed in the affairs of the court, so you must surely understand one principle. Due to political circumstances, the records of the court inevitably contain vague sections. Our task is not to focus on what is emphasized, but rather to discern what has been deliberately omitted. At this point, you should comprehend my meaning, yes?" Huaian's gaze was stern, and fearing that the other might not grasp the implication, he added pointedly, "Very well. Since it is just the two of us, I shall speak more directly. The group of demonic assassins that infiltrated the inner palace a few days ago. They are akin to how the infamous Ochu and Snyling once penetrated the palace. His current appearance in the secret passage of the dynasty is no mere coincidence. Enough said, to speak further would surely invite calamity upon my lineage." It was no wonder that Lsyo's expression grew complex, realizing that on that fateful night, apart from the late emperor's widow, the current emperor's consorts had remained unscathed. The true mastermind behind Li Jin was indeed that figure. Thus, what exactly has our esteemed SHNBS pursued through the arduous efforts of 2 generations? If the darkness looming over this empire conceals an even deeper abyss, can we, as mere ants, ever glimpse the so-called light? Lsyo murmured to herself, her sharp, beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of desolation. "I have one more question. May I discuss it with you?" "Why, brother?" After calming her mind, she inquired. "Yes, LDRN, please go ahead." Huaian calculated briefly. "I can spare you about 1/3 of an incense stick's time. You know that WNNING does not have a pleasant temperament. Why is it that, despite the late emperor being his elder brother, he could be so ruthless?" Lsyo hesitated briefly, ultimately avoiding the current emperor's name. "I truly do not know." Huaian reclined casually on the ground. Even during the zenith of the XCHing, the coup d'etat from 25 years ago is merely glossed over in the annals, only noting the name of the ultimate victor. Indeed, it was the rude Wang's tyranny. However, it is apparent that the current emperor harbors an extreme loathing for the late emperor, a hatred so profound that it could be remembered for 3 lifetimes. "How can you tell?" Lsyo raised an eyebrow. "What title did the current emperor posthumously confer upon the late emperor?" "Cielo Lsyo seemed to suddenly grasp something, her beautiful eyes widening slightly. "Correct." Huaian stated. "The title, Ruthless and Merciless, signifies that he slaughtered the innocent. In the illustrious history of Shi spanning 1600 years, the Ming Jngd is the only late emperor to receive such an honor. Just ponder how deep that hatred must be. Indeed, the imperial family is notoriously heartless." Lsyo's lips curled into a bitter smile. "I suddenly find myself rather foolish. I believed I was serving justice and fairness in this world. Yet it appears I am merely a tool of the emperor, much like the guards of Dngching and XCHing." As she spoke, she suddenly realized something, her face filled with regret. "Forgive me. Why, brother, I did not mean to direct that at you." "No harm done." Huaian waved his hand generously. "In truth, LDRN, why be so melancholic? You know, in our homeland there's an old saying, those in power cannot afford to be merry. Those who revel in pleasure laugh heartily. Even if the current emperor possesses mediocre capabilities, one cannot deny a fact. We are indeed in an era of unparalleled peace. A rare time of prosperity where all nations pay homage. We are still young, skilled in martial arts, our careers thriving, and our families are healthy and well. We have already surpassed the majority of people in this world. As for the rest, it matters not to us." Such insight from one so young. Lsyo gazed intently at the seemingly enigmatic young eunuch before her and asked, "Might I inquire, are you truly just a eunuch?" "You may call me Why brother." "Very well. Why brother? Are you genuinely only a eunuch?" Lsyo pondered for a long time before casting aside her deepest doubts. She could not deceive herself. At this moment, she oddly hoped he would candidly reveal that he was indeed a man of integrity. Whether a scion of a fallen noble house, a son of a humble family, or even a descendant of a notorious martial lineage. Any of these would suffice. This way, whenever she recalled their interactions within the Great Bell, her heart might find a little more solace. Time is running short. Huaian stood up. Have you thought about how to conclude the case? Syo? Lsyo shook her head. Why, brother? Have you not noticed? There is actually another point of suspicion in this entire affair. Yes, I know what you are implying. Huaian remarked. You mean? Since His Majesty personally ordered the SHNBS to thoroughly investigate the case of DNGCH Ing Su Jiying, does he not fear that the secrets within the passage might be uncovered by us? Indeed, His Majesty is cautious. This defies common logic. It is quite simple. Huaian continued. Once seated firmly on the throne, His Majesty swiftly commanded Li Jin to eliminate that villain from YNGDO. But that old rogue harbored ulterior motives and secretly concealed him. Most likely, while we were ensnared within the Great Bell. It was Liu Jin who dispatched assassins to eliminate Z Ochu Nsnyling. If I am not mistaken, at this very moment, Li Ing is probably in the J in Lu Ndn, being lashed mercilessly by His Majesty with that serrated divine whip. Much like a slave from KNLN. Well then, despite her straightforward nature, LSYO, having navigated the corridors of power for many years, was well-versed in the art of dealing with such matters. After weighing her options, her eyelashes fluttered slightly as she closed her eyes in resignation. I shall attempt to report this to His Majesty according to your suggestion. Indeed, SYO, your ability to be flexible in governance shall surely lead you to greatness in the future. Huaian sincerely praised her, then recalled something. By the way, regarding the headless female corpse outside, I suggest you. His words were cut off abruptly by a cold, resonant male voice emerging from the entrance. No need. That headless female corpse has already been taken care of. His Majesty has decreed that this case is to be concluded. The voice, dripping with arrogance, made Huaian's heart sink as he turned to look toward the entrance. In the narrow passage, a powerful surge of energy swept through. The next moment, a tall, handsome man adorned in golden dragon armor, draped in a golden cloak, with his hand resting upon a royal blade, appeared before them. See no there. Upon seeing the man, LSYO instinctively took a step back, her pupils contracting. This normally domineering and aloof female detective seemed momentarily flustered. LSYO calls him SH11ing. This must be the renowned Jean YZ Ing B of SHNBS, the second on the DSHTNGO list, and LSYO's betrothed, Ni Zhing. Huaian recognized his identity. Yet, before such an illustrious figure, he felt no trepidation, even experiencing a sense of delight. What if Ni Zhing was remarkable? His fiancée, he had still been fondled by Huaian, to the point where her fingers were nearly reduced to needles. In essence, he was no different from that green-haired turtle of the Shi Emperor, with the confidence of a yellow-haired youth. Huaian stepped forward calmly and greeted. Might you be the esteemed SNID-RN? You, a mere eunuch, are not worthy to speak to me. This place has been taken over by me. Retreat at once. And Ng's brows furrowed as he coldly commanded. After speaking, he stepped forward, attempting to take Hashimi's hand. SYO, let us go. However, as he reached out, his hand grasped only air. Before him stood his shy fiancée, and junior disciple, retreating a step to align herself with the dapper young eunuch. Observing his own hand awkwardly suspended in midair, Niezheng felt a flush of embarrassment spread across his handsome face, his teeth clenched in frustration. As the youngest golden-clad chief constable in the history of the Divine Capturing Division, bestowed upon him by the Emperor as the pride of the great Xia, he was overwhelmed with a profound sense of defeat and indignation at this moment. Xiao, are you truly serious about taking that step back? Niezheng advanced once more, demanding with an expression of unyielding dissatisfaction. This fellow, though appearing quite refined, seems to have a greenish hue creeping onto his face. Huaian observed discreetly. Noticing that Lu Xiyao was inching closer to Niezheng, he sensed the gravity of the situation escalating. He hesitated, contemplating whether to interject and alleviate the awkwardness when, at that moment, the divine selection option activated. Glancing at the remarkable choices in his mind, he accepted with delight, a smirk barely contained at the corners of his mouth. Very well, since fate has decreed it, The Lord of the Chow Thieves shall be decided. You have triggered a divine selection. Option 1. In front of the aggrieved party. Take away his fiancée. Reward. Neo Imo Mask, a low-grade heavenly protective gear forged from May Mountain Iron Essence and Peng Lai Celestial Stone. Impervious and able to greatly resist all impacts to the face, safeguarding a handsome visage. Option 2. Withdraw in silence. Reward. Zheng Qi Song, a poem of positive energy that can cultivate one's character, purify the soul, and elevate moral quality. With no special effects. Originally wishing to wash his hands of such treacherous dealings, he found Nie Zheng's arrogance intolerable. He felt compelled to deliver a minor shock to him. After confirming the selection panel in his mind, Huaian made his decision. He first observed the expressions of the engaged couple. Lu Xiao's delicate face was taut with anxiety, yet she displayed a hint of vigilance. Her hand pressed against the sword sheath, her body unconsciously leaning towards him. It was evident that deep within her heart, this faux eunuch provided her with a sense of security and closeness that the dashing senior brother could not. Contrarily, the golden-clad constable across from her wore a frown, his handsome face etched with fury, seemingly on the verge of an outburst. In the midst of this awkward silence, Huaian broke the stillness with a dry chuckle. Lord Nya, since you have received the imperial edict to take over this case, I naturally would not dare to defy. As for Lord Lu, cough. I have already promised Lord Lu that once today, as case concludes, I shall take her to a small tavern by the West Factory for a hearty drink. You wretched eunuch. Nie Zheng glared fiercely, his voice booming. My junior sister, Lu Xiao, hails from a noble lineage and has never touched liquor. How could she accompany you to your filthy tavern? Had it not been for your family's relation to Lord Jiang, I would have certainly taught you a lesson. Before he could finish his tirade, a chilling female voice interrupted. Senior brother, I, Xiao, indeed made an agreement with brother Yu. Upon hearing this, Nie Zheng felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, his tall figure staggering back several steps, nearly losing his balance. Xiao, do you know what you were saying? He gritted his teeth. Moreover, you, like your senior brother in the past, failed to see the true nature of these factory guards. Now you are associating with a pale-faced eunuch. You have deeply disappointed me. Is that so? Lu Xiao lowered her beautiful eyes, replying softly. In the past, my vision was too narrow, judging others by their status. Now, I merely see that the factory guards and our divine capturing division are no different. They are merely tools and lackeys of His Majesty. Enough. Silence. Staying with this little eunuch has muddled your thoughts. Come back with me and apologize to our master. Unable to contain his anger any longer, Nie Zheng stepped forward, attempting to grasp his junior sister's delicate hand, only to have her evade him once more. This was the second time she had humiliated him before outsiders. Xiao, he trembled, nearly fainting from the emotional turmoil. At that moment, the seemingly unassuming young eunuch stepped forward again. Lord Nya, may I remind you that you and Lord Lu are merely betrothed and have not yet wed. Furthermore, even if she were your wife, you have no right to compel her to act according to your wishes. Only she could define who she is. Huaian shook the cloak draped over his shoulders, casting a disdainful glance at the golden-clad constable, unperturbed. You eunuch, were it not for your family's connection with my master, I could accuse you of a crime and have you apprehended. Nie Zheng's face flushed crimson with rage. Just then, an even more infuriating scene unfolded before him. The exquisite-looking eunuch, whom he considered a mere decorative pillow, actually stepped closer, arms wide open, embracing his junior sister around the waist. Sister Xiao, I am frightened. As the youth spoke with a fearful expression, their figures melded together. Indeed, his fiancée, his junior sister, did not shy away. Instead, she let out a soft murmur, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The tender demeanor was a sight he had never witnessed on her previously frosty countenance. Xiao, Nie Zheng gritted his teeth, abandoning his identity as a golden-clad constable, and roared in distress, Sister, why do you treat me this way? Our master arranged our engagement last year, yet I have never had any physical contact with you. I merely wished to touch your hand, and you, in an instant, the proud and famed youth of the great Xia crumbled within, kneeling on the ground and lamenting. Senior brother, Lu Xiao, witnessing this, felt a pang of compassion. She opened her mouth, intending to say something, when she felt a warm touch in her palm. Lord Lu, given the current situation, it seems your brother may not let me off easily tonight. Would you be willing to escort me back to the palace? Huaian held her delicate hand, gently caressing the back of her hand. This left Lu Xiao momentarily stunned. She first glanced at her kneeling brother, who appeared resentful and forlorn. She could not fathom why her feelings toward this man had shifted from fear and reverence to a subtle disdain in this moment. Suddenly, she nodded. Yes, I'm grateful to brother you for your kindness. I shall escort you. Huaian Ding. Selection completed. You have received the reward. Neo Mo Mask. In the imperial city of Great Xia, at the North Taiwu Gate, several horsemen clad in silver, exuding an air of elegance, stood at the city gate, bowing gracefully to the tall, poised young figure in the distance. Thank you for your escort. I hope that in the future, the West Factory will have the privilege of collaborating sincerely with the esteemed members of the Divine Capturing Division. Farewell. Huaian also bowed respectfully to the crowd. Just as he was about to produce his official badge and enter the inner city, a tall and graceful figure suddenly appeared at his side. Lord Lu. Huaian gazed at Lu Xiao, who had once again donned her form-fitting inspection attire, accentuating her alluring curves. Unable to restrain a gulp, she asked, "When did you change your attire?" The significance of this inquiry was trivial. Lu Xiao smiled lightly and, with sincere hands clasped, said, "Brother Yu, today you have truly enlightened me on many matters." "Thank you." "Nonsense, my lady, you flatter me," Huaian replied with a dry chuckle, gesturing dismissively. He wished to articulate something further, yet found himself at a loss for words. Beneath the night sky, before the desolate city gate, the two exchanged a prolonged gaze, remaining silent for an extended period. Huaian sighed inwardly. He was acutely aware that the intimate exchanges they shared within the temple tonight, each moment intertwined with affection and the dispelling of harmful allure, would likely remain etched in their memories for a lifetime. But what could be done about it? Should his identity as a eunuch be exposed, the consequences would be dire, not to mention the wrath of the formidable Wan Guifei. With a mere issuance of the imperial decree, where could he find refuge? Within the palace walls, one is bound by fate. Huaian felt a renewed understanding of Lu Gonggong's words. "Farewell, brother Yu." In the midst of silence, Lu Xiao was the first to break into a hearty smile. Clasping her hands in salute, "I do not know if we will have the chance to collaborate again in the future, but I wish you success in the palace. May your future be bright and your ascent swift." "Thank you, Xiao," Huaian replied with a returning smile. "I have a feeling we will meet again." "Indeed." Lu Xiao nodded. She then watched the tall, elegant figure retreat into the distance, a sense of inexplicable melancholy washing over her, as if a part of her were missing. "Brother Yu," her lips parted, wishing to convey something more, but ultimately swallowed her words. What could she possibly say? Should she confess that through their day spent together, she had developed an unusual sentiment towards him, indifferent to his eunuch status? Or should she reveal that she had changed back into her fitted attire in the carriage, influenced by his compliments? Both seemed to hold no significance. After tonight, this youth would return to the side of the powerful and esteemed Guifei, serving her and basking in her favor, with a future boundless in potential. Meanwhile, she would return to the realm of governance, navigating the shades of justice and fairness, offering her heart to the cause. Their lives appeared to have diverged irreversibly, did they not? Perhaps it would be better to forget one another in the vastness of the world. So be it. Lu Xiao stifled her tears, striving to suppress her emotions. "Everyone, follow me back to the office. We must report to the Divine Marquis." Moments later, she managed to restore her customary cool dignity. Just as she was about to turn her horse around, a gentle voice resonated clearly in her ears. "Thank you, Xiao. I shall never forget the night scenery of the capital shared with you." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao's pupils widened, an unprecedented joy flooding her heart. She turned back in disbelief. She saw the young man's indistinct figure, his right arm raised high, forming a gesture of a scissor with his hand. She did not comprehend its meaning, yet it must have been a heartfelt response from him. "Brother Yu, though I know not your origins, I shall remember your words today. The kind of person I wish to be shall be determined by myself. One day, you and I shall rise to become the most eminent figures in the Daxiao realm, and together we shall fulfill our aspirations, dispelling the sinister darkness of this world." The female constable, holding her treasure blade, gazed steadfastly at the night sky. Observing her superior's stillness, several aides approached curiously. "My lord, why are you crying?" No, my lord is smiling." "Nonsense. Have you ever seen someone both laughing and crying? Within the imperial capital of Daxia, in the inner city, a dashing young man adorned in a feathered hat and dark robes sprinted along the spacious palace corridors. Alas, I have delayed too long and missed my appointment with Wan Guifei. He lamented, there is nothing to be done. I have been rushing at full speed. Huaian exerted all his strength to utilize the Shun Gui Wu Zong technique, traversing through countless palace walls, finally arriving at the Fenghuan Palace in the heart of the harem. Phew, we have shared a long-standing friendship. I trust Jenner shall not be too displeased with me. He thought as he wiped the sweat from his brow with his inner energy, adjusting his crown before approaching the palace door. Several palace maids hastily surrounded him. Director Yu, you have finally arrived. The lady has been waiting for you for quite some time. She was just scolding us. Huaian felt a sinking sensation in his heart and inquired further, what are the other ladies attending tonight's hot spring banquet, such as Qi Guiran? Has she arrived? The leading maid replied, in response to Director Yu. All the ladies are in the back garden, enjoying desserts while waiting. As for Qi Guiran, what about her? Huaian pressed, anxious about the proud young woman who possessed the imperial seal and held a special place in his heart. She is not. The lady has prepared swimsuits for each of the girls, but Qi Guiran refuses to wear one. Director Yu, your tardiness has already displeased Wan Guifei, and this defiance has only further dampened her mood. Ah, this woman is truly something. She could at least show some consideration for the matriarch of the 6 palaces. Huaian thought in frustration. Suddenly, a wave of panic washed over him. What if her rebellious nature leads her to expose my identity in a fit of rage? No, I cannot remain idle. I am already the first man in her life. According to the teachings of Huaian Island, how could she defy me? Huaian resolved to take action. Aware that several palace maids were surrounding him, he quickly shook off his thoughts and said, all right, let's first go to the sleeping quarters to comfort Wan Guifei. You all must attend to the other ladies at the Xian pool without negligence. Yes. Navigating through the tranquil garden corridors, they arrived at the pavilion by the lake on the western side of Fenghuan Palace. To surprise her, Huaian instructed the maid at the door to remain silent, then suppressed his presence as he entered. Stealthily ascending to the second floor, he beheld a stunning woman adorned with a phoenix crown, languidly leaning against the railing. Upon seeing her red-rimmed eyes and the slight disarray of her exquisite features, it was evident she had been weeping. For reasons unknown, the guilt surged within him as he recalled his prolonged interaction with Lu Xiao, which had delayed their meeting. Suddenly, he could no longer contain his emotions. Stealthily approaching her from behind, he wrapped his arms around her waist, channeling all his energy into the Yufeng Jing Che Luan secret technique, striving to convey his presence and sincerity. As if sensing something familiar, Wan Jinner's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise. At the same time, upon finally reuniting with her long-awaited companion, the depth of her grievances reached its zenith. Xiao Anzi, you little rascal. Wan Guifei turned to face him, ready to scold him. Suddenly, something both terrifying and astonishing was discovered. Before him stood a young man who had shed his robes, revealing a majestic and formidable form. On his way back, Xiao Anzi pondered how to atone for his failure to meet the expectations of the Empress. He contemplated numerous methods and countless apologies, yet they seemed insufficiently sincere. Thus, Huaian closed his eyes while uttering the most shameful and heartfelt confession he could muster. Please, Empress, do not hesitate to bully me, Wan Jinner declared. I request to confront Qi Guiran. In the Golden Palace, the Emperor's countenance was filled with fury. A violent and oppressive aura saturated the air, rendering the atmosphere within the grand hall almost palpable. The sound of vicious lashes resonated through the chamber, sending chills down spines. Lu Jin, the East Factory's chief and a 4th-grade grandmaster, could no longer withstand the torment and coughed up a mouthful of blood, his frail frame collapsing like a lifeless dog to the ground. Dog servant, stop pretending to be dead. Get up, the Emperor thundered. Tonight, I will whip you 1,000 times, and it will still not be enough. The anger of the Summer Emperor was still simmering as he wielded the serrated Dragon God whip, unleashing a terrifying force with another relentless strike. The aged eunuch on the floor spewed forth another torrent of blood, his body convulsing violently before his limbs fell to the ground, motionless. Are you still pretending to be dead? Realizing something was amiss, the Summer Emperor paused and kicked the body. Upon finding no response, The fury on his dignified face gave way to alarm. Dog servant? Lu Jin? A Jin? He called several times, but to no avail. Panic flickered across the emperor's fierce visage. Chen Difu summoned the imperial physician. As soon as he spoke, a bony hand gently tugged at the hem of his royal robe. A faint voice emerged. Thank you, your majesty, for your concern. This servant will not perish. I have yet to serve you enough in this lifetime. How could I willingly cross into the netherworld? Lu Jin spoke weakly, forcing himself upright. Enough, dog servant. Even at this moment, you still do not forget to flatter me. The summer emperor cursed outwardly, yet a hint of delight flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he bent down, personally helping the elderly eunuch to his feet. Thank you, your majesty. I knew you would remember the loyalty of this old servant and not drive me to my end. The powerful and ruthless chief eunuch, with tears streaming down his face, expressed his gratitude. Enough, be quiet. The summer emperor spat, returning to his place at the imperial desk, his expression once again stern and imposing. Dog servant, you must provide me an explanation for today's events. The heir of the Japanese Empire, Consort Wan, holds no further value for us. Why do you still keep him? What ulterior motives do you harbor, you dog servant? Were it not for the esteemed Inspector Niezhong, who, out of gratitude for my support, took the initiative to resolve this matter, how would you have me explain it to Lord Liu if he reported the situation in the secret passage to Zhuge Shinho? You must remember, upon my ascension, I promised him I would not hold the late emperor's widow accountable. You dog servant, you truly deserve death. Lu Jin sighed deeply, recalling how the late emperor had committed heinous and malicious acts against the young emperor. After their reversal of fortunes, they had merely sought justice against his widow and had not dragged her from her tomb to scatter her ashes. They had already shown great magnanimity. Do you remember, your majesty? That winter solstice, a rare and extreme cold. The Danlong wall outside the Golden Palace was encased in 3 feet of ice. And yet, the late emperor and those princes forced you to wear thin clothing and walk barefoot to the stargazing platform of the Qintian Observatory for their amusement. They were the very embodiment of beasts. Ultimately, I could no longer bear it and offered my life as counsel, carrying you up the final jade steps. On that sundial of the stargazing platform, we, master and servant, wept bitterly, nearly freezing to death. Who in the royal family ever showed us sympathy? Were it not for the ageless and benevolent Empress Dowager, who returned to the palace in fury to scold the late emperor, we would have perished at the hands of those beasts. By the end of his recounting, Lu Jin was in tears. The summer emperor, Su Wudao, listened, his fierce eyes reddening with sorrow. I have not forgotten. Suddenly, the emperor rose, drawing the sword that hung beside the dragon bed. Lamenting, my father bestowed upon me the name Su Wuyo, wishing for my life to be free of worries, to live peacefully as an idle king in a small county of Bashu. It was the late emperor Ming Jingdi. No, it was the summer emperor Li Zong. In the presence of my brothers, he mockingly called me the most unruly and foolish person in the history of the royal family. After achieving my final victory, I disregarded the objections of the court and resolutely changed my name to mark my past disgrace. You tell me, can I forget? Dari Forge? Upon hearing this, Lu Jin quickly knelt, weeping. It was my fault. Please, your majesty, quell your anger, for I am eternally loyal to you. The summer emperor retorted angrily. If you are truly loyal to me, why do you keep that Japanese scoundrel alive? Once a rusted blade has served its last purpose, it should be discarded swiftly. Do you not understand this principle? You are mistaken, your majesty. I keep this individual for the greater plans of the court. Lu Jin replied. In recent years, our east factories informants along the coastal regions have repeatedly reported that the overseas nation of Woku has been amassing weapons and expanding its ambitions, invading multiple islands, and may soon encroach upon the 6 prefectures of the East Sea. Thus, we hold the heir of the Emperor of Woku, destined to be of great use. I aim to achieve merit quietly at that time, astonishing everyone. The summer emperor narrowed his eyes. Is this truly your intention? Every word I speak is the truth. Very well, Lu Jin. The summer emperor took a deep breath. Regardless of whether your words are sincere, this matter has been resolved. I have already whipped you, and my anger has subsided. However, the body of the late empress, according to Niezhong, has yet to decay completely. What do you think is the reason? Speaking of this matter, I too find it perplexing. Lu Jin expressed his confusion. The body of Empress Xiao has been hidden in the secret passage, yet no method has been effective in destroying it completely. Furthermore, in recent years, fresh flesh has even begun to grow beneath the decaying remains. What? The Summer Emperor's imposing figure trembled as he exclaimed. Her head is still buried in the mausoleum behind Jintan Temple. A headless body cannot regenerate. Who knows? Lu Jin shook his head. However, there have long been rumors in the court that Empress Xiao might not be human. Your Majesty, do you not recall? Back then, Empress Mingyue and the late Empress had a confrontation in the harem, and Empress Mingyue, as the chief saint of Huaian Island, was even slightly less formidable. By the heavens, the Summer Emperor suddenly erupted in rage, cursing vehemently, and seized a porcelain piece from the table to hurl it forward. Your Majesty, please calm your wrath. Lu Jin did not dare to evade, allowing the porcelain to shatter against his indestructible body, crumbling into fine powder. How many times have I proclaimed this? You shall not utter that woman's name in my presence. From a moment she abandoned me, my heart has endured a death. I do not wish to suffer that agony a second time. I deserve death. I shall never dare again. Realizing he had touched a forbidden nerve, Lu Jin hastily bowed his head in contrition. After a brief moment, the Emperor of Xia slightly calmed his mood and coldly inquired, I shall ask you one last time. Is son Dachuan truly dead? Dead beyond all doubt. Lu Jin gritted his teeth and replied, Your Majesty knows me well. I personally ensured there were no survivors. Very well. Lu Jin, I shall spare your life this time, but there must be a price. What does your Majesty mean? Surrender the Tianqing token that I bestowed upon you. The Emperor's tone brooked no argument. At once. Yes. Lu Jin clenched his teeth and retrieved a crescent-shaped token from his bosom, presenting it with both hands. The token was bordered in gold, and inscribed above were the grand characters proclaiming, Execute first, report later, a testament to imperial authority. You may leave now. The Emperor gestured in the air, and with a formidable force, the token was drawn towards him. May I inquire, Your Majesty, your intentions for this Tianqing token? A pertinent question, the Emperor replied coldly. From this day forth, this token shall no longer belong to your Donchong. I shall bestow it upon the Xichong. Your Majesty intends to give it to the Xichong? Lu Jin's hair stood on end. Had your Majesty not previously promised to dissolve the Xichong within 5 years after Jiang Wenyan's death, erasing it from the annals of Daxia history? That was in the past. The Emperor's icy gaze pierced through. Over the years, your Donchong has disappointed me increasingly. A dog that is lazy and incompetent must be replaced with one that excels in hunting, even if it may not be as loyal as the lazy one. Lu Jin gritted his teeth, wishing to persuade further, but upon seeing his master's grim expression, he could only clench his jaw and state, I nearly committed a grave error today. With such a decision from your Majesty, I dare not voice dissent. However, to whom does your Majesty intend to award this token? Directly to Jiang Wenyan? No. The Emperor shook his head, his gaze mysterious. Jiang Wenyan willingly swallowed the poison of goo. He shall not live long. I intend to bestow this token upon another rising talent. Who? Who has captured your Majesty's favor so? Lu Jin's voice trembled. At today's court assembly, you must have heard this person's name. The Emperor's face darkened. Could it be? Lu Jin furrowed his brow. The favored attendant of Lady Wan. The young eunuch from the Xichong who saved the 4th princess from the assassins of the Yuluo sect? Precisely him. The Emperor's gaze sharpened. This young man is handsome, eloquent, and possesses remarkable skills. Most importantly, he knows how to serve my imperial consort well. A servant capable of attending to my women and risking his life to save my daughter surely deserves such a reward. Furthermore, you are aware that for the upcoming moon worship ceremony, I must appease the consort to secure the Duke of Liang's assistance in achieving the grand feat of dragon slaying and seal worship. Otherwise, I cannot sit peacefully upon this throne. You should understand my plight, correct? I naturally comprehend your Majesty's concerns. Lu Jin lowered his head in agreement, murmuring, Alas, if Lady Wan truly manages to secure the Duke of Liang, then regardless of how much reward the eunuch receives, I shall not harbor jealousy. As this weighty topic was broached, both master and servant fell into a contemplative silence. After a long pause, a weary and hoarse sigh emerged from the dragon table. Ajin, my life has been like walking on thin ice. Do you think I can reach the other shore? Yes, you certainly can. I am willing to risk my life to escort your Majesty to the other side, Lu Jin declared, gritting his teeth. Enough, Ajin. You may withdraw. I have memorials to review and intend to visit Lady Wan shortly. The Emperor squinted towards the brightly lit Wan Palace. It is said that Lady Wan is hosting a promotion banquet for the young eunuch, if time allows. I would not mind personally attending tonight to compose a poem for him. Surely, my esteemed consort would be overjoyed, would she not? Ha! Upon hearing this, Lu Jin's face flickered between shades of ashen and pale. After a long moment of silence, he ultimately bowed and proclaimed, Your Majesty is wise. Meanwhile, within the imperial harem of Daxia, the sound of shattering glass tiles grew quieter after nearly an hour of torrential rain and wind. In the center of Wan Palace, within the Tingyu Pavilion, the stunning Lady Wan shifted her position while completely shedding her outer phoenix robe, revealing a provocative and revealing ensemble reminiscent of the exotic styles from the western regions. Having completed her preparations, she sank down, her voluptuous form pressed against her young lover's solid abdomen, smiling as she inquired, How do you find this attire, my dear Anzi? The youth on the phoenix couch uttered a garbled sound, then playfully patted the curvaceous and slightly plump form of the imperial consort, seemingly signaling something. Absolutely not. It must be this way. Lady Wan pouted. You promised this evening to indulge me. No resistance allowed. After chiding him, she suddenly recalled something. Who? Huaian took a deep breath. My lady, Anzi has stated that to express my apologies, I can accept all your peculiar requests tonight. Even if you prefer to blindfold me, I can endure it. However, Huaian declared with a face full of indignation. Whoa, you ungrateful little rascal. You just said anything goes, and now you are reprimanding me, your elder sister. Lady Wan's lips pouted, and the dignified mistress of the 6 palaces began to weep like a little girl. Huaian was taken aback and hastily apologized. My lady, Anzi was wrong. What I meant was, haha, you are too adorable, my little Anzi. I was just teasing. Huaian had already lost the desire to speak. All right, my little Anzi, do not be upset. Take a good look. Do you find me beautiful tonight? Lady Wan gently patted her lover's cheek. After a surge of violent internal energy, he steadied his heart and gazed intently at the imperial consort in her western attire. Regarding this question, my lady, Anzi could perhaps respond in a different manner. Allow Anzi to. Just as Huaian was about to declare his grand intentions, a voice suddenly echoed from below the pavilion. Lady Wan. Noble Consort Qi wishes to see Director Yu. What? Both were taken aback. Why is Noble Consort Qi here instead of waiting at the immortal pool? Does she intend to know? I must act before she creates a disturbance tonight. Just as I did that night in Minghua Palace. I shall turn defense into offense. Activate the master privileges and teach her a lesson. Huaian clenched his fists, his eyes burning with determination. My lady, please permit me to confront Noble Consort Qi alone. Lady Wan, 39 activate privileges, minor reprimand. Huh? My Anzi, what do you mean by that? Lady Wan, resembling a seductive serpent, reluctantly rose from her lover's side. Subsequently, she freed the latter's hands from their bindings and remarked, You little rascal, just a few days ago you were inquiring about the origins of this Qi Guerin. Could it be that you have taken a liking to this young lady? She chuckled lightly. Once released from her constraints, Huaian slowly sat up. He then retracted his will technique and earnestly inquired, Your Highness, are you well? A soft laugh escaped Wan Guifei as she was arranging her hair. Unable to resist, she stepped closer and playfully patted the young man's cheek. You little one, it seems you are becoming increasingly obedient, caring about my feelings. Of course, Huaian replied, with apparent sincerity, If I cannot bring satisfaction to your Highness, then all of my extraordinary skills would be in vain. It is known that I was born to serve you. Ha 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 ha. You little rascal, your words have become increasingly charming. Wan Guifei was delighted, her delicate hands supporting her chin, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. She leaned in closer, her attire, merely a Western-style swimsuit, glistening against the contours of the young man's abdomen, slowly trailing downwards. Is it truly that smooth? Like jelly. Huaian felt a stir within, yet cleared his throat, intending to return to the main topic. However, Wan Guifei, with curiosity written all over her face, interjected, by the way, Huaian, it seems you have not only acquired some peculiar skills, right? I can't help but feel that your physical capabilities have transformed drastically from before. Indeed, I have made significant progress in martial arts recently. Huaian admitted after weighing his words. No wonder, Wan Guifei contemplated aloud. So, when I bound your hands earlier, you could have easily freed yourself? That is correct. Yu Huaiyan nodded, quickly adding, but as long as your highness is happy, I am still the same Yu Huaiyan who was once at your mercy. Wan Guifei chuckled again, though this time her smile held a deeper significance. I have previously stated that I would not bind you. Should you one day transform into a dragon or fall for a more extraordinary maiden, I shall not force you to remain by my side. Very well, do prepare yourself. I shall summon Qi Guiran. I wish to see why she has come seeking you. Understood. Yu Huaiyan hastily donned his attire and returned to the topic at hand. Your Highness, would you allow me to speak with Qi Guiran alone? Wan Guifei raised an eyebrow, gazing intently at her young companion. You little rascal, confess honestly. Did you sneak into Qi Guiran's palace? Your Highness, there is no time to explain. Qi Guiran has already ascended. Yu Huaiyan quickly replied. I have heard that Qi Guiran is utterly unwilling to wear the swimwear you gifted her, showing no regard for your status as the ruler of the 6 palaces. Rest assured, I am confident I can persuade her, making this proud and willful lady don the swimwear for the hot spring banquet. Is that true? Wan Guifei blinked in disbelief. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. This servant comes to pay respects to the noble consort. Come in, Wan Guifei replied. Adopting a regal posture, Yu Huaiyan stood respectfully behind her, his gaze fixed upon the entrance. With a creak, the door swung open. A delicate young lady, adorned in a blue and white embroidered palace dress, entered with a gentle grace. After the perilous encounter in the small wooden house beside Mingyue Palace nights ago, their eyes met once more, stirring subtle ripples within their hearts. Qi Guiran's cheeks flushed, and she hastily averted her gaze from his handsome face to Wan Guifei. Yu Huaiyan felt a hint of awkwardness as well, although he had now fully succumbed to the ways of the world. He had been coerced into the situation with Wan Guifei from the outset. As for Qi Guiran, while there were unavoidable elements, he had indeed resorted to dubious tactics during the implementation phase. Sensing the atmosphere had grown slightly tense, Wan Guifei's beautiful eyes flitted between the two. As if struck by a thought, a subtle smile appeared at the corner of her lips. All right. Ah Qi, why are you still standing there foolishly? Did you not mention having matters to discuss with Director Yu? Setting aside your identities, you are both of a similar age, filled with youthful vigor. It will be delightful for you to converse more frequently, Wan Guifei said with a radiant smile, standing gracefully and linking her hand with Yu Huaiyan's, guiding him towards Qi Guiran's hand. In that instant, under Wan Guifei's connection, the two, having previously sprinted hand in hand in the small wooden house, once again clasped hands. Feeling the chill of Qi Guiran's palm, Yu Huaiyan felt as though he had been jolted by electricity. His body trembled instinctively, wishing to withdraw his hand. Yet, he realized that she had unconsciously tightened her grip. Yu Huaiyan's heart sank as he looked up to see Qi Guiran biting her lip, her beautiful eyes fixed on him, her face adorned with a look of discontent and reproach. What is this woman up to? Clearly, she does not enjoy holding hands. Yu Huaiyan clenched his teeth, attempting to break free, only to find her grip tightening even further. In the next moment, a sweet smile graced Qi Guiran's lightly made-up face. Your Highness, just as you mentioned, I indeed have a strong rapport with Director Yu. I came here to personally congratulate him before the hot spring banquet begins. Wonderful, Wan Guifei beamed. Then you two converse at ease. I shall go greet the other ladies at the immortal pool. This servant respectfully bids farewell to your Highness. Qi Guiran curtsied obediently. The moment Wan Guifei exited the room, Qi Guiran's gaze turned icy and filled with menace as she faced Yu Huaiyan. Oh, little girl, you have 2 faces, both in public and in private. That seems to mirror my own nature. A cold laugh echoed in Yu Huaiyan's heart. At that moment, facing Qi Guiran's cold stare, he felt not the slightest fear. Instead, a peculiar thrill surged within him. Who is Yu Huaiyan afraid of in a direct confrontation? Qin Yang, Yu Huaiyan began, breaking the silence. In the next moment, a fierce wind howled toward him as the youngest favored consort of the Summer Emperor lunged at him with a sudden strike. You little brat, Yu Huaiyan arched an eyebrow, his form drifting away like a specter, evading the attack effortlessly. You, Qi Guiran's face tightened. You wretched servant. Your agility has improved since that night. Indeed, Yu Huaiyan did not hide his strength, responding coldly. I advise Qin Yang to reconsider if you intend to use force tonight. It would be wise to abandon that thought. Last time, you could not suppress me, and this time my skills have greatly improved. It will not end well for you." As he spoke, he noticed Gairen's murderous intent wane, her tone softening slightly. "In truth, our encounter that night at Minghua Palace was merely a coincidence. Between you and me, there is no animosity. Rather, there exists a bond. As Huaian earnestly expressed, perhaps it is merely a matter of fate. Who could possibly share a connection with you? A despicable and twisted servant." Upon hearing the other party mention the events of that night, once more, Shun Yuchi's beautiful eyes turned moist and red, and she immediately drew a short sword from her bosom, thrusting it forward. "Are you still deluded?" Huaian shook his head, hands clasped behind him, effortlessly evading her 3 consecutive strikes. Simultaneously, as a man of iron and blood, his inner fury was ignited. He had intended to coexist peacefully with the princess, yet she was relentless, labeling him a despicable servant and a pervert. "Very well, I shall no longer pretend. I lay my cards on the table. I am indeed a pervert." Huaian's brows furrowed. Seizing an opening in her attack, he raised 2 fingers, unleashing a ray of radiant sword energy that effortlessly severed the short sword in Shun Yuchi's grasp. Taking advantage of her momentary confusion, he stepped forward and encircled her delicate waist. "The authority of the Saintess has been activated. Princess Qi, please kneel. Can love not be pure, even amidst the trials of life?" Huaian sat gracefully upon the embroidered bed, lowering his gaze to sip tea. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Shun Yuchi, her face flushed and biting her lip. "What do you mean, you despicable servant?" Shun Yuchi's lips quivered as she spoke, her voice strained. "The literal meaning," Huaian replied. "Since Princess Qi harbors such hatred for me, for the sake of safety, I must exercise certain necessary authorities. As the current chief saintess of Fei Xian Island, you must be well versed in your ancestral teachings, correct? What do you intend to do?" Upon hearing this, Shun Yuchi bit her lip, her momentum dissipating considerably. "I merely wish to exercise my rightful authority." Huaian set down his teacup, his piercing gaze fixed on her. "Princess Qi, the first commandment of your ancestral teachings is that, as a saintess, you must never betray or defy the orders of the first man of your life, regardless of what he may do to you. Earlier, when you attempted to stab me with your short sword, I felt no trace of killing intent emanating from your blade, which must be for this reason. Therefore, what do you think?" Shun Yuchi took a deep breath. Her previously rosy cheeks turned ashen. Huaian raised his gaze towards the youngest saintess in the harem, the glint in his eyes sharp. "Throughout my life, I've always treated others with kindness. Had I not been cornered, I would never coerce or trouble another. However, Princess Qi, your subsequent actions have left me feeling quite uneasy, and thus, I plan to administer a small punishment tonight. What do you intend to do?" Shun Yuchi tightly clenched her lips, her delicate hands trembling behind her back as she retreated repeatedly. Having been gifted with extraordinary talent since childhood, she was always the center of attention, brimming with pride. Yet at this moment, she found herself completely subdued by his imposing aura. And he was merely a eunuch of similar age. Did I not make myself clear earlier? As the master of the saintess, when the former heirs, I must naturally impose some discipline. Moreover, you cannot refuse. Huaian raised an eyebrow, confidence radiating from him. From the moment the saintess enters, she is stamped with the steel seal of submission to her destined partner. Should she fail to comply, she will incur the wrath of the ancestors. Setting aside whether this curse exists, do you truly wish to betray your esteemed sect at such a tender age? Indeed, upon hearing this, Shun Yuchi trembled violently. As if her soul had been snatched away, the last flicker of defiance in her eyes extinguished. Huaian too rose, hands clasped behind him, stepping closer to the now utterly defeated palace-clad beauty. "Despicable servant, curse dog, abominable eunuch, you pervert, do not come any closer, do not force me." As her stunning yet repulsive visage drew nearer, Shun Yuchi's cheeks flushed crimson, and she scolded him in a soft voice while retreating. Ultimately, bang! Her back collided heavily against the wall. As her head threatened to follow suit, suddenly, a gentle touch ensued. The youth before her, with unfathomable agility, swiftly appeared, shielding her nape with his palm. "Indeed, I have come to compel you today." Huaian executed a perfect wall pin, his slightly almond-shaped eyes gazing down at the girl before him. In that instant, their bodies were pressed together, breaths mingling, as if time had frozen. transporting them back to that bewildering, chaotic, yet unforgettable night in the little wooden cabin. Huaian, please do not force me, okay? Shen Yuqi lowered her head, her voice unexpectedly soft, and for the first time, she called his name. Am I not the one being coerced by you, princess? Your appearance here before countless others was merely a warning for me to conceal the matter of the late emperor's relic, was it not? As the atmosphere reached a boiling point, Huaian spoke while leaning down, planting a kiss upon her stubborn lips. With a soft pop, faced with the sudden intimacy, Shen Yuqi's cheeks turned beet red, her lashes fluttering as she closed her eyes tightly. Deep down, she understood that she should be utterly repulsed at this moment. Yet, for reasons unknown, during the exchange, she not only refrained from resisting, but, much like that night, willingly leaned in. My dear princess, your appearance, both detestable yet yearning, truly calls for some discipline from your servant. Observing the strands of her lips, Huaian's mouth curled into a teasing smile. Moreover, during the kiss, he rarely kept his eyes wide open, admiring every detail on Shen Yuqi's flushed cheeks. However, she seemed to have chosen to disregard his words, completely immersed in the interaction. Aside from the Empress Dowager, His Majesty dotes on Princess Qi the most, treating her as a cherished little treasure, akin to the fourth princess. How would he feel if he were to witness the innocent and pure saintess acting in such a manner? Huaian deliberately stated. Indeed, this round is all about a psychological assault, aiming to thoroughly dismantle her defenses and ultimately tame her. As he had anticipated upon hearing those words, Shen Yuqi's eyes flew open, brimming with shame as she turned her head away. You mustn't speak of that. The emperor is, after all, my nominal husband. Do not speak such blasphemies, you wretched servant. The overwhelming sense of betrayal flooded her heart, causing her cheeks to lose their bloom, and tears welled in her eyes as she nearly cried out. At least do not mention him at such a time. Huaian chuckled, lifting her chin. My dear princess, it seems our compatibility has indeed reached a level where you can set aside your preconceived notions of me and indulge in the moment. Well then, the interlude has concluded. Huaian stretched lazily. It is time to commence your punishment, my princess. Huh? Shen Yuqi was momentarily taken aback. Her delicate fists clenched tightly as she warily eyed the seemingly ill-intentioned youth before her. Fear not, my princess, you are no longer a novice. While the emperor may be oblivious, your servant is well aware. As Huaian spoke, his mind began to grapple with the complexities of authority. Ultimately, after a fierce internal debate, the little figure named Alista emerged victorious. Integrity and pure love meet their demise. Huaian took a deep breath, placing his hands on the shoulders of the emperor's youngest favored concubine. Raising his head, he locked eyes with her, those wide, feline-like orbs filled with panic, fear, yet tinged with a hint of anticipation. He spoke deliberately. I am not like those elderly gentlemen, your majesty. I am young and often quite fiery, so I implore you, my lady. Moments later, from the direction of the Fenghuan Palace's rear hall, the sounds of the ceremonial music heralding the commencement of the hot spring banquet wafted in. Huaian stretched lazily, tossing aside the swimwear prepared by Consort Wan to the side where the coughing Qi Guiran sat, hugging her knees. Here, Qin Yangyang, give this humble servant. No, rather, grant our esteemed master a favor. I had just promised Consort Wan that I would persuade you to don a new attire she purchased for you. As Huaian changed into the sky-blue robe of a steward, he casually issued his command. You, insolent slave, what do you call yourself? Qi Guiran glared at him with her beautiful eyes, filled with indignation. Oh, he replied, fastening the palace emblem at his waist. I have thought it over. In private, you shall address me as master, while I shall call you my lady. We can each have our own titles. You shameless wretch. How utterly disgraceful. Qi Guiran exclaimed angrily, raising a delicate foot as if to kick him, but then recalled something and halted. Suddenly, overwhelmed by a myriad of emotions, the talented young saintess of Huaian Island covered her face with both hands and began to sob softly. Huaian, who despised seeing women cry, particularly young girls, hurriedly reassured her, Ah, my lady, I was just jesting. If you grant me a modicum of mercy in the future and refrain from being too aggressive, I will certainly treat you with the utmost respect. As he crouched down, resting his head against her soft, pale leg, he gently raised his gaze to meet hers and sincerely remarked, Sometimes when I see that stubborn look on your face, it reminds me of my little sister. His words bore a hint of genuine sentiment. During their interactions, they had shared many thoughts, and he found himself developing a slight fondness for this seemingly straightforward but inwardly strong saintess. Indeed, it could be pure love. Qi Guiren was momentarily taken aback, her tear-streaked eyes gazing at him with a mix of disbelief and anger. "You shameless rogue," she retorted, her lips pouting in a manner reminiscent of the fierce fourth princess Su Qingqing, completely contrasting her earlier icy demeanor. "Wherein lies my shamelessness?" Yu Huaian frowned. "You said I resemble your sister." Qi Guiren bit her lip, summoning her courage, and pointed to her mouth with a look of grievance. "Would you treat your sister this way?" This question left Yu Huaian momentarily speechless. Indeed, if next month during the Moon Festival, his sister Linger were to arrive at the palace and recognize him, learning of his entanglements with Consort Wan and Qi Guiren, how disappointed would she be? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. At that moment, the voice of Chief Eunuch Chen Difu echoed from outside. "The Emperor has arrived." Within the room, the young man and woman exchanged a glance, both filled with trepidation. "Oh no, this green-haired turtle certainly knows how to pick his moments." Yu Huaiyan's heart raced. And just then, a miraculous selection appeared before him. 41. A marvelous choice. "My lady, why the panic?" Noting the look of shame and fear on Qi Guiren's face, Yu Huaiyan enveloped her from behind. As he gently caressed her waist, he leaned closer to her alabaster ear, whispering, "We both understand that at tonight's hot spring banquet, all the ladies will be donning alluring Western swimwear. In such circumstances, the Emperor can only wait in the Fenghuan Palace's Grand Hall. He wouldn't dare enter, would he? You." Qi Guiren's eyes widened in shock, her astonishment causing her to overlook the audacity of his hands as she exhaled softly. "How do you know the Emperor practices that technique called Jiang Dragon God skill? There is nothing to shy away from." Yu Huaiyan replied nonchalantly. "It seems Consort Wan truly does not consider you an outsider." Qi Guiren's brows furrowed momentarily before she recalled how, upon entering, she had witnessed this youth in an intimate exchange with Consort Wan, deepening her suspicions. Could this false eunuch really be close to Consort Wan? She pondered. It strangely felt no revulsion. Rather, a curious delight blossomed within her. That Consort Wan, always so commanding and lofty, yet in the end, she too submits to this shameless wretch. What am I thinking? She admonished herself, realizing her thoughts had grown dangerously inappropriate. Just then, Qi Guiren noticed that Yu Huaiyan was no longer content with merely lingering outside her garments, but had ventured directly within. "You shameless rogue, aren't you satisfied yet? Remove your filthy hands," she exclaimed, covering her flushed face, fighting against her embarrassment. However, he showed no signs of retreat. At that moment, Yu Huaiyan contemplated the divine selection before him. Option 1. Master's Task 1. Install the strange golden egg treasure of the Huaian sect on Qi Guiren, connecting it with thread. And during the meeting with the Summer Emperor, transmit internal energy through the thread to make the egg vibrate 3 times, thereby attracting the Emperor's attention, thus deemed successful. Note, upon making this choice, the strange golden egg will automatically appear in the storage space and must be installed at a designated acupoint. Reward: Heavenly Intent 4 Symbols Formula 1. A top-tier divine skill from a high martial realm. Gathering the essence of heaven and earth. Each move can invoke heavenly calamity, wielding boundless power. Even innate martial artists can possess mastery-level strength. Comprises 4 profound meanings: Wind God's Fury, Fire God's Fury, Thunder God's Fury, and Heaven God's Fury. Option 2. Master's Task 2. Apply a mark exclusive to oneself on Qi Guiren's abdomen. Reward: 9 turns Divine Movement Pill. 1. A mid-tier heavenly elixir, a one-time consumable upon use. Temporarily boosts agility by 50% and lifts the constraints of the current world's laws, allowing limitless enhancement of speed. If memory serves, this is the most generous selection following the acceptance of Consort Wan and the rescue of Su Qingqing. Even the first option's Heavenly Intent 4 Symbols Formula ranks just below the top-tier Kuaijia secret manual obtained during Consort Wan's confession. It seems my deductions were indeed correct. These dogged system options seemingly trigger with any action, yet the most splendid rewards are invariably linked to the ladies. Such a genuine dog system, the king of all dogs. Perhaps it ought to be renamed the Lustful System. Yu Huaiyan scoffed internally. However, upon a moment's reflection, he realized that even if the system did not facilitate such matters, He would, in due course, assert his authority as the master and tame this Chi Guerin, primarily because this little girl was far too unstable. One could never tell when she might bring calamity upon them all. His legendary life has yet to officially commence, and he will not permit such occurrences. Thus, in a certain sense, the options triggered by this system are indeed what he requires deep down. As time swiftly approaches, Huaian closes his eyes, making his final deliberation. Judging solely by the rewards, I would undoubtedly lean towards the offensive divine skill, Tiany's 11ing Ju, yet its implementation seems perilously reckless. The Summer Emperor is a bona fide martial arts master. It is said that his chief eunuch, Chen Di Fu, possesses cultivation that surpasses even the two esteemed officials of the East and West. If Qiuguan reacts too vehemently, it will be difficult to conceal the truth. Next month, let alone meeting El Inger, I may not even have the chance to have my body collected. Very well, then option 2 it shall be. The last time I explored the secret passage with LSYO, my overall cultivation ascended by a level. With my current mastery of the 4th realm of Ku Hubi Odn, should I consume this Jiju in SH in X Ingdn, facing off against LSYO and IZHing and Qiuguan, 3 young prodigies, would pose no challenge at all. Below the masters, I stand invincible. With this thought, Huaian closes the system window. Courteously gazing at the already dazed SH in I9, he proposes, Dear Q in I9, prior to entering the palace, I dabbled in the art of painting. Might I adorn you with a flower? Qiuguan's small face darkens. Instinctively brimming with caution, what trickery are you plotting, you vile servant? Huaian replies, I shall fetch some pigments and brushes from downstairs. You might as well don the swimsuit prepared for you by W in I9. I shall not wear it. Qiuguan pouts. Such an indecent garment. You should wear it yourself. Have you forgotten? You possess no choice. Huaian narrows his eyes. I assure you, as long as you obediently comply, I shall keep the secret of that late emperor's relic tightly sealed, taking it to my grave. Upon hearing this, the SH in I Niang's eyes brighten. Do you swear? I swear, with your family as witness. For instance, your sister from your hometown. Impossible. How so? No need for further inquiries. Should you defy my wishes tonight, I might just decide to confess to His Majesty on a whim. You. Qiuguan's face flushes crimson. After a moment of hesitation, she reluctantly dons the scanty, bashful attire from the western regions, while simultaneously covering her blushing cheeks with her small hands, tears welling up. Oh, you vile servant. I despise you. Huaian, moments later, is complete, Qni Niang. We ought to proceed to the ascension pool. Let us not keep the other ladies waiting. Huaian gently states, finishing with a final stroke across Qiuguan's abdomen before elegantly tossing the brush back onto the stand. Ding. Selection 2 confirmed. You have obtained 1 Jiju in SH in X Ingdn. What peculiar flower have you drawn? It is utterly hideous. Qiuguan looks down at her snow-white abdomen, where a flower predominantly in red vermilion, with a shape and hue that can only be described as bewitching and sinister, has been painted. For some inexplicable reason, a wave of shame surges within her. It is rather lovely, isn't it? Huaian responds earnestly. This design is known as Bidu, a common motif from my homeland, symbolizing the master's infinite affection for their maidservant. Master? Qiuguan ponders this term, then immediately realizes its implications, raising her petite fist to strike. Yet once again, he effortlessly evades her. Enough, I Niang. Have you not realized? Since that night in the Minghua Palace, you no longer have the opportunity to strike your husband. Huaian shrugs. Upon hearing this, Qiuguan's expression grows grim. She grits her teeth. That night, when we clashed, I could still rely on the true force of my sword to suppress you, but in just a few days, your prowess has soared exponentially. What fortune have you stumbled upon, you vile servant? That is of no consequence. Huaian smiles enigmatically, his keen gaze appraising the beauty before him. What truly matters is that your appearance in this attire is truly breathtaking. His words are sincere. The Qiuguan before him, shedding her classical palace hairstyle, now boasts long, straight, black hair cascading down to her waist. This golden sheer swimsuit seems tailor-made for her, accentuating her exquisite curves, revealing her previously hidden delicate shoulders, long legs, and slender arms. At first glance, Her skin is so pale one might glimpse her veins, resembling a maiden stepped straight out of an ethereal realm. As the young man gazes at her unabashedly, Huaian's cheeks flush, her alabaster hands fidget behind her back, her bashful and alluring demeanor contrasting starkly with her previously tempestuous and proud persona. Do not look. Yuval Eunuch, you are not permitted. Huaian pouts, lowering her head, muttering incantations under her breath. The splendid beauty of the Huaian, flawless and peerless, is such that even His Majesty cannot behold it. If I do not indulge in a few more glances, would that not be a waste? Huaian asserts with utmost seriousness. Shameless. Upon hearing this, Huaian's face reddens further, crossing her arms. She bites her lip and retorts. Then go admire Huaian. Her attire, combined with her figure, is even more alluring than mine. More alluring? Huaian believes he must have misheard. It is of no consequence. I do not repeat myself when I speak. You, Val servant, are unworthy. Realizing she has misspoken, Huaian turns her face away, resolutely ignoring him. Huaian cannot help but chuckle. He finds her somewhat endearing. He draws closer, forcibly enveloping her petite frame within his ample robes. What are you trying to do? I intend to. Huaian's beautiful eyes widen. The usually strong-willed girl appears utterly pale. Yuval's servant, did you just... Are you a pig? No, this is absolutely unacceptable. The ladies are not far ahead, and His Majesty awaits in the grand hall. This scoundrel eunuch dare to... The proud and sharp-tongued Nyang find her voice choked, unable to utter another word. With a sullen yet somewhat flushed face, Huaian strides into the back garden. They arrive at a gigantic hot spring pool, surrounded by rising mist and enveloped in warmth. Huaian is momentarily astounded by the sight before him. In the center of the vast heart-shaped pool, graceful figures clad in Western swimwear dance around the strikingly tall Ngufi, all vying for her favor with flattering smiles. The poolside is laden with an array of delectable dishes and fragrant wines unique to this otherworldly realm. For a moment, Huaian feels as though he has been transported to a feast from the world of gods. Is this script not misplaced? Is it not Lao Ai or King Zhou? As Huaian muses, shaking off his distractions, he calls out, Huaian has arrived. Hearing his voice, the harem ladies, including Ngufi, turn their gazes toward him, meeting the soft, alluring looks of these regal women. Even with divine skills, Huaian feels a tinge of weakness in his legs. Each sultry gaze seems to beckon. Handsome young man, come play with us. Meanwhile, the already bashful Huaian's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson, instinctively wrapping her arms around her shoulders to conceal her alluring figure. Shortly thereafter, the admiration of the other concubines filled the air. Goodness! Manager Yu is indeed the most favored by Wan Yang. He truly is as handsome as a jade. Of course, our manager Yu is not only good-looking, but also highly capable. Even the fourth princess holds him in high regard. Hey, isn't anyone noticing Huaian? Her outfit today is simply exquisite, especially the floral embroidery on her lower abdomen. Paired with this exotic attire, it radiates an indescribable charm. Oh, it looks like it might be painted on. How wonderful. I wish to have someone paint one for me, too. Upon hearing this, Huaian cast a sidelong glance at the charming beauty beside him. All the ladies find it appealing. Shut your mouth, Huaian whispered coldly, then quickly donned a demure smile and approached, bowing slightly. This is Chi, greeting Wan Yang, Xu Yang, Lin Yang, and all esteemed sisters. As soon as she finished speaking, Wan Guifei, the foremost of the 6 palaces, approached with a radiant smile, taking her hand and casting a meaningful glance at her beloved behind her. Oh no, she can't possibly have figured out my connection with Huaian, Huaian thought, his heart tightening as he lowered his head. Servant Huaian pays respects to Wan Yang and all the esteemed ladies. Wan Guifei smiled, saying nothing further, and gestured for a nearby elderly lady-in-waiting to come over. Mama Chunhua, please invite His Majesty to wait outside. Just tell him that I will soon be bringing the ladies to change and present ourselves. With that, she pulled the bashful Huaian into the hot spring pool, playfully frolicking with the other concubines. Observing the gathering of beauties, Huaian felt a mix of admiration and unease. He cleared his throat and said, Your Majesty. Since His Majesty has arrived unexpectedly, Should we not go out to pay our respects? It would be inappropriate otherwise. Oh, His Majesty is not anxious. Why are you, a eunuch, so impatient? Wan Guifei replied with a light laugh, then intentionally splashed water with her delicate hand, drenching the ceremonial robe just donned by her beloved. The other concubines chimed in, laughing more heartily. Exactly. If His Majesty wanted to come in, he would have done so already. There are things that Manager Yu is completely unaware of. Oh dear, Manager Yu, is that floral design on Qi Gairen's abdomen something you painted? Could you paint one for us too? A rather coarse and sharp voice broke through. Yu Huaian immediately recognized the robust and roundly Guifei among the slender beauties, who seemed to weigh over 200 pounds and sported a bun hairstyle. This woman, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Nanyang, entered the palace even before Empress Mingyue, holding a prominent status, now only beneath Wan Guifei and Shu Guifei. It is said that Li Guifei is quite the troublemaker after Empress Mingyue's disappearance. This woman has been seeking the favor of Emperor Xia almost daily. No wonder Emperor Xia, that green-haired turtle, has begun to cultivate sinister arts to sever ties with women. Who could endure such a thing? A leap into the fray confirmed an utter disaster. Only those from Longjiang know just how good this lady's foundation truly is. Yu Huaiyan couldn't help but silently criticize while simultaneously developing a newfound respect for the exalted emperor. Indeed, while Emperor Xiao's harem was not devoid of beauties like Empress Mingyue and Shu Guifei, most were merely of average appearance when compared to the ethereal Wan Guifei and Shi Guiren. Yet, Emperor Xia indulged in the corpulently Guifei while reserving the stunning Wan Guifei and Shi Guiren for himself. Our emperor is truly magnificent, requiring no further praise. Shaking off these thoughts, Yu Huaiyan steeled himself and approached the mountainous figure of Li Guifei. The floral design on Shi Guiren is derived from a beautiful meaning for my hometown. If Li Guifei likes it, I could, before he could finish. The beauties chimed in. I want one. I want one too. Manager Yu, could you paint two for me? One in front and one behind. Yu Huaiyan, you have triggered a divine selection. Choose one. Agree gladly and serve the harem ladies well, achieving a satisfaction level of 100. Reward: Shadowless Divine Needle, complete set. Heavenly grade lower tier concealed weapon. Swift and shadowless, striking like thunder, capable of easily penetrating the protective aura of innate martial artists, and perfectly adaptable to all sinister martial arts. Choose 2, politely refuse. Reward: muscle endurance increased by 5, permanent enhancement. In an instant, Yu Huaiyan stepped forward, his eyes gleaming, deliberately activating his innate skill, his muscles bulging. Ladies, will you come at once or one by one? The concubines, oh. Meanwhile, in Fenghuan Palace, the front hall, Your Majesty, the ladies are still bathing. It may take a little while longer. Are you truly not going in? Do you think I don't wish to? Chindi Fu, you know very well that I have no choice. Alas, I find myself somewhat envious of that little eunuch. Ah, Your Majesty envies that little eunuch? Cough, cough, I merely misspoke. Just a cowardly eunuch. After much pleading from the beauties, Yu Huaiyan could only wear a strained smile as he painstakingly painted sinister patterns on each of their abdomens. Upon finishing the last one, the daughter of a contemporary Hamlin Academy scholar, the capital's foremost talented lady, Shui Wei, with a petal-shaped sinister design on her abdomen, he felt a shift within himself. Gazing at the pool filled with enticing beauties adorned with sinister floral patterns, an odd sense of delight welled up within him. If the green-haired turtle were to discover that his beloveds bore such designs on their abdomens, cough, cough, Yu Huaiyan dared not dwell on it. Ding. Route 1 determined. You have received the reward. Shadowless Divine Needle, complete set. Well, at least I've secured the reward perfectly suited for the Sunflower Manual's needle technique. With Emperor Xia's sudden arrival tonight, there may be considerable risk. I must temper my demeanor. After reminding himself, Yu Huaiyan was about to invoke the Ice Heart technique to calm his mind when a delicate pair of jade-white hands seized his arm, pulling him down into the water. Xunyanyang, what are you doing? Yu Huaiyan, startled, instinctively retreated a step as Shu Guifei approached him coyly. Manager Yu, could you paint one more for me? Just a bit more pronounced than the last. Shu Guifei's cheeks flushed, her tone almost sultry. Where would you like it, Your Majesty? Yu Huaiyan asked cautiously. Here, Manager Yu. Shu Guifei said, her face full of charm, entirely shedding the image of a once great talent as she slowly sat down, her long, delicate legs parting gradually. This isn't appropriate. Yu Huaiyan realized what was happening and hastily waved his hands in refusal. How could these concubines of Emperor Xia be so reckless? In truth, if Wang Guifei or Qi Guiran had made such a request, it would have been different. But Shu Guifei had been sullied by the green-haired turtle. The sacred warrior of pure love must not engage in such impure acts. At the same time, seeing Shu Guifei speak up, the other concubines crowded closer, demanding to have another painted. Yu Huaiyan finally understood. They are not merely eager for tattoos. Rather, they yearn for intimate interaction with him, craving the allure of his youthful physique. Even eunuchs are not spared from their desires. Yu Huaiyan silently cursed, pondering how to extricate himself from this predicament. Meanwhile, Wang Guifei, who had been observing the spectacle with great interest, cleared her throat and spoke in a tone that was calm, yet authoritative. All right, sisters, let us allow Yu Zongwan a moment's respite. Since yesterday, he has officially taken residence in the palace, and there will be ample opportunities for such interactions in the future. Although she understood that the words were intended to provide him an escape, Yu Huaiyan's heart raced upon hearing the final statement. What does Jin'er think? Does this woman truly not feel jealousy? On the other side, upon hearing the words of the mistress of the 6 palaces, the concubines reluctantly dispersed. Yu Huaiyan exhaled a sigh of relief, his gaze inadvertently drifting to a corner. To his surprise, Qi Guiran was crouched there the entire time, her lips pursed and her beautiful autumn-like eyes gazing at him with a hint of melancholy. Ah, while Wang Guifei is not envious, she seems to be consumed by jealousy. Has she truly fallen for him? Yet, standing alongside Wang Guifei, they form a captivating sight. 2 peerless beauties, one youthful and delicate, the other voluptuous and mature, together creating a masterpiece of enchanting allure. If only I could. Yu Huaiyan felt a stir within and was about to approach her when he noticed Qi Guiran quickly turn her head away, her face once again a mask of defiance and disdain. At that moment, a tall and voluptuous figure, akin to a crane among chickens, stepped ashore. Yu Huaiyan regarded the striking woman before him, who towered above the other beauties. Your Majesty has been waiting outside for quite some time. Should we not consider the appropriate conduct for such an occasion? Surely, I'm more aware of this than you, my dear. Wang Guifei smiled knowingly and then gestured. Ladies, please change into your regular attire and go greet His Majesty. I shall join you shortly. Yes, Your Majesty. With a command from a mistress of the 6 palaces, the concubines did not dare linger. With the assistance of the palace maids, they swiftly donned their customary garments and exited one by one. As Shu Guifei passed by Yu Huaiyan, she deliberately brushed against him in an odd manner, leaving him rather uncomfortable. Your Majesty, do you have ulterior motives for such arrangements? After confirming that all the concubines had departed, Yu Huaiyan approached cautiously and asked. Wang Guifei did not rush to respond, but instead lifted his chin, smiling as she inquired. Xiao Anzi, are you happy that I have gathered so many beautiful sisters to accompany you today? It should be a source of joy, he thought, as he scanned the surroundings, wary of the Emperor's unexpected arrival. That is good. Wang Guifei continued, her gaze becoming increasingly seductive. Xiao Anzi, over the years, we have been in the rear garden, in the chambers, even by the lakeside pavilion. Have we not yet had such an experience? Especially with so many people around? Upon hearing this, Yu Huaiyan finally grasped the intent behind her words. The map of Yin country is quite extensive. Your Majesty, please reconsider. The risk is far too great. The more perilous the situation, the greater the safety and intrigue, is it not? Yu Huaiyan was momentarily at a loss for words. In the next moment, the stunning beauty before him began to shed her armor, revealing a pair of unparalleled, snow-white legs, gracefully stepping into the pool and beckoning him. Taking a deep breath, Yu Huaiyan thought, where's that dog system? Show yourself. This must not be in vain. After waiting for 2 seconds with no response, he stepped forward into the water. In the grand hall of Fenghuan Palace, Emperor Xiaosu Wudao sat majestically, surveying the room filled with palace beauties, and jovially remarked, Ha ha ha, I've been preoccupied with state affairs and training for so long that it is rare to gather with all of you lovely ladies. Oh, Your Majesty, you seldom come to see me. I have been pining for you day and night. A delicate voice chimed in. Then came the sound of quick footsteps. The robust Li Fei, resembling a small mountain, hurriedly approached and leaped into the Emperor's embrace. Li Fei, do not. The chief eunuch Chen Difu's expression changed, and just as he was about to rush forward to intervene, he abruptly reconsidered. In the next moment, with the astonished gazes of the concubines upon them. Li Fei dove into the emperor's arms. Ha ha ha. All right, my little darling, did I not say I have been too busy lately to spare any time? The emperor wore a smile as he gently pushed the petite mountain away. The other concubines, witnessing Li Fei's actions, prepared to step forward to vie for his affection. However, Chief Eunuch Chen Difu quickly intervened. Ladies, please wait. His Majesty is currently at a crucial stage of training and must not be disturbed. He was indeed correct. The emperor's cultivation of the Jiang Longshan Gong had reached its critical 8th level, and he could not indulge in female company for at least 5 years before reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level. The only reason he could interact with Li Fei was due to his indifference towards her. Observing the disappointment on the faces of his beloved concubines, the emperor cleared his throat and changed the subject. Oh, where's my mistress of the 6 palaces, Wan Ai Fei? Why has she not yet appeared? An elderly matron from Wan Palace replied. Your Majesty, she did not anticipate your late-night visit and is currently having Yu Zongwan assist her with her makeup. Hearing this, the emperor's mood brightened considerably. Ha ha ha. While this may not have been strictly necessary, it warms my heart to hear that Wan Ai Fei still holds me in her thoughts. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed something. Where's my little Qi? The emperor scanned the room, but could not find the presence of his beloved Shengv. Among all the concubines, there were only 2 whom he had yet to touch, and one of them was the enchanting and youthful Sheng from Feishan Island, who was of a similar age to his daughter, Su Qingqing. Just then, a melodious voice echoed from the rear hall. This servant pays her respects to your Majesty. It was not only Wan Guifei's voice, but also that of another young girl. Does Qi take this long too? The emperor lifted his gaze and saw a strikingly handsome young eunuch, dressed in royal attire, assisting the tall Wan Guifei with one hand, while holding the petite Qiguiran with the other, approaching with an air of respect. We pay our respects to you, Guifei. The other concubines also bowed. The emperor stood up, initially intending to warmly greet the 2 beloved ones, but he felt an odd discomfort at the sight. This young eunuch, well, Zhener and Qingqing are one thing, but why does Qi admire him so? An inexplicable discomfort welled up within him. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure. What does it matter? He is but a eunuch. I, as the sovereign of a nation, the most magnificent man in the world, should not be concerned about a eunuch, regardless of his youth and vigor. As such thoughts crossed his mind, Emperor Xia Su Wudao once again displayed a hearty smile, squinting at the humble and respectful young eunuch before him. That reign, respond to his Majesty's words. I am called Yu Huaian, and you may refer to me as Xiao Anzi. The youth reacted swiftly, adding with alacrity. Indeed, you were simultaneously serving both noble concubine Qi and my empress? Was it not stated that only the empress was present? Emperor Xia casually inquired. At this moment, Yu Huaian felt wronged. Just moments prior, while he was engaged in conversation with noble concubine Wan, noble concubine Qi had suddenly burst forth from seemingly nowhere, startling him to the brink of retreat. The most absurd part was that after some negotiation, the 3 of them could ultimately only conclude that some wishes ought not to be vocalized, for they might unexpectedly come to fruition, giving one quite a fright. Ahem, I report to your Majesty, noble concubine Qi has been with noble concubine Wan all along. As he spoke, Yu Huaian's peripheral vision frantically scanned the faces of the 2 noble ladies behind him, searching for any signs left behind. He observed noble concubine Qi's cheeks flushed crimson, her head bowed so low that she dared not meet the emperor's gaze. As for noble concubine Wan, she was once again defying fate. Seizing the opportunity, while Emperor Xia lowered his head to sip tea, she turned slightly and subtly extended a delicate tongue, reminiscent of a seductive serpent, which still bore traces of. Do not be like this, dear sister, spare me. Yu Huaian shook his head at her with a face of despair, inwardly praying for mercy. At this juncture, Emperor Xia, seated in the high position, suddenly clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, Yu Huaian, you please me immensely. I shall promote you to the youngest vice supervisor of the Xichang. He then inquired, can you make the Xichang great again? Yu Huaian exclaimed, ah. Raising his eyes, he beheld an ancient, intricately crafted token adorned with dragons and phoenixes presented before him. It bore the gilded inscription, first slay, then report, imperial decree permitted. His heart surged with tumultuous waves. Why did this sensation feel so strikingly familiar? First slay, then report. Imperial decree permitted. a young and decisive vice supervisor of the Xichong. Was he truly living through the script of that former life as flower of the factory? Hey, you, Xiao Anzi, are you not grateful for the emperor's generous favor? Noticing her beloved's dazed expression, noble concubine Wan interjected. This item is called Tianqingling, symbolizing acting on behalf of heaven. Since the founding of our dynasty, there has only been this single token within the imperial factory. Now, His Majesty has reclaimed it from Eunuch Lu of the Dongchong and entrusted it to your Xichong, which signifies His Majesty's great trust in you. Upon hearing noble concubine Wan's words, Yu Huaiyan's heart remained hesitant. He felt a premonition that the gears of fate were about to turn at this very moment. Should he accept or decline? Under the intense gaze of Emperor Xia, whose tiger-like eyes bore down upon him, Yu Huaiyan weighed his options. The system had not been triggered, indicating that he must rely solely on his inner will to make this pivotal choice that would shape his future. After a brief pause, Yu Huaiyan raised his head, only to find Emperor Xia's brow furrowed, his tiger eyes subtly reflecting displeasure. Yu Aiqing, what is your decision? I, Yu Huaiyan, humbly thank the heavenly grace. Without waiting for Emperor Xia to speak further, Yu Huaiyan raised his hands over his shoulders, accepting the Tianqingling with great reverence. I shall certainly fulfill your Majesty's wishes. With his piercing gaze ignited, Yu Huaiyan proclaimed, let the Xichong rise to greatness once more. Upon uttering this statement, the hall fell silent for a moment. Ha ha ha, excellent. I knew it. You are undoubtedly capable and bold. With a sudden eruption of hearty laughter, Emperor Xia's exuberance was echoed by the ladies of the harem, who joined in merriment, showering him with flattery. Suddenly, the emperor's smile took on a shadowy tone. Xiao Anzi, do you know that even if you accept this Tianqingling, it does not guarantee your position as vice supervisor of the Xichong? I understand. Yu Huaiyan grit his teeth. Indeed, the power structure of the factory in this world differed somewhat from that of his past life. The Great Xia dynasty was founded on martial strength, and the two factories, established early on, were granted substantial autonomy and internal appointment rights by the emperor. Aside from the chief supervisor, who was appointed directly by the emperor, all subordinate personnel were determined by internal consensus, resembling a small sect within the court, with the factory lord as its master. Upon joining the Xichong, Yu Huaiyan was taught the unique skill of Balian Shizhao Gong by factory Lord Jiang, making him half a disciple of the latter. Therefore, acquiring the Tianqingling now merely signified that he held the right to act first and report later, sanctioned by imperial authority. Whether he could win Jiang Wenyan's approval to ascend from a mere junior to the vice supervisor commanding the 8 tigers of the Xichong remained uncertain. Ha ha ha, young man. Do not be anxious. Emperor Xia chuckled, his tone softening slightly. I bestow the Tianqingling upon you today. Jiang Wenyan will undoubtedly learn of this matter soon. Although he is somewhat obstinate, he has served the imperial family for many years and understands the basics of human relations. Find a moment to return to the Xichong and present this token to him. He will know what to do. The Xichong belongs to the great Xia. Jiang Gonggong is aging and frail, struggling to manage. I am merely helping him find a young assistant. He should be grateful. Indeed. Ha ha ha. Thank you, your Majesty. Yu Huaiyan appeared overwhelmingly delighted on the surface, yet inwardly he mused. He had finally discerned the emperor's intentions. This green-haired turtle clearly recognized Jiang Wenyan's declining health and had deliberately positioned him, a novice in the workplace, into the upper echelons of the Xichong to gradually cultivate him into a compliant pawn. However, speaking of which, Jiang Wenyan has already reached the 4th rank of master, and his lifespan must be at least 150 or 60 years. Why is Emperor Xia so eager for me to be his deputy? Could it be that this green-haired turtle knows about Jiang Wenyan's affliction with poison? As he pondered, the great Xia emperor seated above suddenly became animated, laughing heartily. Today I am fortunate to have a day of leisure, visiting the harem. Not only have I encountered my stunning and captivating consorts, but I have also discovered such a talented, young individual. In light of this splendid occasion, I shall compose a poem in celebration. Upon these words, not just the accompanying eunuchs and palace maids, but also the beautiful ladies of the harem, including noble concubine Wan and noble concubine Shu, displayed subtle expressions of discomfort. Everyone knew that this elegant yet self-important Emperor Yuan Tai was about to embark on another nonsensical poetic endeavor. The truly arduous aspect of this affair was that after composing his poem, each person present would be required to feign appreciation. Huaian had long heard of Emperor Yuan Tai's penchant for poetry, though he had never witnessed it firsthand, and curiosity stirred within him. Thus, he was the first to bow respectfully. Though I have spent many years in the Xichong, I have long admired your Majesty's poetic talents. I am eager to listen attentively. Seeing that no one around had responded or applauded, Emperor Xia, initially discontent, was instantly beaming with joy upon hearing the young eunuch's words. Ha ha ha, Huaian. I did not expect a lad with such prominent brows and bright eyes to be a discerning scholar. Ah, if all the servants of the imperial court possessed your exquisite talent for poetry, how delightful it would be for me. I merely grasped the superficial aspects of verse. Huaian bowed slightly, entirely indifferent to the disdainful glance of Qi Guiran. Swiftly, he procured the necessary writing materials and presented them to the grand eunuch Chindifu, who then offered them to the emperor. Under the watchful eyes of all the concubines and palace officials, Emperor Xia gently stroked his dragon beard, pondering for a moment while gazing outside at the swirling autumn leaves. With a grand gesture, he earnestly penned, 1 piece, another piece, and yet another, 2 pieces, 3 pieces, 4 or 5 pieces, 6 pieces, 7 pieces, 8 or 9 pieces, falling to the ground, quickly disappearing. In an instant, the poem was completed and sealed. Well, my dear concubines, what do you think? Seemingly confident in his initial lines, Emperor Xia caressed the still wet ink, a rapturous expression gracing his features. As his gaze swept over them, the concubines immediately donned eager smiles, showering him with praise. However, aside from the talented Shu Guifei, the others offered only platitudes, clearly failing to capture the emperor's favor. Alas, how unfortunate that the esteemed Shu of the Hamlin Academy is absent. Today, I shall find it difficult to appreciate my own brilliance. With a resigned shake of his head, Emperor Xia was about to instruct Chen Difu to mount the poem when someone exclaimed with fervor, Your Majesty, this poem, though simple in its diction, possesses a beautiful and flowing rhythm that uplifts the spirit. The lofty themes are articulated with such clarity. The first 3 lines utilize the straightforward quantifiers 1, 2, and 3, perfectly capturing the desolate fall of autumn leaves, while the final couplet is truly astonishing. This individual continued to expound earnestly. By the end of the analysis, even Wang Guifei, who had been yawning and apathetic throughout, could not help but widen her beautiful eyes in disbelief. For it was none other than her own young lover who was offering such a critique. How strange. Although he is merely flattering, Xiao Anzi speaks with such eloquence, as if he were a true scholar. He entered the palace with me at the age of 15, yet I have never seen him indulge in literary pursuits. Could he truly be a genius? TSK, what other surprises does this little fellow possess that I, his sister Jinner, am unaware of? Wang Guifei propped her chin on her hand, her sparkling eyes fixed on her tall and elegant lover standing in the middle of the hall. In an instant, his eunuch attire transformed in her gaze into that of a refined scholar. Meanwhile, in the corner, the youngest among them, the little saintess of Faxian Island, Qin Yang, pouted, looking disdainfully at the young man before her. Vile servant, sycophant, utterly shameless. At this moment, however, Emperor Xia, seated in the highest position, burst into hearty laughter, his usually somber eyes now sparkling with the joy of camaraderie among talented individuals. A kindred spirit indeed. Xiao Anzi, you are truly a prodigy. For the first time in his life, Emperor Xia was so meticulously praised for his work, and he could hardly contain his excitement, even letting slip an expletive. Your Majesty, you flatter me. Huaian responded courteously, bowing. Though my talents are limited, I have always harbored a deep love for literature. I merely expressed my joy upon encountering such an extraordinary piece, and I fear I have taken up too much of your time, Your Majesty and esteemed ladies. In truth, he wanted to express that had it not been for the activation of a divine choice, resulting in an unprecedented attribute reward related to daily life, this nonsensical matter nauseated him just to think about. Ding. Assessment complete. Choice 1. You have received a reward. 100 linguistic charm, 10 in calligraphy, and 10 in painting. Due to the enhancement of your painting skills, you have comprehended the master-level technique of Chungong 2. Ha ha ha. You Aiqing, do not hold back. Emperor Xia, now exceedingly delighted, strode forward and patted the young man's shoulder. From now on, whenever I host a poetry gathering in the palace, You must be by my side to appreciate it. Yu Huaiyan felt a shiver run down his spine. Thank you for your recognition, your majesty. By the way, you Aiching. Emperor Xia's smile suddenly faded as he scrutinized the young man. You appear to be fair and unblemished, possessing an extraordinary demeanor, before entering the palace. You must have hailed from a scholarly family, am I correct? In response to your majesty, Yu Huaiyan pondered how to articulate his thoughts. Beside him, Wang Guifei quickly interjected. Ah, your majesty, you truly have an eye for talent. Yu Gonggong indeed comes from a distinguished family of scholars in Jiangnan, but alas, their fortunes dwindled. In his youth, his parents fell victim to bandits, leaving him alone and destitute, leading him to resolutely enter the palace. Truly, he is a pitiable child. Upon hearing this, a great weight lifted from Yu Huaiyan's heart. This woman is indeed always looking out for me. Could it be that she initially took pity on me and my sister, seeing us endure the cold winter nights on the streets? Is that why she brought me into the palace and allowed me to find warmth in her embrace? Remarkably, it seems Yu Aiching has such a remarkable background. Emperor Xia sighed with apparent sympathy. No matter, now that you have entered the palace, devote yourself to serving me and my beloved concubines well. Your bright future shall be secure by me. I humbly thank your majesty for your grace. Yu Huaiyan hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Ah, Yu Aiching. Suddenly, Emperor Xia seemed to recall something, his tiger-like eyes flashing. Since you come from a scholarly family, why not compose an impromptu poem? Today, I happen to grant you the Tianqing Ling, and with so many beautiful women present, it is the perfect occasion for poetic exchange. Upon hearing this, Yu Huaiyan's heart sank. He was not panicking. As a traveler from Blue Star, he had the wisdom of the likes of Abai, of Fu, Dongpa, and Ji standing behind him. A veritable ensemble of the most talented scholars of Huaxia. With such literary prowess, he felt quite confident. The crux was that this was not a web novel protagonist, who could remember every poem word for word. In fact, when he first traversed into this realm, at the tender age of 8, the Yu family had already fallen into destitution. Having failed at martial arts, he had thought to copy some poetry to sustain his family. However, the reality was that he had no accomplishments to his name, and as a descendant of martial outlaws. The ancient works of illustrious poets he copied were ignored by the mainstream literary circles, sinking into oblivion. Whoosh! You have triggered the divine choice system. Choice 1. Compose poetry under imperial decree, achieving an astonishment level of 70 among the concubines. Reward: 30 in calligraphy, capable of reaching the state of simplicity. 1 in culinary arts. Choice 2. Defy the imperial order. Reward: Tian Dao Lu Ju, a superior knife technique of the celestial grade, which, when practiced deeply, can lead to the state of beyond the knife. There's nothing else. Ahem, in terms of poetry, Xiao Anzi is merely somewhat knowledgeable. Yu Huaiyan humbly remarked, If it pleases your majesty, I shall attempt this with some embarrassment. Very well, let us proceed. What boldness! Emperor Xia laughed heartily, his enthusiasm growing. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, Today all my beautiful concubines have gathered, a rare assembly of exquisite beauty. Why not craft a poem in honor of my imperial consort? Yu Huaiyan paused slightly, turning his gaze to the center where Wang Guifei, adorned in her phoenix crown and gown, with her flawless oval face, stood resplendently. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Let me prepare a bowl of beef noodles. Oh no, I shall copy a poem by Abai to enliven the atmosphere. Without hesitation, Yu Huaiyan first bowed to Emperor Xia. Subsequently, he approached the tall and graceful Wang Guifei, who had just been intoxicated by his own words. Meeting her indulgent and enchanting gaze, his tone unconsciously softened. Your Highness, I am coming. Upon hearing her beloved's words, it seemed to activate a hidden switch within her body. Wang Guifei's plump crimson lips involuntarily curled into a smile, her eyes sparkling with affection. Beneath her skirts, her long, voluptuous, snow-white legs began to caress one another uncontrollably. Goodness, such behavior. There are so many consorts watching, she thought. Your Highness, please have some decorum. Yu Huaiyan quickly averted his gaze. In a moment, under the scrutiny of all present, the strikingly handsome newcomer from the Xichong, with an ethereal aura, shook his robe and recited, Clouds evoke garments, flowers suggest beauty, the spring breeze caresses the railing, the dew is rich. Upon completing the first line, the entire hall fell silent for a second. A few of the consorts behind Emperor Xia, particularly those well-versed in literature, including the daughter of a great scholar, Xu Guifei, displayed expressions of astonishment as if witnessing the descent of the literary deity. They marveled at the splendid language and ingenious imagery of Yu Gonggong's poem, which uniquely compared clouds to garments and flowers to women, capturing the noble and ethereal beauty of a lady. It was simply a stroke of genius, far surpassing the trivial verses typically composed by His Majesty. How delightful! How delightful! Who would have thought that Yu Gonggong was not only handsome, but also a gifted poet? No wonder Wan Guifei favored him so. Such a tender, considerate, and talented young eunuch. Who wouldn't be charmed? The consorts exchanged glances, showering him with praise. This seemingly shallow individual, whose mind appeared preoccupied with base desires, could truly write poetry. Huaian, who had maintained a frown throughout, widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. Although she hailed from a martial arts lineage, Huaian Island had always groomed the most outstanding maidens as future consorts, requiring them to master all arts including poetry, music, and painting. Therefore, disregarding Xu Guifei's astonished demeanor, she too recognized that this 7-character quatrain composed for Wan Guifei was undoubtedly a poem worthy of the palace. This despicable servant is nothing but a sycophant to Wan Guifei, truly nauseating. Huaian turned her gaze back to the youth who was receiving accolades from all around. To her astonishment, she found that her heart bore no trace of hatred. Instead, it was filled with a bitter pang. Indeed, I cannot compete with Wan Guifei, even in such twisted relationships. Heavens, what nonsense am I thinking? She quickly lowered her head, rubbing her exquisite face to regain her composure. Noticing the intense reactions around him, Huaian paused and looked toward Wan Guifei beside Emperor Xia. He saw her eyes sparkling with affection. Her cheeks slightly flushed. She was clearly captivated. He was all too familiar with this state. He feared that the next moment, Wan Guifei would openly express her affection for him in front of Emperor Xia. Good. Excellent poetry. Who would have thought that this unassuming young eunuch possesses such poetic talent? Truly remarkable. Emperor Xia's face lit up with delight as he clapped his hands in laughter, his eyes brimming with genuine admiration for talent. Yu Aiqing quickly. Continue. I can hardly wait. Recite the next couplet and the final lines. Yes, Your Majesty. Huaian bowed slightly, preparing to cultivate his emotions and recite the following lines. Suddenly, his mind went blank. What was the next line? He had just remembered it. Huaian felt as if he had time traveled back to elementary school, standing before a teacher to recite a text, only to forget halfway through. Ding! The system notification chimed, indicating that the audience's admiration had reached 65, only 5 away from the target. Huaian's heart tightened. Meanwhile, all the beautiful ladies held their breath, eagerly awaiting this talented young eunuch's stunning continuation. He had to maintain his composure. With a heart as pure as ice, one is untroubled when the heavens fall. Huaian invoked the ice heart technique to calm his nerves. At the same time, he gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, feigning an entranced state as if lost in the realm of poetry. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 5 seconds. Amid the audience's eager anticipation, Huaian gazed deeply into Wan Guifei's eyes and recited, "A glance over the shoulder brings forth a myriad of charms. Earthly beauty pales in comparison." There was no alternative. Having forgotten the next line of Li Bai's Qing Ping Diao, he had to resort to Bai Jui's Chong Hen written for Yang Guifei. In this world, where martial prowess reigned supreme and literary development lagged, the fusion of these two great masters was sufficient to outshine everything else. After a full 3 seconds of silence in the Grand Hall, a sudden eruption of praise ensued. Emperor Xia was the first to rise, applauding fervently, his usually stern face now alight with astonishment and joy. "Little Anzi, you are simply astonishing. If not for your status as a eunuch, I would surely grant you the title of a Hamlin Academy scholar. Your Majesty, you flatter me. This humble servant has embarrassed himself." Huaian exhaled in relief. "Finally, I gambled correctly." Ding! The system confirmed that the audience's admiration reached 300. Task completion confirmed. You have received the reward. Language charm 100, calligraphy 10, painting 10. Due to your exceptional performance, you have received an additional reward. Qi Gathering Pill 1, a top-grade spiritual herb from a certain fantastical realm. Crafted by the Pill King Gu He, capable of revitalizing the dantian, solidifying the qi si, permanently raising the limit of true qi, and enhancing the cultivation rate. Goodness! An additional reward. A top-grade spiritual herb. This item is even more valuable than blood bodhi. How remarkable! The great masters of Huaxia are truly impressive. As he examined the system rewards in his storage space, Huaian felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, upon hearing the emperor's praise, the inner court eunuchs led by Chun Difu also expressed their admiration. Excellent. Truly splendid poetry. It is simply ineffable. This poem not only sketches the unparalleled beauty of the Guifei, but also encompasses the unique charm of all the consorts present. Such poetry should only exist in the heavens. How could it be found in this world? The Shichangzhu Gonggong is indeed extraordinary. Simultaneously, the hall resonated with a chorus of admiration, reaching the peak of the evening's atmosphere. At that moment, Wan Guifei's cheeks flushed like fire, her beautiful legs involuntarily crossing, gazing affectionately at her young beloved. Even as their eyes met, she deliberately licked her lips with allure, her delicate hand subtly lifting the hem of her skirt, revealing the soft, creamy roots of her thighs. Goodness, is she unable to contain herself again? Nevertheless, her expression was always one that compelled more than a glance. Just wait until Emperor Xiao departs. I shall unleash my full fury. Huaian clenched his fists. After a continuous wave of praise, Emperor Xiao cleared his throat and inquired with keen interest, by the way, Little Anzi, what title have you chosen for this poem? Have you thought it yet? In response to His Majesty's words, this humble piece of work is born from the inspiration sparked by Your Majesty's stunningly exquisite poem. I would be honored if Your Majesty could bestow a title upon it. Having served in the imperial palace for some time, Huaian naturally understands the art of diplomacy, humbly expressing his thoughts. Ha ha, you little one are quite the eloquent one, remarked Emperor Xia, his smile growing ever more radiant as he looked towards the esteemed Shagifei, daughter of the chief scholar of the Hanlin Academy, Shu Lao. My beloved, as the daughter of Shu Lao, what title should we give to this poem by Minister Yu? It perfectly complements the breathtaking 7-character poem on autumn that Your Majesty just recited. The two poems harmonize beautifully and should be included in the Yuan Tai literary collection. Huaian was momentarily taken aback. Not only was Shagifei strikingly beautiful, but her flattery flowed effortlessly. Is this the composure of the older generation of the imperial harem? Excellent. Your words resonate deeply with my sentiments, Emperor Xia declared, clapping his hands in delight. I have made my decision. Today, these two poems shall be titled Meng, Qiu Jing Yin Heirs Wan, shall be included in the Yuan Tai literary collection. Your Majesty is wise. The concubines present, led by Wan Guifei, voiced their praises in unison. Satisfied, Emperor Xia rose and turned to the modest, jade-like youth standing in the center of the hall, praising him. Huaian, you are quite remarkable. Today, I shall remember you. You possess a certain charm reminiscent of my youth. In the days to come, you shall serve well in the harem, ensuring my beloved concubines are well taken care of. Remember, your bright future is in my hands. Yes, Your Majesty. Huaian quickly bowed, pledging to serve diligently and cater to each esteemed lady. Very well. Excellent indeed. Emperor Xia's expression grew even more joyful as he remarked, I never expected that the stern and unyielding Jiang Wunyan would raise such a charming and eloquent little eunuch like you. Ha ha! By the way, do not forget. As he spoke, Emperor Xia approached, casting a meaningful glance at the Tianxing Ling in the youth's hand. Make sure to return to the Xichang when you have the time. I shall remember. After the departure of Emperor Xia, under Wan Guifei's guidance, the music and dance resumed. The swimming party at the Shengxian Pond continued. Huaian stood by the pool, gazing at the beautiful legs of the maidens frolicking about, yet his heart felt no joy. This green tortoise, having crossed over Jianggonggong, has bestowed the Tianxing Ling upon me, an obscure minor official. Such a thing, setting aside whether the higher-ups at the Xichang will harbor suspicions or jealousy. It is likely that Lu Jin, the commander of the Dongchang, will remember me, a mere nobody. By the way, where has Shen Yuqi gone? After all, she is considered his woman. Huaian's gaze wandered among the crowd of alluring beauties, yet he could not find the familiar, charming silhouette. Just as he pondered this, a tall, voluptuous figure clad in a daring swimsuit approached him with graceful strides. Huaian had honed his ability to discern women by their legs alone. From a uniquely perfect legs, he recognized the identity of the enchanting figure. My lady Yu, standing before him, was the most beautiful woman of Daxiao, clad in a revealing outfit from the western regions, droplets of water glistening on her fair skin. Yu Huaian felt as though she had come to life before him. Indeed, she was the innate enchantress. Do not speak, my dear. Ignoring the gazes of the other concubines, Wan Jin'er tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate earlobe. Then she bent down, teasingly brushing her fingers against Yu Huaiyan's abdomen, saying, "Today, I am quite happy. There are things I wish to tell you and things I wish to do with you." At this, noticing Yu Huaiyan's intent to interject, she quickly placed a finger to her lips, signaling him to remain silent, and continued, "Both are experiences we have never had before." Yu Huaiyan's eyes blazed with intensity as he gathered the fourth level of the Kuei, Hua Bao Dian, to prepare for the final transmission of power to Wan Guifei. Clad in her half-fruit swimsuit, aiming to cleanse her from the snake venom once and for all. "My lady, it should be ready." "No, this time it must be different." "Ah, my lady, you mean?" Yu Huaiyan's eyes widened, sensing an ominous premonition. Wan Guifei covered her cheeks, declaring this time inside, "Is that all right? My dear brother, my precious one, I beg you." Yu Huaiyan, who was about to cleanse Wan Guifei of the last remnants of poison, was taken aback. Ah, the formidable, true essence of a practitioner at the peak of innate realms surged forth. Moments later, Yu Huaiyan withdrew his hand to his abdomen, taking a long breath. Focusing his energy and employing the miraculous tuna technique of the Yu family to adjust his internal flow. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, his clear and bright gaze resembled a tranquil mirror, calm and wise like an ancient sage. "Very well, it has come to this." He sighed gently, looking at the Guifei behind him with concern. "My lady, are you feeling any better now?" This treatment should have completely expelled the snake venom. Wan Guifei felt lighthearted, unexpectedly laughing softly. Then, she languorously sat up and embraced the youth from behind, saying, "Ah, I never expected my little one to be so warm." Yu Huaiyan sighed again. "My lady, one cannot walk by the river without getting wet. This truly is the last time I accompany you in such folly. Just a moment ago, you seemed quite spirited. How is it that you now adopt such a grave demeanor, resembling that old man, the emperor?" Wan Guifei teased with a smile. "Enough of that." Yu Huaiyan waved his hand. "By the way, my lady, did you not mention that you have some unspoken thoughts you wish to share with me?" "Indeed." Wan Guifei straightened, picking up a phoenix hairpin to tie up her cascading locks, and softly said, "Little one, I have good news to share with you." "What good news?" "Your sister, Yu Ling'er, whom you have been longing for, will be arriving at the palace next month." At this, Wan Jin'er leaned closer to Yu Huaiyan, a hint of a playful smile gracing her face. "What do you think? Are you happy with this news that Sister Jin'er has brought you?" "Oh, I already learned of this matter." Yu Huaiyan replied slowly. "Huh? You knew? How did you find out?" "Ah." Yu Huaiyan quickly changed the subject. "My lady, let's not discuss these matters. It is still early. How about we?" "What about?" Wan Guifei's expression froze, glancing at Yu Huaiyan, who was now even more alluring as he practiced his secret technique. Her gaze ignited with fervor once more. After an intimate conversation with Wan Guifei, it was already the third watch of the night. The entire harem lay in tranquility, with only the distant sound of the night watchman echoing from the southeast corner. Yet, Yu Huaiyan was full of vitality, lantern in hand, hurrying down the empty palace path. At this moment, he was consumed by a singular thought: to hasten back to the chief steward's quarters and meticulously account for all the rewards he had garnered, from investigating alongside Lu Xiao to the pool party. If he were to fully harness this wave of rewards, his innate strength would surely double, potentially allowing him to transcend the limits of the innate realm and attain the fourth rank of martial master ahead of schedule, standing equal to Nie Zheng as the youngest martial master in the court. A martial master. If my sister Ling'er and father were to see me, having achieved the stature of a martial master after 5 years apart, they would undoubtedly be overjoyed for months. The more Yu Huaiyan contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the independent dormitory of the Inner Affairs Bureau, positioned between the chambers of Qi Guiren and Shu Guifei. At that moment, he distinctly sensed a suspicious figure not far away. Observing the silhouette, it was unmistakably a woman. Which palace maid was this, wandering about at such a late hour? Whatever, it mattered not. Closing the door would render him unseen. Without further thought, Yu Huaiyan pushed open the door to his quarters, shedding the cumbersome ceremonial robe as he made his way to the rear courtyard, intending to light a fire for a hot bath. Moments later, on the second-floor loft, Yu Huaiyan reclined luxuriously in the warm, comforting bathwater, opening the system panel. Name: Yu Huaiyan. Age: 20. Identity: Officer of the Xichong. Chief Steward of the Harem. 3rd rank, Cultivation. 5th rank, Innate Realm Martial Arts. Kuwa, Baodian. 4th level Shinipian, Tunishu, Unknown Grade. A family heirloom of the Yu family, currently at level 4, Balian Shizwagong. Yellow Grade Superior Martial Arts, inherited from Xichong Governor Jiang Wenyan, currently at level 7. Total of 10 levels. Bing Xinju, 4th level. Huxiao Jinzongzheo, 5th level. Yufeng Jing, maxed out. Derived Divine Skill. Retracting Yang into the abdomen. Item Inventory. 3 Corpse Bone Transformation Pills X1. Yuchong Sword, Storm Pear Blossom Needles. Tai Divine Needle, Spirit Sword Box. Black Jade Discontinuation Ointment. Gui Lai Dao Fa Zone Gang X1. Fong Zhongmi Shu Tian Ren 1 X1. Neo Mo Mask X1. 9 Transformations Divine Movement Pills X1. Wuying Divine Needle. Gathering Chi Pill X1. Newly acquired. In comparison to the Gui Lai Dao Fa, the Fong Zhongmi Shu. A health manual that could slightly improve one's constitution and extend lifespan should indeed have a higher priority for loading. Yu Huaiyan made up his mind. At that moment, he heard a series of knocks. He sensed someone pushing the door and ascending the stairs, and, judging by the footsteps, it was likely a woman. Could it be that palace maid I saw earlier? Yu Huaiyan felt a chill run down his spine. Just then, a cold, eerie voice echoed. Yu Huaiyan, you must let this palace beat you tonight. The footsteps grew closer. Yet, Yu Huaiyan remained unperturbed, lazily turning to the other side of the bath, leisurely gazing towards the staircase of the loft. He had already made his decision. What the Emperor could not manage, the Xichong would handle. This audacious little saintess from Huaian Island would surely feel the sting of his iron rod tonight. Soon, around the corner of the staircase, a delicate figure dressed in embroidered palace attire appeared. Qin Yang, what brings you here at such a late hour? Yu Huaiyan raised his eyelids lazily, casting a glance at the flushed, resentful face of the other party. Hadn't we had enough fun with Lady Wan in the hot spring pool? Cease your tongue, you licentious, shameless wretch. At the mention of the earlier incident, Shun Yuchi's cheeks flushed, spreading to her ears. Well, it seems Qi Guiran has come to me with a matter of importance. Yu Huaiyan yawned, closing his eyes, feigning drowsiness. Speak quickly. Our patience is limited. Shin Yuchi bit her lip, speaking coldly. Yu Huaiyan, I never expected that you, this false eunuch, would truly even have a relationship with Lady Wan. Oof. How long has this shameless relationship between the two of you lasted? Yu Huaiyan retorted. Qi Guiran, your words are rather harsh. Is our relationship not above board? Tonight, at the Shengxian pool, we were clearly engaged in a conversation when Hu suddenly barged in, uninvited and presumptuously joining in. Fortunately, Lady Wan is magnanimous and never hoards for herself. Otherwise, the situation would have been quite embarrassing. Reflecting on the previous events, Yu Huaiyan felt a chill run through him. It had been dangerously thrilling. Qi Guiran covered her flushed face, feeling extreme shame. I've told you, do not mention that matter again. Are you a pig? I did not intend to bring it up. You were the one who mentioned it. Yu Huaiyan chuckled. Yu Huaiyan, I have truly encountered misfortune for 8 lifetimes by meeting someone as perverse and shameless as you. Shin Yuchi's little face twisted with anger, her eyes reddening. If you like Lady Wan, why do you provoke me? As a boy, how can you engage in such behavior with different girls? You, this wretched slave, you do not uphold male virtue. Puffed. My lady, with that punch, even a first-grade celestial being would not withstand it. Yu Huaiyan laughed in exasperation. First, my lady should consider that for hundreds of years, Huaian Island has continuously supplied the Su family with empresses and consorts. Which emperor in the history of Daxia has not had a harem of many beauties? Secondly, Yu Huaiyan's gaze turned cold. I have mentioned many times that the incident at Minghua Palace was merely an accident. I acted solely in self-defense. Just imagine, in that circumstance, to prevent your future vengeance. Had I not become your man, I would have had no other path to take. Well, you understand. I would rather you kill me. Shin Yuchi shouted in agitation, revealing her sharp canines, resembling an angry little lion. Enough. What good does it do to speak of this now? Yu Huaiyan slowly opened his eyes, casting a cold glance at the young woman. My lady, if I were you, and the relic of the late emperor was seen by others, I would either curry favor with that person or eliminate them. Wretched slave, do not speak to me from a high pedestal. Do you truly believe I would not dare to kill you? Chi Gairen's eyes were red, her fists clenched tightly. You dare not defy the ancestral teachings. Or perhaps you are simply reluctant now. My lady, have you not realized that you are becoming increasingly immersed in this master-servant game with me and cannot extricate yourself? Whether it was your jealousy at tonight's hot spring banquet or your current appearance here to question me, all serve to prove this point. Yu Huaian's lips curled into a slight smile, his expression tinged with coolness, mockery, and nonchalance. You, under the gaze of the youth whose eyes seemed to penetrate the soul, the saintess's heart raced, and she turned her head away, unable to meet his gaze. After a moment of silence, she lowered her head and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. You are talking nonsense. Whether I speak nonsense or not, shall we find out? Yu Huaian declared, suddenly rising from the bath. With a splash, the medicinal bathwater spilled over. The youth revealed a magnificent and imposing physique, his muscles taut and sculpted. Shun Yuqi stared blankly for 2 seconds, then, belatedly realizing, covered her face and shrank into the corner. You dog-like slave. Shameless eunuch. Are you a flasher? My lady, there is no need to panic. Did you not see it before? Huaian jestingly remarked, picking up a wooden hairpin from the side to gather his flowing locks of dark hair. He then stepped out of the bath, advancing toward the trembling figure of the saintess in the corner. With each step closer to the girl, he activated another layer of the profound essence of CHL and Miosh. Why, you monster? Don't come any closer. As the youth drew nearer, her vision was increasingly engulfed by the looming shadow. SHNYQ's haughty little face turned pale. Panic consumed her. She wished to flee from this formidable presence. Just as she attempted to rise, she was a moment too late. The boy had already planted his hands on his hips before her. In the next instant, with a swift motion, a peculiar artifact on the youth seemed to come alive, extending in the wind. Subsequently, it flicked lightly, striking her fair and proud face multiple times, producing crisp sounds of impact. Ding! Judgment completed. Choice 1. You have received the reward. YFing level cap increased by 1. You have comprehended a new ultimate skill PDZHNGSHing. Half an hour later, YNI you truly are a remarkable woman. I find you increasingly enigmatic. The warm air brushed against his face as Huaian leaned against the tub wall, feeling utterly drained. Without activating the WDSHNTing, he could only vaguely discern the gentle bobbing of YQ's small head through the mist. He felt as if an unknown force pressed upon him, igniting a scorching sensation in his dantian. Huaian shut his eyes tightly, and a faint blush appeared on his fair and handsome cheeks. YNI you truly. He was about to express his thoughts when a voice, as sweet as sugar-coated hawthorn, interrupted him. Shut your mouth, you vile servant. This palace does not stoop to compete with WNGUFI. Since childhood, what belongs to me cannot be taken by anyone. Damn you, arrogant servant. I shall make you beg for mercy today. Huaian was momentarily stunned. Activating the WDSHNTing to disperse the mist before him, he gazed at YQ's face, which was filled with disdain and resentment, yet tinged with a hint of longing. My heavens, does she truly believe this is punishment for me? She is the true genius. As the fourth watch of the night approached, the gentle sounds of water in the tub momentarily overshadowed the distant tolling of the watchman's bell. Igrega who should have been meditating, now bore an unusually tense expression. Someone was eavesdropping from the beams. His countenance changed as he spoke to YQ below. YQ. We must be cautious. Startled, YQ coughed a few times, sensing something amiss. Her previously rosy face now turned cold with a fierce determination. We cannot let them escape. With that, she prepared to leap out, but was pulled back by Huaian. Stay quiet and wait. Huaian closed his eyes, attentively sensing the surroundings. Soon, he summoned his true energy, forming a shadowless divine needle at his fingertips. With a precise motion, he executed the KNGCHN needle technique, piercing towards the beam above. With a sharp sound slicing through the air, a heavy thud echoed from the roof. What kind of sinister hidden weapon technique was that? SHNYQ stared at the boy in disbelief. No time for chatter. This person is dead. Drag the body in, Huaian instructed coldly. Recalling something, He gently patted the Sanus's small head, his gaze softening considerably. Thank you for your care just now. And I, Ying. Close your pig mouth. That was punishment. YQ's cheeks flushed as she haughtily raised her delicate foot, stomping down hard on the boy's form. To her surprise, his body felt as hard as iron, and her graceful foot recoiled, sending her leaping backward. What a peculiar creature. This rogue's cultivation is not high, certainly below the 6th rank, yet his agility is astonishing. My earlier needle technique nearly missed. In the room, Huaian, dressed in his robes and pondering, was interrupted by a loud bang as the door was kicked open. He looked up to see the petite YQ dragging the lifeless body of a burly man in black. As you said, he died from a throat strike. Your hidden weapon technique is indeed ruthless. The TNGM and of SHJN would surely regard you with admiration. Throwing the black-clad body beside the youth, as if tossing a cotton ball. Care to learn? I could teach you. Learn what nonsense. My skills from FI, Xind are vast and profound. Do I need to learn your devious methods? YQ retorted, pouting, seeing the boy's serious expression. She couldn't help but inquire, have you recognized this person's identity? This man is WXN, one of the 4 great warriors of the DNGCH, a subordinate of Y Lu SHF in Ing. As Huaian spoke, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. 5 years ago, when the DNGCH and XCH were not at odds, they often collaborated on cases. Back then, he had just joined the XCH and frequently received guidance from this Lord W. At that time, XN, a mere 6th rank minor official, had seemed so unapproachable. Yet now, he had become a mere fish to be easily dispatched. Truly, such is the ebb and flow of fate. One finds oneself trapped in the inner court. You must understand this. Do not hold it against me. Huaian took a deep breath and rose. The secret agents of the DNGCH have come to monitor you. This matter is certainly unusual. YQ pursed her lips, hesitating for a moment before speaking. Very well. I shall offer you a few words of caution. Today, in front of so many witnesses at the F Nglu-In Palace, the Emperor bestowed the TNGX order upon you. The higher-ups of the DNGCH will undoubtedly bear grudges. In other words, SHNYQ took a deep breath, her expression turning grave. From that moment forth, the master of the DNGCH, the 4th rank Grandmaster Li JN, has set his sights on you, a mere pawn. You best take care of yourself. Huaian chuckled lightly, glancing at the solemn-faced Saintess. Ah, why and I Ying, are you concerned for me? Nonsense. SHNYQ's cheeks flushed as she turned her head away. I would rather see you dead. All right. It matters not. Huaian shrugged. From the moment the Emperor placed the TNGX order in my hands, some things became inevitable, did they not? We, of the XCH, neither provoke trouble nor fear it. What is Li JN? Merely a 4th rank Grandmaster. If he dares to come at me forcefully, I shall. What shall you do? YQ asked curiously, intrigued by the boy's spirited demeanor. I shall hide beneath the pomegranate skirt of W. N Ying. Huaian spread his arms, exuding a relaxed and carefree attitude. Huh, I thought you would say something more promising. SHNYQ rolled her eyes. Enough. Why and I Ying. Huaian stretched lazily. If you have time to worry about me, you might as well focus on yourself. What do I have to worry about? Shun Yuqi raised an eyebrow, declaring, I am a favored noble of His Majesty, backed by my esteemed mentors. Who would dare to provoke me? Have you forgotten about that heirloom of the late Emperor? Huaian replied ominously. Shun Yuqi's expression shifted dramatically. Do we not agree that you would help me conceal this matter for eternity? Concealment does not equate to forgetfulness. Huaian shrugged. Earlier, Lady Qi, you offered me a piece of advice, which I shall take as a sign of your concern for me. In the spirit of reciprocity, allow me to extend my own counsel. He continued, the jade seal inscribed with blood characters that you unearthed, regardless of its authenticity. I hope you can keep it hidden for a lifetime. Should you expose it again, it may bring calamity upon you and your mentors. Why? Does Lady Qi intend to use it to vindicate someone? Perhaps the late Minghui Empress? Huaian probed tentatively. You speak nonsense. My aunt is not dead, Shun Yuqi retorted, her urgency evident. Ah, so that is it, Huaian mused thoughtfully, resting his chin on his hand. You wretched slave, you are trying to manipulate me. I shall strike you down. Yuchi realized something and clenched her delicate fists, symbolically swinging them at the youth. Yet, he raised his hand to reveal a grayish-white pill, crushing it in his palm. With a sharp crack, white powder poured forth like flowing sand, cascading onto the corpse of the black-clad man on the ground. The areas of the corpse enveloped by the powder appeared to be devoured by some dreadful force, visibly vanishing at an alarming rate. In an instant, the massive figure was reduced to a pool of blood. "What have you done?" Yuchi exclaimed, utterly astonished. "3 corpses transforming bone pill." Huaian raised an eyebrow. "An essential item for home travel, perfect for disposing of bodies. Well then, our business here is concluded for tonight. You may take your leave, Lady Qi." He turned and walked toward his chamber, waving his hand dismissively. Yuchi, taken aback by his sudden coldness, gritted her teeth, feeling an indescribable resentment. Just then, a fierce gust of wind flung the window open. In the next moment, a gigantic figure with a cat's head and an eagle's body soared into the room. What kind of vile creature is this? Yuchi's beautiful eyes narrowed, drawing her short sword to strike it down. However, a figure swiftly interposed itself. "This is none of your concern. Do not touch it." Huaian shot her a cold glance before turning his attention to the plump griffin, his expression softening instantly. "It has been quite a while, Miao-song. What business does the 4th prince have with me today?" The griffin tilted its head, cautiously observing the palace-clad girl for a few seconds before flapping its wings and landing gently in the youth's embrace, emitting a joyful mew. "Oh, is this a letter from the 4th princess?" Huaian noticed something, retrieving a letter bound with red string from the griffin's rear talon. Upon opening it, elegant script emerged before his eyes. How would one describe this in my past life? A confession letter from a young lady? "My darling and adorable prince. Our first meeting with the 3rd princess. Xiao Anzi, I believe I've discovered how to face you. I cherish stargazing with you and meow meow on the mountaintop. I relish walking together in winter, listening to the sound of our footsteps in the snow. I treasure every moment we spent together over the past 4 years. I adore you, Xiao Anzi. Will you come to the Imperial Martial Academy to pick me up tomorrow evening? I have a gift for you." As he read the fiery and sincere confession, Huaian's long-buried heart stirred with emotion. At that moment, he felt as if he had returned to the pure and innocent days of first love in his past life. The letter boldly expressed her feelings. How should he respond? He had played countless games of cards with Wan Guifei, and even last night, under her insistence, he had crossed a line. He was no longer pure. Huaian felt a twinge of shame, utterly unable to confront the young lady's innocent and beautiful affection. While gently stroking the griffin's head, he pondered how to reply. Just then, a cold voice interrupted his thoughts. "Huaian, why has the 4th princess suddenly sent you a letter?" Lady Qi pouted, her beautiful eyes glinting with suspicion. "Could it be that you, wretched slave, have—" Noticing the youth's silence, she bit her lip, her face reddening with indignation. "The 4th princess has just reached adulthood. She is still a young girl. How could you even lay a hand on her? Do you not fear her thoughts about your monstrous physique?" As a fellow girl, she felt sympathy for the little princess, scolding him with reddened eyes. "A true eunuch, a creature among creatures. You will surely face retribution." "Silence, Lady Qi." Huaian neatly folded the letter and tucked it carefully into his bosom. A person with a tainted heart sees everything through a tainted lens. The pure friendship between the 4th princess and me is beyond your comprehension. Hearing this, Yuchi's anger intensified, and just as she was about to erupt, she suddenly recalled something. "Ah, from your words, it seems you have not been with the 4th princess." A sense of relief washed over her. She had always detested others encroaching upon her toys. With the domineering Wan Guifei now in the picture, she certainly could not allow another little princess to appear. What if you did or did not? Huaian raised an eyebrow. "This is none of your concern, Lady Qi. Besides, my abilities can adapt. When dealing with a proud and sharp-tongued lady like you, I can transform into a ruthless iron rod, while with a sweet and gentle girl like the 4th princess." While realizing his thoughts were veering into dangerous territory, he quickly dismissed them. "Adaptive?" Lady Qi mulled over the term, a surge of unexplainable fury igniting within her. She opened her mouth, ready to scold him again. However, the youth waved his hand, his expression icy. "Miao-song, see our guest out." As his words fell, the griffin, which had been napping by the window, seemed to respond to its master's call, flapping its wings in anger and launching itself toward Lady Qi. Seeing the massive figure hurtling toward her, Shun Yuchi's heart raced, and she promptly used her agile skills to retreat to the door, her petite form darting like a dragonfly touching water. What kind of round-faced, plump creature is this, so ferocious? Lady Qi glared at the enormous beast before her. To her surprise, the griffin, seemingly understanding human speech, widened its bright eyes, charging at her with renewed ferocity. Miao-san, come back. Huaian quickly called it back and cast a glance at the nearby lady. It despises being called fat. While it has not lost control, Lady Qi, you should leave quickly. A bunch of oddities. Lady Qi bit her lip, casting a resentful glance at the youth, Huaian. You treat this round-faced creature better than you treat me. I despise you. Go, Nico-san, inform fourth prince that tomorrow evening Xiao Anzi will undoubtedly arrive at the Yuwujian as promised. After Qi Guerin departed, Huaian gently patted the round head of the lion-eagle beast and released a wave of gentle internal energy, allowing it to take flight instantly. At last, he could enjoy some solitude. Over the past 4 years, the princess had treated him as an equal friend, even forbidding him from referring to himself as her servant. How could she suddenly send a love letter? Surely, it must have been the kiss on the princess's jade foot to fulfill the system's requirements that stirred her heart. Nevertheless, one must reap what one sows. This confrontation was inevitable. Enough of such thoughts. It was time to attend to important matters. Next, Huaian meticulously cleansed the bloodstains left by the Eastern Factory's dark agent, Wang Sun. Subsequently, he sat cross-legged on the cold jade bed, beginning to count his spoils one by one. The following day, as dawn broke and the faint golden rays of holy light graced the majestic Daxiao imperial palace, the sounds of a young eunuch from the Yuwujian sweeping the ground mingled with the harsh reprimands of a woman. It was none other than the enchanting concubine Li, whom the Emperor of Xia found irresistible. To his surprise, the first to rise after last night's poolside revelry was this remarkable figure. Completely shutting out all external distractions, Huaian delved into deep meditation, preparing for his final push. An hour later, with a long-awaited breath of white mist escaping his lips, he slowly opened his eyes. Their brilliance subdued, yet radiant, akin to that of a sacred being beyond reproach. Congratulations! You have successfully loaded the secret techniques of the room. Celestial volume. Current level, 3rd. Total levels, 10. Current bonuses. Lifespan increased by 30. Internal energy regeneration rate, 50. Since your Imperial Room Sutra has reached its zenith, complementing the secret techniques of the room, you have gained a special enhancement. Physical hardness, 100. Congratulations! You have successfully loaded the comprehensive guide to ghost hunting sword techniques. Current understanding, 1st level, / transforming into the 9 nether beheading phantoms. Total levels, 6. Congratulations! After a night of cultivation, your rank has slightly improved, bringing you one step closer to breaking through the barrier. Next rank, 4th grade Celestial Master. The system's grand loading notification echoed in his ears. Huaian's heart stirred, and he hurriedly opened his attribute panel. Name, Huaian. Age, 20. Identity, Eastern Factory Clerk, Junior. Grand Overseer of the Imperial Harem, 3rd rank, Cultivation, 5th grade Innate Peak Martial Arts. Kuehua Treasure Book, 4th level Divine Chapter. Breath Control Technique, unknown grade. Yu Family's Ancestral Martial Art, current level, 4th, 100 Refinements Lion Claw Technique. Yellow rank, upper grade, current level, 7th, total levels, 10. Isar Formula, 4th level. Tiger Roar Golden Bell Shield, 5th level. Imperial Room Sutra, maximum limit, derived divine skill. Retracting yang into the abdomen, universal salvation. Secret techniques of the room, celestial volume, 3rd level. Comprehensive guide to ghost hunting sword techniques, 1st level. Inventory, Yuchong Sword, Storm Pear Blossom Needle, Tai Divine Needle. Spiritual Sword Box, Black Jade Continuation Ointment X1, Bull Demon Mask X1, 9 Turns Divine Movement Pill X1, Shadowless Divine Needle X1. Not bad at all. It is remarkable that I could initially load the secret techniques of the room, a heavenly grade lower tier nurturing technique, to the 3rd level in one go. Ever since I accepted Wan Guifei's confession at the beginning, the system repaired my meridian deficiencies, and now, with my exceptional physique paired with top-tier comprehension, I have become a prodigious being. However, the heavenly grade middle-tier comprehensive guide to ghost hunting sword techniques is indeed convoluted. After a night's effort, I have only managed to grasp the first level of its profound essence. Nevertheless, I shall see what remarkable qualities this sword technique, purportedly capable of countering evil and monstrous beings, possesses. With a firm resolve, Huaian rose, retrieving a shimmering embroidered spring knife from his pack beneath the bed. This was a gift from Lu Xiao during his last investigation into the Eastern Factory case. Another day has passed. I wonder how Sister Xiao is feeling today. Did she quarrel with the little green turtle, Niezheng, upon returning yesterday? As he pondered, he quickly dismissed such thoughts and ventured to the backyard with his knife. In the backyard, the sound of clanging filled the air. Huaian's eyes shone with intensity as he wielded the embroidered spring knife. The principles of the ghost-hunting sword technique racing through his mind. He transformed into a shadow of a nine nether, the knife light cascading like a waterfall. As he delved deeper into the incantation, his speed increased, unleashing waves of formidable, intangible blade energy into the air. Eventually, his consciousness no longer adhered to the prescribed sword patterns. The momentum of his strikes grew increasingly fierce and enigmatic, plunging him into a state of frenzy. It was as if he had entirely become a specter of the blade, with an icy and eerie aura emanating, causing the surrounding air to resonate ominously. Time slipped away unnoticed. At last, the fiery battle intent in his heart subsided, and he sheathed his treasured knife. It was only then that he realized the phoenix tree in the backyard, pruned by the former overseer, had been neatly severed in two. Goodness, this sword technique is far from eco-friendly. Is this truly meant to combat the legendary evil beings? Huaian mused, filled with uncertainty. Yet, he could not dismiss the existence of otherworldly creatures in this world. This belief stemmed not only from the bizarre tales his father had shared with him since childhood, but also from his own experiences. He had perhaps, quite possibly, witnessed such beings. Indeed, 5 years ago, he had accompanied his sister, Yulinger, to the capital to learn martial arts and encountered a band of horse bandits in the outskirts. In their dire moment, they were rescued by the caravan of Wan Guifei, who was returning home to visit her family. However, he vividly remembered that the leader of those bandits, upon removing his mask, revealed 3 eyes and a face of decaying flesh, utterly obscuring his features, resembling the demons depicted in folk tales. Moreover, in the climactic moment when the leader charged at them, it was Wan Guifei who soared in, delivering a palm strike that turned the leader's body to mush in an instant, as golden light cascaded around them. Although he had yet to step onto the path of martial arts at that time, he was certain that Wan Guifei's strike was not any martial arts technique. Nonetheless, in his effort to protect his sister, he had sustained a knife wound, his consciousness fading into darkness. Whenever he later inquired about this event with Wan Guifei, she adamantly denied it, insisting it had all been a hallucination. Goodness, if it were truly an illusion, the effects were far too lifelike. Adding to his doubts were the words of Eunuch Lu before his passing, revealing that Wan Guifei held another formidable identity, which only deepened his suspicions regarding the matter. Never mind, I shall not dwell on it. Beneath the pomegranate skirt, one finds comfort. Now that Lu Jin has set his sights on me, the more formidable Zhen becomes, the safer I will be. Huaian dismissed his doubts, focusing instead on the embroidered spring knife in his hand, recalling his earlier movements. Speaking of which, even if it is not used against otherworldly beings, the first level of the ghost-hunting sword technique, S9 Nether Stance, combined with the agility from the Kuehua treasure book, is indeed exceptional. Once the ghost blade is unleashed, positioning becomes utterly elusive. Thus, I must carve out time to continue delving into this sword technique. I cannot let it languish. As evening approached, the scene shifted to the north of the palace. The Zhongwu Courtyard, Yuwujian. This place is the esteemed Royal Religious Council, dedicated to imparting various royal esoteric arts to the imperial offspring. Huaian stands at the entrance, accompanied by several young eunuchs from the Internal Affairs Bureau, observing a procession of elegantly attired princes, princesses, and nobility as they emerge in splendid attire. Suddenly, he experiences a sense of déjà vu akin to picking up a young girlfriend from school. After a prolonged wait, he finally spots a petite figure that stands out remarkably among her peers, a youthful visage exuding immense charm. Today, Her Highness the Fourth Princess is clad in a resplendent golden ruchuan, her hair styled into playful twin buns instead of donning a phoenix hairpin and tassels. As she walks, Her twin tails sway with delightful grace, radiating an overwhelming cuteness. From a distance, she resembles an enchanting maiden from a pure love manga of a past life. Noticing that the surrounding princes and nobles are being collected by their respective attendants, Huaian steps forward and gently calls out, "Your Highness." Upon hearing this voice, Su Qingqing, who had been laughing and chatting with several royal ladies, suddenly brightens with excitement. She swiftly turns around, her charming face flushing crimson. "Third sister, I can't chat with you anymore. My little Anzi has come to pick me up," she exclaims hurriedly to her elder sister, unable to contain her joy, her delicate legs dashing towards the figure she adores. Soon, they stand face to face, their gazes locking. "Little Anzi?" Su Qingqing's cheeks deepen in color as she stands before the youth she has long yearned for. "Did you receive the letter from Miao Miao last night?" Hum. Huaian nods, his peripheral vision catching sight of a stunning girl in white, exuding an ethereal grace reminiscent of a fairy. He is momentarily captivated. Is this the enigmatic and illustrious third princess, Su Jianli of the entire Xiao royal lineage? The genes of the green-haired turtle truly are remarkable. Little Anzi, let us return to the residence. As mentioned in the letter, I have a gift for you, the little princess says, her bashfulness evident as she averts her gaze from the youth's face. "All right," Huaian responds, slightly bowing to the third princess before drawing aside the carriage curtain. "Your Highness, let us depart." "No," Su Qingqing pouts playfully, her hands clasped behind her back, her tone endearing. "Little Anzi, you must say it this way. My super sweet and adorable princess, please step into the palanquin." Huaian retorts, "You shall be my subject beneath the folds of my skirt. You are the little eunuch that Qingqing often mentions." The third princess, Su Jianli, approaches gracefully, her captivating almond-shaped eyes scrutinizing the youth beside her sister. Huaian is momentarily taken aback, ready to bow, but Su Qingqing interjects, "Sister, he is not a little eunuch. He is little Anzi. He is my dear friend." At the last three words, the little princess averts her gaze, her cheeks aflame. "Is that so?" A hint of warmth graces Su Jianli's frosty visage as she inclines her head slightly. "During the last incident with the demonic assassins entering the palace, I am grateful to the eunuch for risking his life to save my sister." Huaian is taken aback, not expecting the legendary and elusive third princess to be so approachable, in stark contrast to the overbearing first prince Su Lai. "You flatter me, Your Highness. It is my utmost honor to safeguard and serve Her Highness the fourth princess," he replies with polite humility. Meanwhile, he activates his martial arts divine pupil, boldly exploring Su Jianli's slender form. From her crystal heels revealing her fair feet to her notable physique, and then to her icy, exquisite face, he discovers intriguing insights. Indeed, she emanates a formidable frost sword aura. If Huaian is not mistaken, this sword aura arises from the fifth profound principle of the cold moon sword technique, bequeathed by the founder, Emperor Suju. However, this icy energy is excessively fierce, creating a backlash within her body, leading to blockages in her meridians during the circulation of true energy, resulting in stagnant blood flow. Such a hidden ailment does not manifest during regular practice, but in times of exhaustion or life-and-death battles, it could lead to severe repercussions, such as meridian reversal and excessive bleeding, or worse, mental backlash and demonic deviation. Rumor has it that Su Jianli is a rare swordsmanship prodigy within the royal family, surpassing even the second princess, Su Qifeng, in her swordsmanship prowess. If she could not conquer this problem, it indicates that the swordsmanship conundrum has persisted within the Su family for over a millennium. No wonder, since the founding emperor, there has not been a long-lived heir from the Su family, with few even reaching the normal lifespan of a grandmaster. Could it be that this is the reason why the green-haired turtle, Su Wudao, abandoned the cold moon sword technique in favor of the nine-yang dragon god technique, a forbidden skill? It is known that throughout Xiao's history, only two emperors have attempted it, both failing. Huaian's mind races with possibilities, but he quickly dismisses such thoughts. Indeed, royal matters have little bearing on him. Unless one day, Su Qingqing comprehends the fifth level of the cold moon sword, he would not mind lending his expertise, using the Kuhua treasure book to alleviate her hidden ailment. "What are you looking at, eunuch?" Perhaps sensing the peculiarity in his gaze, Su Jianli's brows furrow slightly, her voice turning cooler. "I am merely a servant. Little Anzi has done nothing." Huaian quickly feigns ignorance. Oh dear, what are you doing, sister? You're scaring little Anzi. Su Qingqing pouts, then takes the youth's hand. Let us go, little Anzi. Let us head back home. Yes. Seeing the little princess take the lead, Huaian hastily follows. After a few steps, a frigid voice, imbued with internal energy, reaches his ears. Eunuch, please hold. Huaian's body jolts, turning back to find Su Jinli's cold and beautiful eyes fixed intently upon him. You are the second person I have encountered capable of pupil techniques, however. I hope you will exercise caution and refrain from using such extraordinary abilities to pry into others' affairs in the future. It is quite discourteous. Su Jinli's lips part slightly as she communicates with him through her internal energy. Huaian does not respond, inclining his head slightly before assisting Su Qingqing into the Phoenix Palanquin. In the fourth princess's residence, the back mountain. As the sun sets in the west and the moon rises in the east, the sacred beast mountain under the starry sky is serene, only interrupted by the distant, haunting calls of cicadas from the depths of the valley. Guided by Su Qingqing's hand, with a rotund lion-eagle spirit following closely, the two of them traverse the lush, winding mountain path adorned with spiritual herbs and flowers. The refreshing mountain breeze caresses their faces, bringing a sense of tranquility. In an instant, the burdens of his faux eunuch status, the constraints of the esteemed concubine Wan, the secrets of concubine Qi, and Lu Jin's prying from the Eastern Bureau, all the worries that had accumulated in his mind since his arrival, fade away temporarily. If only I could reside in this mountain and cultivate for an extended period, it would be a beautiful prospect. Returning to the matter at hand, where might the princess lead her attendant? Although reluctant to disrupt the serene and beautiful atmosphere, Huaian could not suppress his curiosity. Hearing this, Su Qingqing halted her steps, raised her delicate foot, and gently stepped on the young man's official boots. Bewildered, Huaian asked, "Did I say something wrong?" With a slight pout, Su Qingqing replied, "Humph. Why do you even ask? I have told you countless times that you must not refer to yourself as an attendant in my presence. It is an utterly unpleasant term. Xiao Anzi is not anyone's servant." "I had forgotten." Huaian chuckled softly, reaching out to boldly ruffle the princess's small head. "My apologies, Your Highness." "Hey, I told you not to mess with my hair." Su Qingqing shook her head, her cheeks flushed. "It will hinder my growth." "Ha ha ha. All right. Amused, Huaian continued, "So, the elegant and graceful princess, where are we headed? You'll find out when we arrive." The two shared laughter, and after an hour, they finally reached the mountain summit. This was the highest point of the entire Shangshuo mountain. Apart from the flying spirit beasts like the Miao Miao, other spiritual apes and foxes were rarely seen here. The trio, consisting of 2 humans and 1 beast, stood on the expansive grassy peak, gazing up as if they could reach the sun and stars, with the majestic imperial palace in the distance appearing as a mere speck. "May I speak now, Your Highness?" Huaian sat comfortably on the grass, smiling at the mysteriously poised Su Qingqing. "Xiao Anzi, do you remember the last time we were here?" Su Qingqing cradled her exquisitely sculpted face, her beautiful eyes glancing at the youth beside her. "I remember." Huaian replied earnestly. "It was during this time, 2 years ago, after admiring the moon with you at the mountain's peak. The following day, I left the palace and was reassigned to the Western factory." "Oof. Speaking of this makes me angry." Su Qingqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Ever since then, you have been avoiding me. Woo. My apologies." But this was indeed the intention of Director Jiang and the noble consort. Huaian decided to shift the blame. All right. I called you here not to be upset with you. Tonight, whatever you do, I shall not be angry." As she spoke, the little princess averted her gaze, her cheeks growing rosier, resembling a ripe red apple. Huaian was momentarily taken aback. "Here, Xiao Anzi, this is for you." Sukingin suddenly beamed, unfastening a sandalwood brocade box from the plump Miao Miao beside her. "What is this?" Huaian instinctively took it into his hands. "Can't you open it yourself?" Su Qingqing pouted. Huaian opened the box to reveal a delicate string of rings woven from a rare blue grass. No, this was not just any grass. This was the Tianxin grass, unique to the Shangshuo outside the imperial city. It contained the essence of the world's spiritual energy, highly valuable in medicine. Regarded as top-tier material in this martial arts realm. You once mentioned that you adored the fragrance of Tianxin grass, right? So, I spent 2 months going to Shangshuo and found these, weaving them into rings. According to the alchemist in the palace, They're also quite beneficial for cultivation. Su Qingqing smiled sweetly, her innocence shining through. Huaian felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. Thank you, Your Highness, but this is rather precious. Do you think I would casually gift you something? Do you know what date is today? Su Qingqing clasped her hands behind her back, wearing a mysterious expression. What day? Huaian asked, bewildered. Today is your birthday, my little Anzi. Huh? Today is your birthday. You fool. Yes, it is my birthday in this lifetime. Huaian recalled and then asked, but how would you know? Ha ha, it was during that moonlit night when I asked you. Have you forgotten? Su Qingqing's big eyes sparkled. Now it made sense. A great wave of warmth surged within Huaian. After 5 years in the capital, he had made nearly no friends. And even his close relationship with Wang Guifei had its peculiarities. Yet, this little girl remembered every word he had casually spoken. Your Highness treats me with such kindness. I am truly honored. Huaian expressed, overwhelmed with emotion. Why are you saying so much? Are you happy? Of course I am happy. Ha ha, that's all that matters. Why overthink it? Su Qingqing laughed brightly, then gradually rested her head on the young man's shoulder. At the same time, she gently kicked the sleeping lion-eagle beast beside them, sending it away. In that instant, only the pair of young souls remained atop the vast mountain, observing the shy princess resting on his shoulder. Huaian understood the unspoken sentiments. Feeling the sweet scent of her presence and the soft caress of the night breeze, he felt an unprecedented sense of bliss. He was reluctant to shatter this sweet atmosphere, so he quietly reached out and gently took her delicate hand, soft as silk. Xiao Anzi. Su Qingqing blushed at the first instance of a young man taking the initiative to hold her hand, her porcelain-like lips curving upwards uncontrollably. Do you know why I prefer you to refer to yourself as my attendant? Huaian was momentarily stunned. Because. Su Qingqing suddenly lifted her head, leaning close to the young man's ear, and intentionally brushed her lips against his earlobe. I want Xiao Anzi to forever be my subject beneath my skirt. A jolt ran through Huaian, nearly causing him to spring up. This was a phrase he often heard after being with Wang Guifei. Do you understand my feelings? Seeing the young man's expression change, Su Qingqing's ears turned crimson as she lowered her head slightly, affirming what was written in that letter. After a moment of contemplation, she finally covered her flushed face and blurted out, I like Xiao Anzi. Hearing the girl's fervent confession, Huaian's heart fluttered. In his previous life as a heartthrob, he had always approached emotions with simplicity and bluntness. Yet, at this moment, he felt a rare tenderness. I have a question, Your Highness. Huaian spoke earnestly. Do you know that I am a eunuch? Yes, Su Qingqing nodded. Then why do you confess to me? Do you know what confessing means? Huaian inquired again. What does being a eunuch matter? Su Qingqing leaned in closer again, tucking a lock of hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate and fair face. What I like is Xiao Anzi as a person, not your status. As she spoke, the little princess glanced at the young man's lower body, her expression growing even more bashful. To his surprise, this girl seemed to understand quite a bit. Huaian quickly changed the subject, but eunuchs cannot marry or have children, let alone become a prince consort. I don't care for those formalities. Su Qingqing stuck out her tongue, her tone playful. I just want Xiao Anzi to accompany me for a lifetime to guard me. That is certainly not a problem. Huaian promptly affirmed. Really, no problem? Absolutely. Suddenly, Su Qingqing retreated to one side, lowering her head and speaking in a voice as faint as a mosquito's. May I have a kiss? Huaian couldn't help but recall the scene from that day. He glanced at the exquisite little princess beside him, noticing her cheeks were already flushed, a fullness that belied her age, rising and falling with her rapid breaths. Beneath the golden court gown, a pair of delicate, silky white legs, devoid of embroidered shoes, restlessly swayed together. After waiting for 2 seconds and seeing that the love-triggering system had not activated, Huaian steeled himself and said, Princess, you don't want me to kiss your feet again, do you? No. Su Qingqing kept her head down, still too timid to meet the young man's gaze. If Xiao Anzi disliked something, this princess would never force it. I simply wish for she gently poked her soft, rosy cheek with her little hand. Kiss here. No problem. While speaking, Huaian swiftly moved to the young girl's side and lightly pressed his lips against her cheek. This was too delightful. Waves of emotion surged within him. Is that enough, Your Highness? Not enough. Su Qingqing shook her head slightly, then closed her eyes, raising her blushing little face and puckering her lips. I want more here. Huh? Gazing at the young girl's rosy, delicate lips, Huaian felt his heart race and inadvertently activated the wheel secret technique. There was no helping it. He didn't wish for this, but she was simply too adorable. He longed to sweep her up and embrace her. Just then, a whoosh. You have triggered a God-level option. Choice 1. Kiss the princess upper. Reward. God-level massage technique, a low-tier, life-related skill that can be maxed out upon loading. Possessing miraculous effects of promoting circulation and strengthening the body, capable of eliminating most extraordinary toxins, and having a chance to induce euphoric illusions during the massage. Choice 2. Kiss the princess lower. Reward. Your secret techniques of the bedroom. Heavenly volume will be directly upgraded to maximum level. Truly, the birth system has its merits. Observing the text options that appeared in his mind, Huaian felt a multitude of thoughts racing through his head. However, at the same time, the second option caused him to spin in place. The treasure beneath him, capable of supporting a carriage, became increasingly unyielding. He certainly understood what the system's upper and lower meant. In fact, under the strong insistence of the favored Consort Wan, he had indeed reluctantly chosen the second option many times. But this girl before him represented pure love. Wasn't this the same as being born into it? Contemplating this, Huaian took a deep breath and made his choice. Your Highness, I am willing. He supported the young girl's waist and leaned toward her lips, which seemed to yearn for something. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing's cat-like, beautiful eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. She opened her small mouth, eager to respond. The next moment, a face as handsome as jade drew near, rendering her speechless, wet and intense. In a fervent exchange, Su Qingqing felt a pleasure she had never experienced in her life. Her mind completely drowned in the sensation, her small hands unconsciously wrapped around the young man's waist, and she tentatively reached out. At the moment of contact, her tightly shut beautiful eyes suddenly opened wide, her gaze sparkling with affection, as if jolted by electricity. How embarrassing. But kissing truly felt wonderful. At that moment, she felt as if she were floating, transported to a paradise of bliss, while simultaneously, another wave of strange pleasure surged through her body, causing another spasm. She shyly glanced down, only to see Xiao Anzi's hand resting below her neck, bold and audaciously. She slightly closed her eyes, letting out an involuntary soft moan. Xiao Anzi, why are you so skilled at this? Ding. Judgment completed for choice 1. You have received the reward. God-level massage technique. Maxed out. 500,000 surprises from the Empress. I am not skilled. Huaian was taken aback by Su Qingqing's exclamation and instinctively withdrew his hand. This hardly counted as being lewd. Who, when kissing, doesn't touch a little? Su Qingqing lowered her head. Then shall we do it again? This? Huaian shook his head. Perhaps we should let it be. Su Qingqing's expression fell slightly. Then she bit her lip and grasped the young man's hand, guiding it below her neck. Does Xiao Anzi like them very much? Huaian struggled to suppress the treasure and gritted his teeth. I suppose I do. Hey, how strange. Do eunuchs also find girls' bodies so intriguing? Su Qingqing tilted her head, seemingly perplexed. All right, Your Highness, let us not speak of this. Huaian quickly changed the subject. Let us spar a little, using your royal family's cold moon sword technique. Why would you want to fight with me for no reason? Su Qingqing shook her head. In the past, I would certainly have feared hurting you. But now recalling that night, when the demonic sex assassins infiltrated, she remembered this young man's thunderous speed. She smiled wryly. I can no longer compete with you. Xiao Anzi, I might not even touch the hem of your clothes. It's all right. Huaian insisted. I will suppress my cultivation to match your 8th tier opening of the meridians. Let us purely spar with sword techniques. Purely sparring with sword techniques? Are you serious? Su Qingqing's eyes widened. My cold moon sword technique, though not as profound as my 2 royal sisters, has barely grasped the 2nd level. Yet it is enough to overwhelm most sword arts in this world. Is that so? A smile appeared at the corners of Huaian's mouth as he summoned the Yuchong short sword from his spiritual sword box. The princess will know once we try. All right, Gulme. Su Qingqing also drew her emerald-hued princess sword from her waist, smiling lightly. Now that we are to compete in sword techniques. Don't blame me for taking advantage of you. Good. Whoosh. Under the moonlight, the sword lights intertwined. After a stick of incense. I'm done. Woo-woo-woo. Xiao Anzi, your sword technique is too peculiar. My Xianbing sword Qi cannot break through your sword's might at all. The little princess lay on the grass, drenched in sweat and looking defeated. Ha ha. Actually, there were several moments earlier when the princess had opportunities. Huaian returned his sword to its sheath, walking over with a smile, squatting down to wipe the sweat from the girl's brow. In my view, the princess's comprehension is by no means inferior to that of your three royal sisters. It's just that your heart is not set on martial arts. Really? The third royal sister is recognized by the elders as the royal family's top genius. And Su Qingqing pouted, looking dejected. I'm just a little fool. No. Huaian shook his head. During our previous exchange, I could sense that the princess has already realized that the cold moon sword techniques, Xianbing sword Qi, often requires restraint of its sharpness, gathering strength for a decisive strike. Rather than being overly aggressive, attempting to suppress the opponent with overwhelming sword Qi all at once. Though this is indeed a shortcut. Su Qingqing pondered and murmured, I have come to a realization. Yet, this is how the elders have taught us. And all royal offspring have adhered to this tradition for as long as anyone can remember. Has it always been this way? And does that make it right? If the opponent's strength is mediocre, it may not pose a problem. However, if they're a master of the sword, this approach will undoubtedly throw you into disarray and render you passive. Huaian inquired further, Princess, did you not feel a distinct pain in the lower left side of your chest? Ah, it appears so, Su Qingqing reflected. Just moments ago, I was clearly in an advantageous position, but once you countered, I became flustered. My internal energy surged to its peak as I aimed to subdue you, but instead, I felt a wave of suffocation in my chest, nearly gasping for breath. Indeed, Huaian noted, this is a significant flaw in the Lun Yue sword technique. As for how to rectify this defect, it is rather straightforward. In your subsequent training, Princess, remember the phrase song Xiao Yuzhua, Yong Hui or Ming. Yu Qing Yuzhua, always leave a margin in all matters, and you will surely discover new opportunities. You are only at the second level. There is still time. Su Qingqing pondered over these 12 words, nodding in enlightenment. It seems I understand, but a thought struck her. If our royal family's Lung Yue sword technique has flaws, why have the preceding generations of royal sages not sought to refine it? Moreover, my third royal sister is widely recognized as a swordsmanship prodigy in Daxia. Setting aside the martial world, even Lord Niezheng of the Divine Capture Division can only match her. What is Niezheng compared to a true master? Huaian scoffed, recalling the imposing figure of the golden-clad Divine Capture Officer. Your third royal sister simply has not encountered an opponent capable of pushing her to her limits. If she did, the flaws of the Lung Yue sword technique would inevitably be exposed. His words were not mere exaggerations. If he, in his current innate state, were to engage in a duel with Su Jianli using the techniques from the Sunflower Manual combined with the 9 nether form of the Ghost Hunter Blade, he could easily provoke her into revealing her ultimate move, leading to a counterattack. Hey, Xiao Anzi, Su Qingqing seemed to have an epiphany, rising on her toes and suddenly embracing the youth from behind. Ha ha, when did you become so formidable? Speak. Huaian was rendered speechless. He could hardly disclose that the second extraordinary ability of the martial emperor's divine eyes was the insight to perceive and deconstruct martial techniques. After narrating the story of the romance of the 3 kingdoms repeatedly into the little princess's ears, he lulled her to sleep and returned her to the princess's residence. As Huaian leisurely made his way back to the harem dormitory, he reflected on the pleasantness of the evening. At least in this unfamiliar yet bustling imperial city, someone remembered the anniversary of his birth. In that moment, he once again felt that in this foreign world, he was not alone. There were those who genuinely cherished him. As he toyed with the Tianxin grass ring, hand-stitched by the girl, a wave of warmth enveloped his heart. Fourth Prince, Huaian shall not disappoint you. Adorning the grass ring on his index finger, Huaian's gaze inadvertently fell upon a crescent-shaped jade pendant on the bedside. This piece of luminous jade was split in half the year he parted with his sister, Ling'er, each keeping one half close. He wondered how Ling'er was faring at the Shengwu Academy. Would she remember that today was her brother's birthday? Enough of that. Only 25 days remain. Just 25 days until we can reunite in the palace. That day coincides perfectly with the Mid-Autumn Festival. In the time leading up to their reunion, he resolved to utilize the Qi gathering scatter to see if he could break through to the Master Realm before his peers, Sister Xiao and noble Consort Qi. thus presenting his most formidable self to linger. With that thought, Huaian dismissed any lingering distractions and approached the wooden couch in the corner. Just as he was about to sit down and begin his meditation, he sensed something amiss. Why is it so soft? A sudden realization jolted him upright, and he focused intently. Indeed, he discovered a figure wrapped in the blanket. A woman with long, flowing black hair and translucent earlobes lay nestled within. As one leg emerged from the covers, Huaian instantly recognized her identity. "Your Highness, this is not a jest." He covered his chest and fully pulled the blanket aside, revealing a beautiful figure draped in a delicate white nightgown, reclining on his small bed. The term exquisite hardly sufficed. "Ah, Xiao Anzi, could you not pretend you do not know it as I, and instead leap upon me, indulging in a little playful teasing? How exhilarating!" Wan Guifei sat up slowly, her face adorned with a feigned pout. "Your Highness, this is no time for jest," Huaian replied with a wry smile. "What if a maid mistakenly entered the wrong chamber? My identity would be exposed." All right, my little darling." Wan Guifei crossed her legs, pulling the young man to her side with a swift motion. In an instant, they were pressed belly to belly. Perhaps due to the youth's extraordinary constitution, Wan Guifei intended to speak, but suddenly closed her eyes, emitting a series of delicate gasps. "Your Highness, have you come to find me for a reason tonight?" Huaian inquired. "Is it not permissible for me to seek you out?" Wan Guifei pouted. As their figures intertwined, a sudden sound pierced the air, like the crystalline chime of shattered jade. It echoed throughout the night sky of the imperial capital. Huaian drew back the curtains, gazing into the distance. To the north of the capital, above the Golden Dragon Palace, the night sky appeared scorched by flames, with a sea of red clouds rolling towards the south. Wait a moment, Huaian finally recognized. This is not merely a phenomenon of fiery clouds. Instead, it was a magnificent procession of high-level spirit beasts, known as the Seven-Colored Phoenix. My heavens! Such spirit beasts are found only in the Royal Sacred Beast Garden in the Northern Empire, and are typically reserved for grand celebrations. They serve a purpose akin to fireworks in my past life. Only the nobility and the wealthiest citizens of the capital can afford to summon them. What momentous event could have transpired tonight? As Huaian pondered in astonishment, Wan Guifei's gentle voice caressed his ears. "Tonight, the citizens in the capital will gaze upon the night sky in celebration of you. Happy birthday, my little Anzi. Your Highness, it was you all along." Huaian's heart trembled with emotion. She intended to surprise him. "Your Highness, I truly..." Huaian wished to express something, yet the words caught in his throat, unable to escape. "Since the day you inadvertently revealed your birthday last year, I have never forgotten," Wan Guifei said, pressing against her beloved, a tender smile gracing her lips. "Did you enjoy the surprise tonight from Sister Eunuch?" "Yes, indeed, I am moved. Are you eager for more?" "Absolutely." Huaian's eyes sparkled with fervor as he straightened up, extending his hands to the familiar spot belonging to the noble consort. "Your Highness, allow me to..." Before he could finish, a sudden, terrifying impact resonated at his dantian, plunging his mind into a white haze, as though he had been cast into the ethereal realms. On this evening, WNHNR removed the phoenix hairpin from her head, allowing her long, waterfall-like hair to cascade freely. Following this, she gently peeled off the gossamer-like stockings from her legs and delicately placed them upon her lover's forehead. After completing her preparations, she playfully tossed her hair and softly spoke. "Behave, Huaian. Tonight, the Empress of D11 will indulge you thoroughly." Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in CNGZHU, outside this NGVU Institute, upon a desolate hill, a charming girl dressed in a pale yellow floral dress, adorned with a purple hairpin, sat on the ground, murmuring softly. "Huaian, dear brother, in just 25 days, El Ingar will accompany several martial arts masters to the capital. I shall certainly find you. No matter whose hands you may be in, I will rescue you. To me, you are the best brother in the world. For you, I can achieve anything." As she spoke, the girl's eyes brimmed with tears, which cascaded down her exquisite nose. The following day, as dawn broke with a pale light, Huaian gazed at the sleeping beauty beside him, gently caressing the ends of her hair. "Your Highness, it's time to awaken. If you linger any longer, the eunuchs and maids of the palace will commence their duties." "No, I wish to sleep a little longer," WNGUF, I replied, eyes still closed. As she nestled closer to her lover's arm, "Xiao An, Be a dear and allow me to sleep a while longer. Your Highness, you can continue to sleep in Huaian Palace. It's not far from here, Huaian urged. Not at all, I said, rubbing her sleepy eyes and drawing his hand to her chest, holding him tightly. I find your embrace far more comforting than the most luxurious bed in Huaian Palace. Upon hearing this, Huaian felt a wave of inexplicable emotion. This noble lady, even without marrying the emperor, held a status above the common folk. Yet, she disregarded the opulence of the palace built for her by Emperor Shi, preferring his humble wooden bed. She truly cares for me. Overcome with emotion, Huaian could not help but lean in and plant a gentle kiss on the cheek of the Gufi. With a soft giggle, Gufi, still with her eyes closed, smiled brightly. Xiao, are you feeling a bit naughty this early in the morning? Your Highness, Huaian spoke softly. May I ask you a question? Only if you embrace me while you do. Gufi replied, spreading her arms with a more innocent smile. At that moment, her heavy makeup was washed away, revealing a natural beauty akin to that of a youthful maiden. Without a hint of hesitation, Huaian leaned down, nestling in a Gufi's soft embrace. She seized the opportunity to hold him tightly. Oh, what a big Xiao we have. Very well, ask away, she said. Huaian spoke softly. Your Highness, forgive my frankness, but we cannot continue in this manner. What do you mean by that? She asked, intrigued. Your Highness, the Emperor's Gying will inevitably reach perfection. At that time, he will undoubtedly Huaian's brow furrowed as he spoke each word carefully, and I shall not allow him to touch a single hair on your head. What about Huguren? I noticed she seemed to get along well with you during our previous excursion to the hot springs. Let's focus on your matters for now. Huaian quickly interjected, setting aside the emperor for a moment. We have already crossed boundaries twice. Just last night, I directly indulged you, which cannot end well. As a man, he felt a sense of duty to bear responsibility. However, the pressing concern remained, with his current strength. Could he safely escort Gufi out of the imperial city? The sound of Gufi's infectious laughter echoed in his ears. Oh, how delightful. Our Xiao has grown into a fine young man, and he is now concerned about our future. This brings me great joy. Finally opening her eyes, her gaze sparkled with vitality, devoid of any signs of fatigue. Rest assured, my dear, what I foresee for our future is far more expansive than you can imagine. Seeing his worried expression, she gently patted his face. The issues you just mentioned have long been addressed by me through various techniques I have practiced since childhood. I can surely resolve them all. Is that truly possible? Huaian was taken aback. Well, even if you doubt it, it matters not. I said, stretching languidly. In any case, barring unforeseen events, it will take the Emperor at least 5 years to master the Jiju and Ngshng. By that time, as her words trailed off, her enchanting eyes suddenly took on a sharpness. It is time for D11 to undergo a transformation. What do you mean by that? What does transformation entail? Huaian felt a weight settle in his heart, having rarely seen Gufi display such a serious expression. Enough questions, little one. Knowing too much may not bode well for you, she said with a yawn. I had hoped to enjoy a peaceful nap with you, but now I feel wide awake. Come, assist me in changing. Of course, Your Highness. Huaian, disinclined to engage in controversy, quickly set about helping her change. Wait, what is it, Your Highness? Before I return to the palace, I wish to what does Your Highness desire? I wish to eat something. What would you like, Your Highness? Should I send someone to the imperial kitchen for some pastries? No. Gufi's alluring lips curled into a slight smile. I have heard that breakfast this morning is especially rich in flavor. Huaian noted the common fare available, including fried dough sticks and sausages. After escorting Gufi back to Huaian Palace, the hour had long passed. The warm morning sun illuminated the bustling palace pathways as a new day began within the imperial court. Having expended considerable energy the previous night, Huaian felt a pang of hunger. He planned to leverage his position as the head eunuch to procure some sustenance from the kitchen and replenish his strength before continuing his training, striving for the realm of mastery. Just as he stepped into the kitchen, he was greeted with exuberance. Head eunuch, why, auspicious greetings. Why, you look positively radiant today. Is it still head eunuch? Why? The emperor has entrusted the TNX Ing order to the XCH Ing now. Perhaps I should be addressed as deputy supervisor. Indeed, I acknowledge the deputy supervisor. A throng of eunuchs surrounded him, showering him with flattery and praise. Huaian found it quite perplexing. How could news of the emperor's grant of the TNX Ing order spread so rapidly after just one evening? At that moment, from a corner of the dining hall, a familiar voice rang out. Head Eunuch Wai, would you care to share some drinks and engage in light banter? I am known for my honesty. Huaian looked up to see a plump middle-aged eunuch in a crane robe, grinning widely and displaying 2 gold teeth. This was the same person who had previously informed him of the haunting at the Mju Palace. Ding, you have triggered a divine choice. Choice 1. Joyfully accept the invitation and drink with Chi Huaiel, seeking to uncover secrets. Reward, the Zue Quan Wan, a low-grade martial arts manual from the heavenly tier. An extraordinary skill passed down by the ancient and mysterious master Zue Xia, embodying the essence of being intoxicated without actually being so. When one practices it, they must accompany their training with fine wine. Upon reaching the pinnacle, one could derive a celestial killing technique capable of devastating the heavens and the earth. Shui Meng Luo Han Quan. Option 2. Decline the invitation and drink alone. Reward. Alcohol tolerance 999. Wine tasting realm 10. Alas, aside from the ladies, this Lord Xiao is perhaps the most likely person to trigger events in the palace. Is he a system human pillar? Let's not dwell on these 2 rewards for now. This Lord Xiao is a close friend of Lord Lu, considered a loyal elder. His invitation must bear some ulterior motive. As a veteran of 2 dynasties, he is a genuine insider of the imperial court, possessing extensive knowledge. Cultivating relationships with him can only be beneficial. With these thoughts, Huaian immediately approached, smiling, Lord Xiao, as a senior. It is only fitting that you invite me for a drink. Ding. Selection 1 confirmed. You have received the Zue Quan Wan. Oh dear, Lord you flatter me. You are now a 3rd-rank Grand Manager, and I'm hardly worthy of your company. Lord Xiao Huaili greatly appreciated this humble and courteous subordinate and promptly poured him a fine wine. Ah, thank you, my lord. Huaian rose, accepting the wine cup with both hands. A sip revealed a sweet flavor that enveloped his palate, leaving a lingering aftertaste. What fine wine! I did not expect our Neishi Jian to possess such exquisite liquor, rivaling the Jinghua, Xian Yang from the Palace of Lady Wan. May I inquire the name of this wine? Palace Jade Liquid Wine, 180 per cup. Ah, ahem, it is nothing, just some distant memories that struck me. Huaian adjusted his forehead and sincerely asked, is there something you wish to advise this junior today, my lord? Although according to the hierarchy, Lord Xiao Huaili was technically his subordinate, navigating the perilous imperial city necessitated a demeanor of respect and propriety. Ah, do not be so humble, lord you. You are not only favored by the noble consort, but also highly regarded by his majesty. If the chief steward Wang hears of this, he may have something to say about our family. Seeing Huaian drink in one gulp, Lord Xiao Huaili hastily refilled his cup. He then leisurely opened the conversation. Lord you have now moved from Mingwe Palace to the Grand Manager's quarters in the harem. I have some questions to ask directly. Lord Xiao Huaili lowered his voice. During your stay in Mingwe Palace, did you notice anything unusual? And what of that female ghost? There is no female ghost. Huaian interrupted, jokingly adding, I possess a Rui golden cudgel, capable of bending and stretching, impervious, and specifically designed to deal with female ghosts. Haha, Lord Yu certainly has a way with words. Lord Xiao Huaili chuckled awkwardly, glancing around to ensure privacy, then whispered, Lord Yu, I must reiterate. You were the most favored disciple of Lord Lu during his lifetime. I truly do not wish to see you come to harm. At this point, he lowered his voice even further. Do you know? His Majesty granting you the Tianqing Ling appears to be a reward, but in truth, it is igniting the conflict between the East and West factories. He wishes to see how much strength remains in the waning West factory. If you cannot handle it, you may be the first to face Lord Lu's reckoning. Alas, I am aware of this matter even without your mention, my lord. Huaian maintained a composed expression, pouring wine for his companion. I will simply hide in the harem. And can Lord Lu truly bypass Lady Wan to trouble me? That may not be the case. Lord Xiao Huaili paused, his expression growing more mysterious. Do you know Lord Yu? I have a few acquaintances in the East Factory, and they mentioned that last night, an undercover agent disappeared near your quarters. Such a thing occurred? Yu Huaiyan feigned surprise. Indeed, that agent was the top of the East Factory's 4 demons, under the command of Yu Luo Sha Fan Ning. Is that so? But what does it have to do with me? I have not hidden that agent. Yu Huaiyan expressed his confusion. I certainly know it is unrelated to you, Lord Yu. However, Fan Ning is formidable, vengeful, even more so than Heihu Sha Shuigang. In short, you must be exceedingly cautious while traversing the palace these days. Understood. Thank you for the warning, my lord. As the two indulged in their drinks, a kitchen eunuch approached, placing 2 porcelain plates, one large and one small, on the table. Yu Huaiyan looked at the large plate before him, which was neatly arranged with various exquisitely crafted and appetizing sugar-filled pastries. In contrast, Lord Xiao Huaili's small plate contained only a few seemingly unremarkable pastries. What is this? Yu Huaiyan inquired of the kitchen eunuch. In response to Lord Yu, it is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and His Majesty has specially ordered the kitchen to prepare mooncakes for all the eunuchs of the 12 supervisors. Everyone has a share. By the way, Lord Yu, yours has been custom-ordered by the noble consort herself. Indeed, one cannot deny that the current emperor truly cares for his subordinates. Were it the previous dynasty, we would not have had the fortune to enjoy such imperial pastries, Lord Xiao Huaili remarked, eyeing the splendid assortment of mooncakes before the young man. We have milk, butter, and jujube fillings, fragrant nut fillings, pepper salt sesame fillings, fragrant oil, and clear sand fillings, and lard and pine nut fillings. He recited each type. Upon reaching the end, he swallowed hard, his gaze ablaze with desire. Here, my lord, let us swap. Yu Huaiyan waved his hand, exchanging his large plate for the smaller one. Lord Yu, you truly. Lord Xiao Huaili was overwhelmed with emotion, desperately attempting to decline. This is too much. Too much. What is there to decline? I cannot abide these extravagant mooncakes. They are too rich for my taste. As he spoke, Yu Huaiyan picked up the ordinary 5-nut mooncake from Lord Xiao Huaili's plate. Breaking it apart and taking a bite, the 5-nut is the true delicacy. Lord Yu, you truly. Lord Xiao Huaili was on the verge of tears. He knew very well that not being accustomed was merely a polite excuse from this young lord. After a moment, he composed himself and said through gritted teeth, Lord Yu, I, Xiao Huaili, may not have much to offer, but I have some connections within the inner and outer imperial city. The heads of the East and West factories would grant me some respect. If you do not mind, I wish to forge a bond of friendship across generations. Excellent. From the first moment I met you, my lord, I felt a sense of familiarity. I longed to forge a brotherly bond with you. Yu Huaiyan echoed the sentiment. However, he deeply understood that Lord Xiao Huaili had misinterpreted his intentions. The reason he exchanged their mooncake boxes was solely because the 5-nut was the only true mooncake worthy of reverence. The ensuing 7 days undoubtedly marked the most relaxed and pleasant week since Yu Huaiyan entered the palace. During the day, after arranging a group of young eunuchs to serve in the various ladies' courts, he would sneak back to his quarters and practice in solitude. Even his meals were delivered to his door by the young eunuchs. Of course, to prevent any disturbances from the East Factory, he often employed the Tai golden needle for inspection before dining. Throughout this week, aside from the 4th princess, Su Qingqing visiting him a few times, he was seldom interrupted, allowing him to focus on his quiet cultivation. Oh, indeed, it is occasionally inevitable to be summoned by Wang Guifei to the palace to submit assignments. In any case, during this week, with the assistance of Juki-san, he could distinctly feel himself approaching the final barrier to break through the 4th rank of Zongshi, drawing ever nearer. He had already become a veritable half-step Zongshi. He even had an 80% confidence of stepping into the Zongshi realm before the Mid-Autumn Festival. For him, this advancement was truly delightful. Setting aside the hidden talents in the martial arts world, within the court, the Wuji register included 33 individuals under 30 years of age. Among them Lu Xiao and Qi Guiran. Almost all of them were tirelessly striving each day, aspiring to become the second youngest Zongshi in the court, standing alongside the great Xia's foremost prodigy Niezhong, and climbing to the forefront of the most credible Jianghu, Tianjiaobang. However, the harsh reality was that most, like Qi Guiran, had entered the innate stage early and would likely linger in the innate realm for decades to come. Even Lu Xiao, currently ranked 5th on the prodigy list and acknowledged as a half-step Zongshi, was making progress far slower than his own. He truly was just a step away from the threshold, On the seventh day, during the evening, after finishing the 3 volumes of internal cultivation methods of the Huaian Baodian, Huaian once again familiarized himself with the 2 highly practical techniques, Hu Xiao Jinzongzao and Gui Lai Daofa. He then reclined on the cold jade bed, quietly gazing at the evening glow outside the window. Speaking of which, according to the information brought by Qiu Huaili, although the inner palace had been tranquil these days, significant events had transpired within the court. Firstly, the second princess, Su Qifeng, along with her mentor, the great commander of the 5 armies, Lu Wuzhan, had decisively defeated the barbarian coalition in the south, capturing 13 cities, and it was said they had even reached the barbarian stronghold of Jushanzhai, where they built an altar by the Crescent Lake in front of Jushanzhai to offer sacrifices to heaven, celebrating their success. She was undoubtedly the female champion of another world. Upon the arrival of this good news in the imperial capital, Su Qifeng's title as the guardian goddess of the nation, praised by the common people, had already resounded throughout the court. Meanwhile, the first prince, Su Lai, tasked with managing the recruitment affairs of the martial academy, was impeached by several ministers for allegedly abusing his power for personal gain. Alas, if this continues, Su Lai is in grave danger. It seems that the great Xia may indeed see the rise of a female emperor. However, none of this concerned me, including Su Qifeng. Although it is best to meet some remarkable peers when young, what if I, am the most extraordinary of them all? With such thoughts, Huaian felt increasingly confident about the future. He opened his storage space, took out the imperial liquor gifted by Qiu Huaili, prepared to have a cup, and then indulge in a drunken boxing session in the backyard before sleeping. Just then, faint knocking sounds echoed from outside. The sounds were indeed very soft, indicating that the person outside was quite timid. Who could it be? Startled, Huaian descended from the second-floor loft and opened the door. To his astonishment, the person outside was someone he could not have anticipated at all. It was indeed her, Qi Guiran Shenyuqi. Today, Shenyuqi had shed her classical embroidered palace attire, donning a short pink sheer dress similar to that of Wan Guifei, exuding a blend of youthful charm and mature allure, undeniably both innocent and enticing. Most strikingly, this young lady had chosen to wear white thigh-high stockings adorned with lace trim, identical in style to Wan Guifei's flesh-toned stockings. Was she paying homage to Wan Guifei? In a state of shock, Huaian found himself at a loss for words. After a 7-day separation, seeing this stunning yet loathsome face again, Shenyuqi's cheeks unexpectedly flushed. After calming her mind, she resumed her previous haughty demeanor, placing her hands on her hips and declaring, "Well, this palace just happened to visit Shu Guifei, passing by here to see what mischief this little wretch is up to. Are you spying on other ladies like you did the last time at Minghua Palace? To disappoint you, my lady, these past 7 days have been rather dull for me. I have scarcely left the house," Huaian replied nonchalantly, spreading his hands. "Nonsense." Upon hearing this, a deep resentment appeared on Qi Guiran's delicate face. "Clearly, at the 3rd watch yesterday, I saw you sneak into Wan Yangyang's palace. And the day before, you stayed there the entire night until the 3rd watch. Ah, my lady remembers quite well." Huaian clapped his hands in admiration. "It seems you are genuinely concerned about my affairs." Hearing this, the saintly lady's cheeks reddened further, and she puffed her cheeks. "Stop flattering yourself. Who would care about you? This lowly servant." After saying this, she glanced inside the room, directly towards the spot where the corpse of the dark guard lay. "Have you ensured that all traces of that body have been thoroughly cleaned up?" "Of course. Such trivial matters need not trouble my lady," Huaian yawned. "Do not adopt that all-controlling demeanor. It truly sickens me." Qi Guiran's almond eyes widened. "Do you not realize that after the Dark Guard went missing, the Eastern Bureau summoned all the guards in the capital and held 3 meetings, likely to investigate this matter? This is something I am well aware of," Huaian stated confidently. "As you know, my skills in observing Qi are unparalleled. Though I have been diligently cultivating these past few days, I have always been vigilant of my surroundings. I am quite clear about how many times the Eastern Bureau has sent individuals to search in recent days. Even when I was summoned to Wan Yangyang's palace, those Eastern Bureau guards audaciously entered my quarters. I am aware of all that." Qi Guiran's small face tightened, revealing a hint of anxiety. "Are you not afraid that while you're sound asleep, those Eastern Bureau guards will come in and harm you? In that case, even if something were to happen to you, Lu Jin could easily send a couple of young eunuchs to take the fall. This is his usual tactic. Honestly, I'm not too worried about that," Yu Huaiyan responded. The most formidable among the Eastern Bureau guards investigating these days is merely one of the 4 heads, Yaluosha Fanning. I should be able to deal with him in less than 10 moves. What? Gairen's face turned pale. That Fanning is at least an innate realm expert registered in the Wuji. Even if I were to spar with him, it would take me hundreds of exchanges to have a chance of victory. How can you be so confident? Unless she seemed to realize something, disregarding everything else. As she reached out her small hand to grasp the pulse in the young man's palm, Yu Huaiyan did not evade, allowing her to explore. Moments later, a profound shock appeared on the fair, proud face of the saintly lady. My heavens, in just 7 short days, your cultivation has advanced significantly. You are a mere thread away from the 4th rank. You are simply a monster. Shen Yuqi's pupils widened in fear as she took 2 steps back, remembering their encounter at Mingyue Palace. Although the young man had an elusive martial style, she had been able to suppress him with her cultivation. If they were to spar again now, with one misstep, this saintess of Huaian Island might end up like the Dark Guard from that night, pierced by innate chi and silenced. Ah, that's just normal, Yu Huaiyan replied casually, chuckling. If I were not exceptional enough, how could I make my lady willingly kneel before me? You despicable wretch. With a flood of lewd thoughts rushing to her mind, Shun Yuqi's cheeks flushed crimson. Her heart brimming with indignation, she summoned her true energy, executing the graceful steps of Fei Xiandao, and struck a powerful punch towards the young man's face. Alas, how many times must I repeat myself? Yu Huaiyan, however, did not flinch or evade. With his hands clasped behind him, he declared, Since that night at Mingyue Palace, Your Highness, you have forever lost the opportunity to strike your own husband. Before his words had fully dissipated, he suddenly extended an arm, deftly grasping the young lady's wrist and halting her fist mid-air. Following that, with a mere thought and without employing any technique, he unleashed the formidable energy of the sunflower's supreme yang, forcefully bringing the girl down to the ground. With a thud, her knees buckled uncontrollably. Wretched servant, I despise you. Shen Yuqi cried out in despair, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. As the most proud and accomplished disciple among her peers at Fei Xiandao, she had been invincible since entering the martial world. When had she ever endured such humiliation? Just as her knees were about to hit the ground, the overwhelming force above her suddenly dissipated. In the next moment, a pair of gentle hands with one arm arched encircled her slender waist, lifting her as if she were a delicate chick, but rather cradling her in his embrace. You shameless, lewd servant, release this palace at once. Her tears were instantly retracted, yet her cheeks flushed with greater embarrassment as she slapped the young man's shoulder, her delicate legs flailing in a futile struggle, ultimately causing her embroidered shoes to slip off, revealing her exquisite and dainty feet. Your Highness, it is quite crowded here. Let us speak inside. Yu Huaiyan, however, was disinclined to engage in further discourse. For safety's sake, he carried her into the room, securely shutting the doors and windows. After ensuring that no one was eavesdropping, he returned to the bedside, gazing at the now shoeless Kagairan, who was hugging her knees. Yu Huaiyan, I loathe you, Kagairan said coldly, her small hand tracing circles on the bed as if casting a curse. I am well aware, Yu Huaiyan shrugged. You have voiced this sentiment countless times. It bears no weight on me. Why? Kagairan choked. When others insult you, even if you do not become angry, you should reflect upon it, should you not? Because I know deeply that, in your heart, your Highness cares for me. Yu Huaiyan's handsome eyes gazed tenderly into hers, extending a hand to wipe away her tears. You speak nonsense. As she watched the young man's hand touch her delicate face, Shen Yuqi realized she felt no resistance within her heart. At this moment, I am merely curious, Yu Huaiyan sighed with a wry smile, leaning closer to her ear. Are you playing hard to get with me? Noticing her silence, he continued. Just before entering, you were peering into the room and spoke of matters concerning the Eastern Depot. Although your words were somewhat harsh, each one was imbued with genuine concern for our family. Were it not so, why would you bother inquiring about the Eastern Depot while enjoying a life of luxury in the palace? Upon hearing this, Shen Yuqi covered her face, left speechless. Furthermore, you have been lamenting about how I have visited Wan Yang many times. This is clearly a sign of jealousy, Yu Huaiyan added. I have not, Shen Yuqi quickly retorted. You may deny it, Yu Huaiyan lifted her chin, yet your body speaks the truth. Love born from physical interaction is not shameful. Our family's appearance and abilities though not deserving of the title of outstanding, are far from mediocre. This, I am aware, and so do you. Thus, face your feelings honestly. Kagairan, your purpose here is to capture my attention, to fill the void in your heart from these past 7 days. You, at your core, are simply a little. Before the final words could escape, the saintly lady before him had already covered her ears, tears streaming down her face. The usually proud and sharp-tongued, saintly lady now resembled a wronged victim, even suppressing her cries to a mere whisper. Meanwhile, based on his previous experiences, Huaian could easily discern that the youngest consort of the emperor was on the verge of succumbing. Ding! You have triggered a divine choice. Choice 1. Kiss Kagairan, upper, reward. Longevity cultivation technique, secret arts of the room. Heavenly man scroll, level up by 1. Choice 2. Kiss Kagairan, lower, reward. Emoing stone, X99. A low-grade heavenly treasure from the Southern Martial Arts sect, capable of recording real images. Hooray! Finally, high-tech has arrived. Emoing stone. ISNT, this just a camera from another world? Completely ignoring the first option, Huaian grinned at the functionality of the Emoing stone. Indeed, he was well aware of what the upper and lower meant in the context of the dog system. However, this time was entirely different from his encounter with Su Qing. His relationship with the little princess was pure love born from friendship. As for Kagairan, in an instant, Huaian made his decision. In the courtyard of the harem's chief steward, on the second-floor loft, an hour later, the sky gradually darkened. From a window, one could see in the distance the resplendent 7-pointed palace lanterns hanging outside Shu Guifei's residence. Wang Chun-gong. Your Highness, it is now the time for the eunuchs and guards to change shifts. You may leave. Huaian fiddled with the Emoing stone, which had just recorded the images, while glancing at the young lady beside him, whose gaze was vacant, staring at the ceiling. As the second mistress of this humble bed, she was evidently more enamored with this object than her predecessor, Wan Yang, so much so that he called her name several times without a response. Your Highness? Huaian waved his hand before her eyes. Huh? The unfocused pupils stirred slightly, and only then did Kagairan snap back to reality, kicking the young man reflexively. Wretched servant. Enough, Your Highness. Huaian sat cross-legged, his eyes clear and serene, resembling a sage. If you do not wish to leave just yet, let us share some heartfelt words, 1 sentence each. After speaking, he felt a pang of longing and patted his chest, but could no longer produce the cigarettes from his past life. Alas, how melancholic. Humph, who would share heartfelt words with you, you despicable and shameless wretch? Shen Yuqi glared fiercely at the young man. Despicable? Were you not just enjoying yourself earlier? Huaian chuckled lightly. Say that again. I shall slay you. Seeing the embroidered spring knife hanging at the head of the bed, Kagairan's anger surged, grasping the hilt and preparing to strike. Huaian suddenly exclaimed, Good. Let us start with this sentence. Kagairan, will you truly kill me now? Upon hearing this, Shen Yuqi's beautiful eyes gradually lost their focus, and her grip on the knife loosened. After a long silence, she remained speechless. All right, I understand the answer now. Huaian continued. Does your Highness have any questions for me? Aye. Shen Yuqi hesitated for a moment, her gaze shifting to the embroidered spring knife. Hey you, a eunuch from the Western Depot, what qualifications do you have to wield an embroidered spring knife of this beastly design? It was a gift from friend. Huaian answered honestly. A male or female? That is the second question. You. Fine. Then continue asking. I shall accompany you to the end today. Kagairan, too, was provoked, her voice rising in indignation. Contemplated for a moment, poised to inquire how the other party intended to handle the imperial jade seal. Just then, he sensed a suspicious aura approaching from outside the room, although the intruder did not reveal a hint of true energy. The overwhelming chill emanating from him wafted into the loft, coming into view of his Wu Di divine gaze. Just as he was pondering how to respond, a series of knocks echoed from downstairs. Who could it be? Shen Yuqi's small face was filled with vigilance. How should I know? Huaian rose and shot a glance at her. You don't know, yet you dare to open the door? You foolish pig. Do you value your life so little? Shen Yuqi gritted her teeth. Your Highness, wait here. Once you hear me leave, find an opportunity to escape. The visitor outside. I believe we have a good idea of who it is. As Huaian spoke, he closed the door to the second floor and hurried downstairs. Upon opening the door, he was indeed greeted by the sight he had anticipated. Wow, Sister Xiao, is that really you? Yu Huaiyan beamed at the familiar figure of his long-missed goddess of justice. Her exquisite features remained unchanged. The high ponytail and commanding aura were still present. The remarkable black bodysuit of the investigator was unchanged. Seeing the young man again, Lu Xiao, who had long been navigating the public sphere and interacting with various individuals, appeared somewhat restrained, lowering her head as she asked, "You, how have you been lately?" Yu Huaiyan chuckled. "Huh, a life in the palace isn't too bad. How about you?" Sister Xiao, as a divine investigator, your duties span the seas. How do you find time to visit this inner palace? Indeed, I do have matters to discuss with you. Lu Xiao's expression grew slightly serious as she glanced inside. Is it convenient to speak in there? Not convenient. Yu Huaiyan blurted out. Ahem, Sister Xiao. What I meant was Yu Huaiyan quickly thought. My dormitory area is quite tranquil at night. Since we haven't seen each other in a long time, let us stroll through the inner palace while we chat. That sounds agreeable. As they conversed, they had not ventured far when Yu Huaiyan could no longer contain his astonishment. What? Tonight, Jiang Gong is convening an election meeting for the promotion of the deputy supervisor and has invited martial artists from all corners of the capital to witness? Is this true? Such ostentation is entirely unlike Jiang Gong's style in recent years. Yu Huaiyan's expression was one of disbelief. It is indeed the case. Lu Xiao's brows furrowed slightly as she spoke gravely. I suspect that Jiang Gong's meeting is related to His Majesty recently granting you the Tianxing Ling. It's likely that someone from the West Factory will come to summon you to attend. Even the divine investigator knows of this matter. Yu Huaiyan remarked, but knowing this, I can do nothing. If Jiang Gong truly sends someone to find me, the West Factory is, after all, my old workplace. I can hardly refuse to go, can I? I hope you understand. Lu Xiao's beautiful eyes were sharp as she warned. If you truly attend this deputy supervisor meeting, you will undoubtedly be targeted. You must be aware that the 8 tigers of the West Factory are all formidable and seasoned eunuchs. Years ago, when the West Factory was at its peak, they were indeed the roaring tigers of the capital. Though you are a confidant of Lu Chuanfu, the leader of the 8 tigers, your foundation is too shallow, and they will never accept a mere youth like you ascending to the deputy supervisor's throne to command them. While His Majesty favors you, according to court tradition, positions below the supervisor of the West Factory are typically decided internally, so your attendant Sister Xiao, you misunderstand. Yu Huaiyan interjected. I have no desire to become a deputy supervisor or to be adversarial with my peers. My sole reason for attending is to show respect to Jiang Gong and the late Lu Gong. After all, both of them, as members of the West Factory, can be considered my half-teachers. If I do not go, wouldn't I tarnish my reputation within the palace? Furthermore, I know the other 7 tigers well. Although they are domineering, they would never harm their own. At most, it would be mere verbal sparring. So, are you determined to go, Yu? Lu Xiao asked, her eyes grave. Yes. Yu Huaiyan nodded. Then he realized, surprisingly, that he had not triggered the system's choice. Very well. If you're insistent on going, Lu Xiao lowered her beautiful eyes, biting her lip as if grappling with a difficult decision. After a moment, she gritted her teeth. Very well. I will accompany you on this journey. As expected, Lu Xiao's prediction was accurate. Moments later, the West Factory dispatched 2 junior officers, using exceedingly polite language to invite the bearer of the Tianxing Ling, Manager Yu, back to the West Factory for a meeting. Ultimately, the 2 took a carriage together to the West Investigation Factory, located in Tongluo Alley of the southern city. For safety's sake, Lu Xiao even brought along several 6th-grade deputy officers in silver attire. Inside the carriage, the 2 sat on opposite sides, exchanging glances and engaging in light conversation about recent events. However, the unspoken emotions spread rapidly within the confined space. Soon, the scene of the 2 nestled together, sharing tender moments, uncontrollably flashed in their minds. Both lowered their heads simultaneously, bringing the awkward conversation to an end. The atmosphere grew somewhat uncomfortable. After a moment, Yu Huaiyan looked at the cold beauty before him, whose face was slightly flushed and could not help but break the silence. Sister Xiao, may I ask you a question? Machem, Lu Xiao gently responded, and to hasten the fading of her crimson complexion, she even took out a treasured item and began to polish it earnestly. After that night, when we collaborated on the case, Yu Huaiyan could not contain himself. Your fiancé? Lord Nyehi, before he could finish, Lu Xiao softly interjected. He is no longer my fiancé. What? Huaian was taken aback. Yes. Lu Xiao lowered her head. After returning that night, my senior brother and I had a disagreement regarding whether to pursue the case of the secret passage in the East Factory, which led to an argument. Coupled with your input at this point, the goddess of justice's cheeks flushed once more, and she halted her speech. What about me? Huaian suddenly realized. Wow, your senior brother wouldn't be so narrow-minded as to hold me responsible. I am merely a eunuch. Of course, it is not U.S. fault. Lu Xiao nodded, her eyes curving into a smile. In any case, my senior brother was very angry that night, and I obliged him by going to see our master to dissolve the engagement. Although, well, he might resent me for a lifetime. Perhaps you are correct. Before joining the Divine Investigator Bureau, I had always looked up to my senior brother and master, both revered and feared. Many things they said I would never question. However, after experiencing the East Factory case, I have deeply understood your wisdom. I, Lu Xiao, am the one who should decide what kind of person I am and what I aspire to be. Including the matter of my engagement, I was initially unaware of it. Wonderful. Good riddance. Huaian clapped in delight. MHM? Seemingly taken aback by the boy's excitement, Lu Xiao stared blankly for a moment. Ahem. What I meant was, Huaian said with grave sincerity. As a friend, I am truly happy for Sister Xiao's newfound realization. Thank you. Lu Xiao gazed intently at the boy's sincere and handsome face, and in that instant, her thoughts uncontrollably shifted to another place. Oh my! During the grand clock moment, I was utterly captivated by his visage, as if driven to madness. He is merely a gong, just an innocent younger brother, naive to the ways of the world. Realizing she was on the verge of losing composure, Lu Xiao hastily turned her gaze towards the window. Meanwhile, Huaian found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, you triggered a divine choice. Choice 1. Kiss Lu Xiao. Reward, Blood Bodhi X2. Choice 2. Do nothing. Reward, Dahuan Dan. A formula for a yellow-tier mid-grade medicinal pill that nourishes chi and blood, enhancing physical strength, X1. What on earth? A classic. Another pair of blood bodhi. Observing such a useful elixir reappearing, Huaian steeled his resolve and made a choice, despite the daunting difficulty. Lu Xiao was striving to calm her emotions when a soft voice floated to her ears. Xiao Jia. Huh. She abruptly turned her head and was met with the youthful, handsome face mere inches away. In the next moment, their lips made contact. Pop. Ding. Judgment completed for choice 1. You have received Blood Bodhi X2. You. Lu Xiao's beautiful eyes widened as she intended to scold him, only to see him retreat a step, panic evident on his face. Wow. Xiao Jia, are you serious? You didn't mean to? Lu Xiao asked, half in disbelief. Of course, I just thought you'd turn around to cry and wanted to help wipe your tears. Huaian replied earnestly. I must have overthought it. My apologies, Yu Xiong. Lu Xiao nodded awkwardly, a trace of barely perceptible disappointment flickering in her eyes. Indeed. Yu Xiong is a pure-hearted person. How could he have any intention toward a woman? My heavens. She can't actually believe that. Huaian was taken aback. He never expected this esteemed female detective of the capital, renowned for her sharp investigative skills, to be so oblivious in matters of the heart. At this moment, Huaian had to admit he was once again captivated by this cold beauty, and he deeply desired to make this seemingly aloof yet adorably naive beauty the third mistress of his little abode. In Tongluo Alley, the West Inspection Bureau's election for the deputy chief was in full swing. Following the wishes of Bureau Chief Jiang Wenyan, this election was held not in the internal hall, but in the martial arts square directly opposite the West Bureau. Furthermore, invitations were widely sent out, beckoning various martial heroes and noble clans in the capital to witness the event. Before the election commenced, the square was already teeming with people. Among the crowd, one could even faintly see the figures of the Jin Yiwei and the Dongchang officials. Under the gaze of thousands, the venerable Bureau Chief Jiang Wenyan, towering at nearly 9 feet, strode steadily towards the chief's throne. Before him sat 7 men clad in dragon robes, adorned with goose feather hats, exuding an imposing presence. Their faces dark and brooding. They were none other than the 7 powerful eunuchs of the West Bureau, the 7 tigers. Below them were their respective subordinates, managing various roles, from overseers to the lowest ranks of servants. As personnel gathered, The crowd in the square began to murmur. The bureau chief and the 7 tigers have arrived. The election should start soon. Yes. Why hasn't it begun yet? Alas, these West Bureau officials are rather slow. The time spent waiting is enough for a grand feast. No wonder they can't compare to the East Bureau. The 7 tigers, each harboring their own intentions, quickly seized upon the murmurs of the crowd, urging, Chief, everyone is here. Shall we commence the election? Indeed, today's assembly includes not only our insiders, but also many martial heroes watching. Right? I just saw people from the East Bureau. We cannot allow them to mock us. The 7 tigers chimed in, turning their gazes toward the high seat of the West Bureau chief. The once glorious old master, who had led the West Bureau to unparalleled heights, now reclined on his throne, his eyes half closed, breathing heavily, exuding an aura of lethargy, as if he were asleep. Chief, are you there? The diminutive tiger, Huaian, was the first to approach, ready to rouse him. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from the old bureau chief's nostrils, resonating like a dragon's roar, causing the surrounding air to crackle. The force emanated from Huaian, pushing back the first row of the formidable 7 tigers several steps. The foremost Huaian was even sent airborne, landing squarely back onto his throne. Who's the chief here? Me? Or you? I may be old, but I'm not dead. Huaian's eyes gleamed with intensity, his voice low yet imbued with an unmatched pressure. In an instant, the crowd was stunned. They had not anticipated that the ailing bureau chief, rumored to be nearing his end, still possessed such overwhelming authority. With a single force, he pushed back the 7 tigers. This was the might of a master from a bygone era. Please calm down, Chief. We were presumptuous. The 7 tigers, pale-faced, hastily knelt. You just said everyone was here. Huaian directed his gaze at the young eunuch below. Clearly, Xiao Anzi under Lu Quanfeng has yet to arrive. Upon hearing this, the usually sharp-tongued Jaws tiger, Kaijin, could not help but interject. Chief, have you forgotten? That lad Xiao Anzi has climbed high, becoming the grand steward of the harem. He no longer counts as one of our West Bureau. It seems that he is eager to sever ties with the West Bureau, the very people who trained him for 5 years. As these words were spoken, several senior officials nodded in agreement. However, we cannot dismiss him so easily. Huaian stepped forward. I know Xiao Anzi well. He is loyal and righteous, not one to burn bridges. Have you forgotten that he recently risked his life to save the princess, earning great praise from His Majesty and restoring some prestige to our West Bureau? At this, he took a step closer, addressing the seemingly slumbering Huaian chief. Now, Xiao Anzi holds the heavenly command bestowed by His Majesty, and he was the most favored by the late Lu Gonggong. In my opinion, for the future of the West Bureau, the position of deputy chief must belong to him. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other 6 tigers shifted noticeably. The Jaws tiger, Kaijin, immediately retorted, Hey Gonggong, we all know you had a close relationship with Lu Gonggong, and your favoritism towards his subordinates is understandable, but to forcefully elevate him to a position, that is indeed excessive. Yeah, he merely saved a princess. One might think he rescued the emperor himself. The 6 tigers chimed in, causing the once assertive Huaian to fall silent, not daring to speak further. Huaian suddenly opened his eyes, blandly inquiring, Well, since Xiao Anzi has yet to arrive, why not let you all propose candidates among yourselves for the position of deputy chief? I support Yi Cheng. Yi Gonggong. The bold Jaws tiger, Kaijin, spoke up again, casting a knowing glance at the robust iron bone tiger, Yi Cheng beside him. Oh, and what is your reason for supporting Yi Gonggong? Just moments ago, the aggrieved Huaian stepped forward and remarked, Did not Lord Kai just mention qualifications? Although Lord Yi possesses formidable skills, he is the latest entrant among our 7 tigers and the youngest in age. How can it possibly be his turn? The connections between the eastern and western factories are well known. There is no need for pretense in front of the illustrious figures of the capital. Kaijin bellowed with fervor. Lord Yi has asserted that if he is elected, he shall lead us to restore our former glory and penetrate the eastern factory. Penetrate the eastern factory? Let's see if we can even succeed. Huaian retorted sharply. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their voices clashing vehemently. The remaining 5 tigers, each with their own agendas, joined the fray, forming factions and vying against one another. The scene devolved into chaos. At that moment, the spectators in the square erupted into a chorus of discussions. Heavens! This election assembly resembles a street brawl among shrews. Indeed, eunuchs are not much different from women. Cough, cough. No wonder the current Western factory cannot compete with the Eastern factory. What a pity. The former glory of the Western factory, my proud belief, lamented a group of low-ranking eunuchs. The murmurs grew louder. Yet, the 7 tigers upon the platform showed no signs of restraint. Their verbal sparring had escalated to shoving and pushing. In an instant, the air was filled with a cacophony of insults, shouts, and the mocking laughter of onlookers. Amidst this turmoil, the formidable factory chief, Xiao Anzi, remained unmoved. His face turned ashen, his towering form trembling violently with each cough. And faint traces of blood could be seen at the corners of his mouth, as if he were poisoned. Suddenly, a clear and indifferent voice of a young man resonated through the square, empowered by a formidable inner strength. Have you all had your fill of chaos? Instantly, the crowd, as well as the 7 tigers on stage, were taken aback. They turned to see, from the southern end of the square, a youth clad in a golden embroidered palace robe, tall and handsome, with an ethereal presence, approaching with hands clasped behind his back. His lightness of foot was extraordinary, and his demeanor resembled that of a celestial being. Following closely behind him was a graceful woman dressed in black, her face obscured by a hat and veil. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Who is this? Such a potent inner voice. Is there truly such a spirited young eunuch in the Western factory? The embroidered robe adorned with beasts clearly indicates he is a third-rank eunuch from the inner court. Xiao Anzi pays respects to the factory chief. The youth stepped forward, respectfully yet elegantly bowing to the governor of the Western factory seated upon the throne. In an instant, it became clear to all. This youth was none other than the pivotal figure of concern for the 7 tigers and factory chief Xiao Anzi, the one favored by the powerful Wang Guifei and credited with saving the princess. The illustrious Lord Yu, the man who had been absent, had finally arrived. Xiao Anzi. Today, the Western factory convenes such a grand assembly, yet you, as a junior, arrived last. What is your explanation? Prompted the iron-bone tiger Yi Cheng with a pointed look. Hey, Lord Kai, you are merely casting baseless aspersions. Look at the time. We are still half a stick of incense away from the appointed start time set by the factory chief. The short-legged tiger, Ha Whale, interjected. It is commendable for Xiao Anzi to arrive from the inner court in time. As elders, should we not show some leniency towards the younger generation? Upon hearing this, the lower-ranking eunuchs nodded in agreement. However, the expressions of the other 6 tigers remained dark and uncertain in the contest for the position of deputy governor. Regardless of who among the 7 tigers emerged victorious, they were all peers and could reluctantly accept the outcome. But to allow a young and inexperienced junior to ascend would be a blow to the dignity of the 7 tigers. The rouge tiger Li Chun, with a heavily painted face, stepped forward, her voice sharp. Xiao Anzi, we received the factory chief's message only this afternoon and hurried over from nearby Tianshui County. We arrived early. What steed did you ride to come from the inner city? In response, Huaian stated, Xiao Anzi rode the most ordinary Ujue from Wansheng. It is not a spirited steed. How amusing. Li Chun pulled out a handkerchief, covering her mouth with a mischievous laugh, and mockingly said, Xiao Anzi, we, the 7 tigers, typically ride Sinying and Leishou. You rode a Wuzhue. No wonder you are late. A person arriving on a Wuzhue to a meeting might not be deemed worthy of a seat. Yu Huaiyan smiled without retorting. Lordly, your words lack substance. Ha Whale once again supported the junior, with Xiao Anzi's current status in the inner court. What fine steed could not be bestowed upon him by the beloved consort? His choice of the Wuzhue merely signifies his low profile, thriftiness, and practicality, qualities befitting great responsibility. Everyone is well aware of how Xiao Anzi conducts himself and his respectful demeanor towards his seniors. The 7 tigers fell silent. Indeed, this eunuch under Lord Lu was meticulous in his work and possessed an affable nature, with hardly a blemish upon his record. Yu Huaiyan glanced at Ha Gonggong, who was short in stature but kind in demeanor, and felt a swell of gratitude. Thank you, Ha Gonggong, for speaking on my behalf. Yu Huaiyan clasped his hands and stated earnestly, though Xiao Anzi has not arrived late, being a junior, it is indeed inappropriate for me to have kept all of you waiting. I sincerely apologize and hope for your magnanimity in forgiving this lapse. After stepping forward to bow to the 7 tigers, he then inclined his body in respect towards Jiang Wunyan on the throne. His demeanor was humble and courteous, exuding a refined bearing befitting a young nobleman, despite being a eunuch. In an instant, the gathered dignitaries and martial artists present applauded spontaneously. The expressions of the other 6 tigers, though still grim, could not find further words to contest. The female protector of the youth, observing from the side, felt a flicker of admiration for him. Huaian is truly impressive. At such a tender age, he displays great breadth of character, humility, and grace. I, as his elder sister, should learn from him. Ah, well then, since Xiao Anzi has arrived, the assembly is now complete. Please, Chief, give the order to commence the election. A powerful and resonant voice, bolstered by formidable inner strength, rang out. The crowd turned to see that it was none other than Yi Cheng, the youngest and most formidable among the 7 tigers. Yu Huaiyan employed his divine gaze to scrutinize this Yi Gonggong, who had just crossed into his 50s. The man possessed a robust physique with a long and powerful breath. Most notably, his inner strength had impressively reached the initial realm of a 4th-rank master. Remarkable. Yi Cheng has advanced to master within a year. Surely he has encountered some great fortune. It is no wonder that the giant-toothed tiger Kai Jin is so sycophantic towards him. Yu Huaiyan mused privately, yet remained unconcerned. He had no intention of aspiring to the position of deputy governor of the Western Factory. Instead, he longed to be a pastry chef in the palace, creating puff pastries for Wan Guifei and Qi Gairen when the rigors of cultivation became tiresome. How delightful that would be! A voice, rough and weathered, mingled with heavy breaths, resonated throughout the plaza. I humbly invite all esteemed martial artists to witness this grand assembly. The West Factory shines with brilliance. The speaker, the venerable chief of the West Factory, abruptly halted his words, plunging the atmosphere into an awkward silence. The crowd turned their gazes towards the stage, where the weather-beaten leader gripped the armrests of his throne, hunched slightly, his expression a mixture of peculiarity and uncertainty. The front row 7 tigers exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by their leader's intentions. What's he doing, Ha Gonggong? Shouldn't you go and ask him? Urged the imposing figure of Kai Jin, the giant-toothed tiger. Not a chance. You go. Ha Huailu rolled his eyes, recalling the time he had approached the old chief and had been sent flying by a surge of internal energy. Alas, Chief Zhang's affliction grows more severe. Sighed Yu Huai, and regrettably, the poison has deeply infiltrated his organs. Even with my expertise in the Kuehua Sutra's healing techniques, extracting it would prove exceedingly difficult. He was the only one in the crowd who truly understood the gravity of the situation. After weighing his options, he ascended the platform, reached out, and grasped the trembling hand of the old chief, channeling his internal energy to assist him. I apologize for my tardiness today, Chief, he proclaimed loudly. To maintain the dignity of the venerable court master and quell any suspicions among the spectators, he felt compelled to act. Jiang Wunyan, an astute individual, instantly grasped the young man's intentions. His eyes, which had never shed tears, glistened with red as he faced the twilight of his years. Yu Huaiyan smiled and shook his head, signaling for him not to take offense. Jiang Wu Nin nodded slightly, his wrinkled yet majestic visage taking on a solemn expression. I hereby declare the commencement of the election for the position of Deputy Chief of the West Factory. The crowd erupted in excitement. After a lengthy wait, the event was finally underway. Following a ceremonial display of drums and gongs, the internal voting phase commenced. According to the West Factory's long-standing tradition, the initial candidates would be selected by the 7 tigers and the 30 most accomplished subordinates of the past decade. Yu Huaiyan ranked among the top 3 in achievements among the subordinates. Yet he resolutely cast his votes entirely for Ha Huailu. However, to his utter astonishment, a mere incense stick's duration later, the results of the voting revealed him among the 5 elected candidates. Moreover, he was the only subordinate among the 5. The remaining 4 were, as expected, Kai Jin, the giant-toothed tiger, Yi Cheng, the iron-bone tiger, Li Chun, the rouge tiger, and Wang Lin, the mountain tiger. Yu Huaiyan felt a surge of disbelief. This can't be right. Aside from Ha Gonggong, no one among the 7 tigers should have voted for me. Even if Chief Jiang holds significant influence and cast a vote for me, it wouldn't be enough. He turned to see a throng of subordinates below fervently chanting his name. In that instant, realization struck him. To his astonishment, this group of rivals, who usually competed against him, had all voted for him. Congratulations. It appears you have won the favor of the West Factory. smiled Lu Xiao from behind him. Ah, Sister Xiao, you know me too well. I can only say this was not my intention, Huaian replied, shaking his head. He then followed the other 4 tigers to the center of the plaza's arena. The final election consisted of 2 segments. Before the eagerly awaited martial arts showdown, the 5 candidates were required to ascend the platform and present their accomplishments and visions for the role of deputy chief. Subsequently, the eunuchs above the rank of steward, totaling over 1,000, would conduct a collective vote determining the outcome of the first round. As Huaian stood below the platform, he watched the giant toothed tiger passionately deliver an animated speech reminiscent of a presidential election from a previous life. Just as he stifled a yawn, a graceful figure approached him. "You go, may I have a word?" Huaian gazed into her captivating eyes. "Certainly, Sister Xiao. Your words are worth my attention. You go. That night, you mentioned your ambition to become a prominent figure in the empire and to dispel the darkness overshadowing our realm, bringing clarity to the lives of the common people. Were you sincere in that declaration?" Huaian chuckled awkwardly, realizing that his prior statement was merely to dissuade Lu Xiao from pursuing the investigation into the East Factory's secret passages, inadvertently placing herself in danger. He had not anticipated her to take it to heart. Regardless of whether Huaian had spoken earnestly, one thing was certain. Xiao was resolute. Her beautiful eyes glinted with determination as she proclaimed, "In the days to come, I shall indeed strive to fulfill that vision." As you rightly said, in this world where might dictates respect, mere integrity cannot uphold true justice. Only by wielding power and mastering formidable martial prowess can one realize their convictions. The history of the Great Xia has repeatedly demonstrated that even a third-grade Supreme Grandmaster cannot contend with an army of thousands equipped with divine weaponry. Xiao hesitated to urge Huai and to share her aspirations. Yet she believed that if he could take charge of the West Factory and restore its former glory, he would be capable of countering any threats within the Empire's domain, safeguarding all whom he wished to protect and granting them a future free from worry. Inspired by Lu Xiao's words, Huaian, who initially intended to merely go through the motions, suddenly felt a surge of ambition. It must be said, this woman truly knows how to hit where it hurts. At this moment, he thought not only of his sister and father back home, but also of Wan Guifei and Qi Guiran. Indeed, there was also Qi Guiran. Although this proud and sharp-tongued saintess could be challenging, after spending time together, he was certain she harbored genuine feelings for him. Furthermore, as the saintess of Huaian Island, her talents in music and performance were indeed remarkable. Ultimately, if he could harness the boundless potential of the eunuchs within the West Factory, even if one day the green-haired Turtle Emperor discovered the truth and turned against him, he would possess sufficient leverage to protect the women he cherished. Although Huaian despised entanglements, should he find himself cornered, he would not hesitate to seize the opportunity and declare, "The great Chu rises, and I am the Prince of Huaian. Is it possible I am thinking too far ahead?" Huaian abruptly interrupted his own fanciful thoughts. At that moment, a notification chimed. "Ding! You have triggered a divine-level option. Choice 1. In youth clad in fine attire. Wielding power over the realm. Defeat the remaining 4 tigers to win the deputy chief election. Reward. Biming swallowing heaven skill, a supreme grade technique of the heavenly tier, capable of absorbing all energies including demonic, malevolent, and life force, as well as the martial arts and principles of enemies. Refining chi for personal use. Choice 2. Innocence is a path of invincibility. Why borrow luck from the goo? Publicly withdraw from the election before Jiang Wenyan. Reward. 9 transformations shedding shell golden cicada, a supreme grade goo pill of the heavenly tier, a one-time consumable that can be activated at will, allowing the user to instantly teleport to a random location 10 miles away, disregarding the aura restrictions of all enemies, including those of supreme and first grade status. 300 from novice to advanced in one leap. My goodness, this is a significant development. As the system panel materialized in his mind, Huaian was utterly taken aback. He was entirely certain that aside from accepting the confession from Wan Guifei and rescuing Su Qingqing, this was undoubtedly the most generous reward he had ever received. Remarkably, it had nothing to do with women. It was solely based on the future path he yearned for within his heart. Huaian closed his eyes, earnestly weighing his options. Firstly, option 1. The technique was indeed impressive. It could be likened to an extraordinary reimagining of the Xixing Dafa within the celestial martial realm. However, option 2 was not without merit. Setting aside the fact that in this martial world, profound was exceedingly rare, even a single Jiu Zhuan Tua Xiao Jinshan was more than sufficient. With this item, even in the face of an unprecedented superlative martial immortal, I could retreat unscathed. It was akin to donning a protective charm, granting me 2 lives. Very well. I shall choose based on the deepest inclinations of my heart. After a moment, clarity washed over Huaian, leading him to make his final decision. It's your turn to take the stage, Lucio gently reminded the boy, who had been lost in contemplation. Have you made up your mind? Yes, thank you, Sister Xiao. As he gazed at this goddess-like figure, resembling a confidant or a caring elder sister, Huaian felt a surge of emotions. He couldn't resist placing his hand on her shoulder and instinctively sliding it down, though he ultimately restrained himself. Kai Gonggong and Li Gonggong have finished their introductions. Now, please welcome you to the stage. The ceremonial eunuch gestured for him to come forward. Sister Xiao, I'm heading up. Huaian nodded to the tall, graceful woman before him. Her features obscured. Lucio slightly inclined her head, lifting her hat just enough to unveil her enticing, smiling lips. You can do this. As Huaian beheld the increasingly radiant beauty before him, memories of their previous encounters flooded his mind, particularly the intimate scene within the Great Bell. Sister Xiao, if I succeed, may I steal a kiss? Lucio furrowed her brow, seemingly caught off guard. And no, it's nothing, Huaian waved his hand dismissively. We'll discuss it later. Under the watchful eyes of thousands at the Martial Arts Plaza, the youngest candidate for the vice supervisor of the Xichong steadily ascended the platform. This young eunuch, favored by the emperor and Guofei, first adjusted his ceremonial robe and humbly saluted the guests below. Unlike the previous 2 candidates, he refrained from boasting about his achievements. He even glossed over the commendation he received for saving the princess. After a brief greeting, he addressed the countless, unrecognized lower-ranking eunuchs in the audience. Today I, Xiao Anzi, will not speak of accomplishments. Having been in the Xichong for 5 years, my experience is limited, and I lack any significant achievements compared to my esteemed seniors, so there is little to discuss. I shall speak of dreams. Yes, I have a dream that one day, the Xichong will rise again to resist the oppression and scheming from those who seek to undermine us. We of the Xichong are not inferior to anyone. Upon uttering these words, the crowd understood the implication. This was a clear jab at the Dongchong. Meanwhile, the Xichong eunuchs, including the 7 tigers, were visibly moved. The humiliation they had endured under the Dongchong suppression had accumulated for far too long. Their pent-up resentment had transformed into a blade, ready to strike. Yet, no one had stepped forward to lead the charge. At the governor's seat, Jiang Wenyan was equally stirred. The 94-year-old former head of the Xichong observed the spirited youth before him, seeing reflections of his younger self in the boy's eyes. Under the collective gaze, the youth continued to passionately articulate his vision. I have a dream that one day, when people mention the Xichong eunuchs, they will no longer think of treachery and ruthless tactics, but rather of a group of martial artists who, in the name of imperial authority, champion the weak, toil in the shadows, and serve the light. I have a dream that on the picturesque Tianneng Mountain, our Xichong eunuchs will be free from discrimination, able to engage in discussions in martial arts with esteemed heroes of the martial world, celebrating this era of martial prowess together. I have a dream that the Xichong will reclaim its glory, with all of us contributing our strength to the Daxia and the entire Zhongzhou martial world. Each word the youth spoke resonated deeply with the hearts of the Xichong eunuchs present. Indeed, they may be incomplete eunuchs, yet they were earnest seekers of martial excellence. Over the years, although the world feared the 2 factions, they understood that, in the eyes of the martial community and even the court's martial artists, the Dongchong and Xichong were merely instruments of oppression, regarded as the lowest rung of the social ladder. Even the revered martial sage, Bai Shaoxing, never included the masters of either faction in his rankings. In an instant, tears welled in the eyes of many Xichong eunuchs, who pounded their chests and cheered with emotion. Among the 7 tigers, even the ambitious Tai Gu Hu Yicheng appeared despondent. Having diligently trained, he had finally grasped an opportunity to enter the ranks of masters at 50 years of age. Yet, he lacked even the qualifications to be listed on the Longhu rankings. As the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, The youth prepared to conclude his speech. He spread his palms open, his tone turning remarkably serene. Of course. My greatest dream is to join hands with all of you to restore the greatness of the Xichong. Upon these words, the Xichong eunuchs erupted in fervor, rising to shout, "Greatness! It must be great. We, the loyal servants of the Xichong, are obligated to restore its glory. You Gonggong, step forward to lead us. We shall follow you." Hearing the impassioned cheers of the youthful eunuchs, Huaian felt a surge of fervor within him. He raised his arm and exchanged high fives with the enthusiastic crowd. Why am I feeling a bit fired up myself? After all, I'm just a fake eunuch. Huaian cleared his throat, preparing to step down from the stage. Suddenly, a voice from below caught him off guard. No need for a duel. Yin Jihu. Li Chun, am willing to withdraw from the competition to pave the way for the promising newcomer. Very well. If Li Gonggong has said so, the mountain tiger Wang Lin, shall also withdraw. In an instant, two of the leading candidates among the 7 tigers stepped back from the contest, leaving the audience stunned. Even Jiang Wenyan, who had seen it all, was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. At that moment, all eyes turned to the remaining 2 tigers. The ever-collaborative Tai Gu Hu Yicheng and the formidable Zhu Qi Hu Kai general. After a brief pause, Yicheng stepped forward and proclaimed, "We too are willing to make way for the rising stars. But if we are to compete for the position of vice supervisor and lead the many capable hands within the factory, our martial prowess cannot be lacking. You Gonggong, do you dare to spar with me? We shall not exploit our size difference. I will suppress my internal strength to match your level. If I cannot defeat you in 3 moves, then I shall concede." His bold declaration sent the crowd into a frenzy. 2 figures cloaked in large caps and thick overcoats, their forms shrouded in darkness, whispered to one another. Shunhua Mama. Behold my little Anzi. In an instant, he has captivated the entire audience. The position of vice supervisor of the Xichong is surely his. One of them expressed doubt. Has the Empress perhaps spoken too soon? A servant-like woman bowed and remarked, "In my humble opinion, this Yi Gonggong possesses formidable skill, being a master of martial arts. If Gonggong you were to engage him in combat, Chunhua Mama, one must recognize the growth in a person after 3 days apart. I am well aware of what lies within my heart. Ever since that day, he accepted my confession and resolved to remain. This lad seems to have stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity. The Anzi of today is no longer the Anzi of yore." As she gazed at the youthful figure on the distant high platform, receiving adulation from the crowd, the noble Consort Wan's phoenix eyes sparkled with joy and pride. "I have faith in my man." Meanwhile, on the eaves of the plaza's opposite side, 2 masked women in black engaged in quiet conversation. "Wow, San Huangjia, look. My little Lanzi. He is truly remarkable. Even all the young eunuchs of the Xichong submit to him," exclaimed one petite girl, her voice brimming with excitement. In contrast, the tall, slender masked woman beside her remained utterly composed, her tone indifferent as she cautioned, "Enough. Ching-ching, please be quiet. If others were to notice, Sanjie would never take you out of the palace to witness such spectacles again. Moreover, since Yicheng has proposed a martial arts contest, it remains uncertain who will ultimately prevail in this election." Observing the young eunuch on the distant stage, who stood tall and graceful like a noble scion, Su Jianli's beautiful eyes flickered with an inexplicable anticipation. "You Huaian, well then, let me see just how deep and profound this favored little eunuch, cherished by Consort Wan and adored by my royal sister, truly is,"